young Su Chen, having had his heavenly dragon bloodline extracted, his dantian destroyed, was sent to Beihuang City to become a son-in-law of the Yi family. In his moment of despair, he fused with the ancient burial ring left by his mother, becoming its master, cultivating the burial heaven divine art, and comprehending unparalleled divine abilities, thus embarking on an invincible path that sweeps through the talents of all realms. If this world is unjust, I will bury the heavens. Chapter 1. Wasteful Son-in-Law. Daluo Dynasty, Su family. Su Chen intends to harm his fellow clansmen and has a malicious heart, committing grave sins. However, considering his father's contributions to the clan, the Elder Council has decided to abolish his cultivation, expel him from the Su family, and send him to Beihuang City to become a son-in-law of the Yi family, never to return to the Su family for life. In the great hall, an old man in a black robe spoke expressionlessly. On both sides stood many elders of the Su family, most with indifferent expressions, some even filled with mockery. Kneeling below was a handsome young man. Upon hearing the elder's decree, he trembled all over and suddenly raised his head, looking at the figure above with fury and pain in his eyes. "Su Qingxue, you are being too much," the young man growled, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. On the throne above, a girl in a snow-white long dress, tall and extraordinarily beautiful, sat there. Her gaze was extremely indifferent, lightly glancing at Su Chen as if he were an ant, filled with pride and disdain. She was Su Qingxue, the genius of the Su family, now the young master. "Su Qingxue, you forcibly took my bloodline and then slandered me for disrespecting you. Is this your true nature?" The handsome young man, named Su Chen, looked at Su Qingxue with immense pain in his eyes. When Su Chen was born, a flying dragon descended from the sky, and the sound of dragon roars echoed through the heavens, earning him the title of the true dragon of the Su family. At the age of 10, Su Chen awakened his heavenly dragon bloodline, possessing an inherently strong physique, reaching the martial realm, entering the Qi martial realm at 12, the true martial realm at 15, and by 16, he had already reached the 9th layer of the true martial realm. His talent was unparalleled and dazzling, regarded as the hope for the rise of the Su family. However, fortune took a turn when Su Chen was 15. His father Su Zhan, the head of the Su family, went out to find treasures for Su Chen's body baptism, but perished in a secret realm. Su Qingxue's father, Su Yud, became the head of the Su family. Su Qingxue and Su Chen were of similar age, both possessing exceptional martial talents, and she awakened the sky-swallowing python bloodline, which was slightly weaker than Su Chen's heavenly dragon bloodline, but still a heavenly-level bloodline. Su Qingxue had been Su Chen's childhood sweetheart, always following behind him, calling him Chenggu. Their relationship was very good. Su Chen unreservedly shared all his cultivation insights and martial techniques with Su Qingxue, and even in his 16th year, when he was about to break through to the Xuanwu realm, he had Su Qingxue protect him. However, Su Chen never expected that while he was in closed-door cultivation, Su Qingxue and Su Yud would knock him out and forcibly extract his heavenly dragon bloodline. Then, Su Chen watched as Su Qingxue's sky-swallowing python bloodline devoured his heavenly dragon bloodline. Su Qingxue broke through to the Xuanwu realm in one fell swoop, becoming the youngest Xuanwu genius in the history of the Daluo dynasty. Moreover, Su Qingxue was even accepted as a disciple by the Xintian sect. With his bloodline destroyed, Su Chen became a complete waste. "How dare you, Su Chen, slander the young master and engage in such despicable acts without remorse? You and your father were never truly part of the Su family. The former head was merciful, granting you the Su surname and allowing your father to be the head. You should be grateful, yet you dare to repay kindness with malice? Su Chen, you are ungrateful and even harbored ill intentions towards the young master. Simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. The young master is not someone you, a toad, can covet." The surrounding elders of the Su family took turns berating Su Chen, their eyes filled with cold laughter. Then, their gazes towards Su Qingxue were filled with sycophantic smiles. Su Qingxue stood up. Her figure was graceful, her skin fairer than snow, and her face was flawless, looking down on Su Chen with an expression of utter indifference. "In this world, the strong are revered, and the weak can only be slaughtered. You are now nothing but a waste. I have the heart to spare your life, so don't be ungrateful. Su Chen said coldly and with righteous indignation. Then, she used spiritual transmission to say, to be able to offer your bloodline to me is your fortune and destiny. Do you really think I would take a liking to you? Haha, what a strong, a revered world. Su Chen I admit I was blind to be deceived by a woman with a heart of a snake and scorpion like you. Falling into your hands, I accept it. Why pretend? Just do it. My head may be a big scar, but the humiliation of today I will surely repay in my next life. Su Chen laughed loudly, his laughter filled with sorrow. Once proud of the Su family, once treated warmly by the elders of the Su family, now they all revealed their ugly faces. Facing such a family, his heart turned cold. Master, Su Chen harbors resentment and seems intent on seeking revenge against our Su family. Why must we send him to the Yi family as a son-in-law? Why not just kill him? The elder in the black robe looked at Su Chen with flattery. Then his eyes flashed with killing intent as he made a gesture across his throat. Although he is a waste, he still has some use. The Yi family has already offered that precious medicine, the 7-leaf purple ginseng, which is just right to help me break through to the heavenly martial realm. Moreover, he has had his bloodline devoured by me, and his dantian and chi destroyed now. He is just a waste. Sending him to the Yi family as a son-in-law will make his life worse than death. Su Chen said indifferently. Exchanging for the 7-leaf purple ginseng can be considered using a waste. Master is wise. The elder in the black robe flattered. Su Chen looked at Su Chen, his heart icy cold. Was it not enough to rob him of his bloodline and destroy his cultivation? Now, they wanted to sell him off like a piece of goods. To send him to be a son-in-law for a precious medicine? Was his life so worthless? How could human hearts be so malicious? Killing is merely a matter of striking the head, but striking at the heart is the cruelest. Su Chen glanced at Su Chen, her eyes filled with indifference, disgust, and disdain, as if too lazy to say another word. Take him away and send him to the Yi family in Beihuang City on a chosen date. Yes. The elder in the black robe nodded respectfully, then turned around, his eyes filled with indifference as he walked towards Su Chen. Su Chen, you will regret this, I swear. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Su Chen as he roared. His heart was completely cold. He had no attachment to the Su family before him, to these indifferent people. However, Su Chen remembered today's humiliation. He would never forget. Su Chen clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. But he did not notice that the blood flowing from his palm was quietly absorbed by an ancient ring on his hand. Swear. If swearing were useful, what need would there be for martial arts? I am like the divine dragon in the sky, destined to soar through the 9 heavens, while you are but an ant forever unable to turn over. But I advise you, to survive a few more years, you better keep your tail tucked and be a good son-in-law. Su Chen sneered and then said to the elder in the black robe, Elder, I've changed my mind. Send him to the Yi family in Beihuang City now. Yes, the elder in the black robe quickly nodded and bowed, not allowing Su Chen to say another word with his fiery gaze, directly striking Su Chen on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. But no one noticed that in the moment Su Chen fainted, the ancient ring on his finger vanished without a trace. Within Su Chen's sea of consciousness, a brilliant light suddenly broke through the chaos, opening up a mysterious world. Chapter 2. The Ancient Ring of Burial Heaven. Before Su Chen, the light shifted and chaotic light surged around him. He found himself on an ancient and mysterious chaotic continent. Surrounding him were ancient stars, radiating eternal and immortal light. What is this place? Su Chen's heart trembled. Before him, on the vast chaotic continent, there were colossal white tigers like mountains, black giant pythons stretching millions of miles, golden lions with 9 heads, and 3-legged bizarre birds engulfed in endless flames. However, the similarity was that these gigantic ferocious beasts had lost all vitality, they were all dead. It felt as if he was in a mythological world, and the scene before him left him in utter shock. This is the burial heaven realm. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly echoed. Who? Su Chen was startled, but when he looked around, he found no one there. Buzz. At that moment, chaotic light enveloped, and a woman in white appeared before him. She was shrouded in chaotic light, ethereal and dust-free, her face indistinguishable, but her bright and dazzling eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything. Your bloodline is dried up. Your dantian is destroyed. You have no cultivation, such poor talent. The ancient ring of burial heaven actually chose you? The woman in white shook her head. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. The woman had seen through him almost at a glance. Senior, may I ask what the ancient ring of burial heaven is? Why am I here? Su Chen asked. He had a vague guess in his heart that at the moment he fainted, it seemed he saw the ring on his hand transform into a beam of light and fly into his mind. That ring was given to him by his father and was said to be the only thing left by Su Chen's mother. You guessed correctly, the ancient ring of burial heaven is the ring you are wearing on your hand. And this place is known as the burial heaven realm, a world sealed within the ancient ring of burial heaven. The woman in white seemed to have seen through Su Chen's thoughts and spoke lightly. Ancient ring of burial heaven? A sealed world? Su Chen's heart trembled. Looking at the vast chaotic continent around him, along with those mythological beasts, Su Chen found it hard to imagine who possessed such terrifying powers to seal an entire world within a small ring. Could it be a deity from legends? Senior, who are you? Su Chen asked. Do you want to cultivate? The woman in white asked. Of course I do. But my bloodline was devoured by enemies. My dantian was destroyed, and I have become a waste. Can I really still cultivate? Su Chen hurriedly replied, but his eyes were filled with bitterness. Under normal circumstances, of course not. But since you have become the 9th master of this ancient ring of burial heaven, you can, the woman in white said. 9th master? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. At that moment, he noticed 8 tombstones not far away. Tomb of the devouring emperor. Tomb of the primordial pill god. Tomb of the sealing sovereign. There were a total of 8 tombstones, and on each tombstone, there were iron hooks and silver paintings, as if containing some profound truths of heaven and earth, making Su Chen feel a tremendous shock just by glancing at them. The devouring emperor? Isn't he the #1 person in the Xiantian realm 100,000 years ago? Didn't he already break through to become a deity and ascend to the divine realm? Why did he die here? And the primordial pill god, wasn't he the great master of pill refinement who, 200,000 years ago, refined supreme divine pills with a mortal body? The sealing sovereign, the grand master of array formations who sealed the heavens 300,000 years ago, is said to have set up formations capable of summoning the power of heavenly thunder to slay gods. Did he also die here? Su Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. The devouring emperor, the primordial pill god, and the sealing sovereign were all legendary figures widely known across the world, supreme powerhouses of the Xiantian realm. Who once dazzled an ERAS for the other 5 powerful figures, Su Chen did not recognize them. They must also be supreme beings from ancient times. Who are they? Su Chen asked. They are the first 8 masters of the ancient ring of burial heaven, all of whom are dead. The woman in white replied. Su Chen. His expression turned somewhat grim. This ancient ring of burial heaven was an ominous object, and all 8 previous masters had died? How did they die? Su Chen asked cautiously. That's not something you can know right now. Your strength is too weak. The woman's words made Su Chen feel embarrassed. However, although they are dead, their legacies remain here. As long as you begin to cultivate and grow stronger, you will gradually obtain their legacies. The next sentence made Su Chen's heart race with excitement. These 8 were clearly unparalleled supreme beings, legendary figures from ancient times. If he could obtain their legacies, what an opportunity and fortune that would be. Please teach me, senior. Su Chen said respectfully. This was his only chance to cultivate again. He had to seize it. Right now, your bloodline is dried up, and your dantian is destroyed. If you want to step back onto the path of cultivation, you must revive your bloodline and reshape your dantian. This process will be immensely painful. Can you handle it? The woman in white paused for a moment before speaking slowly. I can. Su Chen's expression was resolute. Good. Do you see the pool behind the tombstones? Jump in. The woman in white said. Behind the 8 tombstones, there was a stone pool about 10 feet square, with a thin layer of liquid that looked like blood, displaying a myriad of colors and appearing very peculiar. All right. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and without any hesitation, he jumped directly into the stone pool. Boom. Before Su Chen, the divine light transformed and his blood surged. As he jumped into the stone pool, it was as if he had stirred up a tremendous wave, and the terrifying blood power surged around him, enveloping him entirely. He felt as if he were sitting in a golden ocean that boundless blood power continuously flowed into his body. Roar! Roar! It was as if the roar of ancient divine beasts echoed in the golden ocean. A divine dragon stretched for millions of miles, a mountain-like giant tiger, a three-legged bizarre bird that could burn the heavens, and a giant python that could swallow the earth. Under the tearing of that golden ocean, Su Chen felt as if his entire being was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. He felt his bones and flesh breaking apart inch by inch, his meridians being forcibly pulled out. That extreme pain was driving him almost to madness. The blood in this stone pool can revive your bloodline and reshape your dantian. But if you cannot withstand it and your true spirit is backfired, you will undoubtedly die. The woman's words echoed in Su Chen's mind. I can endure. Su Chen let out a low roar, his eyes turning red, revealing a hint of unyielding sharpness. This pain, compared to the humiliation he suffered when Su Qingxue drained his bloodline and destroyed his dantian, casting him down for the clouds to the dirt. What was it worth? He wanted revenge. He wanted justice. Boom! The boundless blood power surged, accompanied by the ancient divine beast phantoms, exploding violently like a storm, rushing towards Su Chen. Chapter 3. The Burial Heaven Divine Art. Boom! In Su Chen's mind, a golden scripture radiating with an immortal light slowly emerged. The Burial Heaven Divine Art. Using the stars of the heavens as blood, the worlds of the heavens as body, millions of divine weapons as bones, and the endless living beings to forge an indestructible body. With a roar the gods and demons fall. With a thought chaos opens, destroying all things, burying the heavens. A voice like a great bell resonated in Su Chen's mind. The technique, named Burial Heaven Divine Art, was deeply imprinted in his consciousness. The Burial Heaven Divine Art? Destroying all things, burying the heavens. What an extraordinary technique this is. Su Chen's whole body trembled, filled with an expression of disbelief. This technique is simply astonishing to the extreme. Su Chen felt that he was about to be completely torn apart, but after comprehending the Burial Heaven Divine Art, the divine skill began to operate automatically, and those vast forces of vitality surged into his body like rivers returning to the sea. His withered blood vessels were reviving. His shattered dantian was being reshaped. His physical body underwent an incredibly mysterious transformation, as if it had been reborn. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly, his whole body filled with an endless wave of power. My blood vessels and dantian, have they recovered? Su Chen trembled all over, his eyes filled with immense excitement. Roar! An ancient and mysterious dragon's roar sounded, and a golden true dragon coiled around Su Chen, looking majestic and noble. His dantian had also returned to its original state. Why do I feel that my heavenly dragon bloodline is different now? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. What is worth cherishing about your mixed dragon bloodline? You have undergone a transformation and revived the true dragon bloodline. In the future, if you find Dragon Clan divine objects, it's not impossible to continue evolving. The woman in white said lightly. True dragon bloodline? Su Chen's eyes widened. The power of bloodlines is divided into human, earth, heaven, king, saint, emperor, and god, totaling 7 levels. Su Chen's previous heavenly dragon bloodline was a heaven-level bloodline, already the pinnacle of the entire Deluo dynasty, while the true dragon bloodline is a legendary saint-level bloodline. What kind of treasure is this Burial Heaven ancient ring? It actually allowed him to be reborn and possess such an extraordinary qualification. The origin of the Burial Heaven ancient ring is something you cannot know right now. You only need to know that you are the master of the Burial Heaven ancient ring, and in this myriad of worlds, there are a total of 9 Burial Heaven ancient rings, each sealing fragments of the 9 Burial Heaven realms, with each fragment sealing a part of the body of an unparalleled evil demon. Currently, the power within this Burial Heaven ancient ring is severely depleted, and it is already very difficult to seal that unparalleled evil demon's body. What you need to do is to strive to improve your cultivation and find the other 8 burial heaven ancient rings, combining the power of the 9 burial heaven ancient rings to suppress the unparalleled evil demon. The woman in white seemed to see the confusion in Su Chen's heart and spoke slowly. Unparalleled evil demon? Su Chen shuddered, and with a bitter smile, he said, Senior, did the 8 masters of the burial heaven ancient rings all die at the hands of the unparalleled evil demon? Sort of. So, to survive, young man, you need to work hard, the woman in white said. May I ask, Senior, how much time do I have left? Su Chen asked with a bitter smile. You have at most 2 years to find the 2nd burial heaven ancient ring, the woman in white said. 2 years? I understand. Senior, are you the spirit of the burial heaven ancient ring? Su Chen asked curiously. The woman in white replied, No. Then why are you here, Senior? Su Chen asked. You suspect I am the unparalleled evil demon, right? The woman in white said. Cough, I wouldn't he dare. Su Chen said awkwardly, having his thoughts exposed. He did indeed have some doubts. If I were the unparalleled evil demon, you would already be dead. Just focus on your cultivation. Once you refine your true energy, you could try to come here to obtain the legacies of the other 8. The woman in white said. Then, without waiting for Su Chen to say anything else, she waved her sleeve and sent Su Chen out of the burial heaven ancient ring. Su Chen opened his eyes. This was a bedroom decorated with red silk, looking very festive. Su Chen, in a red robe, appeared to be dressed as a groom, currently lying on the large bed in the bedroom. Is this the Yi family in Beihuang City? Su Chen's gaze flickered as he speculated quietly. Creak. At this moment, the door was pushed open by someone. Brother Zhang, rest assured, everything is arranged. In a while, Qingcheng will be brought in. You must cherish her, huh? Thank you, Brother Yi. Yi Qingcheng is a beauty of unparalleled grace, the first beauty of Beihuang City. Today, being able to enjoy her beauty is all thanks to Brother Ye's help. Brother Yi, don't worry. I will soon present that dragon tiger pill. Brother Zhang is too polite. It's a blessing for Qingcheng to follow you. Today, she marrying that useless Su Chen has embarrassed my Yi family greatly. That's right, if that Su Chen were still the true dragon of the Su family, I wouldn't he dare to be so presumptuous. But now that Su Chen is just a waste, does he still think he can feast on swan meat? Today, on this wedding night, I will take his place as the groom. Ha ha ha. 2 figures walked into the bedroom. One was a young man in a brocade robe, looking handsome but with a very gloomy expression, currently wearing a fawning smile. The other was a burly man, muscular and with a face full of flesh, his eyes filled with heat and lewdness. They were Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan. Today, in Beihuang City, Yi Qingqing's marriage to a useless husband has made the entire Yi family a laughingstock, and the covetous Zhang Kuan, under Yi Ling's lead, directly infiltrated the wedding chamber. Huh, this waste is still unconscious? Zhang Kuan stared at Su Chen on the bed. He was knocked out by the Su family and sent over. If Brother Zhang finds him a nuisance, I can tie him up and just throw him out. It won't delay your good fortune. Yi Ling flattered. This kind of waste. Just kill him. He has an eyesore here. Zhang Kuan sneered. After all, he is from the Su family. It's best to spare his life. The proud daughter of the Su family is currently the brightest existence in the Deluo dynasty. Ye Ling Su family? Then spare his life. Zhang Kuan seemed a bit apprehensive, his eyes turning as he sneered. But there is no need to throw him out. Just splash some cold water on him to wake him up. I want him to witness me taking Yi Qingsheng. Brother Zhang is really in high spirits. Yi Ling laughed. As for this waste, being able to see me take Yi Qingsheng is his blessing. Ha ha ha. Zhang Kuan laughed loudly. He walked to the side of the bed and reached out towards Su Chen. You want to die? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Su Chen on the bed, not knowing when, had already opened his eyes. Chapter, Dort, Ye King. Zhang Kuan's hand froze. He and Yi Ling were both slightly taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to wake up. A waste wakes up and doesn't pretend to be dead and still dares to speak wildly. That really is seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Kuan's eyes, his hand clawed, sharp and unmatched, suddenly reaching for Su Chen's neck. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, the suppressed anger in his heart all venting out with this punch. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Zhang Kuen's fingers instantly broke, blood gushing forth. Accompanied by a scream, Zhang Kuen clutched his hand and staggered back repeatedly. On my hand! Zhang Kuen let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Su Chen, you are so bold. Yi Ling was both shocked and angry. Wasn't this Su Chen said to have a shattered dantian and dried up bloodline already a waste? Why does he still possess such strong combat power? Do you know who Zhang Kuen is? You, a waste, actually dared to harm young Master Zhang. Don't drag my Yi family down with you if you want to die. Yi Ling shouted angrily. Who he is has nothing to do with me. You, a dignified member of the Yi family, actually offered your cousin to such a person. How shameless. Su Chen's eyes turned blood red as he spoke angrily. Although he was forced to marry into the family and had no feelings for Yi Qingcheng, he did not want to be schemed against or wear a green hat. Yi Ling was even more detestable than that Zhang Kuen. You're seeking death. With the shameful cover removed, Yi Ling's face turned as red as pig liver, and he suddenly drew a short knife, lunging at Su Chen. This was an act of rage, intending to kill and silence him. Seeking death is you. A flash of killing intent flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he swiftly reached out, grabbing Yi Ling's wrist and twisting it suddenly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Yi Ling's dagger fell from his hand. His wrist was broken by Su Chen, who let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Bang! Su Chen kicked out, sending Yi Ling flying. Yi Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and, like Zhang Kuen, crashed heavily onto the hard floor, feeling as if all his bones had shattered. Your cultivation was supposed to be wasted. How can you be so strong? Yi Ling's eyes were filled with disbelief as he shouted angrily. He and Zhang Kuen were both at the peak of the 9th layer of the strength martial realm, yet they had no ability to fight back against Su Chen. The martial arts cultivation is divided into 5 major realms: strength martial realm, qi martial realm, true martial realm, mysterious martial realm, and heavenly martial realm. Although Su Chen was once a peerless genius at the peak of the true martial realm, his bloodline had dried up, his dantian was destroyed, and his cultivation was wasted. He should have become a useless person. But why did he still possess such powerful combat strength? I am the useless one? Then you are even worse than trash. Su Chen sneered, revealing a hint of cold, killing intent in his eyes. If it weren't for obtaining supreme fortune in the burial heaven ancient ring and cultivating the burial heaven divine art, allowing him to be reborn and regain the strength of the 9th layer of the strength martial realm, he would have likely suffered great humiliation today. What do you want to do? Su Chen, this is the Yi family. If you dare to kill me, the Yi family will definitely not let you go. Su Chen, my brother is Zhang Kuang, a genius from the Royal Martial Arts Academy. If you dare to harm me, my brother will make you wish you were dead. Yi Ling and Zhang Kuen both trembled, shouting angrily. Stop! At this moment, a clear and indifferent voice rang out. The door swung open, and a figure draped in phoenix robes with a graceful posture and unmatched beauty walked in. She was dressed like a bride, her skin as white as jade, her features flawless, especially her pair of brilliant and bright eyes, resembling stars. Although she appeared to have no cultivation, she possessed an extraordinary temperament, as if a goddess had descended to the mortal realm. Yi Qingcheng, Yi Ling, and Zhang Kuen both trembled, exclaiming in unison. They had arranged for Yi Qingcheng's personal maid to drug her, and she should have been unconscious and about to be brought over. Why did she look so alert? Is she really Yi Qingcheng? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Yi Qingcheng's appearance and temperament were truly unparalleled. Even Su Qingxue seemed slightly inferior, causing Su Chen to momentarily lose his composure. More importantly, Su Chen felt that Yi Qingcheng looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Lan Xiang is my personal maid. How could she be so easily bribed by you fools? Yi Qingcheng glanced at the curled-up Yi Ling and Zhang Kuen, her face as cold as frost, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. If it weren't for Lan Xiang's unwavering loyalty to her, she would have truly fallen into their trap. Yi Ling and Zhang Kuen deserve to die 1,000 deaths. They want to harm you, and you want to save them? Su Chen looked at Yi Qingcheng and said coldly, Su Chen, although you still have some combat strength, since you have come to the Yi family, do not create trouble. They are not people you can offend. Leave it to me, and I will handle it. Yi Qingchang felt a shiver in her heart under Su Chen's gaze. But she forced herself to remain calm and said expressionlessly, "Ha! What a good reason to avoid trouble. Since you are afraid I will cause you trouble, why did you insist on marrying me?" Su Chen laughed wildly, his eyes filled with mockery. "Indeed, a useless person married in is even worse than a servant. Marrying you was because I did not want to leave the Yi family. Your arrival was merely coincidental. I will take them both away today. And if there is nothing else, you should rest well." A hint of sadness flashed in Yi Qingqing's eyes, but she still maintained a cold expression. Coincidental? It was merely a use. "Yi Qingqing, you are afraid of them, but I, Su Chen, am not afraid. Even if I don't kill them today, I will give them a profound lesson." Su Chen laughed bitterly. Then his gaze turned steely. Boom! He stepped forward, blood and energy surging around him, and stomped on Zhang Kuen's lower abdomen, instantly crushing his fifth limb. Then he punched out, fast as lightning, striking Yuling's dantian, directly shattering it. Two pig-like screams rang out as Zhang Kuen and Yiling curled up, trembling all over, experiencing excruciating pain. Especially Zhang Kuen, who would now be deprived of even the qualifications to be a man. Yi Qingchang frowned, not expecting Su Chen to be so ruthless. This would be difficult to handle, as it would be hard to explain to both the Yi and Zhang families. "Someone, take them away." With Yi Qingqing's command, two powerful guards dressed in black armor entered, bowed to Yi Qingcheng, and then dragged the howling Zhang Kuen and Yiling out. "Qingzhu, stay and serve the young master," Yi Qingcheng said lightly, as a beautiful girl in green attire walked in. Then Yi Qingcheng glanced at Su Chen again and said coldly, "This is the Yi family, not the Su family. I hope you recognize reality, do not cause trouble, and behave as your son-in-law." After speaking, Yi Qingcheng turned and left. Chapter 5. Yi Qingqing's Thoughts. Yi family. In a delicate small courtyard, Yi Qingcheng stood in the yard, still wearing the phoenix robe. But at this moment she gazed at the bright, full moon in the night sky, slightly lost in thought. "Miss, you clearly have feelings for the young master in your heart. Why are you so indifferent to him?" Behind Yi Qingcheng, Lanxiang couldn't help but ask. After coming out of Su Chen's bedroom, Yi Qingcheng had been in this dazed state, making Lanxiang feel very distressed for her mistress. "You nonsense! Who has feelings for him?" Suddenly hearing Lanxiang's words, Yi Qingqing's face turned red, stammering as she replied, "Miss, you could deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Over the years, you have been secretly and openly collecting news about young Master Su. Especially half a month ago when the news came that young Master Su had gone into a frenzy during cultivation, his dantian destroyed, and he had become a useless person. You spent many sleepless nights. Is that not having feelings for the young master? However, Lanxiang was curious. You spent such a great price, even taking the precious 7-leaf purple ginseng from the family to exchange for young Master Su to marry into the Yi family. Now that you are married to him, why are you still so indifferent?" Lanxiang blinked her lovely big eyes, asking with great curiosity, "Why be indifferent to him? I have no choice but to do so. Ye kink, seek hit lightly. You should know my current situation. Many people in the family are dissatisfied with me, believing that I cannot cultivate yet occupy the position of the young branch leader, unworthy of my position. If I get too close to him, it will inevitably draw him into the whirlpool, which is extremely dangerous." So, Yi Qingqing's voice carried a hint of bitterness. "They're talking nonsense," Lanxiang said indignantly. "Miss, if it weren't for you managing the Yi family and conducting business with all your heart over the years, the Yi family could not be so strong. Are those people from a Yi family a bunch of ungrateful people? The Yi family was originally just a second-rate family in Beihuang City. However, Yi Qingcheng was a business genius who managed the family's various industries over the years, cutting costs and increasing revenue, which allowed the Yi family to leap to become the #1 family in Beihuang City. But now that the Yi family had become powerful, many people were eyeing the position of a young clan leader, as Yi Qingcheng was unable to cultivate martial arts. "No matter what, as long as I can protect Su Chen, even if he holds some resentment towards me, it doesn't matter," Yi Qingcheng said softly. She seemed a bit lost in thought, as if recalling the year she was 12. The heavy snow fell, and the weather was freezing. She was abducted by human traffickers and ended up in a foreign land, trapped in a desperate situation, but was saved by a father and son, becoming the only light in her heart. She still remembered that spirited and handsome young man who wiped her tears and told her not to be afraid. He would protect her. That young man illuminated the darkness of her youth, becoming her only hope to survive, and had long been deeply imprinted in her heart. That young man was named Su Chen. Yi Qingcheng's slender fingers gently caressed a somewhat worn handkerchief, embroidered with a quaint ring. This was the handkerchief Su Chen used to wipe her tears back then. She had treasured it ever since, as if it were a peerless treasure. "Miss, I just feel so sorry for you," Lan Xiang said with tears in her eyes. "I'm fine," Yi Qingcheng replied with a slight smile. Her smile was beautiful, gentle as water, and the entire courtyard seemed to brighten. Now, the person she longed for was right beside her. In the past, he was the lofty sun in the 9 heavens, someone to be admired from afar. And Yi Qingcheng could only find solace in the bits and pieces of news she received. Now, he had come to the Yi family, to her side, and she was already very satisfied. "Su Chen, let me protect you this time," Yi Qingcheng thought to herself. "Miss, what about Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan? The son-in-law beat them so badly. They deserve it. They should be killed by the son-in-law," Lan Xiang asked, somewhat angrily. If she hadn't been clever enough, the consequences would have been unimaginable if Miss had fallen into Zhang Kuan's deadly hands tonight. "Lock them up for the night. I'll deal with it tomorrow," Yi Qingcheng said calmly. Then, she uneasily reminded, "Tell Qing Zhu to protect the son-in-law well, and try to meet any of his needs." "Yes." Lan Xiang zipped. Inside the bedroom, Su Chen looked helplessly at the young girl in green. "Qing Zhu, how can I rest with you here?" Su Chen said with a. This was the maid Yi Qingcheng had left for him, Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu carried an ancient sword on her back, dressed in green, with an extraordinary presence. Her martial arts cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Qi martial realm. Although she was beautiful, she was somewhat cold and quiet. Yi Qingcheng had asked her to stay and serve Su Chen, but Su Chen was unsure whether it was to serve him or to monitor him. Qing Zhu was silent for a moment and said, "I'll be outside. If the son-in-law has any requests, just direct them to me." Then, she turned and left the bedroom. Seeing Qing Zhu leave, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Being watched by this cold and beautiful maid made him feel quite uncomfortable. Although he didn't know why Miss Yi Qingcheng wanted him to marry into the family, it seemed she had no feelings for him, and he was a stranger to her. He thought to find an opportunity to divorce her and then leave the Yi family. Su Chen thought to himself. He knew that Su Qingxue hadn't killed him. Instead, she sent him to the Yi family as a son-in-law just to humiliate him. If it were before, Su Chen might have had no hope of revenge in his life. But now, with the Burial Heaven Ancient Ring and the Burial Heaven Divine Art, once he attained a certain level of cultivation, he could return to the Su family and seek revenge on Su Qingxue. "Su Qingxue, wait for me. Everything I lost will be reclaimed by my own hands." A flicker of hatred crossed Su Chen's eyes as he thought to himself. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate the Burial Heaven Divine Art. Su Chen had revived the true dragon bloodline within the Burial Heaven Ancient Ring, reshaping his dantian and qi si, which was akin to a rebirth, allowing his current cultivation to reach the 9th level of the strength martial realm. Next, he needed to consolidate the power of his blood and qi to open up the qi si in his dantian and condense innate true qi to break through the qi martial realm. As Su Chen operated the Burial Heaven Divine Art, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, continuously refining his physical body and enhancing his cultivation. Thus, Su Chen cultivated throughout the night. Why has the barrier of my dantian qi si become so solid? At the rate I'm absorbing spiritual energy now, it seems it will take at least a few months to break through the qi martial realm. Su Chen opened his eyes, frowning slightly. Although the Burial Heaven Divine Art was indeed extraordinary, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the strength martial realm. His reshaped dantian qi si was incredibly solid, making it exceedingly difficult to open up the qi si and condense innate true qi. The Burial Heaven Divine Art can refine heaven and earth, If I can find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, perhaps it could significantly speed up my cultivation. Su Chen murmured to himself. He prepared to go out and see if he could find some spiritual items in Beihuang City. Chapter 6. Beihuang City, the Strange Jade Buddha. Su Chen left the Yi family, planning to stroll around Beihuang City. Qingzhu naturally followed closely behind. Beihuang City was near the Great Wilderness Mountain Range, which stretched for thousands of miles and was home to various precious spiritual herbs, rare beasts, and many unique treasures. Many martial artists would search for treasures in the Great Wilderness Mountain Range and trade them in Beihuang City. Therefore, Beihuang City was very bustling. Su Chen arrived at the west street of Beihuang City, where many martial artists were setting up stalls, selling various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, creating a lively atmosphere. However, those so-called treasures were of mixed quality and difficult to distinguish between genuine and fake. Without sufficient discernment, it was easy to be deceived. The Black Jade Buddha at that stall on your right is pretty good. It will be useful for your cultivation of the burial heaven divine art. Suddenly, the voice of a woman in white echoed in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately walked towards the stall on the right. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with shifty eyes, and there were some spiritual herbs, ores, and broken weapons displayed on the stall. The Black Jade Buddha looked quite unremarkable, dark and cracked, and was placed among a pile of weapons. The stall owner was enthusiastically shouting, and when he saw Su Chen approaching, his eyes lit up. Su Chen was now dressed in a moon-white long robe, looking exceptionally handsome, a clear sign of a young master from a prestigious family. The stall owner, with keen insight, knew that this type of young master was the easiest to fool. "Young master, may I ask what you need?" "Everything here is a rare find from the Great Wilderness Mountain Range, one of a kind in Beihuang City." The stall owner greeted enthusiastically. "How much for this Jade Buddha?" Su Chen asked. "Young master has a good eye. This Jade Buddha is a treasure of the Western Buddhist sect, extremely precious. It can assist in cultivation and cleanse the heart's demons. It's the crown jewel of my stall. However, if the young master wants it, I'm willing to part with it for only 5,000 low-grade spirit stones today. What do you think?" The stall owner said with a gleam in his eyes. Su Chen frowned immediately, feeling regretful. He realized he had acted too hastily. He shouldn't have revealed his interest in the Buddha statue so early, and now the keen-eyed stall owner had noticed, clearly wanting to take advantage of him. "Too expensive. 100 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want to sell it?" Su Chen said indifferently. 100? Absolutely not. This is a treasure of the Western Buddhist sect. If the young master sincerely wants it, it will cost at least 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The stall owner pretended to look pained. 200 low-grade spirit stones. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. Su Chen shook his head and stood up to leave. "Young master, 200 low-grade spirit stones, 1T do. How about you add a bit more? 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and you can take it right away. Young master, don't go. Just 500 low-grade spirit stones. 400. Young master, please come back. I'll sell it to you for 200 low-grade spirit stones. Let's just be friends. I'm willing to part with it today." The stall owner shouted vigorously, but seeing Su Chen unmoved and showing signs of giving up, he quickly called him back. However, the stall owner was also overjoyed. This pile of junk was something he collected from others, and it was worth only a few low-grade spirit stones. The Black Jade Buddha was very ordinary, carved from some low-quality jade, and wasn't worth much. Selling it for 200 low-grade spirit stones made him extremely satisfied. Su Chen nodded and reached into his sleeve. But suddenly his hand froze. He suddenly remembered that after leaving the Su family, even his storage ring was taken away by Su Qingxue. He could say he was now broke. "Young master, you didn't forget to bring spirit stones, did you? It's okay. I can go with you to get them," the stall owner said enthusiastically with a glint in his eyes. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, Qingzhu, who was standing behind him, handed over a bag of spirit stones. The stall owner's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it, opening it to find it filled with shining spirit stones. Exactly 200, which made him beam with joy. "Thank you, young master. Please keep this Jade Buddha," the stall owner said with a smile. Then shoved the Black Jade Buddha into Su Chen's hands, as if afraid that Su Chen might change his mind. "Wait." At that moment, a strange voice rang out. A young master in a brocade robe flanked by several extraordinary guards, pushed through the crowd, swaggering in. "This jade Buddha caught my eye. Hand it over," the brocade-clad youth said with a proud smile. Su Chen didn't even glance at him, picked up the jade Buddha, and said to Qing Zhu, "Let's go." "How bold. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear?" The brocade-clad youth's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward, blocking Su Chen's way and coldly rebuking him. "That's Zhang family's young master, Zhang Lin," someone exclaimed in recognition of the brocade-clad youth's identity. The Zhang family was also a prominent family in Beihuang City, originally the first family, but in recent years, they had suffered a lot due to the Yi family's rise. However, the Zhang family had deep roots, far beyond what the Yi family could compare to, especially since a prodigy from the Zhang family entered the Royal Martial Academy, making the Zhang family rise even further, seemingly on the verge of overshadowing the Yi family. "Good dogs don't block the way. This jade Buddha is mine. Why should I give it to you?" Su Chen frowned and replied coldly. After leaving the Yi family, he had noticed that Zhang Lin had been following him. Now that he had just bought the jade Buddha, Zhang Lin couldn't wait to jump out, clearly coming for him. "What I Zhang Lin want, there's nothing in Beihuang City that I can't get. You, a useless son-in-law of the Yi family who can't cultivate, dare to compete with me? Do you want to die?" Zhang Lin sneered arrogantly. Indeed, he had come for Su Chen. Zhang Kuan was sent back to the Zhang family in a miserable state after Su Chen crippled him, inciting the Zhang family's anger. Since he and Zhang Kuan were close friends and wanted to please Zhang Kuan's older brother, he was eager to find trouble with Su Chen. The Yi family's son-in-law? He asked the useless Su family member who just became the husband of Miss Yi Qingcheng yesterday. What a pity. Yi Qingcheng is the most beautiful woman in Beihuang City and a business genius, yet she married a useless person. What a waste. Yeah, this guy, despite being a son-in-law of the Yi family, dares to swagger around Beihuang City and offend young Master Zhang Lin? He really doesn't know how to live. Upon hearing Zhang Lin expose Su Chen's identity, the crowd began to speculate, with disdain and mockery in their eyes as they looked at Su Chen. "Young Master Zhang, please show some respect. He is my Yi family's son-in-law. Even if he needs to be taught a lesson, it's my family's matter, not yours to interfere." Qing Zhu frowned but still stood in front of Su Chen, staring coldly at Zhang Lin. Chapter 7. Beating Zhang Lin, Black Jade Spirit Essence. Qing Zhu was also somewhat dissatisfied with Su Chen. In her opinion, being able to marry into the Yi family and become the husband of the young lady was a huge blessing, but Su Chen didn't act like a proper son-in-law. Instead, he caused trouble as soon as he arrived. Yesterday, he injured Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan, and today he confronted Zhang Lin, bringing a lot of trouble for the young lady. However, since Yi Qingcheng had asked her to protect Su Chen, despite her dissatisfaction, she couldn't say much. "Su Chen, you useless waste. Do you only know how to hide behind women as a son-in-law? If you have the ability, come out and fight me. Don't be timid and act like a man." Zhang Lin glanced at Qing Zhu, his eyes showing a hint of wariness. However, he still looked at Su Chen with a sneer. Who doesn't he know? Even though Yi Qingcheng can't cultivate, her four maids, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, are all cultivation geniuses, remarkable in their own right. Especially Qing Zhu, who has exceptional talent in swordsmanship and strong combat power. Zhang Lin hadn't expected that Yi Qingcheng would send Qing Zhu to protect Su Chen. Jealousy filled his heart as he found Su Chen increasingly displeasing. "Young master, don't act impulsively. Let us go," Qing Zhu said softly. She could see that Zhang Lin's clumsy provocation was meant to incite Su Chen. "Qing Zhu, step aside. He is already pushing his luck, and if I don't fight back, wouldn't that mean I'm afraid of him? If he wants to fight, then let us fight," Su Chen said calmly. Qing Zhu felt dissatisfied with Su Chen's recklessness, but she couldn't directly disobey him. So she stepped back while still keeping a vigilant eye on Zhang Lin. "Su Chen, you still count as a man. But it's a pity you're just a brainless waste. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Zhang Kuan's cousin." Zhang Lin sneered. Boom! He struck out with an impressive claw, the claw light sharp and unmatched, condensing a faint wave of true energy as fast as lightning, aiming for Su Chen. Golden Eagle Claw. This was a high-level yellow-grade martial skill from the Zhang family, and combined with his third-level Qi martial realm cultivation, its power was incredibly strong, capable of tearing through gold and stone. He was determined to give Su Chen a harsh lesson. "Young master, be careful." Qing Zhu's face changed as she prepared to act, but a powerful surge of blood energy erupted before her, and then like a ferocious dragon, a fist was thrown out. Crack! This punch was fierce and unmatched, like a thunderous lightning strike, accompanied by a faint dragon's might, instantly meeting Zhang Lin's golden eagle claw. A crisp sound echoed. Zhang Lin's fingers instantly snapped, blood gushing forth, and he was sent flying as if struck by lightning. "Ah!" Zhang Lin screamed, his arm numb, his eyes filled with disbelief. Isn't Su Chen supposed to be a waste? How could he possess such terrifying strength? "You're not much stronger than that trash Zhang Kuan. How dare you stick your head out for him?" Su Chen shouted coldly, striding forward and delivering another palm strike directly to Zhang Lin's face. Slap! A crisp sound resounded as he was sent flying by Su Chen, half his face swelling up, teeth mixed with blood flying out. He looked utterly miserable. "Let go of our young master." Zhang Lin's guards finally woke up from their daze, shouting angrily and rushing toward Su Chen. Clang! A dazzling sword light erupted like a brilliant rainbow, reaching its peak speed and directly severing the weapons from the hands of those guards. Qing Zhu wielded an ancient sword, surrounded by sword energy, pointing it at the guards in midair. "Whoever moves dies." Her gaze was icy cold. The guards were all frozen in place, completely intimidated by her. Slap! 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 Not far away, Zhang Lin was no match for Su Chen, being struck left and right, his face swollen like a pig's head, letting out screams like a slaughtered pig. "I'll spare your life today, but if you dare to appear in front of me again, I will beat you every time I see you." Su Chen left Zhang Lin on the verge of death, but ultimately did not kill him, throwing him aside. Then, he cast a faint glance at the crowd around him. Everyone trembled, their eyes filled with awe, and no one dared to meet his gaze. This son-in-law of the Yi family is too fierce. They never expected that even Zhang Lin, at the Qi martial realm, was no match for Su Chen. Is this really the so-called waste son-in-law from Legends? "Qing Zhu, let's go," Su Chen said, leading Qing Zhu away. Qing Zhu's eyes were also filled with shock. She had just sensed that the blood and energy within Su Chen was as strong as an ocean. Although there was no fluctuation of true energy, he at least had the cultivation of the peak of the 9th layer of the Qi martial realm. Didn't he have a dried-up bloodline, and was his dantian destroyed, making him a waste who could not cultivate? Why does he still possess such astonishing combat power? Could it be that this is his remaining combat strength? Qing Zhu thought to herself, remaining combat strength is this terrifying. How powerful would Su Chen be at his peak? What a pity, without a dantian, he would never be able to break through to the Qi martial realm. If only he could cultivate, then Miss wouldn't have to work so hard. Qing Zhu's heart was incredibly complicated. Su Chen was unaware of Qing Zhu's thoughts. He just wanted to return quickly and see what mysteries lay within the Black Jade Buddha. He wanted to break through to the Qi martial realm as soon as possible. At the Yi family, Su Chen had Qing Zhu wait outside, then took the Black Jade Buddha into the Burial Heaven Ancient Ring. "Senior, what treasures are within this Jade Buddha?" Su Chen asked expectantly. "You must shatter it." A faint voice echoed, and the figure of a woman in white appeared. Su Chen was taken aback, but followed the instructions of the woman in white and punched it directly. Boom! The already cracked Jade Buddha was shattered by Su Chen's punch, revealing a small black stone in front of him. The black stone was the size of a pebble, but it seemed to have liquid flowing within it. As expected, there is another mystery. Su Chen's eyes brightened. This is the Black Jade Spirit Marrow, which takes tens of thousands of years to form within the Earth's spiritual veins. It's a rare heavenly material. If you apply the Black Jade Spirit Marrow all over your body and operate the Burial Heaven Divine, or to absorb it, it should help you break through to the Qi martial realm. The woman in white said indifferently. "Senior is truly amazing. You could see the mystery within this Jade Buddha. If I went to North Wilderness City for a stroll, relying on your sight, wouldn't I be able to find countless treasures?" Su Chen's eyes lit up, smiling as he spoke. "What are you thinking?" The woman in white said with a half-smile. "Cough, I was just joking, Senior. No need to take it to heart." Su Chen awkwardly chuckled. Get out and cultivate. Don't bother me if there's nothing." The woman in white waved her sleeve and directly swept Su Chen out of the burial heaven ancient ring. Senior's temper is truly fiery. However, with this black jade spirit marrow, once I break through to the Qi martial realm, I should be able to attempt to obtain the legacies of those 8 supreme beings. A hint of anticipation appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Crack! Without any hesitation, Su Chen crushed the black stone, and a few drops of black spirit marrow emerged. Appearing crystal clear, radiating dazzling light, and exuding a fragrant aroma, clearly not an ordinary item. Su Chen hurriedly applied the black jade spirit marrow all over his body and began to operate the burial heaven divine art for cultivation. Boom! Su Chen felt a burning sensation all over his body, as if he were on fire, his blood and energy surging violently. A vast and mighty force sweeping through his limbs and bones, instantly increasing the speed of his blood energy's operation by hundreds of times. The burial heaven divine art continued to operate, and the vast blood energy surged like rivers converging, gathering at the position of his dantian, launching an assault on the bottleneck of the Qi martial realm. Chapter 8. Perfect Dantian, Yi Family Crisis. A massive flow of energy coursed through his limbs and bones, eventually flooding into Su Chen's dantian. Crack! It was as if a divine thunder had struck down, and a blazing divine light spread through the void. A surge of innate, clear energy was born from the dantian, enveloping the area, accompanied by a powerful feeling rising in Su Chen's heart. The dantian opened. The turbid energy sank, and the clear energy rose. After refining, it could transform into a martial artist's true energy. Breaking through the Qi martial realm and opening the dantian was just the beginning. The energy of the black jade spirit marrow was pure and vast. As Su Chen continuously operated the burial heaven divine art, his dantian became like a small world, slowly writhing, with majestic energy pouring in, instantly opening up a space of 49 zhang. Generally, martial artists who break through the Qi martial realm can open a dantian of about 9 zhang. Reaching 20 or even 30 zhang is already considered a genius. Su Chen's 49 zhang dantian space could be considered a top-tier talent. After all, he awakened the true dragon bloodline within the burial heaven realm, greatly enhancing his potential. It's still expanding. Feeling that his dantian was continuing to grow, Su Chen's heart trembled. Even though the true dragon bloodline is a sacred-level bloodline, an initial dantian space of 49 zhang is already considered the limit. It's the burial heaven divine art. Su Chen suddenly realized, under the continuous operation of the burial heaven divine art, it was as if a storm swept through Su Chen's dantian, and strands of black mist overflowed from within, slowly pushing the dantian to continue expanding outward. 50 zhang, 60 zhang, 65 zhang. Su Chen's dantian gradually grew, and when it finally reached a square space of 99 zhang, everything slowly came to a halt. 99 is the extreme of humanity. It seems this is already the limit of the dantian. A hint of excitement appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He had once read in ancient texts that an ancient supreme being had opened a 99 zhang dantian, which was said to be the limit of humanity. And now, Su Chen had achieved it. But just as he thought it was over, it seemed as if the sound of the Tao resonated in the void. Destroy all things. Bury the heavens. The Tao cannot be obstructed. Boom! The already halting dantian space trembled once again. The operation of the burial heaven divine art suddenly accelerated, tearing apart the void and expanding by another zhang. 100 zhang dantian. Is this the most perfect form? Su Chen could already feel that although it only expanded by 1 zhang in the end, his dantian had gained a sense of completeness, resembling a small world. The burial heaven divine art is truly against the heavens. Su Chen's eyes were filled with immense excitement. 100 zhang dantian, unprecedented, can be said to be unparalleled throughout history. The innate true energy within him was far more abundant than that of martial artists of the same level. Several times, or even dozens of times more. However, although the perfect dantian was powerful, every subsequent breakthrough would be even more challenging and require more resources. Of course, I will also become stronger, even invincible among those of the same level. This is the simplest truth. But Su Chen remained filled with boundless fighting spirit. Having fallen from the peak to the depths and now back, nothing and no one could defeat him. Boom! In Su Chen's dantian, strands of innate true energy were condensed. And as Su Chen operated the burial heaven divine art, it flowed through the small and large circulations, becoming increasingly powerful. A powerful aura radiated from Su Chen's entire body. Just like that, several days passed unnoticed. Creak! Su Chen pushed open the door, his eyes shining brightly, looking at the world before him with a sense of having returned to another world. My cultivation has returned. Su Qingxue, wait for me. I will be back soon. Su Chen murmured softly, his gaze turning sharp. In the main hall, Qingzhu and Lanxiang were softly comforting a richly dressed woman. The woman had an elegant demeanor. Although her face bore the marks of time, her beauty was still undeniable, especially the pair of warm, gentle eyes that were strikingly similar to Yi Qingqing's. The woman was named Lin Yun, and she was Yi Qingqing's mother. Earlier, Lin Yun had been quietly sobbing, but upon seeing Su Chen arrive, her expression immediately darkened, and her once warm eyes turned cold. Su Chen, where do you think you're going? Lin Yun said sharply, shaking off Lanxiang's supportive hand and standing up. Su Chen frowned. He knew that his mother-in-law did not favor him, but he still had to maintain some decorum. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, mother-in-law. I plan to go out for a bit." He had already broken through to the Qi martial realm, and the resources he needed for cultivation were even greater. Su Chen wanted to venture out to train in the great wilderness mountains and search for some rare materials. Lanxiang quickly gave Su Chen a glance, signaling him to leave. Su Chen, haven't you caused enough trouble for Qingqing already? Do you still want to bring her more trouble? Seeing Su Chen's demeanor, Lin Yun's anger flared up. Absolutely not. You're not allowed to go. What do you mean by that, mother-in-law? What trouble have I caused Qingqing? Su Chen's expression grew cold as he frowned. Had he joined the Yi family only to have his movements restricted? Stop pretending to be innocent. Since Qingqing took you into the Yi family, you first crippled Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan, and then you openly hurt Zhang Lin in the streets. How could they let this go? If not for Qingqing cleaning up your mess from behind, you would have been chopped up and fed to the dogs long ago, and yet you act like nothing happened, idly causing trouble everywhere. At this point, Lin Yun's emotions became even more intense as she pointed at Su Chen, saying, I really don't know what Qingqing saw in you. She even gave up the clan's treasure medicine to the Su family just to save your life. Su Chen had not intended to engage further, but the last statement was too hurtful. So by your logic, when Yi Ling tried to insult Qingqing, I should just stand by and watch. When Zhang Lin blatantly stole my things and insulted me, I should kneel and beg for my life. Just because I joined your Yi family, I should tuck my tail between my legs and let you all order me around like a well-behaved dog? Su Chen was young and impassioned. How could he endure such humiliation? He looked at Lin Yun and sneered, Sorry, but I can't do that. I take responsibility for my own actions, and I don't need Qingqing to bear grievances for me. If you think I'm not worthy of her, why not find someone else to take my place? Young master, what are you saying? The lady is just a bit anxious and spoke harshly. There is no need to be so confrontational, Lanxiang said as she tried to soothe Lin Yun while giving Su Chen a warning glance. You. Lin Yun pointed at Su Chen, panting with anger. Unable to retort, she felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell over, but fortunately, Qingzhu was quick to support her. Fine, I won't care about Qingqing, nor do I want to deal with you. Lin Yun gasped for breath as she pointed at Su Chen. Aren't you proud? Don't you take responsibility for your actions? Now that the Zhang family has made their move and the clan is pressuring Qingqing, if you have the ability, go solve it yourself. Lin Yun's eyes were red with anger. She didn't even want to look at Su Chen again and left with Lanxiang as help. Su Chen did not pursue the matter further with Lin Yun, but turned to Qingzhu and asked, What is going on? Young master, the Zhang family has invited a particularly powerful alchemist from somewhere. The pills he produces are not only of higher quality, but also cheaper, which has taken away more than half of our Yi family's business. The Zhang family is very arrogant and has threatened that if they don't get you, they will drive our Yi family to bankruptcy. Moreover, there are many in the clan who covet the position of young clan leader, and during this family meeting, some elders have also targeted the young lady. I'm afraid Although Qing Zhu was usually calm, her expression was filled with worry at this moment. Also, did Yi Qingsheng really use the clan's treasure medicine to exchange for my life from the Su family? Su Chen found it hard to believe. He had never met Yi Qingsheng before. They had no familial ties. Why would she do such a thing? A hint of hesitation flashed in Qingzhu's eyes. But she finally said, Miss, didn't he want us to tell you this? But what the lady said is true. To save you. The miss offered the clan's treasure medicine, the 7-leaved purple ginseng, along with countless spirit stones, just to get the Su family to agree to let you marry into the Yi family. Is that so? Su Chen's heart trembled slightly. He was even more curious now. Yi Qingsheng paid such a high price just to save him? He also realized that Su Qingxue and the others, despite their ruthlessness, had not killed him to silence him. It was indeed because of this matter. Let us go, Su Chen said firmly. Young master, it's best not to go out easily now. The great wilderness mountains are extremely dangerous, Qing Zhu quickly advised. Take me to the clan meeting. Su Chen glanced at Qing Zhu and turned to leave. No matter Yi Qingsheng's motives, she had saved his life. Moreover, the Zhang family was clearly targeting him this time, so he could not let Yi Qingsheng take the blame for him. Qing Zhu was taken aback. She had never seen such a sharp gaze, resembling that of an ancient beast about to erupt. Even she, at the 8th level of the Qi martial realm, was shaken. The young master seems different from before. She murmured to herself and quickly followed him. In the Yi family hall, just last month, the family business had shrunk by half, and in just a few days this month, the revenue was less than 1% of what it used to be. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Yi family would have to shut down, allowing the Zhang family to dominate in North Wilderness City. Yi Qingsheng, is this how you manage the family business? Indeed, a woman managing the family is ultimately not feasible. I really don't know what the old man was thinking. Alas, after all, she is just a girl, although she has some cleverness. She can't withstand great storms and certainly cannot influence the overall situation. Not to mention, she can't cultivate. How can a mere mortal be worthy of our Yi family's position as young clan leader? A group of high-ranking family members filled both sides of the hall, all staring at Yi Qingsheng with stern, angry, and questioning eyes, creating an atmosphere that was extremely tense and oppressive. Yi Qingsheng stood alone in the center of the hall, enduring the criticisms, questions, and sarcastic ridicule from all sides. Her delicate and slender figure looked incredibly fragile. Chapter 9. Family Meeting Impeachment. Dear uncles and elders, in the business world, back and forth, vying for fame and profit is perfectly normal. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss over a temporary gain or loss? Does our Yi family's long-standing foundation not withstand this little storm? Yi Qingsheng continued to hold on, speaking steadily and powerfully, but her clear, reddened eyes made her seem heartbreakingly strong. Who here hasn't been in the business world for many years? Do we need you to teach us? Moreover, the Zhang family is coming in full force, clearly wanting to put our Yi family to death. It's not as easy as you say. The elder Yi Duan, sitting at the head of the table, snorted coldly. I have already investigated. The alchemist invited by the Zhang family is extraordinary. A registered alchemist of the capital's Alchemist Alliance. Our Yi family's alchemists cannot compete with them at all. If we continue to lower prices, our losses will increase even more. Our Yi family is in big trouble this time. His brother, Yi Deming, echoed his sentiments, quickly raising the sense of crisis among the crowd. You, for that useless Su Chen, didn't he hesitate to offer the clan's treasure medicine and spend a lot of the clan's wealth just to bring a useless person into the family, turning our Yi family into a laughingstock in North Wilderness City. You fail to discipline him and instead protect him at every turn, causing our Yi family to face a catastrophe. Is this what a proper young clan leader should do? All in all, this is due to your incompetence as the young clan leader. Exactly, Yi Qingsheng, what else do you have to say? The crowd was in an uproar, their emotions running high as they directed their accusations at Yi Qingsheng. On the seat, Yi Duan coldly smiled at the scene before him. The effect he wanted had been achieved. Yi Qingsheng felt wronged and angry. Over the years, she had invested endless effort to rapidly develop and expand the Yi family's business, helping them rise from a second-rate family to the foremost noble house in Beihuang City. This had allowed these people to profit immensely and not lack for cultivation resources. Yet, they showed no gratitude. At the slightest hint of crisis that affected their interests, they would lash out with accusations. How could people's hearts be so cold? Yi Qingcheng was exhausted, but to repay the trust of her grandfather, the clan leader, she continued to persevere. Now that Su Chen's cultivation had been crippled and he had married into the Yi family, she could not afford to falter for his sake. I will take responsibility for business matters, and I will handle the grievances from the Zhang family. Since Grandpa appointed me as the young clan leader before entering seclusion, I will take on the heavy responsibilities of the family. Yi Qingcheng took a deep breath and spoke with a steady tone. Similar incidents had occurred before, but with the trust and support of the clan leader, she had always been able to turn danger into safety with her intelligence. What can you, who have no cultivation and are not an alchemist, do to take responsibility? How will you handle it? Without ability, you should step aside and let someone capable solve this family crisis. Always occupying the position without contributing will only harm others and yourself. Most people joined in the criticism of Yi Qingcheng, mocking her, while a few remained silent, clearly indicating that someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, fourth Uncle Yi Delin stood up and said with a solemn expression, "Since everyone is arguing endlessly, I have an idea. Let's simply hand over that waste of son-in-law and be done with it." His words received much agreement. A waste of a son-in-law, abandoned by the Su family and whose cultivation was crippled, was of no use except to waste resources. If his life could resolve this crisis, it would not be in vain that the precious family medicine was wasted on him. No, Yi Qingcheng, who had been calm, suddenly became anxious and shouted. The Zhang family has been plotting against the Yi family's business for years. Even without Su Chen, they would still make trouble. This matter has nothing to do with him. The Zhang family invited alchemists last month to secretly seize and suppress the Yi family's business. This month, they have suddenly become bold, perhaps related to Su Chen injuring two of the Zhang family's disciples. But the main reason is that they have the upper hand and see no need to hide anymore. Moreover, the Zhang family is ambitious. Even if we hand over Su Chen, they will certainly not stop and will seize this great opportunity to overturn the Yi family. Everyone in the Yi family knows these issues. They're just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. No matter what, Su Chen is still my husband, and I am still the young clan leader of the Yi family. It's not up to you to speak about him. When it came to Su Chen, Yi Qingcheng became incredibly strong, rarely displaying the aura and authority of the young clan leader. Just as Su Chen stepped outside the great hall, he suddenly heard these words, and his heart trembled. Yi Qingcheng's domineering declaration was completely different from her previous lukewarm attitude, bringing a warmth to his heart that had been hardened by the world's indifference. Meanwhile, inside the hall, there was a momentary silence. Under Yi Qingcheng's authoritative gaze, the crowd was momentarily stunned, unsure how to retort. You think that waste is a treasure? If you refuse to hand him over, then step aside and let someone capable solve this family crisis. Fourth Uncle Yi Delin suddenly changed his tone, finally starting the main event of the day, impeachment. Everything before was merely a prelude. With the Zhang family's aggressive approach, I believe only the eldest young master, Yi Xinglong, has the ability to lead our Yi family to regroup and resolve the troubles. Second Uncle Yi Deming felt the time was right and immediately stood up to glance at the crowd, saying yes. Young Master Xinglong has great talent, having awakened a top-tier bloodline, and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Qi martial realm. Only he can lead our Yi family to strength. Well said. Even the Martial Arts Academy of the capital is preparing to assess him. If young Master Xinglong passes, he will be a genius of the academy, and then even the Zhang family will have to retreat. Qingcheng, everyone knows the contributions you have made to the family. The family will support you. But if you disregard the family's safety for your own selfish interests, then we cannot tolerate you. Receiving a glance from Yi Deming, everyone echoed in agreement. Faced with the aggressive crowd, even though Yi Qingcheng was the young clan leader, she found it hard to hold her ground. When the clan leader was in seclusion and the family faced a crisis, the clan elders had the right to impeach the young clan leader. Moreover, Uncle Yi Deyuan's faction was already powerful and could rally many supporters. How could Yi Qingcheng contend against them alone? Nevertheless, Yi Qingcheng firmly said, "You have the right to impeach me, but the final decision lies with the clan leader. Until then, I am still the young clan leader of the Yi family." Yi Qingcheng, fourth uncle Yi Delin, suddenly slammed the table and stood up, saying, "You are so stubborn. Do you want to put our Yi family in a situation from which we can never recover? Fourth uncle, you are being too harsh. Besides those present, Qingcheng does not have that kind of ability." Yi Qingcheng shot a glance at Yi Delin and sneered. She understood that these people had long decided to force her to step down, so there was no need for her to be polite. As long as she did not actively step down or the clan leader did not personally issue an order, these people could do nothing to her. Yi Qingcheng, don't go too far. Don't forget, you're just an ordinary waste who cannot cultivate. The family has treated you well enough over the years. Don't overstep. In an instant, led by Yi Deming and Yi Delin, everyone began to scold her angrily. The atmosphere in the room became tense, and some hot-tempered individuals even started to roll up their sleeves. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly blasted open with great force, and 2 guards flew in, crashing heavily to the ground and wailing. So many powerful old men. Instead of dealing with the real culprit, the Zhang family, you gather here to bully a weak woman. Truly impressive. A white-clothed youth stepped forward, his fierce eyes filled with anger. Impudent. This is the Yi family clan meeting. You, a waste of a son-in-law, have no right to be here. Get out. Seeing Yi Qingcheng struggling to hold her ground, but suddenly interrupted by someone, Yi Deming and Yi Delin immediately erupted in fury. Especially since the one who intruded on the Yi family meeting was the waste, Su Chen. In an instant, everyone glared at Su Chen with anger. They had originally looked down on this waste of a son-in-law, but did not expect him to be so arrogant, simply asking for death, defying authority and humiliating their young clan leader. Who did he think he was to disregard the Yi family? Su Chen, unafraid, swept his gaze over the crowd and scoffed. You are the ones who are being unreasonable. Do you think you are the eldest son of the Su family from the Daoyuo dynasty? Now you're just a dog raised by the Yi family. You should know your place and leave immediately. Yi Delin shouted angrily. I'm a son-in-law, but my wife is the young clan leader of the Yi family. With the clan leader absent, the Yi family is governed by her. If my wife has not said anything, why are you barking here? Su Chen coldly laughed. You're looking for death. Yi Delin was completely furious. With the Yi family's rising status, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He immediately unleashed his peak cultivation in the Qi martial realm, intending to suppress Su Chen. Enough! Yi Qingcheng suddenly shouted coldly, glaring at everyone. I am still the young clan leader of the Yi family. My words are the clan leader's orders. Anyone who dares to defy me is betraying the family, and I will not be lenient. As soon as she said this, the scene fell silent. Even Yi Delin did not dare to confront her directly. A person who disregards the family for personal feelings does not deserve to be our young clan leader. Yi Qingcheng, if you still consider yourself a member of the Yi family, then hand over that useless Su Chen and resolve the crisis of the Yi family. Finally, Uncle Yi Deyuan spoke up. He was the real mastermind behind today's family meeting. Yi Xinglong was his son. Absolutely not. Yi Qingcheng firmly stated, her attitude unwavering. So what if the Zhang family hired a mere alchemist? Is that enough to leave you powerless and bully a weak woman? Su Chen is native. A mere alchemist? You useless waste. Do you know what an alchemist represents? Yi Deming retorted. In 10 days, my wife will definitely be able to resolve the Yi family's crisis and defeat the Zhang family's alchemist. Su Chen said with a calm smile. Chapter 10. The Inheritance of the Primordial Pill God. 10 days. Everyone was stunned. Then they all laughed, their eyes filled with mockery. Defeating the Zhang family's alchemist in 10 days? This waste must be dreaming. Yi Qingcheng frowned and looked at Su Chen with some confusion. Su Chen gave her a reassuring look. Qingcheng, trust me. That sounds nice, but what if Yi Qingcheng can't do it? Are you just trying to buy time? Ye Demink coldly laughed. If I can't do it, I will voluntarily relinquish the position of young clan leader. Yi Qingcheng gritted her teeth and said, for some reason, when she met Su Chen's gaze, even though she thought it was impossible, she still chose to believe him. Good. Since the young clan leader has made an oath, then it's settled. We will wait for the young clan leader to defeat the Zhang family's alchemist 10 days later, Yi Yuan immediately said, his voice filled with amusement and mockery, as if afraid Yi Qingchang would backtrack. Hold on. Su Chen sneered. Looking at Yi Yuan, my wife said, if she can't do it in 10 days, she will give up the position of young clan leader. But what if she succeeds? Su Chen's words instantly silenced the scene. What if she succeeds? What a joke. A useless person without any cultivation thinks he could defeat an alchemist. It's just a dream. I think they are just trying to buy time until the old man comes out. Everyone scoffed. If she really can do it, then the position of young clan leader will naturally still be hers, and we will no longer bring up the matter of impeaching the young clan leader. Yi Deming sneered. To this, Su Chen was completely unconcerned, sneering. No matter if it can be done or not, you all won't suffer any loss, and there's still profit to be made. How could such a good thing exist in the world? Then what do you want? Yi Delen asked. Very simple. If Qingchang can do it, those who impeached her today must kneel and apologize. Su Chen slowly said, his eyes radiating cold light. As soon as this was said, everyone changed their expressions, staring at Su Chen with eyes full of anger and threats. Kneel and apologize? Yi Deming suddenly laughed, disdainfully saying, Kid, have you lost your mind? You want us, the elders, to kneel and apologize to a junior? Su Chen, you are simply asking for death. Yi Delen immediately scolded angrily. Since you don't dare, then forget it. Qingchang, let's go. Su Chen sneered. Yi Delen was furious, his hot temper making him want to attack directly. But Yi Yuan was more composed, stopping him, and then casting a glance at the calm and even somewhat arrogant Su Chen, his heart filled with suspicion. Clearly, his bloodline had been taken, and his cultivation had been wasted. A normal person would not be able to survive. Even if he managed to survive, he would only become a puddle of mud. But Su Chen not only showed no signs of decline, but even seemed spirited. He had not only crippled Zhang Kuan and Yi Ling, but also defeated Zhang Lin and just injured 2 guards at the Earth Martial Realm. Could it be that his cultivation has recovered? Yi Yuan found it hard to believe. He had never heard of anyone recovering after having their bloodline taken. Even if it was restored, so what? Martial arts cultivation and alchemy are completely different concepts. Could a rookie who has never touched alchemy really help Yi Qingchang defeat that alchemist from the Pill Alliance in just 10 days? Yi Yuan regained his composure. No matter what, he had to fight for his son to get the position of young clan leader. Fine, I agree. Yi Yuan's words surprised everyone, especially Yi Delen, who wished he could beat that ignorant Su Chen senseless. How could he possibly agree to such conditions? I agree too. Yi Deming also spoke up, his face full of smiles and confidence. Second brother, Yi Delen was even more shocked. Fourth brother, don't get too excited. In a clearly revealed gamble, it doesn't matter how big the stakes are. Yi Deming, laugh it. Both Yi Yuan and Yi Deming were the clan leader's own sons. Their status extraordinary and their cultivation strength at the top of the family, usually commanding respect. This time was no exception. If that's the case, we also agree. Let's see the result in 10 days. Looking at the confident Yi Yuan and Yi Deming, the other clan members also agreed. Just as Yi Deming said, this so-called gamble had already foreseen the result from the beginning, let alone kneeling. Even if they were to bet their entire fortune, what would be the harm? Kid, in 10 days, let's see how you die. Yi Delen glared at Su Chen fiercely before swaggering away. As long as Yi Qingchang remained the young clan leader, he couldn't act against Su Chen. But once Yi Qingchang lost the position of young clan leader, dealing with an ordinary clan member's son-in-law would be easy. Su Chen saw the contempt, mockery, and even threats from the Yi family members, but on the surface, he remained calm. After all the clan members had left, Yi Qingchang looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression and said, You shouldn't have come. Over the years, she had faced the internal and external pressures of the Yi family alone, feeling exhausted. The feeling of having her beloved man supporting and backing her just now was really wonderful and relaxing. But she did not want Su Chen to be involved in this vortex. Moreover, Su Chen's overly strong performance had already aroused the jealousy of many. If she lost the position of young clan leader in 10 days, Su Chen's situation would be completely dangerous. Since you see me as your man, I naturally can't let you suffer alone. Besides, the Zhang family is after me anyway. I'm not used to hiding behind a woman like a turtle. Su Chen said with a calm smile. Just now, when Yi Qingcheng directly refused a hand over Su Chen and declared him to be her man without a second thought. Su Chen felt warm in his heart. Regardless of whether Yi Qingcheng loved him or not, they were now a couple in the same boat. They naturally had to unite against outside forces. Don't worry, I will help you, Su Chen said. You help me? Although Su Chen appeared confident, reason told Yi Qingcheng that this was simply an impossible task. Forget it. I'll deal with the Zhang family's matter for these few days. You just stay at home and don't go anywhere. That would be helping me. Yi Qingcheng quickly regained her cold demeanor, putting up a barrier. After saying this, she left the Yi family hall with a furrowed brow. At this point, she had no way out and could only charge forward with determination. Watching Yi Qingcheng's hurried departure, Su Chen stroked his chin and smiled. Although it felt uncomfortable to be distrusted even by his wife, he didn't take offense. After all, any rational person would not believe that he, who had become a waste, could deal with a noble alchemist. Young master, the lady will never harm you. Please go back. Taking a look at Su Chen, who stood still, Qingzhu stepped forward and said firmly. Before Yi Qingcheng left, she had instructed her to keep a close eye on Su Chen for these few days and to ensure that nothing unexpected happened. Su Chen saw through Qingzhu's thoughts and smiled. Do I look like someone who stirs up trouble? Qingzhu did not respond, but she huffed softly in her heart. It's not just similar, you are. The Zhang family was aggressive. So Su Chen temporarily abandoned his plan to train in the Great Wilderness mountain range. Returning to the burial sky realm, the woman in white appeared gracefully. Have you decided which person's inheritance to accept first? The woman in white remained indifferent, but she could always predict things ahead of time. I have decided. Su Chen nodded and sat cross-legged in front of the seventh tomb. The four ancient characters on the tombstone clearly read Hunyuan Danshan. Since this was a transcendent being known as the Dan God, after obtaining his inheritance, defeating a minor alchemist would naturally be a piece of cake. The woman in white showed no surprise, clearly aware of the happenings in the outside world. Although you are emotional and righteous, I still need to remind you that with your current cultivation and mental strength, forcing yourself to accept one person's inheritance is already the limit. To accept others' inheritances will probably take a long time afterward, the woman in white said. Eager for revenge, Su Chen initially planned to accept the inheritances of those martial arts powerhouses first. But plans change. If he couldn't resolve the current crisis, he and Yi Qingcheng's family would likely be bullied to death. Senior, I have made my decision, Su Chen said solemnly. The woman in white said no more. With a wave of her jade hand, the restrictions on the seventh tomb were instantly lifted. Boom! A powerful and unmatched mental fluctuation erupted, like a mountain roaring and a sea surging, causing the burial sky realm to tremble violently. Is this the terrifying mental power of the Dan God? Even though he had died many years ago, the inheritance left by the Hunyuan Danshan still retained his terrifying mental force, making Su Chen feel as if he were a floating reed in a raging sea, about to be destroyed at any moment. During the inheritance, one must not waver in their mind. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death, the woman in white reminded him. Boom! In the next moment, a brilliant divine light suddenly surged from within the tomb, like a stunning phoenix shot out by the divine sun of the nine heavens, filled with fiery, domineering, and violent mental power, directly piercing into Su Chen's forehead. Under the infusion of immense mental power, Su Chen's face instantly turned pale, feeling as if his mind and even soul were being roasted in fierce flames, on the verge of collapse. I must hold on, Su Chen roared inwardly, concentrating all his awareness, preparing to accept the inheritance. Rumble! The blazing divine light howled in, instantly filling Su Chen's sea of consciousness, like chaotic thunder exploding. An ancient scripture slowly began to condense within his sea of consciousness. Hunyuan Danjing, gathering the extraordinary fires of the heavens, refining the myriad things of the universe into the boundless and infinite, the profound mysteries of alchemy. A booming divine sound, like a great bell, suddenly erupted in Su Chen's mind as the ancient scripture slowly unfolded, mysterious symbols radiating the vastness of the Tao's profound meaning. Each golden character, as if a fireball, was branded into his mental sea. Enduring the intense pain, Su Chen gradually became deeply attracted to this profound alchemical scripture. He sat there, his whole body radiating crimson light, and the divine light burst from his forehead as he began to accept the inheritance of the Hunyuan Danjing. Chapter 11. The Daluo Commercial Alliance, Master Xianyang. As the vast divine light dissipated, the burial sky realm finally returned to tranquility. At this moment, Su Chen, with blood flowing from his 7 orifices, looked extremely disheveled. However, relying on his super-strong willpower, Su Chen persevered and successfully completed the inheritance. He had obtained the complete inheritance of the Hunyuan Danjing, various alchemical formulas, spirit-herb ratios, fire control techniques, and the mysteries of alchemy were all clearly imprinted in his sea of consciousness. Not bad. The woman in white nodded faintly and then disappeared. After leaving the burial sky realm, Su Chen took a nap to recover and felt full of vitality, with a fierce light radiating from his eyes. My mental power has actually increased significantly. This discovery surprised Su Chen greatly. For an alchemist, powerful mental strength is the most important thing. Mental power is divided into 9 levels, and only when it is extremely condensed, reaching the first level, can one have the opportunity to practice alchemy and become an alchemist. The first and second levels correspond to alchemists, the third and fourth levels correspond to alchemy masters, and the fifth and sixth levels correspond to Dao masters of alchemy. As for mental power above the 7th level, it is called a saint of alchemy, transcending the ordinary, possessing various mysterious and unpredictable powers. Su Chen's mental power was originally extraordinary, and after being tempered by the residual mental force of the Hunyuan Danshan, it had reached the peak of the 3rd level, already comparable to that of an alchemy master. But all of this was just minor achievements. The real gain was still that Hunyuan Danjing. The Hunyuan Danjing encompasses the alchemical experiences of the Hunyuan Danshan's entire life, ancient special effect formulas, and even powerful methods for mastering the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth. 3 mystical, true fire seal, using one's own essence, qi, and spirit as the foundation, creating fire seals and condensing the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth. This is the fire control divine technique uniquely created by the Hunyuan Danshan. After reaching great success, it can even turn the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth into one's own use, truly worthy of being the Dan God. Su Chen took a deep breath and exclaimed, "For an alchemist, besides powerful mental power, skilled alchemical techniques, and experience, the most important thing is the method of fire control. Some advanced fire control methods can even unleash the power of true fire or even heavenly fire from ordinary fire. Not only can it greatly increase the success rate of alchemy, shorten alchemy time, but it can also improve the quality of the elixirs. To put it bluntly, there's a world of difference in quality between an ordinary alchemist and one who masters fire control techniques when refining the same elixir. Moreover, the method of fire control is the alchemist's unique skill, which is rarely taught to others. Therefore, those who know it are extremely rare. The 3 mystical true fire seal, created by the Hunyuan Danshan, is definitely the top fire control method in the world. Even someone who doesn't know how to refine alchemy can become an alchemy master by mastering this method. Buzzing. Following the methods recorded in the Hunyuan Danjing. After experiencing repeated failures, Su Chen finally controlled the power of his essence, qi, and spirit, and in the Naiwan Palace, he condensed a faint, mysterious seal. This was the prototype of the 3 mystical, true fire seal. Although it was still just the initial pale red form, as Su Chen continuously expended his essence, qi, and spirit to refine it, the flame's prototype gradually stabilized. This 3 mystical true fire seal is indeed powerful. My true qi, physical bloodline, and mental strength are far beyond ordinary people, yet it is still so exhausting to practice. Just condensing the prototype left Su Chen feeling completely drained, utterly exhausted. Until the next day when he woke up leisurely, he flipped his palm, and suddenly a complex and profound symbol seal lit up. The burial sky, true qi within him, was released and transformed into blazing flames. A wave of heat rushed towards him. and the temperature of the flames exceeded ordinary fire by dozens of times, distorting the void. Great! With the help of this mystical, true fire seal. Even though my alchemical experience is still very shallow, it is enough to refine high-quality elixirs. Su Chen was overjoyed. The mystical true fire seal is not only a top-tier fire control divine technique, but also a terrifying ultimate skill. Just imagine in battle against enemies, forming a fire seal and controlling the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth to burn the sky and boil the seas. What a terrifying scene that would be. All the hardships and torments of these 3 days were worth it. Although the vast alchemical experiences in the Hunyuan Danjing still require him to slowly digest over time, the knowledge he has temporarily mastered is sufficient for his current needs. Pushing open the door, the sun was shining brightly outside, and a refreshing breeze was blowing. Qingzhu, I'm going out for a while. After resting, Su Chen changed into a neat outfit, his eyes like stars, full of vigor. Qingzhu, who had been waiting in the courtyard, suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She had only managed to keep a low profile for 2 or 3 days. And before she could catch her breath, this little ancestor was ready to go out again, and every time she did, trouble followed. Right now, Yi Qingchen was already overwhelmed dealing with the alchemist from the Zhang family, and she really didn't want Su Chen to stir up more trouble at this time. Young master, it's very chaotic outside right now. You should... Qingzhu frowned, her brows knitted and her face cold, directly blocking the entrance. Unexpectedly, Su Chen just dodged and, like a swimming dragon, slipped past her and appeared outside the door. Qingzhu was immediately stunned. Su Chen's speed was too fast, and his movements were so unique that even she, a martial artist at the 8th level of Qi martial realm, couldn't react in time. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble this time. If you don't go, I'll go myself. Su Chen smiled faintly and then walked out. Qingzhu was jolted awake, a hint of anger in her eyes, but she couldn't forcibly stop him, so she gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed. She couldn't let Su Chen go out alone. Fortunately, this time, Su Chen kept his word and was very calm on the way, heading straight to the center of the city to the Deluo Merchant Alliance. Qingzhu, it turns out I'm not someone who likes to cause trouble, unless someone provokes me. Su Chen smiled slightly at Qingzhu, then stepped into the Deluo Merchant Alliance. Qingzhu snorted coldly without responding, glancing up at the Deluo Merchant Alliance, filled with confusion. The Deluo Merchant Alliance was a large business association that originated from the Deluo dynasty and was now spread across surrounding countries. Moreover, the Deluo Merchant Alliance only dealt in high-end business, and everything inside was a treasure, extremely expensive, completely different from the ordinary businesses of the Yi and Zhang families. What was Su Chen, who could no longer cultivate, doing here? Although filled with confusion, Qingzhu dared not let Su Chen wander alone and hurriedly followed him inside. Inside the Deluo Merchant Alliance, the pavilions and palaces were magnificent, looking very grand. Although it seemed a bit deserted, the people who came and went were either wealthy gentry, young ladies of noble birth, or powerful martial artists. 2nd grade, top-grade Qi refining pills, 3rd grade high-level true essence pills, and 4th grade Xian Yuan pills. Indeed, it's a big merchant association. Su Chen walked directly to the pill counter, and with a glance, he recognized many rare pills. Even the same grade of the same type of pill had differences in quality. The mid-level or even low-level pills sold by the Yi and Zhang families were used by ordinary martial artists for daily cultivation, like plain tea and simple meals. But in the Deluo Merchant Alliance, the worst were high-level pills, and the variety was extremely rich, with each one being a fine product. The effects were better, and naturally, the prices were higher. Don't touch if you can't afford it. Our pills are treasures. If you break it, you'll have to compensate. A beautiful maid glanced at Su Chen, her tone very cold. Her keen eyes saw Su Chen's simple attire and the absence of any cultivation fluctuation, immediately identifying him as a poor boy who had never seen the world, merely here to open his eyes, and he couldn't afford anything. Oh, there's actually a 9-yang revitalization pill? Su Chen completely ignored the maid and looked at a blood-red pill displayed in a glass case, feeling a surge of interest. This was a high-quality fire tribute spirit pill, rumored to have the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bones. Carrying one with you was like having an extra life, so it was extremely precious. Unfortunately, the materials for refining the Nanyang revitalization pill were too rare, and over time, the recipe had been lost, which was why Su Chen was a bit surprised. What a pity, the fire temperature wasn't enough, and the refining time was too long, resulting in a significant loss of medicinal power. It's almost a wasted pill. Su Chen shook his head and sighed, then withdrew his gaze. What are you babbling about? Although Su Chen was muttering to himself, the beautiful maid heard him and immediately glared at Su Chen, shouting, "This is a top-grade spirit pill personally refined by Master Xianyang. How dare you say it's a wasted pill?" The surrounding people were stirred, and their gazes towards Su Chen were filled with contempt and disdain. A clueless poor kid actually dared to criticize the pills refined by Master Xianyang. He was too ignorant of his own limitations. Master Xianyang came from Beihuang City and was already an elder of the Royal Capital Pill Alliance, widely recognized as a master alchemist in the country. Who would dare to question the pills he refined? A wasted pill is a wasted pill. How can it still be sold? It seems the credibility of the Luo Merchant Alliance, ISNT, that impressive. Su Chen sneered. A wasted pill still has a price tag of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If it weren't for me noticing, I would have really spat blood buying it back. ISNT, this a scam? Dare to say our Luo Merchant Alliance has no credibility? The beautiful maid was furious, glaring at Su Chen and saying, "Are you here to cause trouble?" After speaking, she exchanged glances, and immediately two burly men in standard uniforms with battle swords at their waists approached, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. These two guards of the Luo Merchant Alliance were both masters at the 9th level of Qi Martial Realm. Qingzhu saw this and felt a headache coming. Wasn't he had said that they would never provoke trouble? But she couldn't just watch Su Chen get bullied, so she stepped forward, exuding a sharp sword intent. Immediately, the two guards showed a wary and apprehensive look. "Forget it, Qingzhu. We're not here to cause trouble. Since they don't welcome us, let us just leave," Su Chen said calmly, pressing down on the sword that was about to be drawn from Qingzhu's hand. He originally wanted to exchange for some high-quality herbs to refine pills. But now it seemed that the Luo Merchant Alliance was also not trustworthy. Qingzhu thought to herself, how did it end up with her being the one causing trouble? Wait, just as the two were about to leave, an old and urgent voice called out to them. An elderly man in an alchemist's robe, with a worried expression, hurriedly approached from behind. His tightly knitted brows indicated he seemed quite anxious. "Master Xianyang, wasn't Master Xianyang at the Royal Capital Pill Alliance? When did he return home? I didn't expect to have the opportunity to see the Master-'s grandeur." Even he was disturbed. That kid was finished. Even the city lord had to be respectful in front of Master Xianyang. That kid actually dared to slander the pills refined by him. It wouldn't be surprising if Master Xianyang directly threw him into the alchemy furnace and turned him into ashes. At the moment they saw the white-haired elder, everyone's face showed signs of awe. Qingzhu's heart sank. Things were not looking good. Alchemists with a transcendent status often had peculiar tempers and especially disliked others talking about the pills they refined. Especially this Master Xianyang, whose background was astonishing. If he got angry, not to mention just her and Su Chen, even the entire Yi family could be destroyed overnight. "Young master, you stirred up big trouble this time." Chapter 12. Nanyang Revitalization Pill. The sudden appearance of Master Xianyang instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. In the entire Dechu kingdom, Master Xianyang of the Pill Alliance was an extremely revered figure. This wild kid not only said our Luo Merchant Alliance has no credibility, but also shamelessly claimed that the pill you refined is a wasted pill. He is clearly here to cause trouble. The coldly beautiful maid quickly stepped forward respectfully to speak. However, Master Xianyang didn't even glance at her, merely sizing up Su Chen from head to toe. A teenager in his teens, aside from being quite confident in his demeanor, was otherwise utterly ordinary. "You say I refined a wasted pill. What evidence do you have?" Master Xianyang asked tentatively. "Kid, the master is asking you a question. If you can't provide a reason, you will be slandering the master and our Luo Merchant Alliance, and you won't be able to leave today." The coldly beautiful maid sneered. Seeing her young master being threatened, Qingzhu stepped forward in an instant, drawing her sword from its sheath. No need to get angry with this lowly thing. Su Chen stopped Qing Zhu and continued to ignore the angry cold beauty maid, turning to Master Xianyang and saying, although the 9-yang revitalizing pill is only a 4th-grade pill, it is an ancient formula that has long been lost. The main reasons for its early disappearance, aside from the scarcity of refining materials, are that it cannot be refined without high-level fire control techniques or extraordinary heavenly fire. At this point, Su Chen added, although Master is renowned across the country, I don't believe you possess these conditions. Master Xianyang is a master of alchemy, but high-level fire control techniques and extraordinary heavenly fire are things even alchemy masters and alchemy saints can only dream of. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Fire control techniques are extremely rare. They are the ultimate skills of every great alchemist, and many even refuse to pass them on, even if they fall. As for extraordinary heavenly fire, that is more of a legend than anything else. If it were so easy to control, it wouldn't be called extraordinary heavenly fire. Not to mention the small city of Beihuang, even in the great Chu kingdom, there are probably very few people who know of such existences. Everyone did not believe it, thinking that Su Chen was talking nonsense. However, Master Xianyang's eyes brightened for a moment, and he eagerly asked, may I know your esteemed surname and who you learned from? My name is Su Chen, and I am self-taught. Su Chen replied. Su Chen? That name sounds familiar. All right, the son-in-law recruited by the Yi family not long ago seems to have that name. What? He is that famous Wei's son-in-law? As everyone realized, the distrust in their eyes immediately turned into disdain. A waste who has lost his bloodline talent and has no cultivation actually dares to brag here about fire control techniques and extraordinary heavenly fire? He is just a show-off. And they almost got fooled. The crowd shook their heads and snorted coldly. Master, you are new here and may not know, but this Yi family son-in-law is completely a waste. How could he understand alchemy? He is clearly here to cause trouble. The cold beauty maid added with malice, having long hated Su Chen for repeatedly ignoring her. Slap! A loud slap landed on the cold beauty maid's face, collapsing her nose and making her spit blood. The cold beauty maid was stunned. The others were also confused. The one who struck was not Su Chen or Qing Zhu, but Master Xianyang himself. How dare you interrupt while I am discussing with my young friend Su Chen? Master Xianyang's demeanor changed from gentle to stern, his expression cold and fierce, like an enraged lion, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. It was a natural authority built from years of being in a high position. Young friend Su Chen is my esteemed guest, and you dare to speak disrespectfully? Guards, take her out and give her 20 lashes. Master Xianyang was already troubled by the matter of the 9-yang revitalizing pill, and after finding a glimmer of hope in Su Chen, he couldn't suppress the anger that had built up over the past few days after being interrupted multiple times. Otherwise, with his status, he wouldn't have personally dealt with a mere maid. The cold beauty maid trembled in fear, covering her face. 20 lashes could take half her life. She quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Master, spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please have mercy. Master Xianyang had no patience to talk to her anymore. He waved his hand impatiently, and the 2 guards immediately stepped forward to drag the cold beauty maid out. Young friend, Su Chen has been wronged. This is all due to the ignorance of those below. Please, in consideration of my old face, let us move to the inner chamber so I can express my apologies properly, Master Xianyang said very enthusiastically to Su Chen, his eyes filled with anticipation. All right. Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Since the other party was so eager to invite him, he was not the kind of person to be unfriendly. Moreover, he had indeed come to purchase a batch of high-quality herbs for alchemy, but the cold beauty maid had completely dampened his spirits. Good, please follow me, young friend. Master Xianyang was overjoyed, personally leading the way to the back. The people in the hall were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. Master Xianyang was such a prominent figure, not only a senior member of the Alchemy Alliance, but also a guest elder of the Deluo Merchant Alliance. And he had close relationships with many famous martial arts experts. How could such a transcendent figure place such importance on a waste son-in-law? Could it be that what he said about fire control techniques and extraordinary heavenly fire was really true? Everyone looked at Su Chen's departing figure, their eyes filled with confusion, disbelief, and more so, envy. Regardless of who it was, anyone who could befriend Master Xianyang would immediately soar to great heights, and no one would dare provoke them. Inside the Deluo Merchant Alliance, Master Xianyang directly invited Su Chen into a luxurious private room. Qing Zhu, who followed behind, still wore an expression of disbelief but didn't ask further, simply standing obediently at the door. Young friend, Su Chen has been wronged. A cup of thin tea is a small token of respect. Master Xianyang personally received him, being extremely warm. Master, you are being too polite. Taking the tea, Su Chen smiled lightly and said, but I don't think you are just lowering yourself to apologize, right? Hee. Young friend sees through it at a glance. I will be straightforward. I have been researching the 9-yang revitalizing pill for a long time, but have not been able to refine it successfully. You seem to be very familiar with it. May I ask if you could enlighten me a bit? Master Xianyang sat beside Su Chen, his face full of expectation. Although he had fortunately obtained the formula for the 9-yang revitalizing pill, he had been unable to fully comprehend it after a long time of study. And the pills he refined were naturally all waste pills. Then why sell the waste pills? Su Chen asked. Originally, such waste pills should not be sold. However, the materials for the 9-yang revitalizing pill are too precious, and its effects are powerful. Even waste pills have high value. Otherwise, how could a genuine 9-yang revitalizing pill be priced at over $1 million? Su Chen was a pure martial artist, focused solely on becoming stronger and aiming for the peak. Waste pills were naturally worthless in his eyes. On the other hand, merchants pursue profit and will not miss any valuable business. So it is not that the Deluo Merchant Alliance has a bad reputation. It is merely a difference in perspective. After listening to Master Xianyang's patient explanation, Su Chen understood a bit more. The difficulty in refining the 9-yang revitalizing pill is mainly because the fire attribute energy in the refining materials varies, being strong or weak, and it must be completely neutralized and melted together. If the various fire attribute energies cannot be neutralized and impurities are not thoroughly removed, and one hastens to form pills, what is refined is naturally waste pills. Su Chen said slowly. Upon hearing this, Master Xianyang suddenly felt enlightened and was filled with joy. This was exactly what he had been unable to comprehend for days, but Su Chen had revealed it in one sentence. It was clear that this seemingly ordinary Yi family son-in-law had an extremely profound understanding of alchemy. May I ask, young friend, besides high-level fire control techniques and extraordinary heavenly fire, is there any other way to neutralize those fire attribute energies? Master Xianyang asked eagerly. However, Su Chen simply shook his head. If it were that easy to find a solution, the 9-yang revitalizing pill wouldn't have been lost. Is there really no hope? Master Xianyang slumped stiffly in his chair, his heart already sinking into despair. Both high-level fire control techniques and extraordinary heavenly fire were far beyond his reach, and he could not find them even after searching the great Chu kingdom and nearby countries. Nothing is absolute in this world. Su Chen casually took a sip of tea and said, perhaps I could give it a try. Really? Young friend is confident? Master Xianyang suddenly jumped up, his face filled with excitement. Of course, but I won't do it for free. These materials will serve as a reward. Isn't that reasonable? Saying this, Su Chen directly took out the list of materials he had prepared. These alchemy materials were all high quality and in large quantities, and only the Deluo Merchant Alliance in the entire Beihuang City could provide them. Master Xianyang took the list and glanced at it briefly, then excitedly said to Su Chen, not much, not much. As long as you can help me refine the Jiuyang Huichundan, I will reward you handsomely. After unexpectedly obtaining the recipe for the Jiuyang Huichundan, he immediately returned to his hometown to enter seclusion for research, intending to use the Jiuyang Huichundan to further awaken his Xianyang bloodline. Otherwise, at his current age of 100, he might never hope to become a master alchemist. This is a matter of great importance concerning his life and future. He wouldn't hesitate to pay any price. In that case, take me to the alchemy chamber. Su Chen nodded. Getting these materials without any cost also lightened Yi Qingqing's burden. Good. Please, young friend, come inside. Master Xianyang immediately guided Su Chen through a hidden door in the elegant room, arriving at an underground alchemy chamber. This was Master Xuanyang's place of seclusion. In the center stood an ancient alchemy cauldron, with a rich medicinal fragrance wafting through the air, and various precious spiritual herbs were casually placed around the room, countless in number. However, the area around the cauldron was covered in blackened powder, emitting a choking black smoke, clearly indicating that Master Xuanyang had failed in alchemy more than once. If you need anything, young friend, just let me know. I will assist you here, Master Xuanyang said with a smile. Su Chen knew that the other party wanted to observe and learn, but he didn't mind. The ultimate techniques of the Hunyuan Dan God cannot be mastered simply by observation and imitation. Chapter 13. The Dan is complete, accepting disciples. As Su Chen began the alchemy process, Master Xuanyang held his breath, filled with excitement. He had high expectations for Su Chen. Although the Zhuyang Huichun Dan he had refined was a failed product, after some processing, most people wouldn't be able to tell. Moreover, it was unlikely for anyone to have such a detailed understanding of fire control techniques and the unique flames of heaven and earth, except for the renowned alchemists in the royal capital, who might not even have heard of it. Therefore, in his eyes, Su Chen was undoubtedly an extraordinary master of alchemy. Although Su Chen claimed to be self-taught, he was certain that the other party had a master behind him, possibly even a Dan saint. Just thinking about this made Master Xuanyang's heart race with excitement. But then he was dumbfounded. Su Chen approached the cauldron, lightly waved his left hand, and threw all the precious materials into the furnace at once. What? Master Xuanyang was completely stunned. Those precious materials were of extremely high grade. Even if he had painstakingly summoned the earth vein fire, he could not completely refine their medicinal power, which was why he had produced failed pills. Not to mention him. Even those renowned alchemists would carefully refine each material one by one to activate their medicinal power and energy. Alchemy is a highly precise and meticulous task. Su Chen's bold and reckless approach was unheard of throughout history. Did he not know how to refine pills? Master Xuanyang's heart sank. The materials for the Zhuyang Huichun Dan were already incredibly rare. Using one meant that one less was available. However, at that moment, Su Chen's right hand suddenly produced intricate seals, instantly controlling the raging earth vein fire, which changed colors from red to blue to white, shifting rapidly, dazzling the eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of intense earth vein fire rose up like small fire dragons, coiling around the precious materials and starting a frenzied calcination. Moments later, strands of medicinal fragrance began to waft out. Master Xuanyang's eyes nearly popped out. The precious materials did not conflict with each other and fail. Instead, they each activated pure medicinal power and energy. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders watched the details. As a renowned alchemist in the Daju Kingdom, who had immersed himself in alchemy since childhood and had been guided by a master alchemist, Master Xuanyang had shown great humility and enthusiasm towards Su Chen earlier. But that was merely a means to win hearts. Deep down, he was still extremely proud and arrogant. However, compared to Su Chen at this moment, he had to admit that the other party's techniques were far more skilled and refined, with movements flowing like clouds and water, seemingly containing strands of mysterious Tao rhythm, as if he were an ancient monster who had immersed himself in the way of alchemy for hundreds or thousands of years. Such astonishing techniques, not to mention him. Even a master alchemist who had guided him could not compare. Boom! Flames flickered from Su Chen's hands, as if great Tao runes were emerging, revealing strands of mysterious power, perfectly controlling the earth vein fire, sometimes violently, sometimes gently, far exceeding the power of the earth vein fire itself. This level of fine control over the flames had reached the point of turning decay into magic. Every small movement was executed to perfection, emitting a mysterious rhythm that only alchemists could sense. These alchemists merely followed the experiences of their predecessors, adhering to the prescriptions and descriptions of the recipes, mechanically and rigidly determining when to add what materials and what temperatures to use. In contrast, Su Chen's alchemy was an art. This completely shattered Master Xuanyang's understanding. What seemed like chaos and disorder actually had a mysterious Tao rhythm flowing through it, resonating with the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. As if alchemy was meant to be this way. He truly mastered the art of fire control. Moreover, this method was too profound and unfathomable. Master Xianyang could hardly breathe, staring with bloodshot eyes, trying to record every moment without missing a detail. Unfortunately, he simply could not comprehend it. The mysterious seals flowing from Su Chen's fingers seemed to be the evolution of the rules of heaven and earth, filled with endless profundities. Soon, an hour passed. The precious materials, shimmering with various colors, had all been refined into thick liquids, merging like celestial dew, exuding a rich fragrance that invigorated the spirit. The final merging of the pills, under Su Chen's incredible techniques, was as smooth as flowing water, completed in one go. Boom! The cauldron shook violently, releasing endless explosive fire attribute energy, causing the entire alchemy chamber to tremble. Brilliant rays of light, like the stunning sun, shot out from within the cauldron. A total of 9 beams, signaling the successful completion of the Beihuang City. He really succeeded. Master Xianyang could hardly believe it. When he refined it before, at most, only one beam of stunning light would burst forth, and it would vanish in an instant. But now, those beams lingered surrounding the pill, as if 9 suns were in the sky together. An extraordinary phenomenon had occurred, just like the records in ancient texts. Master Xianyang could no longer contain his excitement and rushed forward, carefully examining the pill in his hands. The pill was warm as jade, radiant as the sun, imprinted with 9 golden, shimmering mysterious runes, as if outlining the mysterious principles of heaven and earth, endowing the pill with unparalleled power. Master Xianyang was nearly beside himself with excitement, dancing around, unable to calm down. This was capable of evolving his bloodline talent, a great fortune that would allow him to ascend to the status of a master alchemist in the future. It was remarkable that he hadn't gone mad with joy. Shouldn't the master fulfill his promise? Seeing the ecstatic and oblivious Master Xianyang, Su Chen said calmly. Master Xianyang suddenly woke up, but when he turned to look at Su Chen, who was unflustered and calm, his heart was filled with awe. When he refined the Beihuang City, despite repeatedly failing, it took him a whole day or even longer, and he ended up exhausted. But Su Chen, in just 1 hour, he succeeded and looked as if nothing had happened. It was simply unbelievable. Master Xianyang was instantly convinced, and then, as if he had made an important decision, he suddenly knelt down in front of Su Chen. Master, please accept your disciple Xuanyang's bow. Master Xianyang respectfully worshipped, his tone filled with fervent reverence. This time, it was Su Chen who was somewhat taken aback. As a renowned alchemy master, how could he be so careless? But then he realized that the other party must be coveting his Samadhi true fire seal. Master, I will help you refine pills, and you provide me with pill materials. This is a fair trade. There is no need for formal apprenticeship. Su Chen said with a slight frown, somewhat on guard. Rest assured, Master, I would never dare to covet your fire control techniques. As long as I can follow you and learn even a fraction of your alchemical skills, I will be completely satisfied. Master Xianyang certainly understood the preciousness of the fire control techniques and did not dare to hope for too much. Just Su Chen's astonishing alchemy skills and various special techniques for dissolving solutions and condensing pills were enough for him to learn for a lifetime. He believed that following Su Chen would surely allow him to become a master of alchemy, rather than relying on the mere 30% hope offered by the 9-yang revitalization pill. Moreover, if he served his master well in the future, he might only need to be taught a bit about fire control techniques to have a chance at becoming a world-renowned alchemist. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, he would regret it for life. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Master Xianyang knelt down, his eyes filled with determination, fervor, and anticipation. Su Chen did not expect this old guy to be so persistent. But then he thought that he was currently weak in Beihuang City and had faced quite a bit of jealousy from others. If he accepted Master Xianyang, even as just a bodyguard, it would be a good choice. All right, in that case, I will accept you as an honorary disciple for now. You may rise. Su Chen pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Master Xianyang was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude, presenting a large bundle, declaring his loyalty. These are the materials you need. Master, all of them are precious items. If you have any tasks in the future, just let me know. and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. After receiving it, Su Chen suddenly thought of something. Since that's the case, you can handle the matter of the Zhang family hiring an alchemist to suppress the Yi family's business. With a free bodyguard available, it was naturally a good deal, especially since this was Master Xian Yang's expertise. Meanwhile, Su Chen could focus on refining pills and enhancing his cultivation, achieving two goals at once. Rest assured, Master, this is just a small matter. I will not let you down, Master Xian Yang immediately vowed. This was a great opportunity to build a relationship with Su Chen. However, I prefer to keep a low profile, so we need to keep our matters confidential until my cultivation improves. I don't want to be too public to avoid drawing unwanted attention. After all, the fire control techniques were too precious and could easily attract covetous eyes. Master Xian Yang understood this and immediately swore that without the Master's orders, he would not leak a word. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. You can rest assured. Since I have accepted you as my disciple, I will certainly not treat you unfairly in the future. The inheritance of the Hunyuan Dan god was immensely powerful. Even if he did not pass on the Samadhi True Fire seal, just giving Master Xian Yang a bit of guidance would elevate his alchemical level by a notch. Master Xian Yang was naturally overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. After leaving the elegant room, Qing Zhu was still waiting outside. We got the materials, let's go, Su Chen said and walked out. Did you not pay? Qing Zhu asked, puzzled. They were given to me, Su Chen replied lightly. How is that possible? Qing Zhu found it hard to believe. Given Master Xian Yang's status, it was already remarkable that he did not make things difficult for Su Chen. Yet he actually gave him gifts? I say it's my charm that moved him, making him voluntarily offer gifts to apologize. Do you believe it? Su Chen smiled mysteriously and then walked away. Qing Zhu rolled her eyes and thought to herself, I believe you're right. However, as she left the Daluo Chamber of Commerce with Su Chen, no one came to collect money, which was indeed strange. But she was cold-hearted. Since Su Chen did not mention it, she did not ask further. As long as this young master was safe and sound, avoiding trouble, she would consider it a blessing. Chapter 14. Master Xian Yang comes to the rescue. Yi Family Guild. This is the largest shop of the Yi family in Beihuang City. Although it is not as luxurious as the Daluo Chamber of Commerce, it is still quite substantial, managing all Yi family businesses in Beihuang City and its surroundings. Outside, dark clouds hung low, and cold winds and rain swept through. Inside the guild, it was cold and desolate, the atmosphere oppressive. Yi Qingchang stood on the rooftop, gazing at the bustling Zhang family guild across the street, her face filled with melancholy. Ever since the Zhang family hired that alchemist from the royal capital, the Yi family guild had become deserted, with no customers in recent days. Yi Qingchang had been busy in the Yi family guild for the past few days, trying every possible means, even continuously lowering prices, but to no avail. The Yi family's main business was pill making, and the quality of the pills was naturally the most critical factor determining business success. Although Yi Qingcheng was intelligent and well-versed in commerce, her lack of cultivation rendered her powerless to change the quality of the pills. Miss. Suddenly, a servant rushed upstairs, looking panicked and out of breath. It's bad, miss. Our alchemist, he is missing. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng's heart sank, and she hurriedly asked, What happened? I don't know. After he returned yesterday, he never showed up again. I went to his residence and found it empty, and he was nowhere to be seen, the servant said, looking anxious. Did you withhold his salary? Yi Qingcheng asked again. No, not only did we not withhold it, but we also gave him 30% more than usual as per your instructions, and as a result, the servant's words were cut off when another servant rushed in. Not good, miss. Our alchemist has gone to the Zhang family. They offered him double the salary. They are trying to ruin our Yi family, the servant said angrily. Yi Qingchang felt as if struck by lightning. Miss, that alchemist was supported by you when he was destitute, and you helped him greatly to achieve his current success. Now he is being ungrateful. This is simply too despicable. Should we send someone to bring him back? The servant said indignantly. However, Yi Qingcheng could only smile bitterly and wave her hand. It's fate. Let him go. Since the Zhang family has poached that alchemist, they won't let the Yi family take him back. Besides, if we raise the price again, with the Yi family's current financial straits, We can't compete with the flourishing Zhang family. Although she knew this, Yi Qingcheng could not help but feel heartache. Indeed, human nature is cold. Amidst the pain, despair arose in Yi Qingcheng. The alchemist was the pillar of the pill business. The Yi family had already been severely suppressed by the Zhang family, and now even the alchemist had run away. The Yi family stronghold was about to collapse. Yi Qingcheng's face turned pale, and her vision darkened, nearly causing her to fall off the roof. Fortunately, Lan Xiang hurriedly supported her. "Miss, there will be a way when we reach the mountain. We have faced perilous situations before. As long as you are here, everything will be fine." Lan Xiang comforted her understandingly. However, Yi Qingcheng could only smile bitterly. This danger was unlike any before, and she had no strength left to turn the tide. "By the way, the young master said he would help you. You must hold on," Lan Xiang continued to advise. Yet, as soon as those words were spoken, even she herself was somewhat disbelieving. It's been 3 days, and Su Chen hasn't shown his face at all. Su Chen? A glimmer of light flickered in Yi Qingcheng's despairing eyes, but it quickly dimmed again as she sighed. "Forget it. It is what it is. I'm tired." Just as Lan Xiang was helping Yi Qingcheng down the stairs, they suddenly bumped into the maid Xiujia, who also looked hurried and seemed even more anxious than the previous 2 servants. "Miss is already very tired. Let's talk about it later," Lan Xiang said, giving Xiujia a knowing look. However, the usually composed Xiujia shook her head in panic, gasping for breath as she said, "We can't wait any longer. Master Xianyang is here." "Who?" "Master Xianyang, the one who serves as an elder in both the Alchemy Alliance and the Deluo Merchants Alliance," Lan Xiang said in disbelief. "In the past 100 years, there has been such a formidable figure in Beihuang City. Who doesn't know him? It's him. He's already inside and specifically asked to see the young lady," Xiujia said anxiously. "How could Master Xianyang come to our Yi family-esque guild? Could it be that the Zhang family invited him?" Lan Xiang thought to herself, but didn't dare to say it out loud, fearing it would further distress Yi Qingcheng. The Yi family had no connection with Master Xianyang. Rather, it was the alchemist invited by the Zhang family from the royal capital, who was of the same path as Master Xianyang in the Alchemy Alliance. If the other party had ill intentions, Lan Xiang didn't dare to think further. "Xiujia, take good care of Master Xianyang. I'll be there right away," Yi Qingcheng said, trying to gather her spirits. "Miss you." Lan Xiang was very worried about Yi Qingcheng's health. After all, she was a powerless mortal and had already exhausted herself over the past few days. What is meant to come will come. Yi Qingcheng took a deep breath and, with Lan Xiang's support, went to the reception hall. In the reception hall, Master Xianyang sat expressionlessly in a chair. After Xiujia served tea and fruits, she didn't dare to say a word, only standing anxiously at the side. When Yi Qingcheng entered, the usually placid Master Xianyang suddenly broke into a warm smile and even stood up to greet her. "I presume this is Miss Yi? I've heard that Miss Yi has taken charge of the Yi family guild at such a young age. I truly admire you." Upon hearing this, both Lan Xiang and Xiujia were stunned. What extraordinary existence Master Xianyang was. How could he be so polite to their young lady? No, not just polite. The enthusiasm on his face even carried a hint of flattery. Could it be a dream? Although Yi Qingcheng was also surprised. She had seen many storms and maintained a relatively calm demeanor as she said, "Master, you flatter me. You are the pride of our entire Beihuang City. Please, have a seat." At this moment, Lan Xiang noticed that after she helped Yi Qingcheng sit down, Master Xianyang, who had been standing in front of the chair, finally took his seat, still smiling as he said, No, Miss Yi is the pride of Beihuang City, and perhaps she will have the opportunity to become the pride of the great Chu kingdom." "What is going on?" Yi Qingcheng felt perplexed but still asked nervously, "Master, since you personally visited, may I ask what brings you here?" Master Xianyang had been quietly observing Yi Qingcheng. This beautiful and graceful woman truly stood out, even catching the attention of someone like him who was used to the beauties of the royal capital. Although she was a mortal who could not cultivate, it didn't seem matter. As long as Su Chen was around, her future was undoubtedly limitless. He needed to curry favor with her beforehand. "Oh, I heard that the Yi family guild has been having troubles lately, so I came to offer my assistance," Master Xianyang said, regaining his composure and stroking his beard with a smile. Is what the master said true? At this moment, even Yi Qingcheng could not remain calm, standing up and speaking excitedly. Of course it's true, as long as Missy doesn't team mine my low alchemical skills, Master Xianyang said humbly. Lan Xiang and Xiao Jiao were once again stunned. The person before them was a genuine alchemy master. He had personally refined 4th-grade pills. Who in the Great Chu Kingdom would dare to say that he had low alchemical skills? What was even more unbelievable was that such a master-level figure, usually difficult to meet even with heavy spending and connections, had now taken the initiative to come and help. It should be noted that the alchemist invited by the Zhang family from the royal capital was merely a practitioner who could refine top-grade 2nd-grade pills. The gap between him and Master Xianyang was not small at all. Could it be that this alchemist was short on money? That was impossible. He could easily refine a few 4th-grade pills and sell them for sky-high prices. Even selling the Yi family would not be enough to support him. If the master is willing to help, our Yi family naturally would be overjoyed. Yi Qingcheng could see that the other party was not joking, but still nervously asked, "May I know what the master needs? Our Yi family will do our utmost to satisfy." Although she knew that the other party's conditions would surely be harsh, and that the Yi family might not be able to bear them. But for this unique opportunity, Yi Qingcheng still tried to ask. Haha, Missy is too polite. Master Xianyang quickly waved his hand with a smile. This time, I will not take a single coin. I only need Miss Yi to remember this favor, and I will be satisfied. Lan Xiang and Xiao Jiao were already at a loss. Master Xianyang's repeated astonishing actions made them feel like they were dreaming. Yi Qingcheng was also left speechless, realizing how little her personal favor was worth. However, Master Xianyang did not elaborate further, standing up and saying, "If Missy has no other questions, I can start refining pills right now to help the Yi family regain their business." "Of course, no problem. Master, please." Yi Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stood up, personally leading Master Xianyang to the alchemy room. The oppressive pain, desolation, and despair in her heart vanished in an instant, making Yi Qingcheng feel invigorated. A nationally renowned alchemy master. The fact that he personally opened the furnace to refine pills would surely create a sensation throughout the city in no time. Soon, martial artists from Beihuang City and surrounding areas would flock in, competing for the chance to acquire his pills. Master Xianyang's reputation was not something an ordinary alchemist could compare with. "Miss, what on earth is going on?" When Yi Qingcheng returned to the reception hall, Lan Xiang and Xiao Jiao finally came to their senses and asked in disbelief. Yi Qingcheng shook her head. "I don't know. But since Master Xianyang is willing to help, it is our fortune. You must treat him well and not neglect him." Lan Xiang and Xiao Jiao nodded in agreement. Soon, the news that Master Xianyang was refining pills at the Yi Family Guild spread. Master Xianyang is refining pills at the Yi Family Guild? That's impossible. Master Xianyang was such a transcendent existence. How could the Yi family possibly invite him? They must be fabricating rumors to buy time. Even delaying would be useless. The Yi family was doomed this time. Upon hearing the news, the people from the Zhang Family Guild scoffed. Chapter 15. The Master Takes Action. The Zhang family seeks peace. Like the people from the Zhang Family Guild, initially no one believed that Master Xianyang would refine pills at the Yi Family Guild, until a martial artist who had been stuck at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm for many years sought a breakthrough and tried to buy a bottle of 2nd-grade pills from the Yi Family Guild, only to successfully break through to the true martial realm. Just one bottle of pills broke my years-long bottleneck. This must be top-grade 2nd-grade pills. The martial artist who broke through was extremely excited. With his promotion, his friends and relatives also came to the Yi Family Guild to purchase a batch of pills, only to find that all of them were excellent quality. Word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and more people flocked in. Of course, the pills refined by Master Xianyang are of the highest quality. Even in the royal capital where powerful figures abound, they are a gold standard, sought after by countless strong individuals. For the low-level martial artists in Beihuang City, these are priceless treasures. The effects of top-grade pills are the best, and their side effects are the lowest, making them most suitable for martial artists to break through. Naturally, they're also very expensive, several times higher than ordinary pills of the same grade, and usually only available from the Deluo Merchants Alliance, which ordinary martial artists could hardly afford. However, the top-grade pills at the Yi Family Guild were aimed at the general public and were affordably priced. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? Beihuang City was in an uproar. Countless people were carrying large and small bags of spirit stones, even selling their pots and pans to rush to the Yi Family Guild. Even if they didn't need them now, they wanted to stock up as they could make a huge profit by reselling them later. In an instant, the streets of Beihuang City were filled with people, and the doors of the Yi Family Guild were nearly broken down. The long line even extended to the entrance of the Zhang Family Guild across the street and continued to grow rapidly. The people at the Zhang Family Guild were left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, their place was bustling with activity, but in the blink of an eye, it was completely empty, with even their internal staff quietly joining the queue. Soon, the higher-ups of the Zhang family were alerted, staring at the elixirs bought from the Yi Family Guild on the table, falling into silence. The efficacy of the elixirs was perfectly preserved, with not a trace of leakage. They were indeed top-tier elixirs. How could this be? The alchemists sponsored by the Yi family have all been poached by us. Where did they get these top-tier elixirs? I suspect they bought them at a high price from the Deluo Business Alliance and are selling them at a low price, trying to engage in a price war with our Zhang family. This is the only possibility. After all, Master Xianyang is such a figure. How could he go to the Yi Family Guild? If that's the case, even if the Yi family exhausts their family resources, they won't last long. We'll just wait and see. The higher-ups of the Zhang family were not worried for the time being. After all, this kind of high-price buying and low-price selling business is akin to suicide. However, an entire day passed, and the Yi Family Guild was still incredibly popular, with people unwilling to leave even at night. Excited individuals kept running out of the Yi Family Guild, shouting about striking it rich or having a breakthrough. By the next day, people from nearby cities flocked to Beihuang City, completely blocking the surrounding markets. The crowd was surging, a truly spectacular sight. At the Yi Family Guild, facing the increasingly booming scene, everyone was exhausted to the point of near collapse. Yet their faces were still filled with excited and invigorated smiles. In just one day, they had achieved the profits they would usually make in a month. Who would be excited? During this time, many suggested that Yi Qingcheng raise the prices. Given the current situation, top-tier elixirs had deeply resonated with the people. Even if the price was raised 2 or 3 times, people would still buy, allowing them to make a huge profit. However, Yi Qingcheng decisively refused. The soaring profits were indeed tempting, but her inherently calm and wise nature made her understand that all of this was brought about by Master Xianyang. Yet she still hadn't figured out the true intentions behind Master Xianyang's proactive assistance. Moreover, Master Xianyang could not remain at the Yi Family Guild forever. If she raised the prices now, although people would still buy, they would definitely harbor resentment. Once Master Xianyang left, the credibility of the Yi Family Guild would be completely ruined, and they might even become like a rat in the street. Yi Qingcheng was meticulous in her thoughts and despised unscrupulous business practices. Her vision had always been long-term, and the facts prove that she was right. At the Zhang Family Guild, the higher-ups of the Zhang family, who had been anxious for 2 days, could no longer sit still. They had been waiting for a long time, but there were still no signs of the Yi Family Guild faltering. On the contrary, it was becoming more and more popular. When they gathered all the family higher-ups and alchemists to prepare a countermeasure, the alchemists they had invited from the royal capital jumped up upon seeing the elixirs bought from the Yi Family Guild. "I'm sorry, everyone, our cooperation ends here." After saying this, the alchemist hurriedly packed his things, looking rather flustered. "Chenfeng, why is that?" Although the situation had changed over the past 2 days, our Zhang family has never mistreated you. The head of the Zhang family quickly tried to retain him. Chenfeng's wife was a distant cousin of the head of the Zhang family, and it was through this relationship that they could spend a fortune to invite Chenfeng from the royal capital to help. But at this moment, no matter how the head of the Zhang family tried to retain him, pulling relatives and leveraging connections, even making heavy promises, Chenfeng remained unmoved. This elixir was indeed personally refined by Master Xianyang. He has taught me well, and no matter what, I cannot be his enemy. Farewell. After saying this, Chenfeng hurriedly left, heading straight for the Yi Family Guild. Relatives? Connections? Compared to his own future, they meant nothing. What? It really is Master Xianyang. The people of the Zhang family were all dumbfounded, feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. The alchemist they had poached from the Yi family was now as pale as a sheet, regretting it to the extreme. If he had stayed at the Yi family guild, he could have established a relationship with the renowned Master Xianyang and even had the opportunity to join the Alchemist Alliance. But now, having betrayed his trust, he had offended the Yi family guild, which was backed by Master Xianyang, and he would have no way to survive in the entire alchemist industry in the future. Head, what should we do? The higher-ups of the Zhang family were now panicking. Immediately stop all business suppression against the Yi family guild, return all occupied shops, and close the doors to negotiate with the Yi family. Let us get through this period first. Coming back to his senses, the head of the Zhang family issued several commands in succession, panic-stricken. If even Chen Feng dared not offend Master Xianyang, how could he? After hearing this, the higher-ups of the Zhang family slumped in their chairs like deflated balloons, their hearts filled with despair. This time, they truly lost more than they gained. At the Yi family guild, Master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. The hastily arriving Chen Feng directly knelt before Master Xianyang, his expression earnest and panicked. If Master Xianyang did not forgive him, he would have no way to survive in the Alchemist Alliance in the future. You truly are unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, instead of diligently studying alchemy in the Alchemist Alliance. You dare to come here to cause trouble. Master Xianyang reprimanded Chen Feng, then gave him a knowing glance. However, you did not offend me. Chen Feng understood and immediately turned to Yi Qingcheng to apologize. I did not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth and offended Miss Yi. I sincerely apologize this time. I am willing to pay any price as compensation. Although he did not understand the relationship between Master Xianyang and Yi Qingcheng, he could tell that Master Xianyang was very courteous to Yi Qingcheng and even seemed to be flattering her. How could he not sincerely apologize? Lanxiang and Xiujuan were once again stunned. The alchemist from the Alchemist Alliance, whom they had to pay a fortune to reach before, was now kneeling before Yi Qingcheng seeking forgiveness. Ignorance is no blame. Please rise. Yi Qingcheng was still quite magnanimous. You can be spared death, but it's hard to escape punishment for life. I will punish you to stay at the Yi family guild until you help the Yi family cultivate a qualified alchemist. Do you understand? Master Xianyang said without mercy. I understand. Chen Feng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly said to Yi Qingcheng, Please, Miss Yi, forgive my past transgressions and take me in. I will definitely do my utmost. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the Yi family guild, and Yi Qingcheng naturally agreed. However, her doubts were growing. Master Xianyang's actions were increasingly suggestive of flattery. What was the reason behind all this? At the Yi family residence, Su Chen walked out of the alchemy room, feeling relaxed. The matters of the Yi family guild should be about resolved, right? These past few days, he had been busy refining the materials brought back from the Deluo Business Alliance into elixirs, truly oblivious to outside affairs. With his alchemy level, the elixirs he refined were naturally of top-tier quality, and their efficacy would far exceed those personally refined by Master Xianyang. They included everything from enhancing cultivation to breaking through realms. Cousin-in-law, Master Xianyang personally went to the Yi family guild to refine elixirs, causing a stir throughout the city. The Zhang family has already closed its doors and sent a peace treaty. It's truly unbelievable. Qingzhu hurriedly approached, telling Su Chen about the events of the past few days. Her face still bore an expression of disbelief. That's good. Su Chen nodded, his expression calm. Everything was as expected. If Master Xianyang personally intervened, if he still couldn't deal with an alchemist, then he would have no reason to continue. However, he didn't expect Master Xianyang to have that alchemist named Chen Feng stay at the Yi family guild. That was beyond his expectations. Is he starting to curry favor with your master's wife now? Su Chen shook his head and smiled, casually tossing a pale blue pill to Qingzhu. You've been stuck at the 8th level of Qi martial realm for a year now, right? Taking this pill should help you break through. Qingzhu's loyalty and dedication were impeccable, and she had been guarding the alchemy room all this time, so Su Chen naturally wouldn't treat her unfairly. Besides, helping her refine pills was an easy task for him. Qingzhu quickly caught it and was immediately stunned. A second-grade barrier-breaking pill. And it's a top-tier one. The second-grade barrier-breaking pill can help martial artists in the Qi martial realm break through to the next minor realm. Such breakthrough pills are far more precious than pills used for daily cultivation to improve one's cultivation level. In the Daluo Merchant Alliance, one would cost over 10,000 spirit stones. Qingzhu was well aware that Su Chen, given his status, definitely couldn't afford it. Young master, you refined this personally? Qingzhu looked at Su Chen in disbelief, suddenly remembering something. Could it be that Master Xianyang personally came to the Yi family's guild because of you? Chapter 16. Breaking through Qi and forming weapons. The two had discussed for a long time in the Daluo Merchant Alliance, and she was very curious. After returning, Su Chen had plunged into the Yi family's alchemy room and came out to give her a second-grade top-tier barrier-breaking pill. What all this implied, even Qingzhu, who was slow to react, understood at this moment. Regarding Qingzhu's question, Su Chen did not explain, only saying lightly, perhaps they were charmed by my charisma and took the initiative to help. Qingzhu paused for a moment, then seriously looked at Su Chen and said, Young master, you must have feelings for the young lady, right? She had already confirmed that Master Xianyang was invited by Su Chen, and the cost of inviting such a master must have been significant. If Su Chen didn't have feelings for Yi Qingcheng, why would he go through all this trouble? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Chen's face turned red, which was rare for him, but he quickly returned to normal and said, This matter must be kept secret. If you dare to speak out, I won't let you off. Why? You and the young lady are already husband and wife. What is there that can't be said? Qingzhu was very puzzled. You know how strong-willed your young lady is. I don't need to say more about that, right? After leaving the sentence, Su Chen turned and left. Qingzhu certainly understood her young lady's personality. If she weren't strong enough, how could she have supported the Yi family all this time on her own? But with her simple-mindedness, she couldn't comprehend it. The young master and the young lady clearly had feelings for each other, yet they acted so coolly on the surface. They would secretly protect each other, yet sometimes they would even be at odds, unable to interact as sweetly as a normal couple. Their relationship was indeed very complicated. Once Su Chen returned to his room, he began to cultivate. With Qingzhu diligently guarding outside, he didn't need to worry about being disturbed. The high-quality qi refining pill melted in his mouth, and the overwhelming medicinal power instantly filled his entire body. After being refined by the Zongtian divine art, it transformed into pure energy, flowing into his dantian and qi si. The cultivation in the qi martial realm is the process of refining true qi to fill one's body. When the refined true qi becomes abundant enough to fill the entire qi si space, one can attempt to break through to the true martial realm. Su Chen was already experienced in this, so he didn't need to worry about anything else. He just needed to focus on refining the pill and extracting the true qi. Boom, boom, boom. As the overwhelming energy continuously filled the qi si, Su Chen's aura began to grow stronger, his whole body radiating golden light, with a faint image of a divine dragon coiling around him, giving him a majestic appearance. Almost like a deity. Peak of the first level of Qi martial realm. Second level of Qi martial realm. When he reached the peak of the third level of Qi martial realm, Su Chen finally encountered a bottleneck. The transition from the third to the fourth level of Qi martial realm is a watershed moment. Ordinary martial artists must undergo a long period of accumulation to break through slowly. However, Su Chen directly took the second-grade top-tier barrier-breaking pill, instantly breaking through the bottleneck with its powerful medicinal effects and unlocking his body's potential. Boom! The overwhelming true qi swirled around Su Chen and under his powerful mental control. It sometimes transformed into sharp swords, sometimes into fierce battle blades, and at times into heavy, giant hammers, forming weapons. This was a powerful technique that only martial artists above the fourth level of the Qi martial realm could master when they refined their true Qi to a certain level. In just a few days, Su Chen had advanced from the first level of Qi martial realm to the fourth level. Such astonishing cultivation speed was truly astonishing. My dantian's Qi Si is too large. Thankfully, the speed of refining true Qi with the Zongtian divine art is dozens of times faster than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, even with enough pills, it would probably take several months. The deeper he cultivated, the more the various strengths of the Zongtian divine art were vividly demonstrated. Ding! Suddenly, a sword chant echoed. An infinite true chi finally condensed into a pitch-black long sword in Su Chen's hand. The unmatched sharpness instantly surged within the room, tearing through the void and disrupting the airflow effortlessly. This Zongtian true chi was indeed powerful. The weapon it formed could rival spiritual tools. This discovery thrilled Su Chen. Ordinary swords and blades had lost their significance for martial artists in the chi martial realm who could refine true chi. Spiritual tools, on the other hand, were made by weapon refiners using special ores. They were not only extraordinarily sharp, but could also be infused with true chi to enhance their power. This was the exclusive weapon of martial artists. Spiritual tools are divided into 4 levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Even a low-grade spiritual tool can break through the defenses of a chi martial realm martial artist, causing fatal damage. Top-grade spiritual tools are said to be able to split mountains and sever rivers with terrifying power. The weapon Su Chen had just refined could already rival a mid-grade spiritual tool. If he fought against an enemy, it would definitely be unstoppable. Clenching his fist, an overwhelming sense of power surged in his heart, intoxicating him. Although he had initially received the inheritance of the Hunyuan pill god and became a powerful alchemist, that was merely a temporary measure. What he truly loved was still martial arts, not just for revenge, battling against heroes, transcending the world, and exploring the vastness of the universe. Heading toward the end of that great path, surveying the vast cosmos, reaching the pinnacle, and dominating the world. Such a life would not be in vain. Young master, the 10-day period has arrived. Suddenly, Qingzhu's voice came from outside. This was a reminder that Su Chen had specifically asked her to give. Oh, is it already time? After finishing his cultivation and tidying up briefly, Su Chen stepped out. Although he was still dressed in plain white clothes today, he appeared as radiant as jade, full of vigor, especially with his slender and deep-set eyes occasionally shining with dazzling light. Young master, you seem to be in a good mood today, Qingzhu said. Today is a good day. Su Chen smiled lightly and walked towards the main hall of the Yi family. Just 10 days apart, the Yi family's clan meeting was being held again, but this time, there was no longer any oppression, targeting, or panic. Every senior member of the Yi family was filled with smiles. The Zhang family not only returned the shops and territories they had occupied, but also paid over 1 million spirit stones in compensation. This time, they had suffered a huge loss. Although they were only sealed off for a month from now on, the Zhang family would no longer be able to compete with my Yi family. My Yi family is the strongest family in Beihuang City. Indeed, who would have thought that Master Xinyang would personally take action? This is the blessing of heaven, a divine favor for my Yi family. Not only that, but even the alchemist that the Zhang family had spent countless resources to invite from the royal capital is now stationed in our Yi family guild and will also train alchemists for our Yi family. If this continues, we can completely open Yi family guilds nationwide, and it's not impossible to become like the Daluo Merchant Alliance. In just 10 days, the Yi family's business had transformed from the brink of despair to a booming success across the city. Every member of the Yi family was profiting immensely and also seeing a brighter future. The 10-day period has arrived. Should everyone fulfill their promises now? Suddenly, 2 figures entered together. One of them a spirited young man in white who scanned the great hall and said lightly, "Qingcheng is here. Quickly take your seats." "Qingcheng, this time your contributions are not small. According to our previous agreement, you are still the young clan leader of the Yi family, in charge of all business matters. But during the negotiations with the Zhang family, you were too lenient. If it were me, I would definitely make them go bankrupt." Some members of the Yi family warmly welcomed him, completely different from their attitude 10 days ago. Although Yi Diyuan and Yi Deming's expressions were not good, they did not say anything further. Yi Qingqing's expression was calm. She had seen such things many times before. Is it that simple? If your memories are not good, I can help you recall. Su Chen spoke again. This time, the previously lively crowd suddenly fell silent. Many people's expressions changed from sunny to gloomy. Su Chen, what do you mean by that? The hot-tempered Yi Dellen stood up and pointed at Su Chen, coldly shouting. However, Su Chen was not afraid of him at all. Instead, he coldly retorted, "Kneel down and apologize to Qingcheng." These people had previously forced Yi Qingcheng into a corner, and now they wanted to easily brush it aside. Su Chen would not allow that. Yet, the scene remained silent, with many people glaring angrily at Su Chen. What? When you faced the situation before, each of you was quite agitated and eloquent. Now that the crisis has passed and you've benefited, you want to turn your backs and deny everything? Su Chen raised his voice. Su Chen, we have already acknowledged Yi Qingcheng's continued role as the young clan leader. Don't go too far. Yi Delen glared with his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to eat someone. Don't forget, this time it was Master Xianyang who acted. It was heaven's favor upon our Yi family that resolved the crisis, and strictly speaking, it has nothing to do with Yi Qingcheng. How dare an outsider like you speak out? Yi Deming also stood up and said. Although Yi Yuan did not speak, he snorted coldly, clearly showing no intention of keeping the agreement. Since they had come to attend the clan meeting, they had naturally prepared their words. You dare ask a junior to kneel? Are you not afraid of heavenly retribution bringing her misfortune? Yi Delen shouted angrily. The bet was to resolve the family crisis within 10 days. We should accept defeat if we gamble. Moreover, even if it is heaven's favor, it is favoring Qingcheng, so it is naturally her merit. Those who do not keep their promises and go against the will of heaven should be the ones facing retribution. Su Chen said coldly. Impudent. This is an internal matter of the Yi family. How dare an outsider like you shout here? Yi Deming also shouted angrily. Someone throw Su Chen out. Yi Deming. Yi Qingcheng suddenly shouted, saying, I am the young clan leader of the Yi family. Without my order, what right do you have to act arrogantly? Who is being impudent here? Yi Qingcheng did not want to argue with these ingrates and waste her breath. But Su Chen was her husband, and she would not allow them to bully him casually. Seeing Yi Qingcheng display the authority and dominance of the young clan leader, the scene fell into a dead silence. Even Yi Deming did not dare to openly confront her. Yi Qingcheng, what do you think we should do? Yi Yuan finally spoke, his gaze darkly fixed on Yi Qingcheng. We should accept defeat as per our agreement. It is only right. We should do what we must. Yi Qingcheng said sternly. She also understood Su Chen's intention of not letting them off easily. If these ingrates were not taught a lesson, they would still not take her seriously in the future. Good. Su Chen looked at Yi Qingcheng with appreciation. This was his woman. Chapter 17. Clan Meeting Turmoil, Clan Leader's Edict. Inside the Yi family Great Hall, there was a dead silence, and the oppressive atmosphere made many people feel breathless. Over the years, Yi Qingcheng had been in charge of the family business, holding a high position, and had faced impeachment more than once. However, each time, Yi Qingcheng chose to avoid conflict, not because she lacked temper, but because she was weak. Although she possessed intelligence and business acumen that ordinary people could not reach, she was ultimately an ordinary person who could not cultivate. In this world where martial arts flourished and strength was paramount, she ultimately had no future to speak of. Therefore, Yi Yuan and others never took this young clan leader seriously. No matter how great her contributions to the family were, to them, she was merely a tool for the family. Even those who sympathized with Yi Qingcheng did not dare to offend those who controlled the family's martial power, like Yi Yuan and others, and chose to remain neutral and silent. Yi Qingcheng had always been very lonely. She bore too much alone, but this time she was unwilling to remain silent, not only for Su Chen, but also for herself, to fight against the unfair treatment she had received over the years. At this moment, looking at Yi Qingcheng's serious expression and determined gaze, the faces of Yi Yuan and others were as dark as water. Yet they did not know how to refute her for a moment. The two sides confronted each other, and the surrounding air dropped to freezing point. Yi Qingcheng, last time you ordered people to injure my son Yi Ling, and I didn't see you kneeling to apologize. Today, I won't kneel either. Finally, it was the hot-tempered Yi Delen who could no longer contain himself, his face fierce as he shouted. The explosive aura raged in the great hall, putting tremendous pressure on the ordinary Yi Qingcheng, making it seem like he was about to strike at any moment. Kneel down to apologize? You think you're worthy? Su Chen stepped directly in front of Yi Qingcheng, staring directly at the arrogant Yi Delin, and shouted, "It was me who injured Yiling." He colluded with Zhang Kuan, intending to harm the young clan leader. Not killing him is already showing great mercy. People looked at Su Chen with astonished eyes. After all, it was well known that Su Chen's bloodline talent had been wasted and his cultivation completely lost. How could he possibly be a match for Yi Ling and Zhang Kuan? They had previously thought that it was Yi Qingsheng who ordered her maid to do it. Even Yi Qingsheng looked at Su Chen in shock. She had taken on this responsibility to prevent Yi Delin from taking action against Su Chen. After all, she still had the identity of the young clan leader for protection, and Yi Delin did not dare to act recklessly. But Su Chen was different. No one in the Yi family looked at him, the useless son-in-law, with any regard. Even if Su Chen did not want to owe her a favor, he should not have said it at this time to provoke the other party. That was too reckless. As expected, Yi Delin exploded in anger instantly. "You little bastard, you have some guts. Today, I will use your blood to apologize to my son Yi Ling." Yi Delin's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast filled with killing intent, wanting to tear Su Chen apart. "Then you better have that ability." Su Chen sneered, his face showing no fear, and a powerful aura surged within him. "Someone, capture him. Today, I will make you wish you were dead." Yi Delin roared it. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, behind Yi Delin, a powerful guard, with an extremely cold gaze and surging aura, reached out towards Su Chen to grab him. A martial artist at the third level of the Qi martial realm. Feeling the power of that guard, Yi Qingqing's face changed greatly, and she hurriedly stepped forward to shout, "Stop!" However, her authority as the young clan leader could not suppress the vengeful Yi Delin at this moment. Yi Yuan and others also did not obey and instead stood by with their arms crossed, coldly watching. In their eyes, although Yi Qingsheng was the young clan leader, it was Su Chen who had made the bet with everyone and was the one who refused to let them off easily. It was even Su Chen's encouragement that had caused Yi Qingsheng to change from her usual weakness to become assertive. They were eager for Yi Delin to take this opportunity to kill Su Chen, eliminating future troubles. A useless son-in-law. An ordinary person who could not cultivate. How could he possibly be a match for a guard at the third level of the Qi martial realm? Looking for death. A flash of killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and he suddenly threw a punch. Crack! The fierce punch collided with the guard, producing a crisp sound, and a blast echoed through the air. The guard let out a scream as his arm was directly shattered by Su Chen, sending him flying and crashing hard to the ground. Boom! Su Chen strode forward, stepping on the guard's head, crushing it completely. Blood splattered onto the Elder Hall. Everyone was instantly stunned. How could he possess such strong combat power? Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't it said that Su Chen's bloodline was taken, his dantian destroyed, and he had become a waste? Yet now, even a guard at the third level of the Qi martial realm was killed by him in an instant. Is this still the waste son-in-law everyone thought he was? How could he be so strong? Yi Qingsheng also gasped, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She stared at Su Chen, momentarily seeing the figure that had stood in front of her that snowy year, giving her an incredibly safe feeling. Yi Delin, come out and die. After killing the guard, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he looked toward Yi Delin and shouted angrily, "You little beast, you're seeking death." Yi Delin was furious. He was also filled with suspicion, unable to believe that his guard was so easily killed by Su Chen. But more than that, he felt anger and killing intent. Su Chen must die. Boom! His terrifying true energy spread out, fully unleashing his 9th level Qi martial realm cultivation, ready to charge at Su Chen. Yi Qingqing's expression changed. Yi Delin was extremely powerful, having led the Yi family in numerous campaigns and slaughtered many beasts, ranking among the top among the elders. Although Su Chen's combat power was good, he was likely not a match for Yi Delin. Su Chen was in danger. Just as Yi Qingsheng was about to stand up to stop him, an elderly voice suddenly came from outside. "Stop!" A strong and robust old man burst in, his eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding a fierce aura. With a loud shout, an immense wave of true energy surged, intimidating everyone present. It was indeed a true martial realm warrior. Old Steward. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone, including Yi Yuan, displayed serious expressions, and hurried forward to greet him. This old steward was not only a powerful true martial realm warrior, but also the personal servant of the clan leader. Yi Jinxiao, enjoying his deep trust. Clan leader's decree. The old steward swept a cold glance over everyone and spoke in a voice filled with authority. This matter is over. Anyone who dares to mention it again will be expelled from the family. Yi Jinxiao's decree was concise and filled with undeniable absolute power. Everyone immediately bowed their heads in obedience. Even if Yi Delin was furious, he dared not defy Yi Jinxiao's order. Yi Jinxiao had been the first strongman in the Yi family for decades, known for his tough methods and domineering actions. A veritable emperor in the family that no one dared to oppose. Thus, he unilaterally appointed Yi Qingsheng as the young clan leader, although many were dissatisfied. They did not dare to resist. Old steward, has grandfather come out of seclusion? Yi Qingsheng hurriedly asked. Soon, the old steward replied expressionlessly. Father will surely have made a breakthrough during this seclusion, and next month is his 100th birthday, which is a double celebration. We have already prepared a grand celebration. Just waiting for father to come out. Yi Deyuan quickly added. The old steward forced a stiff smile and said, Then you all prepare well during this time. Do not create any trouble. After saying this, the old steward turned and left. Yi Deyuan and the others straightened their backs, glanced at Yi Qingsheng, and left with a wave of their sleeves. Kid, this time you're lucky. We'll see. Yi Delin glared at Su Chen fiercely and strode away. The clan meeting ended on an unhappy note, and in an instant, only Yi Qingsheng and Su Chen remained in the grand hall. That was really dangerous. Thankfully, the clan leader's decree came in time. At this moment, Lan Xiang rushed in, constantly patting her chest with a look of lingering fear. Qingzhu, who followed her, remained relatively calm, but her eyes occasionally flashed with unusual colors as she looked at Su Chen. They were not qualified to enter the clan meeting, and having heard the commotion outside, Qingzhu also felt a bit nervous. But at this moment, Su Chen looked as if nothing had happened, seemingly not taking Yi Delin's threat to heart at all. Miss, the clan leader issued a decree without coming out of seclusion, clearly showing he cares for you. Lan Xiang, not noticing these details, just smiled at Yi Qingsheng. Grandfather does care for me. Yi Qingsheng rarely showed a hint of a happy smile, but soon returned to her cold demeanor and said in a tone that seemed somewhat accusatory towards Su Chen. You were too impulsive today. Looking at Yi Delin's fierce demeanor, it was clear he wanted Su Chen's life. Hey, when so many people were targeting you, the only one helping you was me. You didn't thank me, and now you're blaming me? Su Chen snorted coldly. Cousin, don't be angry. The miss is doing this to protect you. After all, Yi Delin is notoriously fierce. Lan Xiang hurriedly advised. Of course, Su Chen knew this, so he was not angry. He just found it a bit strange. The clan leader Yi Jinxiao's decree seemed to help Yi Qingsheng resolve the crisis, but he always felt something was off. It should have been Yi Deyuan and Yi Delin who were in the wrong. Su Chen, don't be dissatisfied. If it weren't for grandfather today, I'm afraid Yi Qingsheng felt Su Chen's resentment and was about to say something when Su Chen interrupted her. Right, in this world, only your grandfather treats you the best. I, Su Chen, am just a son-in-law you bought back with precious medicine. Qingzhu, let us go. Su Chen sneered and called Qingzhu to leave. Qingzhu was taken aback, but still looked back at Yi Qingsheng. Incomprehensible. Yi Qingsheng sighed and shook her head, then gestured for Qingzhu to follow Su Chen. Just as Qingzhu said, both of them clearly cared for each other and would go to great lengths to protect one another. Yet they couldn't seem to connect. It was as if they were natural enemies. Regardless, this storm finally came to an end, and the Yi family returned to calm. With the support of a more powerful alchemist, the Yi family's business flourished, and Yi Qingsheng became busier than ever, quickly putting these matters behind her. After returning to his room, Su Chen continued his quiet cultivation, occasionally guiding Qingzhu in her training difficulties. Naturally, Qingzhu was eager to learn, as Su Chen had once been a top genius of the Deluo dynasty, achieving the peak of true martial realm, allowing her to continue making great progress even after breaking through to the 9th level of Qi martial realm, rapidly pushing toward the true martial realm. However, the peaceful days did not last long. One day, Qingzhu suddenly informed him that someone from the Deluo Merchant Alliance had sent a letter. What does this old man want with me now? The letter was naturally sent by Master Tianlong, stating that he had an urgent matter to see the master, but worried about exposing their relationship, so he invited Su Chen to the Deluo Merchant Alliance. Su Chen pondered for a moment, but decided to go take a look. When he arrived at the Deluo Merchant Alliance with Qingzhu again, he was warmly received by the staff, which was completely different from before. Su Chen was directly invited into Master Xianyang's residence, while Qingzhu remained outside. "Speak quickly. I'm busy," Su Chen said directly. Master Xianyang's expression shifted between joy and worry, appearing quite conflicted. Under Su Chen's urging, he finally got to the point. "A few days ago, the city lord Lu Qing found me, hoping I could refine a pill to save his young son's life, but I'm too lacking in skill. I wonder if the master can. Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. ISNT, that a 5th grade pill? You think too highly of me." Su Chen scoffed. He has the inheritance of the primordial Dan god and has mastered the top-tier fire control technique, the true fire seal. But his spiritual power is only at the peak of the 3rd level. 5th grade pills can only be refined by alchemy masters whose spiritual power reaches above the 5th level. Chapter 18. The news of the heavenly and earthly rare fire, the shock of City Lord Lu. Seeing Su Chen shake his head directly, Master Xianyang's eyes flashed with disappointment. In fact, he had anticipated this, but he couldn't help but ask Su Chen, because the reward offered by City Lord Lu Qing was simply too tempting to refuse. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire. After knowing the reward, even Su Chen was shocked. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire, born from the creation of heaven and earth, is indeed a famous rare fire of the world. Yes, is the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. The disciple had heard during his time at the Alchemy Alliance that the Blue Lotus Earth Fire has only appeared twice in history. The first time, it was obtained by an alchemist who refined an unparalleled holy pill and became a Dan saint. The second time, it was accidentally fused by a martial artist, who ultimately achieved enlightenment through fire and became an emperor, ruling the world. No wonder Master Xianyang was so excited. Every appearance of the rare fire in history has shaped a legendary powerhouse, without needing Master Xianyang to explain further. Su Chen certainly understood the value of the rare fire. Back then, the primordial Dan god created the true fire seal to refine all the rare fires of heaven and earth, ultimately to achieve divinity. Unfortunately, he failed and died in the buried heaven realm. With such a treasure, why doesn't Lu Qing seek out those alchemy masters? Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. "Master, you may not know, Lu Qing only knows the exact location of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. With his cultivation and means, how could he possibly grasp the rare fire? He came to find a disciple to contact the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Alliance, but good fortune should not flow to outsiders." Master Xianyang said, "In the entire Great Shu Kingdom, there's only one alchemy master, the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Alliance, in the royal capital. Usually he is elusive, and even the Chu royal family finds it difficult to see him. Lu Qing, a small city lord, wouldn't he even be able to meet him? Moreover, the Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill is a top-tier 5th grade pill. Even among alchemy masters, very few can successfully refine it." Master Xianyang was merely asking, already knowing in his heart that they would likely miss the rare fire. "As far as I know, the Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill is primarily aimed at situations where the soul leaves the body and is incompatible with the bloodline." "What exactly is wrong with Lu Qing's young son?" Su Chen suddenly asked. He didn't want to miss the rare fire. Master is indeed knowledgeable. "According to my observations, Lu Qing's young son suffers from a congenital illness. There's a strange energy in his bloodline that prevents compatibility with the soul." Master Xianyang frowned, saying that this tricky situation was the first time he had encountered it. Aside from the Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill, there is basically no hope. Strange energy? The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up, suddenly revealing a smile. Perhaps it doesn't necessarily have to be the Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. If that strange energy can be resolved, the soul and bloodline will naturally be able to coexist. The buried heaven true chi he cultivates inherently possesses the power to transform the miraculous into decay. "Master, do you have confidence?" Master Xianyang said excitedly. "Whether there's confidence or not depends on seeing what that strange energy is first. Su Chen said lightly. All right, I will take you there right now. Master Xianyang was overjoyed. If Su Chen can really do it, he will be able to master the rare fire in the future, and he will surely gain benefits from it. The city lord's mansion of Beihuang City is located on a low mountain in the center of the city, overlooking the entire city. It is not only a treasure of feng shui, but also a symbol of power and status. Surrounding it are strong soldiers patrolling, exuding an imposing and dignified aura. As the city lord of Beihuang City, Lu Qing not only holds absolute dominion over this land, but is also a top expert at the 9th level of the true martial realm, making him an invincible presence in Beihuang City. Compared to him, no matter how large the Yi family's business is, they cannot compete with the city lord's mansion or the country behind it. Despite this, upon hearing that Master Xianyang had arrived, City Lord Lu Qing still personally welcomed him with enthusiasm, not only because Master Xianyang's status far exceeds his own, but also in anticipation of the concrete news he would bring. However, Lu Qing was quite surprised to see that Master Xianyang was accompanied by a young man. Lu Qing, who was already in a tight spot, thought it was just Master Xianyang's disciple or assistant and did not think much of it. Upon hearing that Master Xianyang wanted to take another look at the symptoms of his young son, Lu Qing naturally led them there with great expectation. Unexpectedly, when they entered, Master Xianyang actually took the initiative to follow behind the young man, which puzzled Lu Qing. Inside the room, an 11 or 12-year-old boy lay on the sickbed, surrounded by dark red mist. Although he still had breath, he had long since fallen into a coma. Master, may I ask if you have contacted the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Alliance? Lu Qing asked. Sure. However, Master Xianyang pointed to Su Chen, who was examining the boy's injuries, signaling Lu Qing to be silent. Lu Qing was confused, not understanding Master Xianyang's intentions, but he privately inquired about Su Chen's background. This energy is indeed strange. It can erode the bloodline's power and grow stronger. Su Chen carefully examined it for a moment and already had a plan in mind. How is it? Seeing Su Chen turn back, Master Xianyang asked eagerly. Fortunately, that strange energy was just released not long ago. Otherwise, if it waited a few more months and completely eroded the bloodline, I would be powerless, Su Chen said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Master Xianyang was naturally overjoyed. But Lu Qing had a face full of skepticism. Can you really say my son? He already knew from Master Xianyang about Su Chen's background, having heard of the useless son-in-law of the Yi family. How could he believe that a waste who claims he can save his son when even Master Xianyang and the alchemy masters are helpless against this stubborn ailment? If he fails, his young son would be doomed. I can only say I have a 90% certainty, but if City Lord Lu does not believe me, then forget it. Su Chen saw through Lu Qing's thoughts, but still spoke very calmly. Lu Qing hesitated immediately. City Lord Lu should not underestimate this young Master Su. I have witnessed his methods, which are certainly not, as the rumors say. Let me put it bluntly, if even he cannot treat it, then the Grand Elder's arrival would also be of no use. Master Xianyang had infinite admiration and trust in Su Chen. Upon hearing Master Xianyang say this, Lu Qing was instantly rendered speechless. Could it be that this young man is even more formidable than an alchemy master? Let's wait outside. The result will be clear in an hour. Su Chen did not want to expose the methods of the buried heaven divine skill. Although Lu Qing was very uneasy, he was still pulled out by Master Xianyang. Approaching the boy's sickbed, Su Chen did not hesitate and directly used the buried heaven divine skill, releasing strands of buried heaven true qi into the boy's body. The black buried heaven true qi seemed ordinary, but when it came into contact with the dark red mist, the mist immediately dissipated as if it had been purified, transforming into wisps of white mist that disappeared. This is the power of the buried heaven true qi. It can decompose, disperse, and even eliminate all energies it comes into contact with, turning the miraculous into decay. Without such power, how could one destroy all things and bury the heavens? As the buried heaven true qi began to invade the boy's body, the dark red energy instantly became agitated, as if it had encountered its nemesis, filled with fear and madness, rushing to push the buried heaven true qi out. Oh, still dare to resist? Su Chen sneered. changing his hand gestures, and the vigorous buried heaven true chi instantly condensed into dense black sword energy, launching a fierce attack. Pucci, inside the boy's body. The sword net intertwined, unstoppable, and the gathered dark red energy was instantly shattered. After that, the pure energy of Zhang Tian surged into the youth's bloodline without any hindrance. Like an unparalleled killing god, eliminating demons where there were demons and punishing Buddhas where there were Buddhas. Wherever it passed, all the dark red energy dissipated into white smoke. After more than half an hour, the youth's veins bulged, and he suddenly shouted, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. Hearing his child's cry, the anxious Lu Qing could no longer wait and rushed in directly. At this moment, Su Chen had already finished his work and was sitting calmly nearby. When the youth saw Lu Qing, he ran up joyfully. "Dad, I'm fine. I'm really fine." "What?" Lu Qing hugged his child and carefully checked him for a while, only to find that the dark red energy, which was like a bone-deep poison, had completely disappeared. Quickly thank young Master Su. He saved you." Lu Qing wiped away his old tears and said to his child. He had a son in middle age and always cherished him. How could he not be excited now? "Thank you, young Master Su, for your life-saving grace. Yuer will remember it in his heart and will repay you in the future." This young master of the city lord's mansion not only had no trace of a playboy, but was also very humble and sincerely expressed his gratitude. However, Su Chen did not need him to repay in the future. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful force lifted him up. Lu Qing watched this and was shocked. It really was not, as the rumor suggested, unable to cultivate. Was it breaking and then establishing? Lu Qing knew that Su Chen was previously a top genius of the Deluo dynasty, and in the future, he would likely be even more limitless. No wonder even Master Xianyang revered him so much. "Young Master Su, I was blind just now and offended you." Lu Qing quickly clasped his hands in apology and then said enthusiastically, "Young Master Su saved my son's life. It's like giving him a new lease on life. If you have any orders in the future, I will definitely not refuse. This old guy is quite clever." Master Xianyang noticed that Lu Qing was trying to win over Su Chen and couldn't help but curl his lips. City Lord Lu is too polite. We are just mutually beneficial," Su Chen said with a faint smile. Of course. Lu Qing quickly reacted, took out a map from his possession, and handed it to Su Chen. "I also need to remind young Master Su that thing is extremely violent and terrifying. The last time I encountered it, I almost lost my life. Young Master Su, please be extra careful when you take it," Lu Qing kindly reminded. "The Earth's rare fire is incredibly violent and domineering. Without means to control the flames, whether you are in the Xuanwu realm or the Tianwu realm, forcibly refining it would lead to death." However, Su Chen, who mastered the three flames true fire seal, did not take it seriously. "Thank you for the reminder. I take my leave." Su Chen smiled faintly and immediately took his leave. Master Xianyang followed behind him, his face filled with excitement. Su Chen, young as he is, truly remarkable. Lu Qing watched Master Xianyang follow Su Chen like a follower and felt a lot of emotion, also determined to build a good relationship with him and never let it turn bad. Chapter 19. The Li family's birthday banquet. On the way back, Master Xianyang was still very excited. "Master, we have now obtained the exact location of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. I wonder how we should retrieve it?" Master Xianyang could see that Su Chen was determined to obtain it, so he couldn't help but ask. Although he was currently not fated with the Earth's rare fire, it was always beneficial to know more knowledge. Perhaps it would come in handy one day. To refine the Earth's rare fire, one must first possess excellent fire control techniques. And secondly, one's own vitality and spirit must be extremely strong to endure it. Su Chen did not hide anything. Master Xianyang did not expect it to be so complicated. Excellent fire control techniques are already extremely rare, and even if obtained, it's not easy to cultivate. As for vitality and spirit strength, alchemists generally have very high mental power, which can barely meet the standard. However, in terms of true energy strength and physical strength, it fell far short. That Qinglian Earth Heart Fire nearly killed Lu Qing, who was at the peak of the true martial realm, which shows how violent it is. Historically, Those who refined the earth's rare fire were all renowned martial artists or alchemy masters. Even so, the mortality rate was extremely high. Although Su Chen mastered the three flames true fire seal, his cultivation was too low. If he forcibly refined the Qinglian earth heart fire, it would only lead to self-immolation and death. Wait until I get stronger? Who knows if others will discover it and take the lead? There are no absolutes in the world. With the help of some external forces, refining the Qinglian earth heart fire is not impossible. Su Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously and said to Master Xianyang, I need you to help me gather some things. Master Xianyang took the list that Su Chen wrote and, after a careful look, nearly had his eyes pop out. These are the materials for the 3 yuan unification pill and the Qingming longevity pill. The 3 yuan unification pill is a pill that can greatly boost a person's vitality and spirit in a short time. The Qingming longevity pill can increase a person's lifespan. Although both are only 4th-grade pills, they are extremely rare, and the formulas and material ratios have long been lost. Master Xianyang had only seen some records in the Alchemist Alliance's literature, but from Su Chen's expression, it was clear he possessed the formulas. Gather the materials, and these 2 formulas will be yours. Su Chen said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Master Xianyang was so excited he nearly jumped up. Thank you, Master. Don't worry, even though the materials for the 3 yuan unification pill are precious, I can have people source them from the Alchemist Alliance. The materials for the Qingming longevity pill are all available within the Deluo Merchant Alliance, and I will quickly gather them for you. Master Xianyang said excitedly. As soon as possible. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Master Xianyang's efficiency was extremely high. Upon returning to the Deluo Merchant Alliance, he prepared the materials for the Qingming longevity pill for Su Chen. After confirming that there were no omissions, Su Chen took Qingzhu back to the mansion. Qingzhu, who had received a pile of alchemy materials from Su Chen, did not ask many questions, clearly having become accustomed to it. After returning to the Leaf family, Lanxiang found Su Chen and informed him that Yi Qingcheng had returned from the Leaf family's clubhouse and was waiting for him. Although the two had already become husband and wife, they had not consummated their marriage, and Yi Qingcheng still lived in her own boudoir. This was Su Chen's first visit. The furniture and decorations in the boudoir were simple, yet arranged in a very elegant and warm manner, spotless, which was quite fitting for Yi Qingcheng's cold and unapproachable character. Is the sun rising from the west? You actually took the initiative to find me, Su Chen said with a smile. Yi Qingcheng, who managed the family business, had always been diligent, spending most of her time at the Leaf family's clubhouse. She had hardly taken care of Su Chen, her nominal husband. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng's expression was not very good. She had heard that Su Chen had been wandering outside again, and she was very worried. After all, Yi Delin had already developed murderous intentions toward him. But seeing Su Chen's carefree demeanor, Yi Qingcheng found herself at a loss for words about the things she had planned to say. Next month is grandfather's 100th birthday, and since you are new to the Leaf family, you must leave a good impression on grandfather. This is the gift I prepared for you, and you will present it to grandfather then. Finally, Yi Qingcheng sighed and got straight to the point. Su Chen opened the exquisite gift box on the table and was also astonished. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. TSK, this is truly a good thing. Ganoderma is something that becomes more valuable with age and is also quite rare. This 1,000-year-old Ganoderma is worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Although Yi Qingcheng is the young patriarch, she does not covet or take more than she should. Her salary is not significantly more than others, and she has to support a whole family. So this time, she had undoubtedly spent a lot. It was all to ensure that Su Chen left a good impression on Yi Jinxiao. Su Chen understood Yi Qingcheng's good intentions, but still closed the box and pushed it back to her. You've been working hard these days. Keep the Ganoderma to replenish your health. As for the gift, I can prepare it myself, Su Chen said. Yi Qingcheng was taken aback. The offerings from Su Chen are all given by her. She knows exactly how much there is and what kind of decent gifts she can afford. Don't worry, I won't let you lose face. Su Chen smiled mysteriously and turned to leave. Miss, is the young master planning something again? Lanxiang looked bewildered. Miss, from my observations, the young master is not someone who acts without reason. So this Ganoderma should be used by you to replenish your health. This is also the young master's intention. Qingzhu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Qingzhu. She knew that Qingzhu's heart was also quite proud, and that she had never spoken so much as she had today. How could she trust Su Chen so much in such a short time? Forget it, let him be. Yi Qingcheng tiredly rubbed her forehead. As Su Chen said, she had indeed been very tired dealing with various matters at the Yi family's guild these days. Miss, the young master is quite thoughtful and cares about you. Such a precious thing is not given to others, but reserved for you. It shows that you're deeply valued by him, Lan Xiang said with a smile. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Yi Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Lan Xiang, but felt sweet in her heart. Then I'll have the kitchen cook this Ganoderma for you to replenish your health. You have indeed been worn out these days, Lan Xiang said with great concern. However, Yi Qingcheng shook her head. Take half to my mother, and you four can share the other half. I, a mere mortal, don't need such good things. Looking at the self-mocking smile on Yi Qingcheng's face, Lan Xiang felt a pang in her heart. Just do as I say, hurry up, Yi Qingcheng urged. Miss, don't worry. Once we become stronger, we will definitely find a way for you to cultivate, Lan Xiang said earnestly with tears in her eyes. The four of them were orphans taken in by Yi Qingcheng. Although they were technically master and servant, Yi Qingcheng had always regarded them as her own sisters. Therefore, although the four had entered the martial arts world, they remained loyal to Yi Qingcheng, never leaving her side. Surprisingly, when Lan Xiang brought the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma to Lin Yun, the latter actually refused it. I'm already quite old, and my martial arts talent isn't high. Using such a good thing would be a waste. It's better left for the young couple. Lin Yun's words surprised Lan Xiang. It was normal for Lin Yun to care for her daughter, but she could also treat the son-in-law she found displeasing equally. Oof. He has had his cultivation destroyed. His body must be very weak. Regardless, he is Qingcheng's husband, my son-in-law, so I can't let anything happen to him, or else how would Qingcheng cope with being a widow? Although Lin Yun's tone was cold, Lan Xiang sensed a hint of concern and warmth in it. Madam is indeed generous. Lan Xiang flattered her with a grin before taking the Ganoderma back. In the alchemy room, Su Chen refined the Qingming Great Longevity Pill. This pill can increase lifespan by 20 years. It could be considered a birthday gift for Yijin Xiao. Su Chen thought to himself, the Qingming Great Longevity Pill is a 4th-grade spirit pill, incredibly precious, and is unique in the entire North Wilderness City and even the Great Chu Kingdom. Taking it out at the birthday banquet should add a lot of color to Yi Qingcheng. Half a month later, Yi Jinxiao's 100th birthday arrived. As the head of the Yi family and a well-known martial arts expert in North Wilderness City, his reputation was outstanding. Naturally, his 100th birthday celebration was extremely grand. The Yi family began preparations half a month in advance, decorating and sending out invitations. On the day of the birthday banquet, the Yi family was bustling with activity, with guests arriving in droves. Families of all sizes from North Wilderness City, martial arts experts, and dignitaries came to offer their congratulations. Even the Zhang family, which had always been at odds with the Yi family, sent someone to deliver a gift after the lessons learned from the last encounter. The Yi family square was filled with large banquets, and guests filled the halls. Inside the Yi family main hall were heads of various families, prominent figures, and high-ranking members of the Yi family. Yijin Xiao, an old man with graying hair but bright eyes and a dignified demeanor, sat straight in the main seat. Even in a bright red birthday robe, he couldn't hide the imposing aura of a lion. The birthday celebration begins. With a shout from the old steward, the direct descendants of the Yi family gathered together. As the eldest son, Yi Diyuan was the first to present his gift. Eldest son Yi Diyuan, a string of 1,000-year-old purple sandalwood beads. The old steward announced, Father, this bracelet is crafted by a master craftsman. Wearing it has the effect of prolonging life. I wish you a fortune as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan as long as the South Mountain. Yi Diyuan did not forget to boast about his gift, which immediately drew exclamations from the crowd. 1,000-year-old purple sandalwood? That is a precious item. Just this bracelet alone must be worth over 100,000 spirit stones. The guests around displayed envious expressions. My son is thoughtful. Good. Please take your seat, Yi Jinxiao said, putting it on his wrist with great delight. After that, Yi Dimi, Yi Delin, and others also presented their gifts, which were all treasures, but they paled in comparison to the bracelet. When it was the turn of the grandchildren to celebrate, a young man in a brocade robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes stepped forward with an arrogant expression. Eldest grandson, Yi Xinglong, a box of heavenly spirit jade due tea. The old steward announced. Father, this heavenly spirit jade due tea was personally picked by Xinglong from the ancestral tea tree of the Martial Arts Academy in the royal capital. It not only clears the mind, but also helps one break through realms. A box can extend life by 3 years. The elders of the Martial Arts Academy and the royal ministers can only receive 1 box each year. You are truly fortunate. Yi Diyuan stepped forward to boast about his son's gift. Oh, it's actually the heavenly spirit jade, due tea from the ancestral tea tree of the Martial Arts Academy. That is a royal tribute. People exclaimed. I heard that Yi Xinglong passed the assessment at the Martial Arts Academy this time. It seems he has succeeded otherwise. How could he have brought back such a treasure? Even if an ordinary person passes the assessment, it's impossible to obtain such items. It seems Yi Xinglong is highly valued by the Martial Arts Academy. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Especially the young boys and girls who came with their elders looked at Yi Xinglong with awe and admiration. Chapter 20. Qingming Great Longevity Pill. The Yi family main hall became lively. Even the guests and relatives outside gathered at the door, their faces filled with envy. Grandpa just needs to drink. Once he finishes, I'll go pick more. Yi Xinglong thoroughly enjoyed the envy and praise of the crowd, standing tall and proud, appearing even more spirited. Though it sounded easy, the showing off was quite evident. Haha, good. No wonder you are my Yi Zhenxiao's grandson. Yi Zhenxiao was extremely happy, repeatedly saying 3 good words, indicating his fondness for this eldest grandson. The birthday celebration continued. The entire Yi family exuded an atmosphere of filial piety and harmony, making people quite envious. Third sister, Grandpa usually favors you the most. He even gave you the position of young clan leader. I wonder what good gift you have prepared for Grandpa this time? When Yi Xinglong took his seat, he deliberately glanced back at Yi Qingsheng and Su Chen, his eyes filled with mockery. Surrounded by a group of young boys and girls, all descendants of the Yi family, Yi Dimiai's son, Yi Gaoyang, sneered and said, Third sister manages the family's power and has ample resources. She surely won't disappoint us. The one whose dantian had been destroyed, Yi Ling, was staring at Yi Qingsheng and Su Chen with deep hatred, wishing he could bite them. Yi Xinglong? This brat has been trying to snatch the position of young clan leader from Qingsheng. Su Chen glanced at Yi Xinglong. The latter looked impressive and dignified, but in reality, he was just a spoiled rich kid, far inferior to Su Chen from before. You two brothers are joking. For Grandpa's birthday, I will naturally prepare a thoughtful gift. Yi Qingsheng said lightly and walked forward with Su Chen. In an instant, all eyes were on them. The precious jewels are in front of us, and everyone wants to see what treasures this young master of the Yi family will present. The third granddaughter, Yi Qingsheng, revealed a piece of purple heart jade pouch. The old butler shouted. The purple heart jade pouch is also a treasure that aids in cultivation. Sitting on it not only prevents one from going astray, but also speeds up the cultivation process. However, purple heart jade is extremely rare, so its price is high, worth at least 100,000 spirit stones, not inferior to the 1,000-year-old red sandalwood that Yi Diyuan gifted. Moreover, she had originally prepared a 1,000-year-old spiritual mushroom for Su Chen, nearly exhausting her family's resources for Yi Zhenxiao's birthday, which shows how deep her feelings for him are. However, when Su Chen heard the old butler call Yi Qingsheng young master, he felt a bit strange. He wondered if it was a local custom or if the old butler simply forgot. The purple heart jade pouch? I thought it was something extraordinary, but it's not even as good as the spring breeze and rain pill I gifted, let alone the heavenly heart jade due tea that brother Xinglong gave. Yi Gaoyang sneered. I expected the young master to have some amazing treasure, but it turns out to be just this. Yi Ling scoffed. Seeing these people banding together to target Yi Qingsheng, Su Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. Good. Yi Zhenxiao nodded, his expression somewhat cold. He gestured to Yi Qingsheng. Come here, Qingsheng, Grandpa has something to say to you. Yi Qingsheng happily ran over and introduced Su Chen to Yi Zhenxiao. Grandpa, this is Su Chen, my husband. He has a gift for you too. In front of Yi Zhenxiao, Yi Qingsheng rarely showed her little girl demeanor. Oh, Yi Zhenxiao looked Su Chen up and down, his gaze showing no expectation, but rather a hint of disdain. Under Yi Zhenxiao's lion-like gaze, Su Chen calmly took out a gift box. Inside the box was the Qingming Great Longevity Pill. Su Chen had specifically obtained precious materials from Master Xianyang for the birthday gift. Although he had no ties with Yi Zhenxiao, he still prepared this generous gift for Yi Qingchen. This pill is called the Qingming Great Longevity Pill. It has no other effect but to extend one's lifespan by 20 years. Su Chen introduced calmly. Any pill or treasure that can extend lifespan is the most precious. Why do martial artists cultivate? Isn't it to live a few more years? In the eyes of most people, nothing in this world is more precious than life. Of course, the more precious something is, the rarer it is. In the kingdom of Great Chu, treasures that can extend lifespan by a year are extremely rare. And those like the heavenly spirit Jade Du Ti that can extend it by 3 years are even more exceptional. So after Su Chen finished his introduction, the scene fell silent. 20 years? What a joke. Where in the world is such a treasure? Even in the royal capital. I have never heard of such a pill. After a moment, Yi Xinglong's mocking voice broke the silence. The Qingming Great Longevity Pill? My Yi family has been in the pill business for so many years. I know all the pills on the market, but have never heard of the Qingming Great Longevity Pill. Yi Diyuan also shook his head and laughed. His laughter full of mockery. Yi Deming sneered, ridiculing. Su Chen, although you're no longer the young master of the Su family, you shouldn't be so stingy as to randomly take out a pill to fool us. This is the old man's 100th birthday. I see he clearly doesn't take the old man seriously. Yi Dalin naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to target Su Chen, immediately standing up to reprimand him. Yi Zhenxiao coldly snorted and casually tossed the pill aside. It was clear he had never seen such a pill and thought it didn't seem special at all. He also didn't believe that Su Chen could produce any precious pill. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Indeed, having become a son-in-law, how can he still be so stingy? I know this son-in-law. His talent and cultivation have been wasted, so of course, he has nothing to show for it. But he shouldn't cheat and deceive us, right? The guests in the hall, including ordinary guests and clan members watching from outside, began to discuss among themselves. What is this Qingming Great Longevity Pill? Grandpa wouldn't dare eat it. You might as well keep it for yourself. Yi Xinglong sneered, picking up the pill box and directly throwing it to Su Chen. Su Chen could see that Yi Zhenxiao completely looked down on him and didn't believe that the Qingming Great Longevity Pill could increase lifespan by 20 years. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to look at Yi Xinglong and was too disdainful to explain anything, grabbing the pill box and turning to leave. But when he tried to turn and walk away, he heard Yi Zhenxiao say to Yi Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, you've been busy with so many trivial matters lately. You must be worn out, right? Look, you've lost so much weight. Grandpa is really heartbroken." "Grandpa, this is what I should do," Yi Qingcheng said with red eyes, feeling quite touched. "Silly child, Grandpa knows you've worked hard, but now it's better. Grandpa has come out of seclusion, and you are married now with your own little family. So, Grandpa specially prepared a substantial dowry for you, so you can enjoy wealth and honor without worrying about those trivial matters anymore. Let Xinglong help you with some of that in the future, hee. Yi Zhenxiao still spoke with a kind expression, smiling. But between the lines, everything had changed. Su Chen realized that this old man was just a scheming tiger in disguise. Once he was done using someone, he would discard them. He couldn't just stand by and watch Yi Qingcheng be bullied. But before he could speak, Yi Qingcheng suddenly grabbed his hand. "This is Grandpa's birthday. Don't make a scene." Yi Qingcheng shook her head seriously at Su Chen. "Let us talk about it after the birthday feast. I believe Grandpa has his reasons for doing this." But Su Chen didn't think so. He had already sensed something was off. Yi Qingcheng was certainly not foolish. She just trusted her grandfather too much, always viewing him as her spiritual support and unwilling to think in that direction. All right, everyone take your seats. The birthday feast is about to begin, and everyone must drink until they are satisfied." Yi Zhenxiao suddenly stood up and said to the guests with a smile. The intention to change the subject and urge people to leave was very obvious. Although Su Chen was quite displeased, he didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Qingcheng, especially since Yi Zhenxiao had not directly announced the dismissal of Yi Qingcheng's position as young master. Reluctantly, he could only be pulled off the stage by Yi Qingcheng. Behind them, Yi Yuan and Yi Xinglong and others threw mocking and teasing laughter at them. "Miss, young master, this way please." As soon as they got off the stage, a maid came up and led them out of the Yi family hall, bringing them to a corner of the outer square, where they sat among ordinary guests and clan members. Soon, Lin Yun was also invited over, her face extremely unpleasant. "Miss, what on earth is going on?" Lan Xiang asked in a low voice, while Qing Zhu and the others looked puzzled. The young master should always sit at the head of the hall, as the second highest in the family. Why would they be arranged in a corner outside? What else could it be? Lin Yun coldly snorted, glancing at Su Chen, isn't it our good son-in-law, who made a stunning appearance at the birthday celebration. Not on to take out some junk to fool the old man, and now the old man is angry and wants to kick him out? Every time she saw the somewhat careless Su Chen, she was furious. This time, it made her and her daughter lose face completely. "Mom, don't talk nonsense. This has nothing to do with Su Chen. It's all my fault. I made Grandpa unhappy." Yi Qingcheng quickly advised, but her own mood was also very low. "Mother-in-law, you can't just talk randomly. Don't you think this was premeditated by some people?" Su Chen said coldly. "What?" The patriarch, Lan Xiang, and Qing Zhu and the others were all very perceptive and instantly caught the underlying meaning of Su Chen's words. "Stop guessing. This matter ends here. I trust my grandfather." Yi Qingcheng interrupted everyone, but her constantly shifting gaze indicated that she was deeply conflicted. Lin Yun felt heartbroken for her daughter and did not confront Su Chen any further. Su Chen also refrained from provoking Yi Qingcheng, secretly thinking, "If it truly is because they dislike the gift I sent, then so be it. If they are really repaying kindness with enmity, I won't accept it." Just as the banquet was about to start, an excited shout suddenly came from outside. "City Lord Lu has come to celebrate." This shout startled everyone present. As people just picked up their chopsticks and wine cups, they dropped them in shock. It wasn't just the loud voice that startled them, but the identity of the visitor. Lu Qing, a peak expert in the true martial realm. The officially appointed city lord of the Great Chu Kingdom, wielding military and political power. One could even describe him as a local emperor. Such a figure was extremely proud. Usually, others would kneel and beg City Lord Lu for favors, and they wouldn't even be able to send gifts up to him. Is it true? Did City Lord Lu come in person? Impossible, right? What kind of person is City Lord Lu? I've never seen him personally come to celebrate a birthday. Many people couldn't believe it and leaned out to look outside. Although the City Lord's mansion had dealings with some families in Beihuang City, sending a servant with a small gift during festivals was merely a formality, and it was enough to make these families feel honored. In all of Beihuang City, no one had the qualifications to make City Lord Lu personally deliver gifts for a birthday celebration. Previously, when the Zhang family was still the first family in Beihuang City, even when the head of the Zhang family celebrated his birthday, Lu Qing never personally showed up. But moments later, people saw several members of the Yi family warmly crowding around a robust, dignified middle-aged man who walked in. That man strode in with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. It was City Lord Lu Qing. Chapter 21. Are both big figures here to see Su Chen? The arrival of City Lord Lu Qing undoubtedly brought tremendous shock to the entire birthday banquet. Under the gaze of everyone, even the formidable Yi Zhenxiao hurriedly ran out from the main hall, followed by Yi Dian, Yi Xinglong, and others. City Lord Lu's presence truly brings glory to our Yi family. Yi Zhenxiao eagerly stepped forward to greet him, his face glowing with excitement. It was known that Lu Qing was a peak expert at the 9th level of the true martial realm, very close to the Xuanwu realm, and represented the Great Chu Kingdom. He thought it was already remarkable for the City Lord's mansion to send someone to celebrate. He never imagined Lu Qing would come in person. It really is City Lord Lu. Did he come personally because he knows Xinglong successfully joined the Martial Academy to build a good relationship? Of course, City Lord Lu has connections in the royal capital, so he must be well informed. Yi Yuan and others discussed quietly, and their faces revealed proud expressions. I heard that Brother Yi has succeeded in his closed-door training, and now on this centennial birthday, the Yi family has produced another young genius. This truly is triple joy, and as a local official, I should naturally express my congratulations. Although Lu Qing's demeanor was dignified, his words were still quite polite. This made the guests even more envious. The city lord personally coming to congratulate was a first in all of Beihuang City. With the city lord's protection, the Yi family's position as the first family in Beihuang City would become even more unshakable. Young genius? That must be Brother Xinglong without a doubt. Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling looked excitedly at Yi Xinglong. After all, Lu Qing had also trained at the martial academy, and by seniority, he could be considered Yi Xinglong's uncle. The astute Yi Zhenxiao quickly noticed this and waved at Yi Xinglong, saying, "Xinglong, come, quickly greet City Lord Lu." Yi Xinglong's eyes lit up, and he strode forward, cupping his fists and saying, "Yi Xinglong, greeting City Lord Lu." However, Lu Qing merely nodded slightly, not even looking at him, but scanning the crowd around as if searching for something. This made Yi Xinglong, who was waiting for praise, feel extremely awkward and confused. "Brother Yi, why haven't I seen young Master Su Chen?" Lu Qing suddenly asked, leaving Yi Zhenxiao and the others stunned. Su Chen is just a son-in-law of our Yi family, of lowly status, and is not qualified to welcome guests. City Lord Lu, please come in. The younger generation has heard of your reputation at the martial academy and wishes to seek your guidance, Yi Xinglong said, trying to belittle Su Chen while elevating himself. Hoping to get closer to Lu Qing, "I am asking the patriarchy. Why are you interrupting?" Lu Qing coldly reprimanded. He knew the news of Yi Xinglong successfully joining the martial academy, but there were many geniuses who joined, and few made a name for themselves. A small Yi Xinglong was not worth his attention. Yi Xinglong's smile instantly froze, feeling a burning embarrassment on his face. "Oh, over there." At that moment, Lu Qing finally spotted Su Chen in the corner of the courtyard. After glancing at the expressions of Yi Zhenxiao and the others, he quickly understood the situation. "Patriarchy, you really should discipline this younger generation, or they will suffer greatly when they arrive at the royal capital." Lu Qing gave a casual glance at Yi Zhenxiao and then turned to walk towards Su Chen. "Young Master Su, so you are here? It was hard for me to find you." Lu Qing greeted warmly, and when he saw Yi Qingsheng and Lin Wan, he was also quite courteous. "Mrs. Su, Mrs. Yi, you two are truly fortunate." Yi Zhenxiao, who followed behind, although unsure of the situation, still warmly invited Lu Qing to the main hall for the main banquet. "I get along quite well with young Master Su, so I'll sit here. I hope the two ladies won't mind." Lu Qing waved his hand to refuse. He had come specifically to build a relationship with Su Chen. No. Lin Wan was naturally flattered, and Yi Qingsheng was also puzzled. What's going on? Is City Lord Lu not here for Yi Zhenxiao or Yi Xinglong, but for Su Chen? That useless son-in-law actually managed to befriend City Lord Lu? Seeing Lu Qing and Su Chen chatting amiably, not only did Yuan and the others' invitation gestures freeze, but the surrounding guests were also stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Father," the sullen-faced Yuan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yi Zhenxiao. "Forget it. Su Chen comes from a prominent family in the Daluo dynasty, so it's normal for him to have some connections." Yi Zhenxiao said in a cold tone, then added, "This matter ends here. After all, we can't afford to offend City Lord Lu." Although Yi Diyuan and Yi Xinglong were both dissatisfied, they had to comply. Just as they were preparing to return to the main hall, another excited shout came from outside. "Master Xianyang has come to celebrate." The voice was noticeably more enthusiastic and excited than before, with a slight tremble. "Who? Master Xianyang? Is it the same Master Xianyang who serves as an elder in both the Pill Alliance and the Daluo Merchant Alliance in the royal capital? There won't be a second Master Xianyang in our great Chu kingdom, but why would he come? Whether they were guests or members of the Yi family, everyone was in an uproar. Master Xianyang was the most influential figure in Beihuang City for hundreds of years, with an extraordinary status and an idol for countless people. Even Yi Zhenxiao and Yi Diyuan were shocked, momentarily at a loss for words. "The elder from the martial academy who prepared to take me as a disciple has mentioned Master Xianyang more than once. They are friends," Yi Xinglong said excitedly. "So, Master Xianyang came to our Yi family because of you and the elder from the martial academy behind you?" Yi Diyuan was overjoyed. Brother Xinglong is indeed impressive. Being favored by the elders of the martial arts academy and Master Xianyang, truly remarkable. Brother Xinglong is definitely a dragon among men. Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling, among others, were all frantically flattering him. Hurry, follow me to welcome them." Yi Zhenxiao came to his senses, his face radiating intense surprise and pride, and hurriedly led all the senior members of the Yi family over. Yi clan leader, congratulations, congratulations. The Yi family truly deserves to be the first clan in Beihuang City. To have a connection with Master Xianyang is indeed extraordinary. Along the way, all the guests congratulated Yi Zhenxiao and others, their faces filled with envy and awe. Even the distinguished guests inside the great hall rushed out at this moment. The thought of witnessing the legendary master soon made everyone incredibly excited. Yi Xinglong straightened his back even more, feeling particularly proud, and turned to glare fiercely at Su Chen. In his heart, he was pleased. What does your acquaintance with City Lord Lu matter? Did you see? The Master Xianyang coming for me is the real big shot. This is not false. No one, whether in identity, status, cultivation, wealth, or influence, can compare to Master Xianyang, not even a local city lord like Lu Qing. Even the martial artists and nobles in the capital city hold Master Xianyang in the highest regard. Before long, Master Xianyang, dressed in luxurious alchemist robes, arrived, his aura profound, eyes sparkling with brilliance, exuding an air of a master. Wherever he went, people bowed in reverence. Not knowing that Master Xianyang had arrived, we have failed to welcome him properly. I hope the master will forgive us. Yi Zhenxiao excitedly welcomed him, his face glowing with joy. Yi clan leader need not be so polite. I heard that the Yi family has produced a young talent, so I came uninvited. I hope you understand. Master Xianyang smiled slightly. No. It is truly an honor for our Yi family to have the master come in person. Yi Zhenxiao and others were even more flattered, completely not expecting Master Xianyang to be so calm and polite, not at all like the rumors of him being irritable and arrogant. However, when a young talent was mentioned, they couldn't help but reveal proud smiles. Master Xianyang has praised me too much, but Xinglong being valued by the Martial Arts Academy indeed shows he has good talent. Yi Zhenxiao pulled Yi Xinglong to the front and proudly introduced him. Yi Xinglong awakened a low-grade, Earth-level bloodline talent at a young age, his cultivation progressing rapidly. Already a 9th-level martial artist in the Qi martial realm, and now he has also gained recognition from the elders of the Martial Arts Academy in the capital. Who else can be called a young talent besides him? Yi Xinglong felt even prouder, casting a cold glance at Su Chen, his eyes filled with sarcasm and mockery. I am Yi Xinglong. I have seen Master Xianyang. My master, Huang Chonggu, has mentioned the master's name more than once, holding you in high regard. Today, I see the master, and indeed, you have extraordinary grace. Yi Xinglong respectfully cupped his fist in greeting, not forgetting to flatter and build connections. Oh, you are a disciple of Huang Chonggu? Not bad. Master Xianyang glanced at Yi Xinglong, nodded, and then said to Yi Zhenxiao, for the Yi clan leader's birthday, this essence transformation pill shall serve as a congratulatory gift. Oh, it is actually the essence transformation pill that can help true martial realm warriors strengthen their foundations and enhance their potential. That is a 3rd-grade pill. Moreover, it was personally refined by Master Xianyang, definitely of high level or even top-tier quality. In the Deluo Merchant Alliance, it could be worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and is priceless. Master Xianyang actually gave such a heavy gift. It seems the relationship with the Yi family is quite extraordinary. Everyone was shocked. The master is too polite. Your presence is already the greatest gift to the Yi family and to me, Yi Zhenxiao. Yi Zhenxiao's eyes gleamed with excitement, speaking politely. But his body could not help but subconsciously accept the pill. With this pill, he could easily break through another realm in a short time, truly hard to refuse. Master, please, take a seat inside. Yi Xinglong felt extremely honored and quickly made a gesture of invitation. However, Master Xianyang completely ignored him, simply scanning the crowd and curiously asked Yi Zhenxiao, why haven't I seen young Master Su Chen? Su Chen, Yi Zhenxiao, and Yi Xinglong frowned, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Why is Master Xianyang looking for Su Chen too? Chapter 22, Blind and Humiliated. Inside the Yi family's courtyard, Master Xianyang no longer paid attention to Yi Zhenxiao and Yi Xinglong and directly approached Su Chen's table, leaving countless guests and clan members dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, City Lord Lu had arrived first. Since that is the case, I will also come here for a drink. I hope young Master Su and Madam Su do not mind. Master Xianyang said with a smile. Wherever you please, master, please sit. Yi Qingcheng was astonished for a moment, but quickly stood up to greet him. Madam Su is too polite. This is what I should do. Saying this, Master Xianyang specifically glanced at Su Chen, the smile slightly flattering, and after seeing Su Chen nod, he sat down. Master Xianyang helped Yi Qingcheng refine pills, solving the crisis of the Yi Family-S association, so their relationship should be quite special. But what does this have to do with Su Chen? Everyone couldn't help but sigh, filled with envy. Unexpectedly, Master Xianyang and City Lord Lu came for the young lady and son-in-law. This is truly a great honor. Yi Xinglong thought he had something to do with it. Really self-righteous. Lan Xiang and others stood at the back, quietly exchanging words, feeling very happy. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was astounded, not expecting her daughter and son-in-law to be acquainted with these two big figures. The resentment she had just felt dissipated significantly, although Yi Qingcheng felt very strange. During the conversation, she could sense that Master Xianyang and Lu Qing were being overly polite, and they occasionally glanced at Su Chen. Among the entire Yi family, only Qingzhu knew what was going on. However, she did not make it known, just watching the calm Su Chen, her clear eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Left out, Yi Zhenxiao and others finally came to their senses, hearing the discussions around them, their faces a bit awkward. Could it be that Master Xianyang did not come for Xinglong, but for Yi Qingcheng? Someone muttered quietly. Hearing this, Yi Xinglong felt even more embarrassed, as if he had been slapped twice, glaring at Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng with resentment. Today is Yi Zhenxiao's 100th birthday, but it is also his home turf. How could he let others steal the spotlight? No, he must retaliate. Seeing the essence transformation pill in Yi Zhenxiao's hand, he suddenly had a bright idea, spoke a few words to Yi Zhenxiao, then picked up the pill and walked toward Su Chen. In the corner, Master Xianyang appeared to be engaging warmly with Yi Qingcheng, Lin Wan, and Lu Qing. Yet secretly, he transmitted his thoughts to Su Chen. Master, the items you wanted have all arrived. Due to their great value, I came to deliver them personally, not expecting to encounter this situation. I hope you will not blame me. No worries, you came at just the right time. Glancing at Yi Zhenxiao and others' gloomy and awkward faces, Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. As Master Xianyang breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized that the Yi family was clearly targeting Su Chen and his wife. Just as he was about to ask Su Chen whether he wanted help to vent his anger, Yi Xinglong walked over. Master being able to visit and present this essence transformation pill as a congratulatory gift. My Yi family is immensely honored. Please take your seat inside. Master. Yi Xinglong spoke while occasionally casting cold glances at Su Chen. At this moment, he deliberately took out the essence transformation pill to show off, not only to thank and invite Master Xianyang, but primarily to target Su Chen. Oh right, just now, Su Chen's brother-in-law also took a longevity elixir. But this exquisite and crystal-clear essence transformation pill, with its rich medicinal power, is truly a top-tier elixir, far beyond your lowly and nameless Qingming longevity pill. Today, I've specially allowed you to open your eyes. Remember not to be fooled by such trash in the future. After all, outsiders won't be as polite to you as we. The Yi family are, Yi Xinglong said with a smug smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you talking about the Qingming longevity pill? Master Xianyang suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock as he asked, where is it? Yi Xinglong didn't expect Master Xianyang to be so excited. He thought, could it be that such a pill really exists in the world, and that Su Chen, that waste, accidentally guessed correctly? However, he naturally didn't believe that Su Chen, such a waste, could produce a real elixir. He was definitely trying to fool them. This was a perfect opportunity to have Master Xianyang authenticate it and thoroughly embarrass Su Chen. Su Chen's brother-in-law. Why not take out your so-called Qingming longevity pill for the master to appreciate? Yi Xinglong said to Su Chen with a mocking gaze. Su Chen glanced at Yi Xinglong and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. He was just thinking about how to vent his anger for Yi Qingcheng. And this guy actually came to humiliate himself, so he wouldn't hold back. If the master wants to see, then let him see. Su Chen took out the gift box containing the Qingming longevity pill and handed it to Master Xianyang. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingcheng and Lin Wan were somewhat worried. Only Qingzhu cast a cold glance at Yi Xinglong, filled with disdain. A top-tier elixir like the Qingming longevity pill, which has been lost to the ages, would require a master alchemist to study the formula for a long time. In just half a month, could the master really have refined it? With an excited heart, Master Xianyang opened the gift box, and his eyes immediately widened. The color was like azure stone. The medicinal power was restrained and gathered, just as recorded in ancient texts. It was undoubtedly the Qingming longevity pill. Master Xianyang exclaimed in excitement, and at the same time, he admired Su Chen even more. Lu Qing also stood up, his eyes filled with horror as he said, "Is this the legendary Qingming longevity pill that can extend one's lifespan by 20 years? That's a top-tier 4th-grade elixir. Wasn't it said to have been lost long ago? Even the city lord Lu has heard of this pill?" Master Xianyang looked at Lu Qing in surprise. "I heard about it from a lord in the capital years ago. I didn't expect to see this legendary item today. What? It's actually real?" The scene erupted in an uproar. Even Yi Jinxiao and Yi Diyuan were left speechless. Yi Xinglong's smile froze, his eyes almost popping out as he incredulously exclaimed, "Impossible! How could a waste with no talent produce a real 4th-grade top-tier elixir? How could that waste Su Chen possess such a treasure? Impossible! I absolutely do not believe it." The others, including Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling, could not accept it either. Presumptuous! Master Xuanyang's gaze turned cold as he reprimanded. "You ignorant little brats! Are you questioning my eyesight?" With a glare, Master Xianyang unleashed an overwhelming pressure that enveloped Yi Xinglong and the others. They all trembled, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on them, drenched in cold sweat, their faces pale with fear. The Xuanwu realm. Yi Jinxiao trembled, his eyes filled with deep reverence. He initially thought that alchemists generally did not focus on their cultivation levels. But he did not expect Master Xuanyang's cultivation to have reached the Xuanwu realm. That was a realm that even he and Lu Qing could only dream of touching. Coupled with Master Xuanyang's identity as an elder of the Alchemist Alliance, who in Beihuang City would dare to offend him. Who could offend him? "Master, please calm down. They are just ignorant children. I hope the master will not hold it against them. Please calm down." Yi Jinxiao and Yi Diyuan quickly stepped forward to apologize. However, their words clearly carried more of a protective tone. "Yi family head, today on account of young Master Su and his wife, I will not hold it against them. If there's a next time, I will not be so lenient." Master Xianyang coldly swept a glance at Yi Jinxiao and the others, speaking sternly without mercy. Alchemists most despise others speaking ill of their alchemical skills, and Master Xianyang had just seen that this group was targeting Su Chen and his wife. Hence, he unleashed his wrath to vent his master's frustrations. What martial arts academy disciples, what Yi family? If it weren't for the relationship with Su Chen and his wife, would he care about them? He suppressed them with a flip of his hand. Who would dare to say anything more? Even Lu Qing, the city lord, merely sat by and watched coldly, secretly sneering. These blind fools deserve it. What on earth is happening? Seeing this scene, not only were the guests dumbfounded, but even Yi Qingsheng and Lin Wan were shocked. Everyone could see that Master Xianyang was actively defending Su Chen, but no one knew the reason behind it. Moreover, at this moment, they all suddenly realized. The politeness and calmness Master Xianyang had shown were directed at Su Chen and his wife, not his true nature. The rumors of his violent temper and eccentric personality were the truth. Otherwise, the maid from the Daluo Merchant Alliance wouldn't have been dragged out and beaten half to death for offending Master Xianyang with a single word. Yi Xinglong, who was stiff with shock, was pulled back by Yi Diyuan and others, still in a daze. Young Master Su, since this Qingming longevity pill is not recognized by anyone, why not sell it to me? After all, young Master Su is in the prime of youth and doesn't need this pill. I am willing to offer 1,000,000 spirit stones. Master, please don't compete with me. As a master alchemist, you've seen everything. I hope you can accommodate me. At this moment, Lu Qing suddenly spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. Who wouldn't be envious of a top-tier elixir that could extend one's lifespan by 20 years? It's unique in the entire Daju Kingdom. Master, since City Lord Lu wants it, then give it to him, Su Chen said with a calm smile. Master Xianyang had initially wanted to compete for it, but upon seeing Su Chen agree, he said no more. After all, he already had the formula, and in the future, under Su Chen's guidance, he could improve his alchemical skills and refine it himself. Moreover, Lu Qing had come specifically to support Su Chen. So Su Chen naturally had to return the favor. Thank you, young Master Su. I won't say much more. If you need my assistance in the future, just let me know. Lu Qing excitedly accepted the Qingming longevity pill and promised to deliver the 1 million spirit stones within 3 days. It's no wonder he was so excited. He had indeed struck a great bargain. A normal 4th-grade top-tier elixir would cost 1 million spirit stones. Not to mention the long-lost Qingming longevity pill that could extend one's lifespan. If it were auctioned at the Daoyuan Merchant Alliance, it would easily fetch several times that amount. As Yi Zhenxiao watched the Qingming longevity pill, which should have been his, fall into Lu Qing's hands, he felt the darkness before his eyes and almost fainted. 20 years of lifespan. For someone like him, who was already halfway in the grave, that was practically like gaining an extra life. Chapter 23. With me here, the lifespan of a warrior in the Jinwu realm is not much better than that of an ordinary mortal, at most 100 years. Only by returning to one's roots and condensing the martial Dao Yuan Dan to break through to the Xuanwu realm can one's lifespan dramatically increase. Yi Zhenxiao's vitality had already declined, and with average aptitude, it was impossible for him to break through to the Xuanwu realm in the coming decades. If he could obtain the 20 years of lifespan from the Qingming longevity pill, he would have a great chance. While feeling regret, he was also filled with immense anger. Su Chen's actions were clearly a humiliation to him. In his mindset, as an elder, no matter what he did, the junior should unconditionally honor and obey him. Unfortunately, Su Chen did not indulge him. Master Tianlong, who had long wanted to vent for Su Chen, would not indulge him either. Since you don't trust my alchemy, then please return this essence transformation pill to me. Those without vision are not worthy to consume the pills I refine. Master Xuan Yang snorted coldly, and before Yi Xinglong could react, he reached out and took back the essence transformation pill from his hand. Seeing this scene, Yi Zhenxiao felt a pang of heartbreak. However, he didn't dare to say much. The consequences of offending Master Xianyang were too great for him to bear. Wasn't Su Chen a waste since his dantian and qi si were shattered? How could these two great figures value him so highly? The expressions of Yi Diyuan, Yi Deming, and the other suddenly became extremely ugly. How could that waste Su Chen know City Lord Lu and Master Xianyang? Yiling gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Don't pay any attention to him. His dantian and qi si are shattered. Even Master Xianyang can't repair it. So he won't pose any threat to you. After regaining his composure, Yi Diyuan comforted Yi Xinglong. That's right. In this world, strength is paramount. The so-called connections and status are worthless in the face of true power. Xinglong, as long as you practice diligently at the Martial Arts Academy, you will be able to trample all these people underfoot in the future. Yi Zhenxiao looked at Yi Xinglong with great expectations and said solemnly, Grandpa believes in you and will do everything to help you. Even so, when he looked at the calm Su Chen, there was still a hint of coldness and anger in his eyes, revealing that his inner feelings were not as calm as they appeared. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely live up to your trust and will reach the pinnacle of martial arts, crushing all of them. Yi Xinglong reignited his hope, glaring fiercely at Su Chen and the others as he spoke. Good. This is my good grandson, Yi Zhenxiao. Grandpa will now hand over the family's power to you. From now on, you can freely use all the family resources. After saying this, Yi Zhenxiao took Yi Xinglong and walked up to the high platform of the main hall. Everyone, although today is my birthday, there is an even greater joyous occasion for the Yi family to announce. Yi Zhenxiao raised his voice, his booming voice resonating throughout the Yi family. Another joyous occasion? People immediately became interested. Seeing the crowd's attention shift back from Su Chen's table, Yi Zhenxiao's expression became serious. And with an impassioned tone, he said, My eldest grandson, Yi Xinglong, has passed the assessment of the Royal Capital Martial Arts Academy and has been valued by the elders of the academy, accepted as a disciple. He will surely become a powerful figure in the future, bringing fame to our Beihuang City. So he really joined the Martial Arts Academy? Those with Earth-level bloodlines reaching the Xuanwu realm are almost a certainty, and with the elders of the academy focusing on his training, there is a glimmer of hope for him to reach the Tianwu realm in the future. People had already anticipated that Yi Xinglong would join the Martial Arts Academy. However, they did not expect that he had also been valued by the elders of the academy and was about to be accepted as a disciple. This is a privilege only those young prodigies receive. Every time the Martial Arts Academy recruits disciples, those who receive such treatment are extremely rare. Congratulations, Kanan Li Derye. Tianlong is truly a talent of heaven. He will surely become the pride of our Beihuang City in the future. The guests rushed forward to congratulate him, including members of the Yi family, all showing expressions of awe and envy. Looking at the flattering smiles and fawning faces of the people, Yi Xinglong's grievances were swept away, and he instantly regained his boundless confidence. Su Chen, Yi Qingcheng, you two dog couple, watch closely. The main event is still to come. Yi Xinglong once again cast a glance at Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng, his eyes filled with mockery and resentment. Not long after, amidst the praises and envy of the crowd, Yi Zhenxiao announced another major piece of news. As everyone knows, in the martial arts world, strength is paramount. Therefore, for the sake of the family's grand plan, I have decided to establish Yi Xinglong as the young clan leader of the Yi family and will fully support him in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Yi Zhenxiao declared emphatically. As soon as these words came out, the scene erupted in an uproar. Everyone knew that the young clan leader of the Yi family had always been Yi Qingcheng, and her reputation and abilities were extremely high. Even the Zhang family bowed to her. Yet, with Yi Zhenxiao's decree, he unexpectedly replaced her, which truly shocked everyone. Father is wise. Xinglong's talent is extraordinary. With the family's resources to assist him, he will surely become a powerful figure and strengthen our Yi family. Father's action is deeply supported by the people. We will surely back him up. Yi Deyuan and Yi Deming had long been waiting for this moment, immediately standing up to express their support, while also inciting the clansmen. Their influence in the Yi family was already significant, and suddenly the vast majority of the clansmen echoed their agreement, expressing their support. A few remaining clansmen with a sense of justice looked at Yi Qingcheng and could only sigh in the end. How could the clan leader do this? Lanxiang and Qiujuan were stunned. They watched Yi Qingcheng, who had given everything for the Yi family, unexpectedly receive such treatment in the end. Was it because of the earlier incident that she was being punished? Lanxiang still held some naivety. What punishment? The old man is inherently cold-hearted. Su Chen was right. This has long been premeditated. Lin Yin was not naive and angrily said. Yi Qingcheng's face instantly turned pale. She never expected that her grandfather, who had once cared for her, would not consult her, nor even inform her, and directly replace her with Yi Xinglong as the young clan leader. Reflecting on everything that had happened recently and Yi Zhenxiao's change in attitude, she finally understood Su Chen's words. From beginning to end, this so-called young clan leader of the Yi family was merely a tool for paving the way and serving others. Once the crisis was over and the family grew stronger, she, as a useless tool, would be kicked aside. The once incredibly strong Yi Qingcheng shed tears for the first time in front of others. Her face was ashen. Her heart felt like it was being cut. No matter how Lanxiang, Lin Yun, and the others tried to comfort her, Yi Qingcheng sat there like a statue. She never imagined that her grandfather, whom she regarded as family, was merely using her. She had worked tirelessly, strengthening the family's business, only to pave the way for others. Everything she had insisted on was merely a joke in the eyes of others. In that moment, her beliefs completely shattered. Looking at Yi Qingcheng, Su Chen seemed to see himself back in the Su family. That feeling of being used and then ruthlessly discarded was so infuriating, so unjust, and filled with regret. Qingcheng, don't be sad. I'm here for you. Su Chen, feeling a strong resonance, gently patted Yi Qingcheng's back, and his eyes suddenly revealed infinite compassion. Yi Qingcheng stared blankly at Su Chen, also seeing Yi Xinglong and the others behind him, sneering with delight. Weren't they just very proud a moment ago? How dare they humiliate me? You two worthless things, cry all you want. Tears are the exclusive domain of you ants, while I, as a strong one, will rise by stepping on all your heads. Yi Xinglong laughed triumphantly inside, his eyes filled with disdain. Yi Zhenxiao merely cast a cold glance at Su Chen and the others, then issued his final decision to the enthusiastic supporters. Good, since everyone recognizes this decision. Then I announce that from today, Yi Xinglong is the young clan leader of the Yi family. Wait, suddenly, A cold voice interrupted Yi Jinxiao's declaration. What is the situation? Is someone standing up for his wife? But he has no cultivation and no standing in the Yi family. How can he stand up? Didn't they see that even Yi Qingsheng was helpless? People turned to look at the source of the voice, and they saw Su Chen slowly standing up, causing everyone to frown. Even Lin Yun and Lan Xiang were startled, never expecting that the usually idle Su Chen would stand up at this moment. Young Master Su, although this is an internal matter of the Yi family, and I shouldn't interfere, if you need help, I will definitely not hesitate. Lu Qing said to Su Chen seriously as he looked at him. Young Master Su, I feel the same way. Master Xianyang also said, Thank you both. But this is my wife Qingqing's matter. She has been bullied. How can I, as her husband, remain indifferent? After nodding in acknowledgement, Su Chen strode towards Yi Jinxiao and the others. Su Chen, what do you want to do? Yi Diyuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately shouted angrily. Su Chen stood before them, coldly glancing at them, and shouted, I disagree. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen retracted his usual carefree demeanor. His eyes became firm. His aura turned cold, and his words were filled with youthful arrogance and undeniable dominance. His shout was like thunder, shocking many people at the scene. You are outrageous. You disagree? Who do you think you are to speak so shamelessly here? You are just a son-in-law of the Yi family, a waste without talent or cultivation. What right do you have to question our family head's decision? Hurry up and get lost. Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling immediately stepped forward to scold and threaten Su Chen, pointing fingers at him. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with Yi Xinglong, so Yi Gaoyang naturally did his utmost to defend. And Yi Ling was still hoping that Yi Xinglong would find a treasure to restore his dantian at the Martial Arts Academy in the royal capital. The Yi family members and guests at the scene fell into dead silence, with only these two fiercely insulting and threatening Su Chen. They did not notice that Su Chen's deep-set pupils suddenly radiated a sharpness like blades. Chapter 24. Yi family are not even as good as dogs. Although everyone understood that this matter was underhanded by the Yi family, they truly did not know where the waste that was Su Chen, who had a bad reputation, got the courage to stand up to Yi Jinxiao and the others. First, I am the husband of Yi Qingsheng. Her affairs are my affairs. Coldly sweeping a glance at Yi Jinxiao and the others, Su Chen showed no signs of fear, only coldness, endless coldness. Second, as he spoke the second point, a powerful and violent aura suddenly erupted from Su Chen, and then he stepped forward in a lunge, simultaneously slapping Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling across the face with both hands. Slap! Slap! At the same time, the two slaps echoed. The unprepared Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling were directly sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground and crying out in pain. What? Looking at Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling, whose faces were swollen like pig heads and mouths and noses covered in blood, everyone was shocked. It was bad enough that Yi Ling's dantian was destroyed, but Yi Gaoyang, although not as good as Yi Xinglong, was still a martial artist at the Qi martial realm. How could he be knocked down to the ground by a single slap? Isn't Su Chen a mere mortal whose talent and cultivation have been wasted? Second, who gave you two waste the audacity to point fingers at me? Su Chen coldly glared at Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling, finishing his previous statement with undeniable dominance. Yi Gaoyang and Yi Ling stopped their cries, trembling all over, feeling as if a death god had locked onto them, ready to take their lives at any moment. Su Chen, you are too outrageous. How dare you harm others? Do you not regard us, or the Yi family, and your father at all? Yi Daming roared in fury, pointing at Su Chen. You little beast, you are seeking death. Yi Delin directly unleashed his true energy, ready to rush up and kill Su Chen to avenge his son. If you want to die, just come. Su Chen stared at Yi Delin, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Yi Delin had bullied Yi Qingsheng multiple times, and even wanted her life. Su Chen had long wanted to kill him. Has this Su Chen taken the wrong medicine? Everyone felt it was unbelievable. So arrogant. So domineering. No one expected that Su Chen would dare to act so brazenly, even threatening Yi Delin. Was he planning to go against the entire Yi family? Stop. Suddenly, Yi Jinxiao shouted to stop the enraged Yi Delin. His gaze subtly swept over Master Xianyang and Lu Qing, revealing a hint of apprehension. He did not know what Su Chen's relationship with these two was otherwise. He would have long since lost control and slapped Su Chen to death. Su Chen, are you questioning the decision of the clan head? Yi Jinxiao displayed the imposing manner of a clan head and released his pressure, trying to directly intimidate Su Chen. However, with Su Chen's peak third-tier spiritual power, he did not take Yi Jinxiao's pressure seriously at all. No, I am not only questioning your decision, but also your character and the entire Yi family's morals. Su Chen shook his finger, confronting the imposing Yi Jinxiao with sharp words. You insolent brat! How outrageous! Do you even know what you are saying? Yi Diyuan and Yi Daming and others shouted angrily, including those Yi family members who supported them. They all cast furious glances at Su Chen. Am I wrong? This family is supported by Qing Cheng, and when in danger, she is the only one standing up. You parasites who only care about your own interests. Besides scheming behind the scenes, when things happen, you all become turtles hiding your heads. Do you still have a face to shout? Su Chen's words were incisive, each one striking the heart, instantly silencing Yi Diyuan and the others. And you, a bunch of fence-sitters, only knowing how to form cliques, bully others, and cling to the powerful. Don't forget who is fighting outside, allowing you to live here without worries and bicker for power. Even dogs know to be loyal to their masters. You're even worse than dogs. Upon hearing this, those Yi family members who had just vigorously supported Yi Xinglong either lowered their heads in shame or glared at Su Chen with such hatred that they seemed ready to eat him alive. And you, changing the subject, Su Chen then focused on Yi Xinglong, just a spoiled rich kid piled up with family resources. Why are you so arrogant every day? Without Yi Qingcheng, you wouldn't even be able to enter the martial arts academy. You wouldn't even find a place to eat shit. Su Chen, you dare to insult me. I will make you wish you were dead. Yi Xinglong exploded with rage, his face twisted like a demon. Su Chen, don't go too far. Yi Jinxiao's eyes narrowed, presenting a fierce demeanor. However, Su Chen did not take him seriously at all and directly interrupted him. The most despicable is you, relying on your seniority, acting pretentious, and after using and discarding others, you are heartless and ruthless. People like you, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, are cold-hearted and greedy. Do you have the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog? Su Chen scolded sternly. You. Yi Jinxiao was dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Chen would be so audacious as to portray him as a thoroughly despicable villain. What? Are you angry? Do you think I have offended your dignity? What about Yi Qingcheng, who was deeply hurt by you and whose faith was destroyed? That last sentence struck like a thunderbolt, resonating in everyone's hearts. Everyone was stunned, unable to recover. Yi Jinxiao was furious in his sinister eyes. The murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. However, at that moment, Master Xianyang suddenly stood up and loudly applauded. Well said. I really didn't expect that young Master Su not only has exceptional talent and skills, but also sharp words and strong arguments. Not weaker than the great Zhuge back in the day. Master Xianyang said excitedly, both giving support to his master and inadvertently intimidating Yi Jinxiao. Wonderful, wonderful. Lu Qin could not help but stand up and clap. Lin Yun and Lan Xiang and the others were left dumbfounded. Is this still the carefree, troublemaking son-in-law they knew? Their son-in-law is indeed not an ordinary person. Qing Zhu's eyes sparkled. Even Yi Qingcheng was trembling at this moment, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. She had never expected that Su Chen would stand up for her, even at the risk of turning against everyone. But for some reason, looking at Su Chen's slightly thin back, her previously chaotic mental state suddenly calmed down. His words, as intense as the sun, warmed her heart that had been frozen for so long. His broad shoulders were like a guardian, instantly dispelling all suffering and grievances. With Su Chen's words, it was enough. Thinking of this, her expression suddenly became resolute, as if she had made an important decision, and she stepped forward to stand by Su Chen's side. Thank you. Yi Qingcheng grasped Su Chen's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, deeply moved in her heart. Su Chen reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said seriously, Since you regard me as your man, then your man should shield you from the wind and rain, even if it means going against the world. Seeing this pair of ordinary yet extraordinary couple, the martial artists present, who were used to deceit and struggle, couldn't help but be shocked. With you, life is enough. Su Chen, I warn you not to cause trouble anymore. Don't forget your identity. This is the Yi family. Yi Zhenxiao had long been filled with hatred. Since he took control of the Yi family, no one had dared to be so arrogant in front of him. However, Master Xianyang and Lu Qing were watching from the side, and even if he had the strongest killing intent, he could only endure for the time being. Nevertheless, his words were already filled with threats. As long as Su Chen wasn't foolish, he should know when to stop. After all, Master Xianyang and Lu Qing couldn't stay in the Yi family forever. Yi Qingchen was already immensely moved, tightly holding Su Chen's hand and saying, "Enough, this is enough. No need to fight anymore. As long as you are by my side, it doesn't matter if the young clan leader doesn't do it." She could see that at this moment, the Yi family members wished they could tear Su Chen into pieces. Although Su Chen still had some strength left, dealing with the Qi martial realm was already his limit. While Yi Zhenxiao and Yi Diyuan were both true martial realm, and Su Chen alone was definitely not their opponent. However, Su Chen patted her hand and gave a trusting smile. Then, he turned to face the murderous Yi Zhenxiao and said firmly, "Don't use threats as petty tricks. I'll say this. What belongs to us, we can give up, but if anyone dares to steal it, I will annihilate them." Who is more threatening? Who is more domineering? Su Chen was not afraid of them. "Su Chen, you are too self-righteous. The position of the young clan leader belongs to the entire Yi family. When did it become yours? You must understand, this is a world where strength is paramount. For our Yi family to continue, survive, and develop, we must possess powerful martial strength. Yi Qingcheng is just an ordinary person. How can there be any future for her? Xinglong is the most talented in our Yi family and is highly valued by the elders of the martial academy. Only he can lead our Yi family to greatness. Are you going to disregard the family's future for your own selfish interests?" Yi Diyuan and Yi Dimiai began to resort to moral coercion when they saw that hard tactics were not working. This was clearly the inner thought of most clan members of the Yi family. After all, their admiration for the strong and for power had long been ingrained in their bones. Talent? Strength? Qingcheng cannot cultivate now. But that doesn't mean she will never be able to cultivate. Moreover, when it comes to talent and strength, I can easily suppress someone like Yi Xinglong. There is no difference from an ordinary person. Su Chen sneered, but it was not unexpected. What? Such big words. Don't think that relying on this bit of physical strength means you can look down on martial artists. In front of true prodigies, your little power is insignificant. Yi Diyuan and the others scornfully rebuked. "Su Chen, you dare to insult me?" Yi Xinglong was already furious and rushed forward, glaring at Su Chen with a menacing gaze. "If you have the guts, compete with me. Don't just use your mouth. It's embarrassing. It can be done, but I'm afraid your frail body won't be able to handle it and will be disabled by me." Su Chen sneered. Chapter 25. Defeating Yi Xinglong, shocking everyone. Seeing Su Chen arrogantly agree, Yi Xinglong immediately said to Yi Zhenxiao, "Grandpa, Su Chen is so disrespectful. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think our Yi family is easy to bully." Yi Zhenxiao immediately agreed, fearing that Su Chen would back out. He was wary of Master Xianyang and Lu Qing and dared not bully the weak, but sparring among peers was another matter. "Xinglong, this kid is so arrogant. I don't know what he is relying on, so you need to be a bit careful." Yi Diyuan trusted his son as strength. But Su Chen's previous display of power was too overwhelming, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "Brother, you're overthinking. Su Chen comes from a prominent family. He was once a young prodigy, just one step away from the true martial realm, and has many treasures to temper and cleanse his body since childhood. So having a bit of strength is normal, but bloodline talent and damaged dantian are irreversible." Yi Dimiai said, "Father, rest assured, that little reliance of his is nothing. Soon I will let him know that martial artists are not just about strength." Yi Xinglong was very confident and didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Moreover, he wanted to use this battle to completely establish his reputation, to completely crush Su Chen and ensure he could never rise again. In the plaza of the Yi family compound, the guests quickly stepped back, leaving a large open space. The eyes of the crowd were filled with anticipation. Yi Xinglong awakened his Earth-level bloodline, with extraordinary talent, successfully joined the martial academy in the royal capital, and was valued by the elders of the martial academy. Becoming their disciple, Su Chen, once a young prodigy with a heavenly bloodline, had even reached the peak of the true martial realm's ninth layer. Although his talent and cultivation were both ruined, he had shown remarkable strength and must have some hidden cards. These two were both legendary figures in Beihuang City. Whoosh! Yixinglong flashed and appeared in the center of the battle stage. Su Chen, you dare to slander my grandpa and the Yi family. Today I will teach you a good lesson and let you know that a waste should live humbly. If you dare to be arrogant, you will only find death. Yixinglong said coldly, his eyes full of malice. Not much skill, but a lot of nonsense. Su Chen sneered. You are seeking death. Yixinglong was instantly enraged, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Boom! His aura surged, and the mighty, true energy raged like a storm, unleashing the full power of his Qi martial realm's ninth layer, causing fierce winds to blow throughout the Yi family compound. His Qi martial realm ninth layer? Yixinglong is only in his 20s, right? To be precise, he is only 21. Reaching Qi martial realm ninth layer at 21? This cultivation speed is simply astonishing. It seems Su Chen is bound to lose today, the crowd exclaimed. In the vast Beihuang City, even the older generation of martial artists mostly lingered around the Qi martial realm. His father, Yifan, had only recently broken through to the true martial realm. Undoubtedly, Yixinglong's talent is considered top tier even in the talent-filled royal capital. In their eyes, no matter how strong Su Chen was, his limit was matching a Qi martial realm 4th or 5th layer warrior. How could he compete with Yixinglong at the peak of the Qi martial realm's 9th layer? Reaching Qi martial realm 9th layer at 21? He is not as good as our Qingzhu. What are you so proud of? However, Su Chen merely cast a cold glance at the proud Yixinglong, his tone disdainful. Qingzhu arrogant, go die. Yixinglong narrowed his eyes, killing intent surging. Boom! True energy surged in his palm, instantly releasing a violent gale, forming a tornado several meters high, sweeping down towards Su Chen. Human-level top-grade martial art, Wind Dragon Palm. Yixinglong activated the true energy within him and performed a martial art, unleashing his strongest combat power, intending to suppress Su Chen. Today, his face had been thoroughly slapped by Su Chen, and he had to teach Su Chen a severe lesson to vent his anger. Flashy, Su Chen said. Then, he lightly slapped with one hand. A stream of black gas swirled around his palm, and at the moment of contact, the violent tornado actually dissipated instantly, and the endless true Qi was shattered. Slap! With a crisp sound, a loud slap landed on Yixinglong's face, sending him flying. Yixinglong let out a miserable scream, half of his face swollen, blood spouting from his mouth, and his eyes filled with terror. Your dantian's Qi has actually recovered? Yixinglong exclaimed in disbelief. What? Everyone present was taken aback. Just a moment ago, they hadn't even figured out what was happening. And Su Chen had already dispersed the tornado with a single palm and slapped Yixinglong. How could an ordinary mortal's strength possibly counter the true Qi of a martial artist, let alone martial arts? The black gas emanating from his palm, just now, was definitely true Qi. Among the crowd, there were martial artists at the true martial realm who keenly sensed the clues. This indicated that Su Chen's dantian's Qi had recovered. How could this be possible? The scene was in an uproar. It was common knowledge that Su Chen's dantian's Qi had been shattered and he had become a waste. How could it possibly return to normal? There are some heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world that can repair the dantian, but those treasures are all rare and precious. And the entire great Chu kingdom doesn't have any. How could Su Chen obtain them? Has our son-in-law really recovered? That's great. Lan Xiang and the others cheered excitedly. Impossible. Even if your dantian has recovered, you're still only at the 4th layer of the Qi martial realm. How could you possess such overwhelming strength? Yi Yuan and the others had clearly sensed Su Chen's cultivation realm when he revealed his true Qi, so they were even more shocked. Ignoring the 5-layer realm difference was no trivial matter, because your son is a waste. Su Chen glanced at Yi Yuan and the others, his eyes flashing with a hint of sharpness. That's right. Our son-in-law was once the top genius that shook the great Luo dynasty. Lan Xiang and the others excitedly said. Su Chen, although I don't know what method you use to restore your dantian's Qi, if you think that this alone allows you to contend with me, then you're terribly mistaken. Today, I will still cripple you. Yixinglong stared at Su Chen, his voice becoming somewhat deranged. There was even a hint of trembling in it, stemming from a fear and unease in his heart. Clang! Yi Xinglong flipped his hand and drew a bright silver sword, its cold light shimmering and its edge unmatched. Spirit weapon. Not good. Young Master Su is in trouble. The expression of City Lord Lu slightly changed. Spirit weapons not only possess immense power and are indestructible, but they can also infuse true chi to unleash combat power that exceeds the martial artist's own limits. They're truly treasures. Although it was only a low-grade spirit weapon. In a small place like Beihuang City, even true martial realm martial artists rarely possessed one. With Yi Xinglong's cultivation at the 9th layer of the Qi martial realm, combined with this low-grade spirit sword, he was enough to battle even true martial realm martial artists, or even defeat them. How could Su Chen resist? Kill. A cold light flickered in Yi Xinglong's eyes as he swung his sword. Waves of dazzling light accompanied by a violent storm slashed down towards Su Chen. Flowing light backwind sword. This was a sword technique from the Martial Arts Academy in the royal capital, a low-grade, earth-level martial art. At this moment, Lu Qing was unable to remain calm. Human-level martial arts and earth-level martial arts are not on the same level. Being able to fully unleash the powerful might of a spirit weapon can be said to be invincible. It seems this was all passed on to him by that Huang Chengdu kid. Master Xianyang snorted coldly. With these two big figures saying so, the faces of Yi Qingsheng and the others turned pale, filled with worry. Qingzhu had already stepped forward, her hand resting on the sword hilt. If anything were to happen to Su Chen, she would definitely rush in to save him at all costs. Spirit weapon? Sword technique? In the hands of a waste. It's still waste. Facing Yi Xinglong's explosive trump card, Su Chen remained calm, and at the same time, his aura became extremely cold. Buzz. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and a dark, cold sword light appeared, instantly traversing the void, cutting towards Yi Xinglong. That was the technique of condensing qi into weapons. He intended to use this method to counter the spirit weapon and earth-level martial arts. Someone exclaimed. Condensing qi into weapons is something that martial artists at the 4th layer of the qi martial realm and above can master. It said that true qi solidifies into divine weapons, but how could it possibly compete with a real spirit weapon? Boom! But at that moment, Su Chen's sword light traversed the void, seemingly tearing apart the heavens and the earth, then swept away the storm sword energy that Yi Xinglong had unleashed. At the same time, the dark sword light appeared before Yi Xinglong like a rift in the void, causing his expression to change dramatically. What? Block it for me. Yi Xinglong roared, exerting all his strength to block with his sword. Clang! The low-grade spirit sword vibrated and trembled, instantly flying out of his hand. Yi Xinglong was struck as if by a thunderbolt. His chest caved in. He didn't know how many ribs had broken, and he spewed blood continuously, flying out in an instant. What? Everyone was stunned. The entire Yi family courtyard was silent. The expressions of all present were filled with disbelief. Yi Xinglong wielded a spirit weapon and even unleashed an earth-level martial art, increasing his combat power several times, almost comparable to the true martial realm. Yet he was still defeated by Su Chen with a single sword. Using the most ordinary technique of condensing qi into weapons, this was simply unfathomable. Look, there's a notch on the spirit sword. The sword body is cracked. How could this be? Is it possible that Su Chen's technique of condensing qi into weapons is sharper than the spirit weapon? There were many present who mastered the technique of condensing qi into weapons, but even true martial realm martial artists, when using this technique, cannot resist the power of spirit weapons. It seems young Master Su's true qi is very domineering. It seems to possess a power that transforms the miraculous into decay. That is how he dispersed the tornado just now. Lu Qing's gaze sharpened, finally understanding why Su Chen was able to resolve the strange energy within his son. Lu Qing, I told you that young Master Su's methods are extraordinary and that he is not on the same level as us mortals. Master Xianyang said proudly. How could ordinary people master the fire control divine technique? How could ordinary people easily refine the long-lost 4th-grade elixirs? Compared to Su Chen, they're indeed not worth mentioning. Chapter 26. I have no further ties with the Yi family. As the saying goes, slow, but in reality extremely fast. This highly anticipated battle, with both sides using a move, ended in just one exchange. Looking at Yi Xinglong, who lay on the ground without a sound, and Su Chen, who stood in the center and scathed and spirited, everyone present felt as if they had awakened from a dream. The wasteful reputation of Su Chen and the talent of Yi Xinglong from the Martial Arts Academy presented them with a completely one-sided confrontation. The only difference from what people expected was that the former crushed the latter. Son-in-law, you are amazing. Yi Xinglong was the most gifted in Beihuang City. Yet their son-in-law defeated him with just one sword. Lan Xiang and the others hugged each other, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. Even Lin Yun's gaze towards Su Chen was no longer harsh, but filled with pride. As for Yi Qingsheng, aside from being surprised, she was incredibly moved. Looking at Su Chen's back, she felt an unprecedented sense of safety and warmth. She had never enjoyed or even thought of this feeling of reliance. It was so blissful and relaxing. Xinglong, Xinglong. At this moment, Yi Diyuan and the others had already rushed to Yi Xinglong's side, their faces filled with worry and anger. At this moment, Yi Xinglong was covered in blood, his ribs shattered, as if he had been struck by a meteor. Although there was still a hint of life, his body was as soft as mud. This kid is so ruthless. Does he want Xinglong's life? Yi Delin said angrily. He had seen the clash just now very clearly, if it weren't for the spirit sword blocking it for a moment. Yi Xinglong would have definitely been killed by the black sword light unleashed by Su Chen. In fact, Su Chen had this intention, to directly kill Yi Xinglong and be done with it. However, overcoming 5 small realms and heavily injuring Yi Xinglong, who was wielding a spirit weapon, was already quite a rare achievement. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Su Chen's heart was still filled with excitement. The power of the Burial Heaven Divine Art had been vividly demonstrated in this battle. Although the resources consumed in cultivating this technique far exceeded that of ordinary people by 10 times or even more, the rewards obtained were undoubtedly immensely rich. One could imagine that as this technique was further practiced, he would absolutely sweep through the martial arts path in the future, unstoppable by anyone. You little beast! How dare you harm my son? I will turn you to ashes. At this moment, Yi Diyuan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, suddenly roaring and releasing his powerful, true martial realm cultivation to strike at Su Chen. I have said long ago that this little beast is a disaster for our Yi family. I should have been allowed to deal with him. Yi Delin snorted angrily and rushed forward. Following closely behind him were Yi Deming and others. In an instant, more than 10 martial artists at the Qi martial and true martial realms released their brutal killing intent, locking onto Su Chen. Su Chen, be careful. Yi Qingsheng was shocked and didn't know where she got the strength, but she ignored the true energy pressure from many martial artists and rushed directly to Su Chen's side. Su Chen grabbed her hand and smiled faintly. Don't worry, they can't hurt me. Yi Qingsheng looked surprised, but seeing the smile on Su Chen's face, she felt inexplicably at ease. Master Xianyang suddenly let out an angry snort, releasing a powerful pressure of the Xuanwu realm to intimidate Yi Diyuan and others. You actually want to bully the few with the many, to oppress the weak. Is this the virtue of your Yi family? I can no longer stand by and watch. In peer confrontations, if one side is defeated, they want to take revenge. This not only goes against the spirit of martial arts, but is also something people find disgraceful. Therefore, even the guests at this moment shook their heads at Yi Diyuan and others. But the protective Yi Diyuan didn't care about that much. Master Xianyang, this is a family matter for the Yi family. Are you really going to use your status to interfere? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Yi Diyuan said angrily. Master Xianyang pursued the path of alchemy, not martial arts, so he wouldn't care about these matters. He sneered, just about to scold, when he saw Lu Qing walk over with an imposing aura. The identity of a master is noble, so I naturally wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. But this is Beihuang City, and, as the city lord, I have a responsibility to supervise. Do you want to kill someone in front of me? Aren't you putting me in your eyes? Lu Qing stepped forward, also releasing a peak true martial realm pressure, and invoked the kingdom's laws, which was quite intimidating. Yi Diyuan and the others were all stunned, glancing at each other with extremely ugly expressions. Enough! Yi Zhenxiao, who had been in shock, anger, and astonishment, finally came back to his senses. Father, that little beast injured Xinglong. Are we just going to let it go? Yi Diyuan said indignantly. This matter ends here. Quickly take Xinglong down to treat him. All family resources can be used. We must ensure his foundation is not damaged. Yi Zhenxiao coldly glared at Su Chen and finally sighed. He felt helpless. If he angered Master Xianyang and City Lord Lu, Either one could easily destroy the entire Yi family. Yi family head is wise. Since that's the case, then according to the previous agreement, shouldn't the position of the young clan leader be continued by Madame Su? Lu Qing retracted his true energy pressure and said indifferently, Yi Zhenxiao never expected that Lu Qing would so strongly defend Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng, showing an unprecedented assertiveness, and even want to interfere in their Yi family's internal affairs. In fact, Lu Qing had only decided to stand on the same side as Su Chen after witnessing Su Chen's powerful strength. A once top genius, reborn, now has an immeasurable future. Forget it. I will no longer be the young clan leader of the Yi family. But it's not that you force me to resign. Rather, I voluntarily give it up. Suddenly, Yi Qingcheng spoke up, decisively breaking the silence. What happened before was indeed wrong on Grandpa's part, but Yi Zhenxiao still wanted to salvage the situation. After witnessing Su Chen's powerful strength and resources, he felt a mixture of regret. It was his foolishness and ignorance that pushed the top talent Su Chen to the opposite side. Now, the only way to retain Su Chen's service in the Yi family was to win back Yi Qingcheng's heart. Grandpa, this is the last time I will call you Grandpa. I may be a waste who can't cultivate, but I am still a person, not a tool for you to deceive and use. Since you have chosen to abandon me, then I will do as you wish. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Yi family. Yi Qingcheng's emotions were very calm, but her tone was extremely cold, clearly heartbroken. Moreover, she had already seen through the ugly true faces of Yi Zhenxiao and others, and there was no turning back. Su Chen, this is my choice. Yi Qingcheng finished speaking and looked at Su Chen. No matter what, I support you. Su Chen held Yi Qingcheng's hand and, under the gaze of various onlookers, turned to leave with her. If it weren't for Yi Qingcheng, Su Chen wouldn't have stayed in the Yi family at all. Now that Yi Qingcheng voluntarily left the Yi family, it was actually quite good. Qingcheng. Yi Zhenxiao felt as if struck by lightning, reaching out to say something. But his head spun, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Oomph. Seeing this scene, Master Xianyang and Lu Qing both snorted coldly and turned to leave. Isn't this too absurd? Just a moment ago, the Yi family was thriving. How did it come to this? Who made Yi Zhenxiao selfish, arrogant, deceitful, and ungrateful? Truly, it was a case of losing more than he gained. The Yi family is probably finished. People came back to their senses and couldn't help but sigh. In one day, the family's genius was crippled, losing a top talent and an outstanding young clan leader, and even had an unpleasant confrontation with Master Xianyang and City Lord Lu. It was easy to imagine the precarious situation the Yi family would face in the future. Not to mention anything else. The Zhang family would definitely not give up this opportunity and would retaliate. But so what? Heavenly tribulations can be forgiven, but self-inflicted tribulations cannot be survived. Regardless, all of this had nothing to do with Su Chen anymore. After returning home, Yi Qingcheng gathered everyone to pack their things and directly left the Yi family, not even wanting to stay for a day. Apart from Su Chen, Lin Wan, and the 4 maidens of Meilong Juju, she took no one else from the Yi family. After leaving the Yi family mansion, Master Xianyang and Lu Qing were surprisingly still waiting outside. Ha! The Yi family is ungrateful. Madame Su's decision is indeed very wise. Master Xianyang first comforted them a bit, and then said to Su Chen, Young Master Su, the place of our Luo Merchant Alliance is quite large and well-equipped. How about staying there? He dreamt of being able to be with Su Chen every day and learn about alchemy. This opportunity was naturally not to be missed. If we're talking about space, my City Lord's mansion is definitely more spacious. But Lu Qing suddenly interrupted him, saying to Su Chen, however, young Master Su's family definitely wouldn't want to stay elsewhere. Just right, I have a villa in the luxurious area of East City. Although it's not too big, it's quiet and elegant, and it's enough for young Master Su's family to live in. I hope young Master Su and Madame Su won't mind. East City and Beihuang City has always been a wealthy area, and a villa in a luxurious location is not something that can be bought with money. Lu Qing generously offered it directly. Thank you, City Lord Lu. Rest assured, I still have some savings and will ensure that the City Lord does not suffer a loss. Yi Qingcheng was very satisfied but did not want to stay for free. Madame Su is too polite. Having obtained the Qingming Great Longevity Pill, I've already profited immensely. A mere villa is nothing at all. Lu Qing smiled and waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, Brother Lu, at least you still have a bit of conscience. Master Xianyang said with a laugh and a scold. He was well aware of the value of the Qingming Great Longevity Pill. Yi Qingcheng didn't understand these things. She simply didn't want to owe a favor. She wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su Chen. It's settled then. Lord Lu won't suffer any loss. Seeing that Su Chen had said so, Yi Qingcheng didn't insist any further. So, from now on, do we have our own home? Thanks to the son-in-law, we won't be homeless. Lan Xiang and the others were very excited and couldn't wait to see what the new home looked like. Chapter 27. The 10 Absolute Bodies of Heaven's Tao. East City. Surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, there are several independent manors, forming a stark contrast to the bustling and noisy West City. The villa gifted by Lu Qing is naturally in the best location, situated halfway up the mountain, with a panoramic view of the mountains and waters ahead. The entire villa covers an area of about an acre, with pavilions scattered about. A mountain stream flows in, making it a perfect blend of man-made and natural beauty, indeed tranquil and elegant. Although Lu Qing did not live there often, he frequently sent people to manage it. So after a simple tidying up by Lan Xiang and the others, they could move in right away. Soon, Lu Qing also sent some miscellaneous workers and servants along with various living supplies, even changing the door plaque to Su residence written in gold letters. The intention to win them over couldn't be more obvious. Su Chen accepted everything without hesitation. Lan Xiang and the others are indeed skillful and efficient. Madam, are you satisfied? Su Chen entered the main bedroom on the loft, which was very spacious and included a living room, already tidied up by Lan Xiang and the others, giving it a homely feel. Yi Qingcheng didn't care much about these material conditions, but invited Su Chen to sit down. Since they became husband and wife, they had never had a serious conversation. Now, free from external disturbances, they could finally express their feelings. Was it because of you that Master Xianyang came to help at the Yi family guild? And Lord Lu? Yi Qingcheng had always been very curious about how Su Chen managed to befriend Master Xianyang and Lord Lu Qing, and no matter how one looked at it, those two big figures treated Su Chen very politely, even with a hint of flattery. She had buried this question for a long time, and now she finally asked it. Actually, it's nothing much. Master Xianyang is polite to me because I helped him refine a type of pill, and as for Lu Qing, it's because I cured his son's chronic illness. Su Chen had anticipated that Yi Qingcheng would ask, so he didn't hide anything except for the Zhongtian ring. After these days of brief interactions, he had understood Yi Qingcheng's cold exterior and warm heart and gradually began to try to accept her. However, the Zhongtian ring was a serious matter. Telling Yi Qingcheng would only put her in danger. An innocent man suffers for having a gem. This was a lesson I learned deeply before. Although Su Chen spoke lightly, Yi Qingcheng understood the difficulties involved. Regardless, I'm happy that your cultivation can be restored. However, the Su family will probably be very angry if they find out. Yi Qingcheng suddenly expressed some concern. Those venomous snakes will soon pay the price. The moment the Su family was mentioned, a cold, murderous intent instantly filled Su Chen's face. Yi Qingcheng understood that the enmity between Su Chen and them was irreconcilable. And once the news of Su Chen's restored cultivation reached the Su family, they would definitely not sit idly by and would eliminate any future threats. This was undoubtedly a huge threat. It's all because of me that your cultivation was exposed. Yi Qingcheng sighed, feeling guilty, yet also very proud. Who wouldn't want their man to stand out? This has nothing to do with you. I never intended to hide it. It just happened that that brat Yi Xinglong bumped into me. As for the Su family, whatever methods they have, I will face them, Su Chen said. However, I am quite grateful that they were able to send you here. Yi Qingcheng suddenly smiled and comforted him. If you want to thank anyone, it should be for you taking out the clan's precious medicine. Otherwise, they would have just killed to silence you, ensuring no future troubles. Su Chen's tone remained cold, filled with hatred towards Su Qingxue and the others. Since it was a grudge that could not end without bloodshed, Yi Qingcheng no longer tried to persuade him, but suddenly made an important decision in her heart. I will definitely help you. Yi Qingcheng murmured in her heart, her gaze suddenly turning towards the distance, the royal capital, the martial arts academy. By the way, Let me take a look at why your body can't cultivate. Su Chen, unaware of Yi Qingqing's thoughts, directly grabbed her hand and began to take her pulse. Feeling the warmth of Su Chen's fingertips, Yi Qingqing's face instinctively turned red. Although she had taken the initiative to hold Su Chen's hand at the birthday banquet, that was an emergency. Now, in the quiet of the night, alone together, physical contact inevitably led to more thoughts. As the young clan leader, Yi Qingqing was calm and decisive in her actions. But fundamentally, she was still just a teenage girl, and it was inevitable that she felt shy. Strange. Su Chen didn't think much of it. He just felt that Yi Qingqing's pulse was extremely chaotic. Her meridians blocked and complicated, and there was even no connection to her dantian qi. Moreover, Yi Qingqing's body was incredibly weak. Although she couldn't condense true qi and embark on cultivation, her physical body should have been tempered to the 9th level of the martial realm. How could she be as weak as an ordinary person? If she hadn't tempered her body, how weak would she be? Furthermore, Yi Qingqing's condition was entirely different from Lu Qing's young son, and Su Chen didn't sense any foreign energy present. What on earth was going on? Su Chen furrowed his brows. There's no need to trouble yourself. I know my body very well, and I've never hoped for anything. 100 years of life is long enough. As long as I live meaningfully, there are no regrets. Yi Qingqing withdrew her hand and said understandingly. The Yi family had previously invited many experts to examine her, but to no avail, so she had long given up. Even so, Su Chen could still see a hint of unwillingness flash through Yi Qingqing's calm eyes. Your body is very weak. Rest well first, and we can talk about other matters later. Su Chen silently left. Sigh. What a pity for this beautiful night. Looking at the night outside, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He was also a young man full of vigor, but unfortunately, Yi Qingqing's body was too weak and not suitable for intimacy at the moment. Fortunately, Lan Xiang and the others had also prepared a room for him, and Qing Zhu was still guarding outside as usual. After Su Chen returned to his room, he entered the Zhongtian realm. Her condition is indeed tricky. I wonder if the senior can see any clues? Su Chen expressed Yi Qingqing's physical condition to the woman in white, his expression filled with expectation as he asked. From what you say, this situation is very similar to the legendary 10 absolute bodies of heaven's Tao. The woman in white, who had always been expressionless, actually frowned at this moment. This gave Su Chen an ominous premonition, and he quickly asked, what is the 10 absolute bodies of heaven's Tao? A mysterious physique that is absolute in energy, absolute in methods, and absolute in the Tao. This is a confinement of heaven's Tao, absolutely prohibiting any cultivation methods, generally. It only appears in the reincarnations of those deeply sinful, great demons. The woman in white suddenly glanced at Su Chen and said meaningfully, your wife is not ordinary. The 10 absolute bodies of heaven's Tao are extremely rare, even among the myriad realms of the universe. Although the woman in white had heard of it before, this was the first time she had seen it in person. How is that possible? Is there really such a thing as reincarnation? Su Chen found it hard to believe. Although Yi Qingqing was cold on the outside, she had a brilliant heart. No matter how Yi Diyuan and others targeted her, she never held a grudge. Nor did she think of revenge, and often helped ordinary poor people. How could such a person be the reincarnation of a world-shattering demon? This is just one possibility. The existence of the heavenly Tao's 10 absolute bodies is itself an anomaly that no one can clearly explain, the woman in white said. Senior, you have seen and learned so much. Surely you have a way? Su Chen asked expectantly. However, the woman in white shook her head directly. The vast heavens have many cultivation systems, but the heavenly Tao's 10 absolute bodies prohibit all laws. This is the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is irreversible. When she spoke the last sentence, a sharp cold light suddenly burst forth from her eyes. The heavenly Tao is irreversible? Su Chen, not believing in evil, suddenly had a bright idea. Then what about the burial heaven divine art? It is said to be able to annihilate all things and bury the heavens, and the Tao cannot obstruct it. In Su Chen's view, it might be the only hope. But he had only spoken halfway when he was interrupted by the woman in white. No, and if you dare to spread this outside, I will kill you on the spot. The woman in white's expression suddenly became extremely cold, her killing intent radiating like that of a death god, sending chills through Su Chen's entire being. as if his soul were about to freeze. He did not understand what kind of powerful existence the woman in white truly was, but it definitely exceeded any strong person he had ever seen. He had no doubt that she could crush him with just a flick of her finger. Was there really not a glimmer of hope? Su Chen asked unwillingly. Whether one can step into martial arts cultivation is not just a matter of strength. It also concerns lifespan. After all, Yi Qingsheng is my wife. Am I to watch her grow old without doing anything? Perhaps you don't need to be too desperate. The vastness of the heavens contains all wonders. There is a legend of a cultivation method suitable for the heavenly Tao's 10 absolute bodies, but whether it can be successful, I'm also uncertain, the woman in white suddenly said. The Heaven-Intercepting Creation Sutra. Su Chen had never heard of it. I have never seen it either. Whether it truly exists is unknown. It depends on your fortune. By the way, there is one thing you must remember. Before cultivating the Heaven-Intercepting Creation Sutra, her primal yin must not be damaged. Otherwise, it will be impossible to cultivate the Heaven-Intercepting Creation Sutra. After saying this, the woman in white disappeared directly. This means that Qingsheng and I can't consummate our marriage? Su Chen's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is really hard to control. Su Chen walked out of the burial heaven realm, his face filled with determination. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I must find it. Su Chen decided to quickly refine the 3-yuan unification pill, and after refining the heart of the blue lotus fire, he would take Yi Qingsheng away from Beihuang City. A mysterious method that even the woman in white had never seen would definitely not exist in such a small place as Beihuang City. Only by continuously rising can one come into contact with more things, and the chances of encountering the Heaven-Intercepting Creation Sutra would also increase. Therefore, Su Chen did not rest, but took out the alchemy furnace and materials sent by Master Xianyang and began refining pills. At the same time, Yi Qingsheng did not rest either. She rummaged through boxes and cabinets, taking out all the valuable belongings. Miss, all the jewelry and treasures you've collected, along with the 1 million spirit stones sent by Lord Liu, are here. It's worth over 3 million in total. What exactly are you planning to do? Lan Xiang, who came to help count, couldn't help but ask. Yi Qingsheng, however, continued to frown. Not enough, still not enough. A heaven martial order costs at least 5 million spirit stones. Heaven martial order, isn't that the admission certificate for the Royal Capital Martial Arts Academy? Qiujuan suddenly exclaimed. Are you planning to let your husband enter the Martial Arts Academy for cultivation? Chapter 28. Deep into the Great Wilderness. The Royal Capital Martial Arts Academy was established at the beginning of the founding of the Great Chu Kingdom and has a history of hundreds of years. The Martial Arts Academy is backed by the Great Chu royal family, housing countless martial arts classics, and enjoys strong support for national resources. Encompassing the world's heroes and nurturing generation after generation of martial arts masters and alchemy masters, with profound heritage and a long history. It has always been the highest martial arts academy in the Great Chu Kingdom. Every young martial artist dreams of joining the Royal Capital Martial Arts Academy. However, the number of places in the Martial Arts Academy is limited, and it only accepts geniuses. Martial artists without connections or pathways can only obtain the Heaven Martial Order by donating money to join. Miss, your husband has already recovered his cultivation. Given his talent, he should have no problem passing the assessment to join the Martial Arts Academy. Why do we still need the Heaven Martial Order? Lan Xiang genuinely did not understand. After all, even Yi Xinglong, who had passed the assessment and was valued by the elders of the Martial Arts Academy, was easily defeated by Su Chen. What you don't know is that for hundreds of years since the establishment of Great Chu, the royal family has been debauched and corrupt, and the Martial Arts Academy is no exception. Many years ago, they only recruited the children of nobility. Ordinary people have no way or connections and are completely out of the question. Yi Qingsheng sighed. When Yi Xinglong went to the Royal Capital Martial Arts Academy for assessment, the Yi family spent over 10 million spirit stones, nearly exhausting their savings to pave the way. But even after paving the way, they still needed to pay an additional 5 million spirit stones to purchase the Heaven Martial Order. What kind of martial arts academy is this? It's too corrupt. Let's not go, Qiujuan said disdainfully. In our Great Chu, if you want to stand out, there's only the path through the Martial Arts Academy. Su Chen has to build himself up again. If he doesn't go, that would be too regrettable. Yi Qingsheng said firmly. To this day, from the officials in the court to local officials, almost everyone in the Great Chu Kingdom has come from the royal capital Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, she wants Su Chen to enter the Martial Arts Academy for another purpose, to counter the revenge from the Su family. After all, it's easier to find shade under a big tree. Miss, we understand your feelings for your husband, but we have already left the Yi family. Even if we sell everything we have, we still can't gather 5 million spirit stones, Lan Xiang said anxiously. They had already taken out all their belongings. It was still far from enough. Just as Yi Qingsheng was worried, Lin Yan walked in with Chun Mei. Chun Mei was carrying a large bundle on her back, and when it was opened, streams of spiritual light burst forth, illuminating the entire building. Countless spirit stones, jewels, and even spiritual weapons were presented before everyone's eyes. Mother, how? Yi Qingsheng looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. When she picked up the spiritual weapon battle knife, her eyes were filled with nostalgia. This is my father's relic. When your father died on the battlefield, only this relic remained. Fortunately, the court and the city lord's mansion gave some compensation, and with my savings and this knife, it should be worth over 200 million spirit stones, Lin Yan said, looking at the battle knife with some reluctance. Mother, I appreciate your kindness on behalf of Su Chen, but this knife should still be kept by you. After all, it's the only relic of father. I will find a way to get the remaining hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Yi Qingsheng said with slightly red eyes. You have already left the Yi family. What other ways are there? Moreover, we still have expenses for our entire family. Su Chen is our son-in-law, and this is our intention as parents-in-law. The deceased are gone. We must consider the living. I just hope Su Chen can make a name for himself in the Martial Arts Academy and not let us down. After taking one last look at the knife, Lin Yan left with Chun Mei. Mother. Yi Qingsheng looked at Lin Yan's back and the spiritual weapon battle knife on the table, resolutely saying in her heart, as for father, Su Chen will definitely not disappoint you. Miss, with this, we have gathered enough. Let's tell your husband about this good news. He will surely be very happy. Lan Xiang said excitedly. Forget it. Let's wait until we get the heaven martial order before telling him. Yi Qingsheng shook her head. She has always been so strong, silently giving behind the scenes. In some ways, Su Chen was the same. After a busy night, he finally refined the 3-yuan unification pill. As expected of an ancient wonder pill that can burst forth with vitality, I even failed once. Luckily, hard work pays off. After refining the heart of the blue lotus fire, it will be time to leave this small place. Looking somewhat disheveled, Su Chen gazed at the pill in his hand, a look of excitement still on his face. After washing up, Su Chen changed into a green outfit, not even bothering to eat breakfast, and set off with Qing Zhu. Young master, the great wilderness mountains are infested with demon beasts, filled with perilous places. It's not good for us to go without telling the ladies, is it? Qing Zhu said somewhat anxiously. If we tell them, they'll just worry needlessly. Besides, we won't go too deep. Just a quick trip, no need to worry. Su Chen replied confidently with a smile. The Great Wilderness Mountains are a massive mountain range stretching across the north and south of the Great Chu, extending for hundreds of thousands of miles. From a distance, it looks like a wall between heaven and earth, grand and imposing. This mountain range has existed since prehistory, and legends say it is filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Every year, countless martial artists risk their lives to enter for training, hoping to soar to great heights. However, the Great Wilderness Mountains have always been a paradise for demon beasts, with numerous powerful beasts thriving there. And it is said that demon kings beyond the celestial martial realm also appear, making it the most dangerous forbidden zone in the Great Chu Kingdom. As they entered the mountains, a wild and fierce aura rushed toward them, making one feel as if they were in an ancient, primordial world filled with unknown fears. Roar! Not long after they set off, a massive tiger covered in red scales, towering several meters high, surged forward with overwhelming demonic energy, directly pouncing at them. The tiger was nearly 10 feet long and leaped out from the depths of the forest with incredible speed, feeling like a ball of raging fire approaching. And the terrifying heat made one sweat profusely, as if they were in a furnace. Second-tier top-grade demon beast, Flame Tiger. Qing Zhu's phoenix eyes narrowed, and she quickly drew her sword and stepped forward. A second-tier top-grade demon beast is equivalent to a martial artist at the 9th layer of the Qi martial realm. Not only is its skin tough and flesh thick, but it also possesses powerful bloodline talents, far surpassing martial artists of the same level in combat strength. Seeing the flame tiger pounce like a shooting star, Qing Zhu, at the 9th layer of the Qi martial realm, also had to focus all her energy to prepare for battle. However, at this moment, a sudden whooshing sound cut through the air, and before her, a fist slammed down at the flame tiger. It was Su Chen. The black true energy surged violently, enveloping unmatched fist strength as it collided with the rolling flames emitted by the flame tiger. A sizzling sound rang out, and a large amount of white smoke rose, completely dispersing the raging flames, while the fist heavily struck the flame tiger's head. Boom! The flame tiger let out a pained howl as it was sent flying, crashing into the forest and shaking the trees. Indeed, the burial sky true Qi can disperse various foreign energies. Even demonic power is no exception. Su Chen smiled lightly in his heart and looked up at the flame tiger. The second-tier top-grade demon beast was indeed tough. After taking Su Chen's punch, aside from feeling a bit dizzy, it was unharmed. Roar! However, the flame tiger was thoroughly enraged, letting out a roar that echoed through the mountains. Its eyes turned crimson and ferocious, unleashing an even more powerful demonic energy as it lunged at Su Chen once more. You beast, dare to be reckless. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and he raised his hand. The mighty burial sky, true Qi, surged forth, automatically forming a dark sword light that shot out instantly. Swish! The dark sword light tore through the air, its sharpness unparalleled, directly piercing through the sea of flames. The leaping flame tiger froze in mid-air, and moments later, it suddenly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Qing Zhu stepped forward and found that the flame tiger's head had been pierced through by the sword light, dead as could be. Young Master's method of condensing Qi into weapons is indeed formidable. Even a second-tier top-grade demon beast cannot withstand it. Qing Zhu exclaimed. Her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Su Chen. If it had been her fighting against a second-tier top-grade demon beast, even if she could win, it would take a considerable effort, and without a spiritual weapon, it would be impossible to break through its defenses and kill it. But Su Chen, with just a punch and a sword, had slain the flame tiger. The speed and finesse of his actions truly moved Qing Zhu's heart. Quickly gather up and continue on our way. Su Chen's voice broke through her thoughts, and Qing Zhu hastily returned her gaze, her face slightly flushed. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly dug out the flame tiger's demon core and collected its skin and claws, putting them into her backpack. The materials from a second-tier top-grade demon beast are worth a fortune, now that they are following Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng to establish their own path. All expenses must be covered by themselves, so these materials cannot go to waste. After testing his abilities, Su Chen did not take the initiative to strike again. Along the way, the demon beasts they encountered were all dealt with by Qing Zhu. Only when they faced multi-headed demon beasts attacking together did Su Chen unleash his might to slay them. After walking the entire day, they had reaped considerable rewards. At night, the sky darkened like water. Besides demon beasts, there were many unknown deadly places in the great wilderness mountains, making it unsuitable to travel at night. By a valley, Su Chen set up a campfire and leisurely roasted meat, while Qing Zhu cleaned the beast hides and prepared them as bedding for Su Chen. Young Master, we've been walking all day. Where exactly are we going? During dinner, Qing Zhu finally couldn't help but ask. At this pace, we should reach it in about 2 more days. No need to rush, Su Chen said as he took a sip of wine, comfortably lying on the clean and warm beast hide bedding. 2 more days? Qing Zhu's expression changed for the worse. The great wilderness mountains are a notoriously dangerous forbidden zone. The deeper they go, the more numerous and powerful the demon beasts become. Martial artists are quick on their feet, generally able to travel 1,000 miles a day. But in the rugged terrain of the great wilderness mountains, they often face demon beast attacks, naturally slowing them down. Even so, if they walked for 3 days, they could delve several hundred miles deep, where they would inevitably encounter powerful third-tier demon beasts. Those are formidable beings comparable to true martial realm martial artists. Chapter 29, Earth Spirit Liquid, Jiao Dragon Body. As Qing Zhu expected, on the 3rd day of their deep venture into the great wilderness mountains, they encountered a third-tier demon beast. Although it was only a low-tier third-tier demon beast, it undoubtedly possessed strength comparable to true martial realm martial artists. Su Chen and Qing Zhu teamed up, unleashing all their means to barely drive it back. Third-tier demon beast, once I refine the blue lotus earth core fire, I'll turn you into ashes in no time. Su Chen, with his clothes torn and hair disheveled, said bitterly. Fortunately, they were very close to the location provided by Lu Qing. The two carefully traversed through the mountains for a while and finally arrived at a stone forest surrounded by dense woods. The stone forest sat within a valley, shrouded in mist, looking peaceful yet mysterious. In the very center of the stone forest, the mist rolled, and faint azure light surged from the ground, appearing extraordinary. Young master, what exactly is this place? Qing Zhu never expected that within the eerie and terrifying Great Wilderness Mountains, there would be such a peaceful and sacred place, resembling an immortal's cave. Su Chen did not answer and quickly moved forward, soon discovering an ancient spring pool that appeared irregular, only a few meters in size, eternally covered in mist. In the center of the spring pool, however, azure flames rose in clusters, intertwining with each other, resembling layers of lotus leaves surrounding a blue spark. Young master, is this the legendary blue lotus earth core fire? Qing Zhu said, somewhat incredulous. The existence of heavenly strange fires was something she had only recently learned about. She didn't expect to see it so soon. Su Chen nodded and looked at the continuously boiling white liquid in the spring pool, smiling as he said, "It is said that the blue lotus earth core fire is nurtured by the dragon veins beneath the earth and flows with earth spirit liquid. And it seems to be true. Earth spirit liquid is the essence of the earth. This kind of spirit liquid is extremely rare, appearing only in places where dragon veins converge, containing the purest energy. Even an ordinary blade of grass, after being irrigated with earth spirit liquid, would directly transform into a spiritual medicine. After the warrior refines and absorbs it, not only can they wash away impurities and enhance their potential, but they can also strengthen their meridians, temper their true energy, and help the warrior break through the shackles of their realm. The benefits are countless. If such a treasure is taken back for the young lady to use, it will definitely be greatly beneficial for her body. Qing Zhu excitedly took out a jade bottle wanting to collect it, but as soon as the jade bottle touched the spiritual liquid, it dissolved instantly. The pool of earth milk spiritual liquid before them not only contained extremely terrifying high temperatures, but also was filled with mysterious powers that could not be collected at all. To collect the earth milk spiritual liquid, one must use a spiritual tool that is beyond the 5 elements. Otherwise, it is futile. Su Chen said lightly, "What a pity. Is there really no other way?" Qing Zhu said regretfully. Su Chen smiled and pointed at her, then at himself, saying, "Our physical bodies contain the 5 elements, yet do not belong to them." Saying this, Su Chen had already taken off his outer clothes and jumped directly into the pool. So refreshing. A large amount of white smoke rose, and Su Chen felt as if his internal organs were wrapped in a warm flame, making him feel comfortable all over. And he couldn't help but shout out loud. Qing Zhu stood in place, her face flushed. "What are you waiting for? This is your chance to break through to the true martial realm." Su Chen glanced at Qing Zhu and said. Qing Zhu's face turned even redder. But for the sake of breaking through to the true martial realm, she chose to step into the pool. However, the temperature in the pool was extremely high, and it did not allow items of the 5 elements. Qing Zhu's clothes melted away instantly. Hearing the sound, Su Chen looked over only to hear Qing Zhu scream, "Young master, don't look." Although Qing Zhu forcefully submerged her body into the spring pool, the thought of being naked and soaking in the same pool with Su Chen still made her blush and her heart race. "All right, you focus on your breakthrough." Looking at the rippling water, Qing Zhu's slightly visible fair skin made Su Chen a bit awkward, and he could only turn around and swim deeper into the pool. Qing Zhu nodded, her beautiful eyes falling on Su Chen, a faint glimmer flashing by, and after a while, she calmed her mind and closed her eyes to cultivate. "I need to seize the time as well. The earth milk spiritual liquid in the pool is the essence of heaven and earth, containing the power of creation. It can wash away impurities and quickly break through cultivation levels." Su Chen also thought about raising his cultivation level as much as possible to reach the peak state. making it easier and safer to refine the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire later. In the depths of the pool, green divine light intertwined, containing even more astonishing energy. There was no need to exert effort to refine it. As long as he operated his cultivation method to absorb it, it could quickly transform into his own cultivation level, which was quite extraordinary. This was a great opportunity for Su Chen to break through. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from Su Chen's whole body, and black divine light spread out, wrapping around him in strands, with mysterious runes shining brightly. Under the rapid operation of the burial heaven divine art, Su Chen seemed to transform into a black hole, and a large amount of earth milk spiritual liquid began to surge towards him. Within his vast dantian chi sea, the magnificent energy poured in, as if converging into a black ocean, and it continued to grow. Peak of the fourth layer of Qi Martial Realm. Fifth layer of Qi Martial Realm. Not only was his cultivation rapidly increasing, but it also seemed that something within Su Chen's physical body was awakened, suddenly radiating brilliance. With rays of light and auspicious energy, the surging vitality rose like a giant dragon. The energy of the earth milk spiritual liquid also flowed through Su Chen's blood vessels, beginning to wash his bones, making his life source in the dark become even more abundant. The earth milk spiritual liquid not only enhances cultivation, but also washes away impurities. As a large amount of earth milk spiritual liquid was refined, Su Chen's blood vessels began to surge violently, as if forming a mysterious resonance. That was the awakening true dragon bloodline, strengthening and refining Su Chen's physical body. He was seen sitting cross-legged in the spring pool, golden chi and blood soaring, resembling giant dragons coiling around him, exuding a mysterious and transcendent aura. Without needing to see with the naked eye, it felt as if Su Chen had disappeared from this world, untouched by dust, and not partaking in a mundane, like a youthful king with a majestic appearance. Soon, a mysterious wave spread out, and Su Chen's body was undergoing the most mysterious transformation. At the same time, after a day of quiet cultivation in the spring pool, Qingzhu suddenly sensed a breakthrough aura within her. True martial realm, it's coming naturally. However, the improvement in cultivation was secondary. The earth milk spiritual liquid was more about cleansing her bones and enhancing her aptitude. Moreover, when she broke through to the true martial realm, a mysterious aura emanated from her body, enveloping her in an extremely cold aura, and a mysterious mark faintly appeared on her forehead. Am I about to awaken my bloodline talent? Qingzhu had not awakened her talent bloodline until now, thinking she did not have one, but it now seemed about to surface. However, after a long time, her body had become saturated and could no longer absorb the energy of the earth milk spiritual liquid, and she had not awakened her bloodline talent, causing the mysterious mark on her forehead to fade. Sigh, it seems it's still not possible. Qingzhu shook her head in disappointment. She could no longer withstand the scorching energy in the spring pool and had no choice but to withdraw. But just as she took out a new set of clothes to put on, boom, a thunderous roar erupted in the void, and the entire spring pool began to boil. The earth milk spiritual liquid surged violently, mysterious lights floated away, and began to gather frantically, forming a huge vortex in the spring pool, with an astonishing momentum. The entire energy of the spring pool was being consumed by the black hole-like vortex, as if it were an endless pit, crazily devouring everything. Young master, what is happening? Qingzhu's expression changed, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. Inside the spring pool, divine light burst forth like a divine dragon coiling, rapidly devouring the earth milk spiritual liquid at a visible speed, and it was soon about to run out. At this moment, Qingzhu finally saw a dignified figure sitting cross-legged within, and it was Su Chen. Boom! Accompanied by a strong tremor, boundless golden chi and blood soared, shooting into the sky. Inside the spring pool, the rosy clouds shone brilliantly, and there were thunderous roars, creating an astonishing spectacle. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly erupted from Su Chen's body, shaking the heavens and resonating across the directions. At the same time, the true dragon bloodline within him erupted instantly, and his blood seemed to ignite. exuding a powerful dragon might, as if an ancient ancestral dragon had awakened from its slumber, radiating a fierce and overwhelming momentum. Qingzhu trembled all over, feeling an unprecedented mental pressure. To her, Su Chen felt like not just a person, but a resurrected true dragon. His unparalleled talent and brilliance had completely erupted. The young master's bloodline is so powerful that it has exhausted all the energy of the entire spring pool. Looking at the vanished earth milk spiritual liquid, Qingzhu's face was filled with shock. She had cultivated for a whole day and even broke through to the true martial realm. But she had only refined less than 1/10 of the earth milk spiritual liquid. Unexpectedly, this time refining the earth milk spiritual liquid would allow me to condense the dragon body. Su Chen opened his eyes, feeling the powerful energy surging within him, and was extremely excited. The main function of the true dragon bloodline is to strengthen the physical body, transforming into a dragon, and ultimately reaching a level comparable to a true dragon. Although the condensed dragon body was not yet complete, just relying on physical strength was enough to rival a true martial realm warrior. If I encounter that third-tier inferior demon beast, I could definitely kill it with a single punch. Su Chen clenched his fists, excitedly saying in his heart. With a cultivation level at the 6th layer of Qi martial realm and having condensed the dragon body, he was now at his peak state, and it was time to start refining the blue lotus earth heart fire. Now, in the dried-up spring pool, only the green fire lotus floating on the stone pillar remains. Although it continues to release intense and violent fire tribute power, it no longer poses a deadly threat to Su Chen. He took out a 3 yuan return pill and swallowed it, causing his vitality to surge instantly. Chapter 30. Refining the green lotus earth fire. In the vast wilderness, several young men and women dressed in martial arts uniforms were rushing along. Their cultivation was profound, and their methods extremely powerful. The beasts they encountered along the way were all slain by them with thunderous force. Even the powerful third-tier beasts could not withstand them. Young Master Wang, we've been deep in the wilderness for 4 or 5 days. How much longer until we arrive? A glamorous woman said, leaning against a fierce-looking man. Unlike the blue martial arts uniforms worn by the glamorous woman and her companions, young Master Wang wore a purple martial arts uniform, exclusive to the direct disciples of the Royal Martial Arts Academy. Not only was the color of his attire different, but he also wore gold and silver, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, exuding an air of nobility that made it clear he was the leader of the group. Don't worry, we'll reach our destination after we cross these 2 mountains, a man with triangular eyes hurriedly replied, his lecherous face full of flattery. After delaying for so many days, what if the green lotus earth fire is discovered by someone else? Another disciple of the Martial Arts Academy said with some concern. Don't worry, that place is very remote. It was discovered by a loose cultivator while fleeing for their life. After I bought the information, I silenced him and immediately reported it to young Master Wang. No one can get there faster than us. The man with triangular eyes said confidently. Even if someone discovers it, it doesn't matter. The green lotus earth fire is not something ordinary people can control. Forcing its refinement would only lead to self-destruction. That's right, only our young Master Wang, with the awakened fire bloodline, can refine the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth. Young Master Wang's talent is unparalleled. After refining the green lotus earth fire, he will surely soar to great heights and become a legendary figure in martial arts. We hope young Master Wang will take care of us then. Several disciples of the Martial Arts Academy flattered him. Rest assured, once I refine the green lotus earth fire, I will reward you handsomely. Young Master Wang nodded appreciatively, his fierce eyes filled with a fiery glow, his hands unconsciously groping the glamorous woman beside him. His fire bloodline was of top-grade earth level, making him highly confident in refining the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth. Deep in the stone forest, Su Chen, whose vitality had surged, suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura. Qingzhu, watching from behind, felt as if she were facing a martial arts master, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. But she also understood how violent and domineering the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth was. A slight mistake could lead to self-immolation. Young master, please be careful. Although worried, she knew her young master was never reckless, so she could only pray silently and Gar by his side. Su Chen remained calm, the divine light blooming in his eyes as he quickly formed seals with his hands, harnessing his powerful vitality to cast the three mystical true fire seal. Whoosh! In an instant, an incredibly intense fluctuation emanated from him, and crimson light burst forth. Three mystical true fire seal refine. Su Chen shouted loudly, the crimson divine light soaring, forming the three mystical true fire seal that seemed to transform into a burning black hole, exuding a majestic and ancient aura that twisted and trembled the void. The flame black hole appeared to incinerate everything, devouring all, containing an ancient mysterious power that was extremely fast, instantly landing on the green lotus earth fire. Boom! As the flame black hole swept across, an incredibly powerful devouring force erupted. Waves of violent and intense flames surged forth from the depths of the earth, weaving like a chain of laws, coalescing into a blue-golden lotus flower in the void. Gradually, it began to merge with the three mystical true fire seal. Young Master's methods are so magical, perhaps he really can't. Qing Zhu stared in awe, but ultimately instinctively covered her mouth, fearing to disturb Su Chen. Who dares to steal our young master's treasure? Stop right there and prepare to die. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed like thunder in the silent stone forest. At the same time, powerful figures swept in, which were young Master Wang's group of martial arts academy disciples. Qing Zhu was startled, but seeing Su Chen focused on refining the green lotus earth fire, she gritted her teeth and rushed forward to block them. My young master is practicing here. No one is allowed to come near. Qing Zhu drew her treasured sword, her cold and beautiful face filled with determination. Bold, daring to block our young master. Are you seeking death? Several disciples of the Martial Arts Academy instantly released their powerful true martial realm cultivation, looking disdainfully at Qing Zhu, exuding killing intent. Qing Zhu's face turned pale, feeling immense pressure, yet she held her ground with her sword. Oh, TSK, this little girl is not bad. Don't hurt her. Just capture her alive. Young Master Wang was immediately attracted by the cold and beautiful Qing Zhu, a lewd smile appearing on his face. Oof, a country bumpkin like her. And young master can even take a liking to her? The glamorous woman beside him snorted, filled with jealousy and disdain towards Qing Zhu. Hee, it's going to change things up sometimes. Tonight, we can have a double date. It will definitely blow your mind. Young Master Wang grinned lewdly, again groping the glamorous woman. Don't worry, I will subdue her now. The flattering man with triangular eyes immediately charged forward, eager to take credit. Although he had only just broken through to the true martial realm, he came from a well-established martial arts academy and was used to fighting above his level against ordinary loose cultivators, so he naturally looked down on Qing Zhu. With a disdainful expression, the triangular-eyed man lunged at her, his palm strike powerful and grand, akin to a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Whoosh! The violent wind swept through, instantly turning the ancient trees and stone forest into dust, leaving nothing in its wake. The destructive power of a true martial realm warrior was already immense, especially as he unleashed an earth-level martial skill, aiming to suppress Qing Zhu with one blow. A cold glimmer flashed in Qing Zhu's eyes, and she immediately attacked with her sword. Boom! Facing a formidable enemy, Qing Zhu was fully focused. The sword light she struck out was like a divine rainbow across the sky, illuminating the void and emitting unmatched sword energy. Boom! As the sword light passed, endless innate vigor surged, causing the void to begin to tremble. The palm print wrapped in fierce wind instantly shattered, and the triangular-eyed man was sent flying back like a cannonball, spitting blood and screaming on the ground. How is this possible? The triangular-eyed man's eyes were filled with terror. How could a mere ordinary true martial realm loose cultivator unleash such a terrifying sword momentum? The feeling he had just experienced was akin to facing a sword master. A flicker of surprise crossed Qing Zhu's eyes. Although she had broken through to the true martial realm, her swordsmanship remained unchanged, yet its power had increased significantly, capable of instantly wounding a warrior of the same tier. Could it be due to the effect of the earth milk spirit liquid on her body? However, she had no time to think further. After the triangular-eyed man was severely injured, the other disciples of the martial arts academy were furious and charged at her simultaneously. "You wretched girl, daring to injure our martial arts academy disciple. Do you want to die? Enough nonsense. Quickly suppress her and hand her over to young master." The four martial arts academy disciples all unleashed their cultivation, employing powerful martial skills to surround Qingzhu. Their cultivation levels were higher than the triangular-eyed man's, and one was even at the fourth layer of the true martial realm, with extremely formidable methods. Qingzhu, unable to withstand the four, was quickly forced back, her pale face devoid of color. Yet she still did not retreat, gripping her treasured sword tightly, her cold and beautiful face filled with determination. And she proactively launched an attack, seeking death. The four martial arts academy disciples, not expecting a woman to be so resilient, were enraged and unleashed even more powerful techniques. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying wave of heat swept in, like a fire dragon attacking, instantly evaporating the air around and making it hard to breathe. The disciples of the martial arts academy, feeling the threat, quickly retreated, their eyes filled with vigilance. Boom! After the green lotus earth fire was refined by the true fire of Samadhi, it instantly merged into Su Chen's body. A surge of azure golden light erupted from Su Chen's body, and his entire aura became scorching, slightly distorting the void around him. The green lotus earth fire floated above his dantian's qi sea, releasing a powerful energy wave that spread around him. At the same time, within him, it was as if thunder roared, and a blazing scarlet golden light burst forth, causing his aura to begin to swell dramatically. The bottleneck of the sixth level of the Qi martial realm was instantly broken. The extraordinary fire of heaven and earth not only has a tremendous enhancement effect on alchemy and weapon forging, but also has immense benefits for tempering true Qi, the body, and even the spirit. There have been instances where someone, by chance, refined a complete extraordinary fire, directly condensing a sacred body, even transcending into the sacred realm, creating a legend. Although this green lotus earth fire had just been condensed and born, preventing Su Chen's cultivation from soaring to the heavens, it could still significantly temper his true qi and body, thus paving a smooth path for him to reach the peak of martial arts. It is no exaggeration to say that a future martial arts master is already presenting itself before everyone. This is incredibly rare in the hundreds of years of history of the Great Chu Kingdom. Hiss! As the azure golden light gradually dissipated, Su Chen's surging aura also calmed down, but a vast wave of power reverberated within him, causing the surrounding void to be obliterated. In the midst of a sea of fire, only the green lotus blooming above Su Chen's head illuminated him, making him look like a king of fire, immensely sacred. The sea of fire and the green lotus. This is a mysterious phenomenon that only occurs when refining the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth. What? That guy actually refined the green lotus earth fire. How is that possible? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations. What was hardest for them to accept was that the opponent was just a low-level martial artist who had just broken through to the 7th level of the Qi martial realm. Are you all prepared for death after daring to attack me? A cold voice suddenly rang out, carrying a monstrous killing intent that made the heavens and earth shiver. Su Chen turned to look at everyone, his eyes radiating divine light as if guiding this world, transforming it into a burning furnace that enveloped them all. Chapter 31. The powerful Su Chen. A rolling wave of heat filled the air, and killing intent ran rampant. Everyone stared at Su Chen, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The green lotus earth fire. That is a legendary, extraordinary fire. Every time it appears in the world, it causes a tremendous stir. Enough to drive all heroes mad. Kid, hand over the green lotus earth fire, and I can spare your life. Wang Xiao looked down from above, his eyes filled with jealousy and killing intent. So it turns out he is just an ant of the Qi martial realm. Although I don't know what underhanded method you used to refine the green lotus earth fire. If you don't hand it over, you will undoubtedly die. Kid, why don't you hurry up and get it to us? After seeing Su Chen's cultivation, the faces of several disciples from the martial arts academy turned from shock to disdain, angrily rebuking him. The green lotus earth fire was discovered and refined by my fiancé first. Why should I hand it over to you? Qingzhu stood firmly beside Su Chen, refusing to back down. She never expected the outside world to be so treacherous, where a disagreement would lead to open robbery and even murder. Why should I? Let me tell you why. Wang Xiao sneered, dismissively saying, just because he is an ant without the qualifications to possess such a treasure as the green lotus earth fire. Just because we are stronger than you and can control your life and death. If you don't hand it over, then you will die. Wang Xiao was arrogant and overbearing. A terrifying radiance enveloped him, and the powerful pressure of his fifth level of the true martial realm surged towards Su Chen and Qing Zhu. Stronger means respect, controlling life and death. Where do you get your confidence from? Su Chen sneered, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Bold, presumptuous. A mere country bumpkin dares to be so disrespectful to our Wang Xiao. Are you looking for death? Several disciples from the martial arts academy felt as if they had been poked by an ant on a tiger's back and were furious. Killing a chicken to get an egg is also possible. Wang Xiao chuckled coldly, revealing his killing intent. A small Qi martial realm dares to fight with him. He is simply unaware of the sky's height and the earth's depth. Several disciples from the martial arts academy, upon receiving permission, fixed their cold and ruthless gazes on Su Chen, exuding an unmatched, powerful aura. You've made a mistake. Su Chen coldly glanced at them and said, It is I who will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the sharpness in Su Chen's eyes flickered, and a fierce dragon-like aura erupted from him, actively launching an attack. Arrogant. One of the martial arts academy disciples shouted angrily, immediately launching a punch. The void shook slightly. An endless true Qi surged, with the punch radiating overwhelming murderous intent, pressing down towards Su Chen. He was a third level of the true martial realm, not only practicing the academy's earth-level martial arts, but also awakening the innate bloodline of the bronze battle body, making him incredibly strong. Ordinary true martial realm loose cultivators were no match for him, let alone a Qi martial realm. Boom! Su Chen punched out, and lightning surged in the void. The black funeral sky, true Qi raging like a great wave washing sand, instantly dispersing the incoming punch's murderous intent. The next moment, the fists of both sides collided directly. Bang! Like thunder exploding, the terrifying fist force brought a hurricane that swept away the already desolate ground layer by layer. Following that, the sound of bones cracking accompanied by screams rang out. Crack! Everyone was taken aback, seeing that the entire arm of that martial arts academy disciple had exploded into a mist of blood, flying out while continuously coughing up blood. What? Everyone's pupils constricted, looking at Su Chen, who was still in a punching stance, greatly shocked. When did the power of the Qi martial realm become so immense? He actually disabled a true martial realm warrior with a bronze battle body with a single punch. This kid can refine the green lotus earth fire. He must be somewhat extraordinary. I will kill him. That fourth level, true martial realm disciple from the martial arts academy shouted, his black gold battle spear vibrating, with strands of black light intertwining, instantly piercing through the void, ruthlessly stabbing towards Su Chen. The other two disciples from the martial arts academy, although not making a move, moved like phantoms, slightly trembling in the void, their killing intent intertwining, always ready to unleash a lethal strike. The black gold battle spear emitted a deep murderous aura, its speed reaching the extreme, capable of claiming lives invisibly. In an instant, it pierced through the void, stabbing at the back of Su Chen's head, the unmatched sharpness sending chills down people's spines. Be careful, my fiancé, Qing Zhu shouted in alarm. However, Su Chen did not even turn his head, and with a single downward chop of his palm, containing a force of annihilation, he struck down on the black gold battle spear, immediately causing a flash of light. Crack! The unmatched divine power, wrapped in the funeral sky, true Qi, instantly severed the spirit weapon-level black gold battle spear in half. The terrifying force transmitted to him made his arm numb, and the blood vessels on it even burst open. How is this possible? The fourth-level true martial realm disciple of the martial arts academy never expected Su Chen's strength to be so terrifying. However, before he could react, a chilling killing intent engulfed him like a tide. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure was incredibly fast. He took a step forward, directly severing the hand still holding the gun barrel. Before he could let out a scream, Su Chen's other hand had already clamped down on his head like a vice. Was it you who just injured me? Su Chen said coldly, and in an instant, his entire body surged with vitality, a faint dragon's roar echoing in the air, making him appear like an ancient true dragon, unleashing unmatched physical strength. Bang! Brain matter splattered, blood flowed. The disciple from the martial arts academy at the 4th level of true martial realm was actually crushed to death. Upon witnessing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Such a fierce and domineering display was akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus, delivering a massive psychological shock. Even Qing Zhu, who had been in close proximity to Su Chen, turned pale. How could the usually calm and carefree son-in-law suddenly transform into a ruthless killing god during battle? Yet, looking at his imposing figure, she felt a warmth in her heart, her pretty face slightly flushed. Like Yi Qingcheng, she experienced the sense of security that comes from being protected by a man for the first time. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 swift sounds of breaking air approached. It was 2 other disciples from the martial arts academy, taking the opportunity to attack Su Chen from both sides, their swords and knives gleaming with cold light, moving as fast as lightning. However, Su Chen, whose mental power had reached the peak of the 3rd tier, had already sensed them. He turned around, both hands reaching out simultaneously, enveloped in the black funeral heaven true chi, meeting the blades head-on. Crack! The low-grade spiritual weapons shattered inch by inch under his palm. What? Is his palm made of steel? Before the 2 could react, Su Chen's hand struck like lightning, directly grabbing their necks. After transforming his body into that of a flood dragon with the earth milk spirit liquid, Su Chen not only experienced a massive increase in strength, but also had a physical body that could rival that of a flood dragon. After all, he possessed a holy level true dragon bloodline. How could its power be compared to low-grade spiritual weapons? Stop! At this moment, Wang Xiao, who had suddenly awakened, could no longer sit still, glaring fiercely at Su Chen and shouting angrily. What are you? How dare you tell me to stop? Su Chen held onto the necks of the 2 disciples, coldly facing the domineering Wang Xiao. Kid, our Wang Xiao is the personal disciple of the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy, and also the direct heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of the royal capital. Do you dare to go against Wang Xiao? Do you know the consequences? The seductive woman proudly lifted her chin and coldly shouted at Su Chen. Oh, Su Chen frowned, revealing a hint of surprise. Qing Zhu's eyes widened in shock, not expecting the other party to have such a powerful background. Both the Martial Arts Academy and the Wang family, one of the 4 great families, were colossal entities in the entire Chu kingdom, far beyond what a small family like the Yi family could compare to. And the ones you just killed were also disciples of our Martial Arts Academy. Release them immediately, kneel, and commit suicide to earn Wang Xiao's forgiveness. Or not only will you die, but your friends and family will also be buried with you. Seeing Su Chen stop, the triangular-eyed man, who had just been severely injured by Qing Zhu, regained his confidence and scolded Su Chen. Wang Xiao, flaunting his status, became even more arrogant, looking down at Su Chen with contempt. The Martial Arts Academy in the royal capital had always been overbearing and protective of its own. Anyone who dared to kill their people could expect their entire family to be wiped out. Hee hee, although I want to kill those so-called friends and family of yours, unfortunately, you worthless bunch can't do it all. I was initially considering whether to just cripple your cultivation and spare your life. But now it seems I should just kill you all. With a cold laugh, Su Chen instantly snapped the necks of the 2 Martial Arts Academy disciples. He had stopped earlier, not out of fear, but because he hadn't expected the Martial Arts Academy to be so despicable. What? The triangular-eyed man and Wang Xiao were all dumbfounded. They never imagined Su Chen would be so decisive and ruthless, without caring for his own friends and family. They also couldn't fathom that the Su family was a top-tier family in the Deluo dynasty, with strength surpassing that of the entire Chu kingdom. Crazy. This kid is insane. The triangular-eyed man exclaimed in horror. Good kid, daring to go against me. Even the gods can't save you now. Seeing his subordinates ruthlessly killed by Su Chen, Wang Xiao's gaze turned icy, completely enraged. An endless surge of blood energy erupted, his body radiating a scorching light, as if a brilliant sun rose behind him, causing the void to tremble slightly. Wang Xiao's voice thundered like a roar, echoing in the void, accompanied by the eruption of scorching light, as he seemed to merge with the surrounding world, striking a palm towards Su Chen. Boom! This palm was vast and powerful, instantly forming an illusory figure of a flaming divine bird in the void, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames as if to turn heaven and earth to ashes. Kid, you're finished. The bloodline awakened by our Wang Xiao is of earth-level top quality, unparalleled in the entire Dechu kingdom. No matter how strong your body is, you'll be burned to ashes, the triangular-eyed man said viciously. Chapter 32. Arrogant return, domineering, and overbearing. The fire blazed across heaven and earth, waves of heat rolling. Qing Zhu's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. This palm made her feel a deadly crisis. It must be said that the earth-level top-quality bloodline was indeed powerful. When cultivated to the extreme, it could evolve into one of the world's rare fires, the Southern Ming, capable of burning heaven and boiling the sea with unmatched power. Playing with fire in front of me? Su Chen sneered, as if the blood within him ignited, a brilliant golden light radiating intensely, gathering into a mysterious and profound seal between his fingertips. Scatter. Su Chen unleashed the three realms' true fire seal, causing runes to explode, appearing as if forged from divine gold. As he pressed down from the sky, a mysterious power emerged, directly dispelling the incoming raging flames. What? Wang Xiao, still charging forward, suddenly felt all his strength vanish, his face filled with shock. In front of that mysterious seal, he felt as if his bloodline had been sealed. Such an eerie occurrence was utterly unheard of. But the killing intent-filled Su Chen did not give him time to think. Su Chen pointed his finger like a sword, condensing the majestic funeral heaven true qi into a dark sword light, carrying unmatched killing power, and instantly struck toward Wang Xiao. Clang! The violent sword energy tore through Wang Xiao's clothing, revealing a golden battle armor, runes swirling, actually blocking the edge of the dark sword light. Despite this, the terrifying impact still sent Wang Xiao flying over Tianlong, causing him to spit blood. Defensive spiritual weapon. Su Chen's eyes flashed, not expecting the opponent to possess such a treasure. Defensive spiritual weapons were rarer than offensive ones and more valuable, extremely hard to come by. Su Chen had never imagined that he would encounter a defensive spiritual weapon on him, allowing him to withstand part of the sword light attack condensed from the funeral heaven true qi without being destroyed. The son-in-law is so strong. Qing Zhu gazed at Su Chen's back, her eyes filled with admiration. If it weren't for that defensive spiritual weapon, the true martial realm Wang Xiao would have been slain by a single sword strike. Kid, wait. I will never let you go. Wang Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his twisted face filled with horror. Then he actually turned and fled directly. In that brief moment, he deeply felt the fear of death and dared not linger any longer. Can you escape? Su Chen's gaze turned cold as he quickly pursued. Despite his youth, his heart had become incredibly resolute. Moreover, Su Qingxue and the others had taught him a principle. If you're going to do something, either don't do it at all or do it thoroughly. This guy, seeing Su Chen chasing after him, the black funeral heaven true qi once again condensed into terrifying sword light, causing Wang Xiao to be filled with terror. Without thinking, he struck out a palm, sending the seductive woman towards Su Chen. Plop! Wang Lin, you bastard! The seductive woman never expected that her opponent would be so ruthless as to use her life to buy time for escape. Being able to die for this young master is your blessing. Wang Lin sneered, casting aside the seductive woman as if discarding a piece of clothing. He quickly drew a radiant talisman and affixed it to himself, instantly unleashing a whirlwind that enveloped him as he sped away. Puff! The seductive woman didn't have time to plead for mercy or even struggle before the dark sword light that struck from the air pierced through her chest. Su Chen frowned, watching Wang Lin gradually disappear into the depths of the forest, ultimately halting his steps. The other party abandoned their companion and even used a talisman to flee. He couldn't catch up. Wang Lin truly lived up to being a noble young master from the royal capital, possessing quite a few treasures. Young master, spare me, spare me. The remaining man with triangular eyes was stunned by the scene and immediately knelt down, repeatedly begging for mercy. How did you know there was azure lotus earth fire here? Answer my question, and you can live. Su Chen glanced at him indifferently. The man with triangular eyes felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly revealed everything about the situation. Su Chen nodded, confirming that it wasn't Lu Qing who betrayed him. He then casually flicked out a black sword chi that pierced through the man's forehead. Young master. This sudden turn of events startled Qing Zhu as well. What? Do you think I'm an untrustworthy villain? Su Chen turned to glance at the astonished Qing Zhu and said. Qing Zhu's expression was conflicted, and she remained silent. The world is perilous. Integrity is for friends when dealing with enemies. One must resort to any means and eliminate them completely. Remember this. Su Chen's tone suddenly became solemn. Qing Zhu shivered and nodded seriously. Although Yi Qingchang usually taught them to be honest and kind to others, after experiencing these events, she understood that human nature is inherently evil. Su Chen was right. I understand, young master. In fact, compared to that despicable and shameless young master Wang, you are 1,000 times better. Qing Zhu curtsied to Su Chen. No flattery needed. Hurry up and pack. Your family must be worried. Su Chen looked at her with a faint smile. After exchanging glances, Qing Zhu quickly lowered her head. Her face flushed as she said, This is not flattery. I think you and the young lady are the best people in the world. That influential young Master Wang would only abandon his companions to save himself. Yet Su Chen would kill for a mere maid. There is no harm in comparison. When Su Chen stood up for her earlier, the warmth and sense of security she felt was unprecedented. After saying that, she hurried to tidy up, trying to cover her inner turmoil and embarrassment. Seeing the usually cool-headed Qing Zhu display a girl-like demeanor was rare. Su Chen was first taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. Beihuang City, Su Manor. Miss, you don't have to worry too much. The young master likes to wander around, but with Qing Zhu following him, he will be fine. Lan Xiang brought the food and comforted Yi Qingcheng. In the days since Su Chen disappeared, Yi Qingcheng had been unable to eat or sleep, feeling restless. Both the Zhang family and the Yi family now hated Su Chen to the core. Even if they did not dare to act openly, they could not be trusted in secret. This was not Su Chen's intention to make them worry. If he openly said he was going deep into the wilderness to refine the heavenly fire, they might explode with anxiety. Miss, something's wrong. Suddenly, Qiu Zhu rushed in, panic-stricken. What happened? Is it about Su Chen? Yi Qingcheng stood up abruptly, her face full of concern. It's not about the young master. It's about the Tianwu order. Qiu Zhu gasped for breath before continuing. The Zhang family sent someone to say that the young master's Tianwu order is in their hands. And if you want it back, you must go and retrieve it with the young master. How could the young master's Tianwu order be in their hands? Lan Xiang said in surprise. Zhang Kuan's brother Zhang Kuang returned from the royal capital martial arts academy. It must be his doing, Qiu Zhu said anxiously. To get the Tianwu order for Su Chen, their family had sold everything they had. How could they just watch it be taken by the Zhang family? Don't panic. What else did the Zhang family say? Yi Qingcheng sighed in relief, as long as Su Chen was okay. They also said they would only give us 3 days. If we don't come in 3 days, they will destroy the Tianwu order. Qiu Zhu said, 3 days? So short. But the young master hasn't returned yet. Lan Xiang was also anxious. Master Xianyang just returned to the royal capital, and City Lord Lu is in seclusion refining the Qingming longevity pill. The Zhang family only gave 3 days, clearly fearing them. Yi Qingcheng's expression sharpened as she understood. Miss, what should we do? Qiu Zhu's face turned pale. I will go myself. Yi Qingcheng gritted her teeth and said, Miss, let us wait a bit longer. Maybe the young master will return in a day or two, or City Lord Lu will come out of seclusion. Lan Xiang Hu Atvis. I can't let Su Chen know whether City Lord Lu comes out of seclusion or not. I will go myself. Yi Qingcheng had been flustered with worry, but after careful consideration, she had made up her mind. Zhang Kuang is Zhang Kuan's older brother. This is clearly revenge against Su Chen. If Su Chen goes, it will be walking into a trap. Lan Xiang and the others knew Yi Qingcheng would risk everything to protect Su Chen and could only send people to guard the city lord's mansion day and night for news. Time flew by, and it was now the 3rd day. Su Chen had not returned, and Lu Qing had not exited seclusion. Clearly, the Zhang family had long since planned this. In the afternoon, Yi Qingsheng set off for the Zhang family. Chun Mei and Xiu Ju accompanied her, while Lan Xiang stayed behind. If I can't return, or if something happens to me, you must give this item to Su Chen and have him take you away from Beihuang City, as far away as possible. This was Yi Qingsheng's last instruction to Lan Xiang before she left. Clearly, she also realized the danger of this journey. But for Su Chen's future, she was determined to go. In the Zhang family's main hall, the head of the Zhang family, along with Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuan, were already waiting. Elder brother, I have a feeling that they are scared and won't dare to come, Zhang Kuan said with some concern. Today is the deadline. If they don't come, I'll go to their door. The result will be the same. Zhang Kuang, dressed in a purple martial arts outfit, sat drinking tea with a cold, disdainful expression on his face. Elder brother, just kill Su Chen. Yi Qingsheng and her maids are all for my younger brother. Once I recover, I will take my revenge on them, Zhang Kuan said resentfully. His lower body, which had been crippled by Su Chen, was almost healed with the aid of treasures brought back by Zhang Kuang. He was just waiting for this day to arrive. Kuang, that Su Chen seems to have some means. If we kill him recklessly, that. The head of the Zhang family, while also hating Su Chen to the core, still had some concerns. Don't worry, grandfather. As long as we kill him first, Lu Qing won't dare to act against me. As for Master Xianyang, I didn't waste my years at the Royal Capital Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Kuang appeared quite confident. Whether it was the luxurious purple martial arts outfit or his confidence, he seemed emboldened. The head of the Zhang family nodded and ultimately chose to trust his grandson. Soon, a servant came to report that the people had arrived. Zhang Kuan's eyes immediately turned ferocious. Chapter 33. Yi Qingsheng humiliated. In the Zhang family's main hall, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Kuang, Zhang Kuan, and several high-ranking members of the Zhang family sat with an imposing demeanor. When Yi Qingsheng entered with Chun Mei and Xiu Ju, their faces immediately turned cold, especially Zhang Kuan, who scanned Yi Qingsheng with a resentful gaze, unabashedly. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall made Chun Mei and Xiu Ju extremely nervous. Their hands gripping their swords, sweating profusely, yet they remained steadfastly by Yi Qingsheng's side. I have come as agreed. Please return the Tianwu order. Yi Qingsheng appeared relatively calm, as if she had long anticipated the worst outcome. Return it? Haha, Yi Qingsheng, aren't you being a bit too naive? Back then, you took advantage of the situation to suppress us, causing the Zhang family heavy losses. Now, you think you could just take back the Tianwu order with a single sentence? It's not that easy. The head of the Zhang family and others sneered disdainfully. They had long been harboring a wicked fire in their hearts and naturally needed to vent it. The conflict between the Yi and Zhang families was initiated by your Zhang family, and although I had the help of Master Xianyang, I only reclaimed what originally belonged to the Yi family, and I didn't even demand much in compensation. Moreover, I have already distanced myself from the Yi family. We all live in the same city, so why must you push things to the limit? Facing the angry glares and mockery of the crowd, Yi Qingsheng remained calm and said she didn't push things to the limit back then, not only because of her kind nature, but also to prevent the Zhang family from acting out of desperation. Back then, you wanted to push things to the limit. But unfortunately, Master Xianyang is such a person. He can help you for a time, but can he help you for a lifetime? My Zhang family has deep roots. If we really fought hard, would we fear you? You should be grateful that we still have some leeway left. It was clear that the Zhang family remembered no gratitude, only hatred. Yi Qingsheng sighed in her heart. Forget it. Let us talk conditions. How can the Tianwu order be returned? She understood that these people from the Zhang family were no different from the selfish people in the Yi family. Reasoning with them was futile, and she didn't want to dwell too much on past matters. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the Zhang family members revealed smug smiles, filled with a sense of revenge. As for the conditions, they didn't mention them, but looked towards Zhang Kuang. Where is Su Chen? Zhang Kuang didn't even glance at Yi Qingsheng, casually sipping tea with an air of authority. Yi Qingsheng's heart sank. Although it was her first time meeting Zhang Kuang, she had long heard of his notorious reputation. A genius from the Royal Capital Martial Academy. A master in the true martial realm, and true to his name, Zhang Kuang was overbearing and unreasonable. He was much harder to deal with than his playboy brother, Zhang Kuan. Su Chen has other urgent matters. Moreover, the exchange of the Tianwu order was solely my doing. He is unaware. Yi Qingchang said, That's too bad. I've already stated the conditions, but now you are the only one here. I can't give you the Tianwu order. Zhang Kuang sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. I said this matter has nothing to do with him. Yi Qingchang insisted. How can it be unrelated to him? Zhang Kuan suddenly stood up, glaring at Yi Qingchang and shouting, Wasn't he very arrogant when he injured me back then? Didn't he look down on my brother? Why is he now a coward hiding behind a woman? Unable to contain his anger any longer, he finally exploded. Yi Qingqing's gaze suddenly turned cold. Her fists clenched tightly in her sleeves. The man who insulted her made her furious, but for the sake of the Tianwu order, she suppressed her anger and chose to endure. Everyone knows what happened back then, and I've already compensated you. Otherwise, if you report to Lord Liu, you should know the consequences. The Great Chu Kingdom is extremely strict regarding such punishments. The lightest penalty is castration, while the heaviest can lead to being flayed alive and beheaded. Stop threatening me. That little compensation means nothing. Zhang Kuan roared, a sinister smile spreading across his twisted face. Let him come over. I'll cripple him as well. And then what about compensation? He won't be a man anymore, so you don't have to worry. I can take his place after I recover. As he spoke, Zhang Kuan reached out with a lecherous grin towards Yi Qingqing's face. Yi Qingqing's expression turned cold, and she immediately pushed his filthy hand away. If you think that is not enough, I can apologize to you again and offer further compensation. As long as you are willing to return the Tianwu order. The Tianwu order is crucial to Su Chen's future. Yi Qingqing gritted her silver teeth, willing to endure humiliation to get it back. What use is an apology or compensation? Zhang Kuan sneered and said viciously, Let me tell you the truth. Today, that bastard Su Chen isn't coming, so there's no way you can have a Tianwu order. Seeing the murderous intent on his face, Yi Qingcheng understood. They never intended to return the Tianwu order. They just wanted to lure Su Chen here for revenge. Su Chen won't come. I don't need the Tianwu order. Although she felt immense regret, Yi Qingcheng realized it was impossible to negotiate any further and was about to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Zhang Kuang called out to her. What do you mean? Yi Qingcheng said coldly. My brother's injury hasn't fully healed. You must stay to serve him his interest. Zhang Kuang said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Chunmei and Xiujuan could no longer sit still. You're going too far. They sensed trouble and stepped forward, their faces filled with vigilance. Shut up, Zhang Kuang shouted, unleashing a surge of true qi that swept through every corner of the hall like a storm. Clang! Clang! Chunmei and Xiujuan gritted their teeth and drew their swords, urgently telling Yi Qingcheng, Miss, hurry and leave. How can you two even think of blocking me? Zhang Kuang struck out with a palm, unleashing powerful innate vigor that shattered the swords in their hands and violently slammed them down. Bang! Chunmei and Xiujuan could not withstand the blow and were immediately pinned to the ground, spitting blood. Their cultivation levels of the 6th and 7th layers of the Qi martial realm were simply insufficient before Zhang Kuang, and they couldn't defend against his casual strike. Zhang Kuang, who had been training at the Royal Capital Martial Academy for many years, was indeed incredibly powerful, enough to rival those older martial artists. Now that you're in our Zhang family, do you still want to leave? At the same time, Zhang Kuan sneered and reached out with a hand of true qi to grab Yi Qingqing. Didn't he expect this, Yi Qingqing? In the end, you still fell into my hands. From today on, you will obediently serve this young master, pouring tea, bathing, changing clothes, preparing the bed, and applying medicine until I recover. I will definitely make you sing every night, ha ha. Zhang Kuan laughed maniacally, his entire face twisted with a sense of vengeful pleasure. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng felt despair rising within her, already contemplating death. Take them away first. Zhang Kuang glanced at Zhang Kuan and said, Brother, give me Yi Qingcheng. Zhang Kuan's eyes were filled with fervor. Keep her for now. She is the perfect bait. When that Su Chen arrives, I'll kill him, and you can do whatever you want with her. Zhang Kuang sneered. Yes, brother. Someone, take them all away, and be sure to keep an eye on them. Don't let them commit suicide. Zhang Kuan, not daring to disobey, immediately ordered the servants. Kuang Yi Qingqing is just a mortal. She isn't important. That Su Chen is the biggest threat to our Zhang family. At this moment, the head of the Zhang family stepped forward and said, Grandpa, rest assured. With Yi Qingcheng in hand, why would we fear he won T-Com to his death? Zhang Kuang sneered lightly. The news of Yi Qingcheng's predicament had already reached the Yi family. Yi Dian and others were gloating, even cursing her for deserving it. Yi Xinglong was eagerly awaiting news of Su Chen's death. Moreover, Yi Jinxiao directly ordered that no member of the Yi family was to offer help. Violators would be expelled from the family. At the Su residence, the anxious Lanxiang suddenly received the final ultimatum sent by the Zhang family, her face turning deathly pale. The people of the Zhang family are beasts. Lin Yun, upon learning that Yi Qingcheng had gone to the Zhang family behind her back and was subsequently detained, was instantly enraged and trembling all over. Madam, the Miss said before leaving that if anything happened to her, you and the young master should immediately leave Beihuang City and go as far away as possible, Lanxiang said tearfully. I want to leave. Without Qingcheng, what meaning does my life have? Lin Yun suddenly stood up, her eyes resolute as she picked up her sword. Even if I have to risk this old life, I must save Qingcheng. Madam, don't worry. Why don't we go to the Yi family and ask the old man to help the young lady out of kindness from the past? Lanxiang thought of what seemed to be the only feasible solution. After all, in Beihuang City, apart from the city Lord Lu Qing, only the Yi family could contend with the Zhang family. Those old folks are cold-hearted and have already fallen out with Qingcheng last time. They would just gloat over the situation and wouldn't lift a finger to help. Lin Yun had lived in the Yi family for decades and knew those people too well. It was pointless to ask them for help. What about the son-in-law? He doesn't even know about this. Lanxiang quickly grabbed the sword and said anxiously, How about this? You stay home and wait for the son-in-law, and I will go to the Zhang family. That useless Su Chen is wandering around all day. And now that such a big thing has happened at home, he isn't even around. What good is waiting for him? We'll go ourselves. Lin Yun was already in a state of panic and could not wait any longer. Why are you scolding the son-in-law again, my dear mother-in-law? At that moment, a calm voice came from outside. Su Chen walked in with a faint smile. He and Qing Zhu had hurried back on horseback. But upon seeing the two with red eyes and pale faces, Su Chen's expression froze, suddenly sensing that something was wrong. What happened? Su Chen asked. Son-in-law, please, for the sake of our past connection and our current marital bond, help save the young lady. Lanxiang knelt before Su Chen with a thud, pleading desperately. Past connection? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. Son-in-law, this is what the young lady asked me to pass on to you before she left. You will understand after you look at it. Lanxiang handed Su Chen a jade box. The jade box was exquisite, but when opened, it revealed not precious jewelry, but only a green handkerchief. Though the handkerchief was dry and even a bit faded, it was neatly folded and still carried a familiar fragrance. Clearly, it had been carefully treasured and often taken out for reminiscing. When Su Chen saw it, he felt it was familiar. After unfolding the handkerchief, he saw an odd ring pattern embroidered on it, which immediately struck him like a thunderbolt. This is my handkerchief. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he suddenly recalled a distant memory, looking at Lanxiang and saying, could it be that Qingcheng is? Chapter 34. Enraged, killing and eradicating the family. That peculiar ring was indeed the Zhang Tian ring, which had been hand-stitched by Su Chen's mother and worn by him since childhood. He could never mistake it. Son-in-law, the girl you saved over 10 years ago is the young lady. To repay the favor, she has been carefully preserving this over the years and has always inquired about you until now. Lanxiang was already in tears. Su Chen trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, unable to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. He had always wondered why Yi Qingcheng would go to such lengths to rescue him from the Su family, only to appear cold and indifferent after arriving at the Yi family, yet secretly protect him at every turn. In the end, she even left the Yi family for his sake. The root cause of everything was that initial encounter. Now he understood. Everything made sense. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Understanding the burden Yi Qingcheng had carried all this time, Su Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming sadness. At that time, the young lady's situation in the Yi family was quite poor. She deliberately distanced herself from you to prevent you from being targeted and retaliated against by the Yi family. She had no choice, Lanxiang explained. I was so foolish. I should have recognized her long ago. Su Chen sighed. Su Chen, Qingxiang has done so much for you. If you still have a shred of conscience, come with us to the Zhang family and rescue Qingxiang. Suddenly, Lin Yun said to Su Chen with red eyes. What happened to Qingxiang? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The young lady and madam used all their family assets to buy you a Tianwu order, but it was seized by Zhang Kuang. The young lady went to demand it back, but Lanxiang was already in tears. The Zhang family just sent someone to say that if the son-in-law doesn't go today, the young lady will have to serve Zhang Kuan for the rest of her life. The Zhang family, are they tired of living? Su Chen's eyes turned blood red, and an endless, chilling, murderous aura erupted from him, terrifying like a god of death emerging from hell. Lanxiang and Lin Yun were both frightened. They had never seen Su Chen so furious. Qingzhu at the door also trembled in shock. The killing intent emanating from Su Chen was 100 times more terrifying than when he dealt with Wang Lin and others before. Su Chen was indeed genuinely enraged. Just thinking about Yi Qingqing's frail body possibly suffering abuse at the hands of the Zhang family made him grit his teeth in anger. Son-in-law, you are close with Master Xianyang and City Lord Lu. You must have a way to save the young lady, right? After a moment, Lanxiang asked tremulously. She knew that Master Xianyang had already returned to the capital and that Lu Qing was in closed-door cultivation. But Lanxiang felt that if Su Chen personally stepped in, Lu Qing was very likely to come out of seclusion. I don't need them. I can go myself, Su Chen declared. You all just wait at home. I swear, I will bring Qingqiang back safe and sound. After saying that, Su Chen dashed out the door, mounting his horse and heading straight for the Zhang family. Can he really do it alone? Lanxiang said in disbelief. We should go together and fight the Zhang family. Lin Yun also expressed her concern. Madam, the son-in-law has always kept his word. Please trust him, Qingzhu advised Lin Yun, turning to Lanxiang and saying, Take care of the madam. I will follow the son-in-law. Qingzhu was well aware of Su Chen's current strength. If Lin Yun and Lanxiang went, they would only be a burden. At the Zhang family estate, 2 guards at the Qiwu realm were discussing the matter of Yi Qingqing's detention when suddenly the ground trembled violently. Who goes there? Dismount at once. Seeing a young man in green riding swiftly towards them, the guards immediately stepped forward and shouted, Haven't you been waiting for me? The young man in green was Su Chen, speaking coldly, showing no intention of slowing down or dismounting. You are Su Chen? You really dare to come? Just wait. I'll go report it. One of the guards sneered at Su Chen and was about to enter the estate to report. Wait for your mother. However, the furious Su Chen did not waste time talking to them. He charged forward on horseback, grabbed their necks, and crashed through the Zhang family's main gate. Boom! With a loud bang, it instantly alarmed everyone in the Zhang family estate. Who dares to ride in and crash into my Zhang family? Where did this madman come from? Seeking death. In an instant, countless Zhang family members and guards drew their swords and rushed forward. The Zhang family had operated in Beihuang City for so many years, and no one had ever dared to invade so arrogantly. Even City Lord Lu Qing would not have the audacity. However, the murderous Su Chen did not waste any words with them. He easily snapped the necks of 2 guards and charged forward. With his powerful dragon-like physique, the bodies he threw were like meteors, directly smashing down a group of people. Boom! Countless people were crushed, losing arms and legs, and some even died on the spot. The terrifying shockwave caused nearby houses and walls to collapse entirely. As the commotion escalated, more Zhang family members rushed out. Even the Zhang family head and Zhang Kuang quickly arrived. Upon seeing the ruins of the front courtyard and the scattered limbs and bodies, everyone was filled with rage. Su Chen, it's you. Zhang Kuan let out a furious roar. This person he hated to the bone. Even if reduced to ashes, he would never forget. Su Chen, you are so bold to dare to kill and break in. Even if Lu Qing comes, he can't save you this time. The Zhang family head roared angrily. Su Chen was too arrogant. This was simply a slap in their faces. You are Su Chen? Zhang Kuang strode forward, looking down on Su Chen with an arrogant posture. His eyes filled with disdain. I thought you were just a turtle hiding, but I didn't expect you to really dare to come and seek death. Of course, I have to come. Su Chen coldly swept his gaze over all the members of the Zhang family, filled with murderous intent as he said, "I, Su Chen, am here today to kill, to exterminate your whole family." As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into dead silence. Even Qing Zhu, who had followed behind, was stunned. She had thought Su Chen only intended to rescue Yi Qingsheng and had never expected that he would also plan to annihilate the entire Zhang family. The Zhang family had developed for hundreds of years in Beihuang City, their foundation even surpassing that of the Yi family, with thousands of clan members and experts galore. Even if the city lord's mansion dispatched troops, it wouldn't be so easy to wipe out the Zhang family. How could Su Chen have such confidence alone? Ha ha ha. What did he say? He wants to exterminate my Zhang family? This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. A useless person who is about to die and still doesn't realize it dares to speak so boldly. Indeed, those from the Zhang family were momentarily stunned before they all let out disdainful sneers and angry insults. However, Su Chen ignored them. He simply turned to Qing Zhu and said, "You go find Qingsheng and protect her well. Leave the rest to me." Qing Zhu came back to her senses, quickly agreed, and rushed deep into the Zhang family mansion. Impudent! Who dares to barge into my Zhang family mansion? An old man from the Zhang family released a powerful pressure at the true martial realm and suddenly reached out a hand to suppress Qing Zhu. Just as Qing Zhu was about to draw her sword, she felt a gust of wind flash by in front of her. It was Su Chen, appearing like a swimming dragon before the old man from the Zhang family, dispersing his true energy with a wave of his hand and simultaneously pressing his head to the ground. Boom! The hardstone floor and the old man's head exploded simultaneously, a violent gust of wind ravaging the area and forcing everyone nearby to retreat. Hiss! Everyone was shocked and terrified. They had never expected Su Chen's methods to be so terrifying, instantly killing an elder martial artist at the first level of true martial realm, leaving them unable to react. "Whoever dares to move, I will kill first." Su Chen coldly surveyed the Zhang family members, and wherever his gaze landed, every Zhang family member felt a chill run down their spine, instinctively taking a few steps back. Su Chen's eyes, filled with murderous intent, were too sharp, too terrifying. He simply watched as Qing Zhu rushed towards the inner courtyard, and for a moment, no one dared to stop her. "Su Chen, you are too arrogant." The head of the Zhang family furiously shouted, releasing a powerful pressure. His strength was on par with Yi Jinxiao, but it had no effect on Su Chen. "Less nonsense. Are you all going to come at me together, or shall I kill you one by one?" Su Chen shot a glance at the head of the Zhang family and bellowed with overwhelming authority. "One arrogant guy, I will show you." Zhang Kuang stepped forward, his aura rapidly rising, reaching the 5th or 6th level of true martial realm, not inferior to the head of the Zhang family or Yi Jinxiao. "Looks like you want to die first." Su Chen's eyes narrowed, revealing a clear, killing intent. Zhang Kuang immediately roared, "Su Chen, don't be too arrogant. My brother Zhang Kuang is a direct disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, with talent and strength far beyond that useless Yi Xinglong. How dare you, direct disciple of the Martial Arts Academy? I've killed them before." With a cold shout, Su Chen charged forward in a flash. Zhang Kuang was completely stunned by these words. Meanwhile, a twisted expression appeared on Zhang Kuang's face as he fiercely shouted, seeking death. Boom! A black battle knife appeared in Zhang Kuang's hand, emanating unmatched sharpness as he slashed out a blade aura over 10 zhang long, demonstrating unmatched power. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he punched forward. Vast blood energy surged, seemingly condensing into a golden divine dragon around Su Chen, his fist radiating with overwhelming might, causing the void to tremble slightly, containing a force that could suppress everything. What? Zhang Kuang's face changed dramatically. From this punch, he sensed a deadly crisis. He found it hard to believe that a mere Qi martial realm individual possessed such terrifying power. However, he had no time to think. Like a sun, the fist imprint came crashing down, instantly dispersing the massive blade aura. It then struck heavily against the black battle knife. Crack! The low-grade spiritual weapon black battle knife was directly shattered. The unmatched divine power surged into Zhang Kuang's body, causing him to spurt blood wildly, and he was instantly sent flying dozens of zhang away by a single punch. D. Su Chen's eyes were filled with icy, killing intent, not giving his opponent any chance as he punched forward again, like a black meteor streaking in for the kill. Today, no one could stop him from killing and exterminating. Demons block demons, Buddhas block Buddhas. Chapter 35. Exterminate Zhang Kuang, slay Zhang Kuan. What? Everyone's expressions changed dramatically, feeling their scalps go numb. Su Chen's punch was so powerful that it made everyone feel as if they were facing a hellish Asura, filling them with infinite fear. Moreover, his speed was too fast, like a flash of lightning crossing the void, instantly arriving in front of Zhang Kuang, leaving him with no way to evade. Block it for me, Zhang Kuang roared, his entire being feeling as though it was burning, a powerful demonic shadow appearing behind him, swinging down the knife with a force that could destroy the heavens and the earth. At the critical moment of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else, igniting his blood energy and unleashing the powerful force of his innate bloodline. Boom! However, Su Chen's fist radiated with a force like a black hole devouring the heavens, releasing a powerful, twisting force that obliterated the countless blade lights while heavily striking the demonic shadow. Crack! A large number of runes exploded, and the domineering demonic shadow that Zhang Kuang had summoned with his bloodline power was directly shattered. The unmatched fist imprint fell upon him, causing him to feel as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale, and he coughed up blood flying backward. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen did not relent, stepping forward and instantly arriving in front of Zhang Kuang, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Su Chen stopped. The head of the Zhang family roared in anger upon seeing this scene, his eyes filled with chilling, killing intent. The surrounding Zhang family members were both shocked and furious. They had never expected that the extraordinarily gifted and powerful Zhang Kuang would be so effortlessly defeated by Su Chen. As they prepared to intervene, it was already too late. Cough, cough. Zhang Kuang's face turned red, feeling as if death itself had seized his throat. Fear surged over him like a tide, threatening to engulf him. He suddenly regretted provoking this calamity. Su Chen, if you dare to harm a single hair on Kuanger, I will annihilate your entire family and grind you to dust. The head of the Zhang family shouted angrily as he charged forward, exuding a tremendous aura. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the direct disciple of the martial arts academy, the unparalleled genius Zhang Kuang, would be so decisively defeated by Su Chen? And Su Chen was merely at the Qi martial realm. Could it be that his heavenly bloodline had fully awakened? Old fool, you are mistaken. It is I who will exterminate your Zhang family. Su Chen's gaze was icy cold, radiating sharpness as he unleashed unmatched divine power, instantly crushing Zhang Kuang's throat. To his last breath, Zhang Kuang felt disbelief and unwillingness. He could not understand why Su Chen was so powerful and why he dared to kill him. After all, he was a genius disciple of the martial arts academy, a direct disciple of an elder at the Xuanwu realm. Didn't Su Chen fear retaliation from the martial arts academy? Unfortunately, he would never understand the terrifying existence he had provoked. Who? Amid the intimidation from countless Zhang family members, a blazing fire suddenly erupted in Su Chen's hands, engulfing Zhang Kuang and turning him to ashes. Su Chen, you dare to kill my brother. The martial arts academy will not let you off. Zhang Kuan shouted with a face full of resentment. He had never expected such a result. You die too. However, Su Chen's fury was even greater, his murderous intent soaring, like a hellish demon emerging, charging straight toward him. This guy, back then he colluded with Yi Ling to try to tarnish Yi Qingsheng, but now he is secretly causing trouble, not only detaining Yi Qingsheng, but also attempting to lure him into a trap. The root of all this is him, and Su Chen has long harbored the intent to kill. Huh? Zhang Kuan was instantly scared silly. The killing intent emanating from Su Chen was too terrifying, making him feel like his soul was about to flee. Grandpa, save me. Seeing Su Chen approaching with murderous intent, Zhang Kuan's eyes were filled with unimaginable terror, and he suddenly turned to flee, pleading. The head of the Zhang family's eyes instantly turned red. Su Chen, I will make you die. The furious roar echoed like thunder, filled with overwhelming rage and killing intent. The hopes of the family were ruthlessly wiped out by Su Chen, causing the head of the Zhang family to completely lose his mind and unleash his powerful cultivation at the 6th level of true martial realm, charging at Su Chen. Swish! A silver ancient sword appeared in the head of the Zhang family's hand, emitting a blazing edge, its brilliance making the void tremble slightly. A mid-grade spiritual weapon? Su Chen's eyes flickered. The Zhang family indeed had some background. Such a powerful mid-grade spiritual weapon would be hard to find a second one in the entire North Desolation City. So what if there is a mid-grade spiritual weapon? He will still die. However, Su Chen was not an ordinary Qi martial realm warrior. Boom! He lunged forward, throwing a punch, divine light blazing around him. Golden blood rising as if transforming into a golden divine dragon, coiling around him, the dragon's head hovering over his arm, unleashing an earth-shattering might. True dragon bloodline, fully unleashed. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the head of the Zhang family as the silver ancient sword stabbed towards Su Chen like a silver lightning bolt. Its speed incredibly fast. Get lost. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and with a punch that enveloped heaven and earth, he struck the silver ancient sword, unleashing unmatched might that was terrifying beyond measure. Boom! The silver ancient sword trembled violently, countless sword lights shattered by the punch. The runes on the sword body suddenly exploded, and the overwhelming divine power surged into the head of the Zhang family's arm, causing him to tremble violently, and a silver ancient sword flew from his grip. Although the mid-grade spiritual weapon blocked most of the force, he was still knocked back dozens of meters by a single punch. How is this possible? Only when facing Su Chen did the head of the Zhang family realize the horror of his opponent. His eyes were filled with fear. He felt that he was not facing a human boy, but an ancient ferocious beast with overwhelming bloodlust, making his soul tremble. After all, the true dragon bloodline is a sacred-level bloodline. After refining a pool of earth milk spiritual liquid, the dragon body that Su Chen condensed, relying solely on his physical strength, was enough to crush most true martial realm warriors. How could the ordinary and aging head of the Zhang family withstand it? Zhang Kuan died. After knocking the head of the Zhang family away, Su Chen temporarily ignored him and turned his cold gaze toward Zhang Kuan, transforming into a flash of golden lightning, flying over. No, don't. Save me. Save me. Zhang Kuan, already terrified to the core, had no will to resist, frantically fleeing in panic. But moments later, he felt a chill all over his body, a terrifying killing intent behind him. Su Chen, like a swimming dragon, instantly appeared behind him. Give me death. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth with boundless killing intent. Before Zhang Kuan could react, Su Chen had grabbed him and lifted him up, then suddenly threw a punch. Crack! How terrifying was Su Chen's power, almost comparable to that of an ancient ferocious beast cub. He directly exploded Zhang Kuan's head with a single punch, instantly enveloping the area in a mist of blood. Su Chen was drenched in blood, the overwhelming killing intent around him becoming even more terrifying and violent. Everyone felt as if they were in hell. This boy before them, his methods so ruthless, directly tearing Zhang Kuan apart. At this moment, Qing Zhu had already rescued Yi Qingsheng and the others. Just as they rushed out, they witnessed this scene and couldn't help but cover their mouths. Is this still the son-in-law they remembered, who was playful and somewhat carefree, staring at the blood-soaked, killing intent-filled Su Chen? Yi Qingsheng and the others felt their hearts racing. The son-in-law has become so violent. However, killing these two bastards, Zhang Kuan and Zhang Kuang, is truly satisfying. Chun Mei and Xiao Ju were trembling all over, having never seen such a terrifying side of Su Chen. Don't worry. The son-in-law isn't possessed by evil spirits. He is here to protect the most important people. Qing Zhu looked at Yi Qingsheng and said. Yi Qingsheng's eyes turned red instantly, feeling incredibly moved. Just like more than a decade ago, Su Chen saved her once again. The head of the Zhang family, who had just gotten up, was completely deranged. What are you standing there for? Don't you want to kill this little beast and wipe them out? The head of the Zhang family roared, acting like a mad beast. The surrounding Zhang family members were finally awakened, their eyes filled with resentment. And a large number of heavily armored guards rushed in. "Dare to touch my woman, you all must die." Su Chen was even more furious than them. Releasing boundless burial sky, true energy, roaring like a tsunami, condensing countless dark sword lights. Beihuang. Countless sword lights rampaged, containing cold, killing intent, enveloping the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the screams rose and fell, as the rushing Zhang family members were pierced by the dark sword lights, collapsing into pools of blood. No matter whether they were in Qi martial realm or true martial realm, they could not withstand the sharpness of the dark sword lights. Hundreds of warriors, without even reaching Su Chen, were slaughtered in droves. Su Chen's gaze was indifferent, not even furrowing his brows. As his eyes fell on the Zhang family members and those guards, they immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, completely losing their will to fight. Turning to flee, "I will annihilate your family. No one can escape." Su Chen stomped his foot and instantly leaped onto the gate tower. The people blocked in their path all changed color. But Su Chen did not give them a chance to change directions to escape, immediately unleashing the Samadhi True Fire Seal, releasing waves of blue-gold flames from above. Whoosh! Thousands of blue-gold flames intertwined, like layers of lotus leaves, instantly covering every corner of the Zhang family mansion. From the outside, it looked like a huge blue fire lotus had appeared above the Zhang family mansion. The terrifying heat wave descended like a great sun, capable of melting soil and stone. No! Help! The screams once again echoed in every corner of the Zhang family, shaking the entire city and making everyone feel like they were in purgatory. In the blink of an eye, the massive Zhang family mansion was engulfed in flames, the fire gradually consuming everything. The setting sun was blood red, and the ground was like a river of blood. The raging flames rampaged everywhere, as if hell had descended to bury everything. Chapter 36. The Fall of the Zhang Family. Heading to the royal capital, how violent and domineering is the heavenly fire. As long as it touches a trace, it will quickly burn everything. Even true martial realm cannot resist. The massive blue fire lotus bloomed, instantly causing an uproar throughout the city. Even the city lord, Lu Qing, was awakened, immediately exiting seclusion and rushing to the Zhang family. When he first saw the scene of blood and charred corpses everywhere, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. City Lord, seeing Lu Qing, the head of the Zhang family, who was desperately resisting the flames, seemed to see a savior. Su Chen disregarded the law, barging into my Zhang family to slaughter indiscriminately, killing innocents, and has already turned into a demon. "Please, City Lord, kill this beast." The head of the Zhang family shouted. "City Lord, Su Chen even killed the direct disciple of the martial arts academy. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Please, City Lord, take responsibility for my Zhang family." The remaining Zhang family members gathered together, bowing their heads to Lu Qing in desperation. As they watched the flames closing in around them, fear filled everyone their faces. Su Chen suddenly turned his head, staring at Lu Qing, his murderous aura still overwhelming. Lu Qing was also intimidated by that fierce, demonic gaze, which seemed to promise death if he made any move. He had never seen such a terrifying look. It felt as if he would be reduced to nothing if he dared to act. Especially after Su Chen had killed the martial arts academy's direct disciple Zhang Kuang and swept through the Zhang family with such domineering power, it left him shaken. "Young Master Su, I have been in closed-door cultivation and couldn't rescue Madame Su in time. Please do not blame me." Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing spoke solemnly. "Since this is your personal grievance, I will pretend I never left my retreat and that I am unaware of this matter." After seeing Su Chen nod, Lu Qing turned and left without hesitation. The members of the Zhang family were left dumbfounded. Even those watching from outside found it hard to believe. How could killing and exterminating a family be such a grave crime? According to the laws of the Great Chu Kingdom, it would warrant a death sentence by slow slicing at the very least. Yet, as the city lord, Lu Qing simply acted as if he hadn't seen anything. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. This was initiated by the Zhang family, and Su Chen's revenge was justified. Furthermore, even if he wanted to intervene, he would be powerless to do so. Not to mention Su Chen's already overwhelming combat strength. But that Qinglian earth fire alone posed a threat to him. To be honest, he never expected that Su Chen could refine the rare celestial fire at such a young age. Such talent and skill were truly unmatched in the nation. It would be unwise to oppose such a prodigy for the sake of the Zhang family. Moreover, in the martial arts world, killing and exterminating families was quite common. In the decayed, Great Chu Kingdom, who would care about a small Zhang family? Even if the Martial Arts Academy held him accountable, Su Chen could bear the brunt of it. At most, it would be a case of neglect on his part. Let the Zhang family fend for themselves. With a sigh, Lu Qing returned to the city lord's mansion to continue his closed-door cultivation. Inside the Zhang family, witnessing the approaching flames and the tragic deaths of their kin, the family head was utterly despairing. With Lu Qing not intervening, the Zhang family was doomed to perish today. You little beast, you want to destroy my Zhang family. I will not let you live either. The family head of the Zhang family roared, instantly igniting his true energy and crazily charging towards Su Chen. From his frenzied demeanor, it seemed he intended to self-destruct and take Su Chen down with him. Young master, be careful, Qing Zhu exclaimed in alarm. The self-detonation of a six-layer true martial realm warrior was no trivial matter. The terrifying destructive power could level the entire Zhang family. In my presence, you don't even have the right to self-destruct. With a cold shout, Su Chen gripped the Samadhi True Fire Seal, and with a powerful grab, the violent Qinglian earth fire erupted once again. A blue-golden fire dragon appeared, roaring as it swept towards the Zhang family head, engulfing him and then crashing into the crowd below. Boom! The endless flames exploded, consuming everything around as if a comet had struck the ground. Thus, the entire Zhang family, over 1,000 members, was annihilated. The fire raged on throughout the night, turning the grand Zhang family estate to ashes. You really are foolish. Why didn't you tell me about the past? Why bear it all alone? Su Chen took out the handkerchief symbolizing their bond and walked towards Yi Qingcheng, gazing intently at her. Yi Qingcheng took the handkerchief and pressed it to her chest, unable to suppress her feelings any longer, and rushed forward to embrace Su Chen. Thank you, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Su Chen gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and brushed across her nose. Speaking softly, silly, why should we thank each other as husband and wife? Just remember, as long as I am here, no one can hurt you. Ye kink, no dit obediently. No longer suppressing her emotions, her eyes brimming with tears. In front of the ruins of the Zhang family, the two embraced passionately, unwilling to part. Qing Zhu and the others watched with tears in their eyes, touched by the scene. The murderous aura around Su Chen had completely vanished. He was no longer the terrifying demonic figure, but rather like their guardian, capable of withstanding all storms and hardships. Seeing this couple, those who had previously looked down on Yi Qingsheng for marrying a useless son-in-law now displayed expressions of immense envy. Who would want someone to shield them from the wind and rain? Especially someone with such exceptional talent, powerful methods, and the ability to annihilate families in a fit of rage. After a long while, the people of Beihuang City felt as if they had traveled through time. Who would have thought that the grand, deeply rooted Zhang family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, could be destroyed overnight? The reason for it was simply because they had offended one person, a young man who descended like a demonic god. This Su Chen was too terrifying, too powerful. Our Beihuang City has not seen such a groundbreaking figure in hundreds of years. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become a regional overlord. How unfortunate that the Zhang family provoked such a calamity. They truly brought this upon themselves. The Yi family was also blind, failing to cultivate such an extraordinary genius, and even causing a rift. Throughout Beihuang City, the news of the Zhang family's overnight destruction spread like wildfire, shocking everyone and leaving them unsettled. All the families in the city tightly shut their doors, extinguished their lights, and were filled with fear. Especially the Yi family. After receiving this news, all the family members were filled with regret and terror. They regretted losing a peerless genius who could have led the Yi family to glory. And they feared Su Chen would return for revenge, wiping them out as well. They had no doubt that Su Chen had the capability and the motive to do so. Su Chen, how could he be so powerful? Why hasn't he the martial arts academy sent people to tear him apart for killing Zhang Kuang? The injured Yi Xinglong cursed bitterly. As for Yi Yuan and the others, they were enveloped in silence, their hearts mixed with complex emotions. It's fate. It's all fate. Yi Zhenxiao sighed and urgently issued orders, no longer restricting family members from contacting Su Chen and his family. He even encouraged them to interact more with Su Chen's family, hoping to win back the hearts of Su Chen and his wife. Unfortunately, for such a heartless and ungrateful family, Su Chen and his wife would never set foot there again. The next morning, Su Chen called everyone to pack their luggage and prepare to head to the royal capital. Although Zhang Kuang deserved to die, he is, after all, a direct disciple of the martial arts academy. I fear, Yi Qingsheng said with some concern. Miss, the martial arts academy is a place that nurtures geniuses. Would they really reject a peerless prodigy who is tenfold stronger than Zhang Kuang? Lan Xiang said with a smile. After thinking it over, Yi Qingsheng agreed. They had already retrieved the Tianwu order, and the martial arts academy surely wouldn't act untrustworthily. Moreover, with Master Xianyang's influence in the royal capital, there shouldn't be any issues. In truth, for Su Chen, whether he entered the martial arts academy was of little consequence. He didn't need the so-called guidance of martial arts masters. Besides, he needed a broader platform to access more extensive realms, which might allow him to gather information on the other burial sky rings and the scriptures of celestial transformation. The time left for him was running short. In the afternoon, the family boarded 2 carriages and left Beihuang City, heading towards the great Chu royal capital. Beihuang City was merely a small border town, a full 30,000 miles from the capital, located in the heart of the kingdom. Even with swift horses, traveling 1,000 miles a day would take nearly a month. Moreover, given Yi Qingsheng's frail condition, Su Chen couldn't bear to let her suffer the jostling, so he stayed by her side, progressing slowly. After all, the spacious carriage wouldn't hinder his cultivation. Half a month later, the group passed through Yinzhou City. To care for Yi Qingsheng's health, Su Chen planned to rest in the city for 2 days. Yinzhou City is not only the capital of Yinzhou, but also a must-pass place for the northern states of the Great Chu Kingdom to reach the royal capital. Therefore, it is a bustling hub of merchants year-round, with countless warriors coming and going. The Deluo Merchant Alliance, which has a knack for making money, has established a large clubhouse here that integrates commerce, entertainment, and accommodation. Master Xianyang once gifted Su Chen a VIP token from the Deluo Merchant Alliance, allowing him to stay and dine for free with an 80% discount on other expenses. Thus, Su Chen did not consider other inns in the city and went directly to the Deluo Merchant Alliance to check in. Yi Qingsheng and the others got out of the car outside, looking at the bustling market with a feeling as if they were in another world. Everyone, step aside. Can't you see our young Master Lin has arrived? At that moment, a group of flamboyantly dressed young rascals pushed through the lively crowd. These arrogant young masters not only had profound cultivation, but also came from extraordinary backgrounds. The people around them dared not provoke them and quickly stepped aside. The Deluo Merchant Alliance is great in every way, but unfortunately, it's not a place for women. Why don't we go to the Wanhua Tower? In a few days, young Master Lin will be joining the Martial Arts Academy in the royal capital, and today we must have some fun with the brothers. After joining the Martial Arts Academy, young Master Lin would be the future pillar of the country, a favored son of heaven, and we wouldn't be able to aspire to him anymore. The crowd surrounded a proud young man in a brocade robe who walked out of the Deluo Merchant Alliance, showering him with flattery. Have I ever treated my brothers poorly? Today, I'll treat you all. You must have a great time. Young Master Lin smiled with satisfaction and led the way out. Oh, this young lady is truly beautiful, as gentle as water, with an ethereal quality. She is exactly my type. Seeing Yi Qingsheng at the entrance, young Master Lin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't move for a moment. Young Master Lin truly has good taste. Such a stunning beauty is indeed like a figure from a painting, far superior to those wilted flowers at the Wanhua Tower. SK, the ones beside her are also not bad. One is pure and lovely, another is cold as frost, and one is an older beauty. I like them all. Hiv. Just right, one for each of us. I'll call them over now to have some fun with the brothers tonight. Saying this, they approached Yi Qingsheng and the others. Chapter 37. Intense killing intent, confronting the Xuanwu realm. In the tea room on the upper floor of the Deluo Merchant Alliance, two extraordinary men were drinking tea. One of them, a middle-aged man with a stern face, was the Lord of Beihuang City. Master, how have the results been these days? The Lord of Beihuang City asked after taking a sip of tea. Opposite him sat an old man with white hair and beard, his face covered in wrinkles. Dressed in plain gray linen, exuding a lifeless aura, as if he were a farmer nearing the end of his days. Nevertheless, as a master of the Xuanwu realm, the Lord of Beihuang City showed him great respect. Sigh. The old man in gray opened his weary eyes, and a hint of vitality returned to him. He sighed heavily and shook his head, saying, "A few have decent talent, but their temperament and will are too weak. They cannot inherit my legacy." Master's loyalty and concern for the world are admirable, even going so far as to split the martial arts academy in two to recruit sons of humble backgrounds. I deeply respect it. The Lord of Beihuang City poured more tea for the old man and added, "But now the political situation is chaotic, and the people are suffering. The sons of humble backgrounds lack innate resources, which is unavoidable. The powerful seize resources and divide the world among themselves. If we do not leave those sons of humble backgrounds a path to live, what hope is there for our great Shu?" The old man in gray was filled with concern for the country and its people. His lifespan was nearing its end, and if he could not quickly find a successor, the last piece of pure land he reserved for the sons of humble backgrounds would soon vanish. At that moment, a commotion from downstairs interrupted their thoughts. "Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude." Qing Zhu, holding a sword, stood in front of Yi Qingsheng and the others, glaring at the group of young rascals. "Wow, this little lady has quite a temper, but I like taming wild horses, haha, to be noticed by us. That is your blessing. Don't be ungrateful. This is our young masterland from the first family of Yinzhou City. If you are smart, obediently accompany us for a night. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Yinzhou City." The young rascals, unable to tease them, released their powerful true energy, threatening them arrogantly. The people around instinctively retreated, showing pity towards Yi Qingsheng and her companions. Young Master Lin's family background was impressive, and in Yinzhou City, no one dared to provoke him. Over the years, he had harmed countless women, and those who did not comply would face destruction. In their eyes, Yi Qingsheng and her companions were unlikely to escape his grasp. In the tea room, the old man in gray frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. That is the youngest son of the Lin family, spoiled since childhood, but with decent talent. He has already caught the eye of an elder from the western branch of the martial arts academy, so my disciples can only turn a blind eye. The Lord of Beihuang City quickly explained. Indeed the same trash as those in the western branch." The old man in gray snorted coldly, filled with disdain. "No need to be angry, master. I will drive them away." Saying this, the Lord of Beihuang City stood up. "Wait and see first." At that moment, the old man in gray saw a murderous young man striding towards young Master Lin and the others, and his eyes flashed, stopping the Lord of Beihuang City. After Su Chen finished checking in, he did not see Yi Qingsheng and the others coming in. Turning back, he saw that scene and was instantly furious. Where did these wild dogs come from? Get lost. Su Chen strode forward and shouted. The people around looked at Su Chen in surprise. This young man was indeed bold, daring to speak to young Master Lin and the others like that. Where did this wild brat come from, daring to meddle in our young Master Lin's affairs? Are you looking for death? The young rascals were extremely arrogant, releasing strong, killing intent. "My lord," They Lan Xiang approached Su Chen at Yi Qingsheng's gesture, whispering to persuade him. Yi Qingsheng felt that since they had just arrived, she did not want to cause trouble, especially since young Master Lin was not someone to be trifled with. She did not want to bring trouble to Su Chen because of herself. "You all go inside." Su Chen handed the key to Lan Xiang. He knew Yi Qingsheng meant well. He did not intend to cause trouble, but if trouble came knocking, he would not be afraid. Moreover, these people dared to target Yi Qingsheng and the others. If he did not teach them a harsh lesson, what kind of man would he be? "My lord?" Turns out he is a son-in-law. Young Master Lin suddenly sneered, arrogantly speaking to Su Chen. You should advise your wife to obediently serve me for a night. Otherwise, the young rascals understood and immediately stepped forward to block Yi Qingsheng and the others. You're seeking death. Su Chen's eyes instantly turned icy. A murderous aura emanated from him, as if he were a killing god who had experienced countless battles. His terrifying momentum making everyone tremble in fear. You brat, you are bold. Young Master Lin's expression turned cold, and he waved his hand at the young rascals, shouting, "Disable him, but remember not to kill him. I want him to see how I play with his woman." The young rascals revealed sinister expressions, cracking their knuckles as they approached Su Chen. You're seeking death. A flash of killing intent crossed Su Chen's eyes, his anger rising. He stomped the ground violently, causing the earth to tremble, and then he shot forward like a cannonball, directly charging at young Master Lin. Burial of Heaven, True Qi unleashed. Dragon Body unleashed. Infinite killing intent boiling. Boom! Enraged, Su Chen's terrifying aura surged, resembling a ferocious beast in human form, with dragon might enveloping him as he charged through, instantly scattering the group of young rascals. What? Young Master Lin was both shocked and angry, unable to believe Su Chen's strength was so formidable. With just a sudden rush, the few young Scions were sent flying, screaming on the ground. Su Chen's voice was as cold as death, filled with extreme anger. Completely ignoring those lackeys, he charged forward, unleashing a punch that resembled a hellish Azura, aiming to smash young Master Lin to pieces. "Kid, you dare to lay a hand on this young master?" Young Master Lin shouted, his eyes filled with fear. In that moment, he truly felt the threat of death. Boom! Under the threat of death, young Master Lin erupted with all his combat power, desperately activating his bloodline power. A crimson light rose around him, resembling a brilliant sun. And he also threw out a punch, the force surging. Crack! When the two punches collided, the sky full of red light was extinguished and an unmatched force erupted, directly shattering young Master Lin's arm into minced meat, blood mist filling the air. Young Master Lin screamed in agony as he was sent flying, his face contorted. However, before he could get up, the monstrous Su Chen was already in front of him, lifting his foot and directly crushing his lower body. Young Master Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale as paper, his eyes revealing madness and terror as he screamed, You ruined my lower body. I want you dead. I want you dead." Young Master Lin's hair was disheveled, looking like a madman. For a lecherous person like him, having his lower body ruined was more painful than death. He hated Su Chen to the extreme, wishing he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. "Kid, you dare to harm young Master Lin? You're finished. The Lin family will not let you go. You're dead for sure. No one can save you. Kid, there are people in the Lin family. Young Master Lin is about to become a disciple of the elder of the Martial Arts Academy. If you ruin him, your whole clan will be exterminated." The few lackeys, who had just gotten up, saw this scene and were filled with shock and anger. Is that so? But you want to live to see that day. Su Chen's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward, exuding a terrifying aura that stunned everyone around him. Could he really kill young Master Lin? The lackeys looked at Su Chen with fear in their eyes, as if they had turned into fools. The onlookers, however, had a hint of delight in their eyes. If Su Chen could rid them of the scourge that was young Master Lin, it would be the best outcome, even if he would face bloody revenge from the Lin family. The lackeys were thoroughly frightened and hurriedly helped young Master Lin to escape. "Did I let you go?" Su Chen snorted coldly. Raising his hand, countless dark sword lights formed from his boundless burial energy, instantly locking onto them with unmatched sharpness. He was intent on killing. Oh no, this is going to be a disaster. The Lord of Yinzhou City, who was upstairs, could no longer sit still. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary young man would be so decisive and ruthless, directly crippling young Master Lin. Despite both being at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm, young Master Lin was no match for him in a single exchange. He wanted to intervene, but was already too late. As he saw the streaks of deadly dark sword lights about to strike young Master Lin and the others, the Lord of Yinzhou City leaped down and waved his hand to disperse the sword lights. Interesting. This time, the old man in the tattered clothes did not stop him, but scrutinized Su Chen through the window, a hint of a smile appearing on his aged face. Within Yinzhou City, anyone who dares to commit murder will be severely punished. The Lord of Yinzhou City spoke with immense authority, exuding an undeniable domineering presence. It's actually the city lord. How could he be here? The relationship between the Lin family and the city lord was extraordinary, and that kid had crippled young Master Lin. He was likely to face dire consequences. Once the crowd recognized the Lord of Yinzhou City, their expressions changed. City Lord, this kid acted recklessly and injured young Master Lin. Please uphold justice for us. City Lord, please suppress him. My Lin family will surely reward you greatly. Seeing the Lord of Yinzhou City, young Master Lin and his group seemed to find their backbone again. Kid, you're dead. Young Master Lin glared at Su Chen with a face full of resentment. They had forcefully abducted women, and yet he still wanted to protect them? Su Chen did not back down at all, staring directly at the imposing Lord of Yinzhou City, and said, "You are the Lord of Yinzhou City. You can protect him for a time, but not for a lifetime." Under the powerful pressure of the Lord of Yinzhou City, Su Chen remained unmoved, coldly stating, "One martial realm cannot frighten me." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. How could he so openly threaten young Master Lin in front of the Lord of Yinzhou City? Was he overly confident? Could it be that this young man had another background? It seemed likely. Otherwise, how could he not fear young Master Lin and the city lord? The crowd discussed among themselves, measured in retreat and advance, confident and fearless, with an excellent temperament and will. The old man in the tattered clothes turned red with excitement, his face beaming with a smile. Good. I didn't come here for nothing. This kid is definitely someone I want to recruit for the East Courtyard. At this moment, the expression of the Lord of Yinzhou City suddenly turned cold. City Lord, this kid is so arrogant. He even dares to threaten me. Quickly suppress him. Young Master Lin said bitterly. However, the Lord of Yinzhou City ignored him, merely coldly staring at Su Chen, seemingly trying to intimidate him with his great power. But to no avail. Youthful blood is understandable, but if you don't know your place, then you're seeking death. The Lord of Yinzhou City's gaze was icy, filled with menace. If it were in the wilderness, encountering the city lord, I would turn and leave. But in this public square, if you dare to touch a hair on me, the royal capital will surely demand your head. Su Chen countered sharply. What a bold statement. The Lord of Yinzhou City was provoked, his anger rising. But just then, an attendant from the Great Luo Merchant Alliance hurried over and whispered a few words to the Lord of Yinzhou City, causing his expression to change instantly. The VIP token of Master Xianyang? This kid, the Lord of Yinzhou City, was taken aback. Although they were both at the martial realm, Master Xianyang was an extraordinary alchemist, backed by the Alchemist Alliance and the Great Luo Merchant Alliance. Even he, as the city lord, could not afford to offend him. The fact that he could give away such a valuable VIP token indicated a close relationship between the two. While the Lord of Yinzhou City hesitated, he suddenly received another message from the old man in the tattered clothes. This kid has caught my eye. You cannot make things difficult for him. The old man's tone was quite excited. Master, but the Lin family. The Lord of Yinzhou City was interrupted before he could finish. The Lin family is nothing. If you anger me, I'll just wipe them out. This time, the old man in the patchy clothes spoke in an extremely irritable tone, filled with impatience, which scared the Lord of Yinzhou into silence. It seemed that the master had taken a liking to this young man. The Lord of Yinzhou sighed inwardly and suddenly felt an immense envy toward Su Chen. Just when everyone thought that Su Chen, who had angered the Lord of Yinzhou, would be directly suppressed, the Lord suddenly said, "This matter is hereby dropped, and no one is allowed to mention it again." Upon hearing this, the young Master Lin and others were dumbfounded. Are you questioning the decision of this lord? The Lord of Yinzhou scolded with disdain. The young Master Lin and others were startled and realized the identity of the opponent, quickly lowering their heads. However, they still glared at Su Chen with deep resentment. Although they were at fault first, they had already been punished, so it was best to let it be. The Lord of Yinzhou glanced deeply at Su Chen and then signaled for everyone to disperse. Su Chen understood that it was impossible to forcefully kill young Master Lin at this moment, so he did not continue to entangle with them and walked into the Daluo Chamber of Commerce with Yi Qingsheng and others. When they reached the entrance, he suddenly looked up and felt a pair of eyes staring at him. "Hey, This kid's mental power has probably reached the 4th level, able to detect me. Not bad. Not bad. The old man in the patchy clothes immediately withdrew his gaze, but the smile on his face grew even wider. After being baptized by the earth milk spirit liquid and tempered by the green lotus earth fire, Su Chen's mental power indeed broke through to the 4th level. However, he only vaguely sensed something and could not be certain. It was simply that the old man in the patchy clothes was too profound in his cultivation, far surpassing the Lord of Yinzhou. In the tea room, the Lord of Yinzhou returned. Find out the background of that kid for me. The old man in the patchy clothes ordered directly. Understood, Master, the Lord of Yinzhou replied. However, he paused and continued. Too much rigidity can lead to breakage. The kid acts too aggressively. He will inevitably offend more powerful figures in the future. Are you sure you want to? The old man in the patchy clothes directly waved his hand and said, if this kid is also the type to rely on powerful figures and bully the weak, what do I need him for? I'm just afraid he will implicate you. The Lord of Yinzhou said, alas, how many more years do I have left to live? Why should I worry about being implicated? The old man in the patchy clothes sighed bitterly, but his gaze was extremely resolute. In Yinzhou City, the Lin family. Su Chen? So that's his name. Damn it, this despicable guy. I will make him pay with blood. Young Master Lin shouted furiously. Gather the men for me immediately. Once we leave Yinzhou City, kill him. After returning home, young Master Lin continued to rage and smash things, as if he had gone mad. No. The head of the Lin family entered and advised his son. The city lord has already told me that the kid has an extraordinary background. We can't kill him. At least we must not act. Dad, are we just going to let it go like this? Young Master Lin found it hard to swallow this anger. You should go report to the Martial Arts Academy. There are many treasures there that can heal your body. Only the Martial Arts Academy can deal with that kid. The head of the Lin family said. Although the Lord of Yinzhou had spoken very vaguely earlier, he still sensed that there were powerful figures behind Su Chen. Upon hearing this, young Master Lin's eyes brightened, and his face became sinister. Good. Su Chen, wait for me. It won't be long before you pay back 100-fold. After leaving Yinzhou City, it took more than a month for Su Chen and his group to finally arrive at the royal capital. Master Su, Lady Su, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. Master Xianyang had long been waiting at the city gate and greeted them warmly. It was fine. We encountered some thieves and dealt with them easily, Su Chen said casually. Although he spoke lightly, Master Xianyang knew very well that the great Chu kingdom had long been thoroughly corrupt, leading to chaos in the court, with various towns in fragmentation and bandits rampant. Although there were indeed many troubles along the way, Su Chen's current strength allowed him to resolve them easily. He also obtained a lot of cultivation resources, raising his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi martial realm. He was only one step away from the true martial realm. That's good. Master Xianyang nodded with a smile, and then warmly invited, young Master Su, it's getting late today, and the Martial Arts Academy has already closed. Why don't you stay at the Dan Alliance tonight and head to the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow? Sure. Su Chen did not refuse. As the capital of the great Chu kingdom, this ancient city had been built for over 1,000 years, with a very ancient history. The population in the city was millions, and everywhere was bustling and prosperous. The great Chu royal capital is indeed flourishing, Lan Xiang and others exclaimed, blinking their big eyes. Compared to this magnificent royal capital, Beihuang City seemed like a small rural town. At this moment, as night approached, there was still a long queue at the city gate. Those waiting to enter the city were either rich or noble, each with an extraordinary demeanor. Warriors of the Qi martial realm were everywhere, and there were many warriors of the true martial realm as well. Occasionally, figures riding on fine horses and exotic beasts whizzed by, exuding a powerful aura that made people fearful. They were actually warriors of the Xuanwu realm. Warriors of the Xuanwu realm were powerful, mostly holding important positions in the court and military with immense power. Only they enjoyed the privilege of entering the city directly without queuing. To avoid trouble, Master Xianyang also released his Xuanwu realm aura, leading Su Chen and their group into the royal capital smoothly under the envious and awed gazes of the crowd. Who is that young man? He can even get Master Xianyang to personally receive him? I don't know, but the women around him are all so beautiful. especially that ordinary person without any cultivation. Her demeanor is even more unique. She could be a relative of some noble, even in the royal capital. The stunning and ethereal Yi Qingsheng still attracted attention. The Dan Alliance was located on a volcano in the eastern suburbs of the royal capital. To provide high-grade earth fire for the alchemists under its banner, the Dan Alliance not only bought this volcano, but also hollowed out the mountain's belly, turning it into a natural giant furnace. Yi Qingsheng and others had heard of the Dan Alliance's reputation before, but they were still shocked upon arriving. They are really wealthy. I bet the Daluo Chamber of Commerce can't compare. Lan Xiang and others exclaimed. The Dan Alliance was the alliance of alchemists across the world, and the Dan Alliance in the royal capital was just a small branch of theirs. Even the Daluo Chamber of Commerce was merely one of their affiliated trading companies. Su Chen smiled and said, the Dan Alliance is definitely one of the most powerful forces in the world, comparable to the legendary supreme martial arts sacred grounds. Young Master Su is right. My Dan Alliance gathers alchemists from all over the world. We are definitely not to be trifled with. So you can rest assured while staying here, Master Xianyang said proudly. Chapter 39. News of the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. After Yi Qingsheng and others settled down, Master Xianyang invited Su Chen aside to ask about his next plans. Master, you came here to join the Martial Arts Academy, right? However, my Dan Alliance has a deep foundation and is inclusive. I wonder if Master is interested? Master Xianyang asked tentatively. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen replied, I'm not interested in the Martial Arts Academy, but the Dan Alliance can be considered. The Martial Arts Academy had indeed cultivated many heroes in the past and was the sacred place in the hearts of all young martial artists in the Great Chu Kingdom. However, in recent years, it has been chaotic and plagued by factional struggles, having long become a playground for the children of the powerful to gild themselves and pass the time. The so-called geniuses of the Martial Arts Academy were also just arrogant, self-righteous, and useless trash. Su Chen was truly unwilling to associate with such people. As for the Dan Alliance, it had always been the gold standard in the alchemy world. Only alchemists certified by the Dan Alliance had authority. This concept had long been deeply rooted. Moreover, the Dan Alliance was a loosely regulated organization. Aside from a few elders like Master Xianyang who held real power, the vast majority of members were guest elders. The guest elder does not hold actual power, so naturally, he does not need to be distracted by the management affairs of the Alchemy Alliance, which allows for more freedom, yet his status and treatment remain the same. For Su Chen, who pursues martial arts and dislikes constraints, this is extremely suitable. The most important thing is that the Alchemy Alliance's influence extends throughout the world. It can be said that wherever there are people practicing cultivation, there is the trace of the Alchemy Alliance. This is a great help for Su Chen to gather information about the Burial Heaven Ring and the Heavenly Transformation Scripture. This is excellent. With the Master's alchemical skills, he can definitely be certified as a top alchemist. In the future, he can even become a master of alchemy of a generation. Master Xianyang was overjoyed. He had high expectations for Su Chen, and as Su Chen's status in the Alchemy Alliance rose, it would naturally bring him endless benefits. However, the disciple felt that the master should still consider joining the Martial Arts Academy, as the identities of both do not conflict. After a moment, Master Xianyang said again, Oh, why is that? Su Chen glanced at Master Xianyang and replied, Master, please don't be offended. If it were in the past, with your martial arts talent and alchemical skills, you naturally would not need to pay attention to the Martial Arts Academy. At this point, Master Xianyang suddenly lowered his voice and said, But recently, the disciple received news that the Great Wilderness Secret Realm is about to open, and only disciples of the Martial Arts Academy can enter the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. Although Su Chen had only recently arrived in the Chu Kingdom, he had made an in-depth understanding of the local culture and geography and had naturally heard of the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. It is said to be the dojo of a martial arts master, located within the most mysterious cave paradise of the Great Wilderness mountain range. Within the Secret Realm, not only is the spiritual energy extremely rich, with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures growing, but there is also the legacy of that martial arts master. A martial arts master is a powerful existence that surpasses the heavenly martial realm, and there is not a single one in the entire Chu Kingdom. The legacy of such a powerful figure will naturally attract many people. However, the terrain of that secret realm is very special, forming a great formation of heaven and earth, and it can only be opened in the year of Great Transformation. The Great Transformation occurs every 50 years, Master Tianlong continued. A secret realm that opens only once every 50 years is indeed extraordinary, but its allure to Su Chen is only average. Moreover, he carries the legacy of a supreme powerhouse. How could he care about a so-called martial arts master? What the master does not know is that last time the Great Wilderness Secret Realm opened, someone accidentally stumbled into a mysterious space, which seemed to be an ancient battlefield, filled with countless powerful corpses and broken weapons, remaining imperishable for years, and the murderous aura was overwhelming, extremely terrifying, Master Tianlong said gravely. An ancient battlefield? Su Chen frowned, staring closely at Master Tianlong, wanting to ask for some details. The murderous aura there was incredibly terrifying. The dozens of disciples from the martial arts academy who entered ended up killing each other, and only one person managed to escape, bringing out a broken blade that swept across the world. Master Tianlong said excitedly. To sweep across the world with a broken blade and dominate the entire Chu kingdom shows the value of that ancient battlefield. It sounds somewhat similar to the burial heaven realm, Su Chen thought to himself, and immediately made up his mind to go and take a look no matter what. When does the Great Wilderness Secret Realm open? Su Chen had only a little over a year left. He couldn't wait too long. Next year is the year of Great Transformation, just a few months away, Master Tianlong replied. It seems that I must join the martial arts academy. The Great Wilderness Secret Realm has always been strictly controlled by the Chu kingdom. Other than disciples from the martial arts academy, no one else can enter. The first day of each month is the reporting day for the martial arts academy. Su Chen quickly tidied up and bid farewell to Yi Qingsheng and the others. Be careful when you get there, and try to keep a low profile, Yi Qingsheng said, somewhat reluctantly hugging Su Chen goodbye. She knew that although Su Chen appeared carefree on the surface, he was extremely proud inside and would never bow down or submit. He had many conflicts with the disciples of the martial arts academy before, so she couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, your man isn't a pushover, Su Chen teased, pinching Yi Qingsheng's nose and smiling. As for you, being new here, it's natural to be unaccustomed to the climate. You must take care of yourself. Though I can't cultivate, I'm not fragile. Besides, I've been adjusting well lately, and Master Tianlong has introduced me to manage the Deluo Business Alliance. I'll take care of everything at home, so you don't need to worry, Yi Qingsheng said with a smile. Yi Qingsheng was already quite talented in management and business. She earned a living for the family at the Deluo Business Alliance and arranged for Chunmei to take care of Lin Yun at home, cleaning and tidying up. Xiuju, who had good alchemical talent, had previously learned alchemy from an alchemist at the Yi Family Guild and had a solid foundation. Master Tianlong took her into the Alchemy Alliance for further study. The attentive Lan Xiang continued to take care of Yi Qingsheng, while Qingzhu acted as a bodyguard. This family was managed in an orderly manner, with clear divisions of labor, leaving Su Chen free of worries. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Young Master Su, rest assured, I will not let them suffer, Master Tianlong promised, patting his chest. Well, if anything happens, make sure to inform me. After saying this, Su Chen mounted his horse and headed alone to the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy is located on the outskirts of the royal capital, occupying a beautiful mountain range, where various palaces and pavilions have been built, all grand and spectacular. The Martial Arts Academy only opens its gates for enrollment once a month, so early this morning. Those talented individuals with the heavenly martial token from various places had already arrived. Heaven bless, I must be accepted into the West Courtyard. Is a martial arts academy divided into East and West courtyards? Of course, the West Courtyard is filled with the sons and daughters of nobles with deep backgrounds, who have invested a lot of resources. As long as one can join, building good relationships will make it easy to enter the court and dominate a region in the future. In contrast, the East Courtyard is resource poor, with hardly any elders at the Xuanwu realm, and is filled with commoners' children. Want to stand out there is nearly impossible. Unfortunately, to enter the West Courtyard, one must either be extremely wealthy or have exceptional talent. The noble children disdained to associate with ordinary commoner disciples. Hearing this news, many young people who originally looked forward to the future suddenly turned pale. They all had decent talent, but their backgrounds were average, and to buy the heavenly martial token, they had basically spent their entire fortunes. If they ended up in the resource-poor East Courtyard, it would be better to go home and cultivate. Oomph. Do you think the Martial Arts Academy is just any place? It's not somewhere that just anyone can enter. If you don't have any capability, just go back to avoid wasting resources and embarrassing yourselves. Among the crowd, a young man dressed in a brocade robe stood out, exuding an air of arrogance. Who is he? So arrogant, an angry young genius said. They were all top talents in their hometown and had never been looked down upon like this. Shoo, that's Lin Tianji, the young master of the Lin family from Yunzhou City. He has connections in the court, and he will definitely be assigned to the West Courtyard this time. We can't afford to offend him. Someone recognized the brocade-robed youth and immediately hushed everyone. Oomph. A bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. Lin Tianji glanced disdainfully at the crowd, but suddenly his pupils constricted, and his gaze fell on a young man in green who had just walked in, turning filled with resentment. You brat, it's you. The moment he saw Su Chen, Lin Tianji gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with rage. Looking at your face, you want to eat me? But you, this eunuch, don't have the right teeth for that. Su Chen did not expect to run into him here, and he coldly smiled. Eunuch? What's going on? I heard that not long ago. Young Master Lin forcibly robbed a common girl on the street and ended up getting his lower body crushed. It was probably this Su Chen who did it. Oomph. Serves him right. People began to discuss among themselves. Lin Tianji's face instantly turned dark, but he also knew he was not Su Chen's opponent, so he could only suppress his anger and say, Brat, you didn't expect that this young master is already fine, right? Let us wait and see. I'll take your wife tonight. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and murderous intent arose. But at that moment, the mountain gate swung open. Be quiet. An elder dressed in a black martial arts uniform walked over, releasing a powerful aura of the Xuanwu realm that intimidated everyone present. Behind him followed a group of disciples from the Martial Arts Academy dressed in blue uniforms, here to maintain order. Su Chen, how dare you come? One of the disciples recognized Su Chen and showed the same resentful expression as Lin Tianji. It was Yi Xinglong. Oh, quite a few familiar faces. Didn't you boast about being accepted as a direct disciple by an elder? Why are you in this state? Su Chen sneered. Hearing this, Yi Xinglong's face turned red with anger. He was supposed to become a direct disciple, but due to Master Xuanyang's influence, the elders suddenly refused to take him in. As a result, he could only be an ordinary disciple doing menial tasks to maintain order. In his view, all this was caused by Su Chen. Goodness, what's going on with Su Chen? Why does he have so many enemies? He even offended the disciples from the West Academy. Everyone looked at Su Chen with suspicion. Very curious. Chapter 40. The Incident at the Academy. Inside the East Academy, a black-robed elder entered the hall of the Academy Master. Master, the person you mentioned has indeed arrived, reported the elder from the East Academy. I sensed the Tianwu order on him long ago. It was worth the wait. A gray-clothed old man hurriedly walked out, saying, Let's go and take a look. We can't let the West Academy get ahead. This old man in gray was none other than the master of the East Academy and the teacher of the city lord of Yunzhou. At the mountain gate, there was a lot of discussion, and even the elder couldn't help but frown. Silence. The elder shouted coldly, Form a line. We are starting the division of academies now. Anyone who makes a fuss will be expelled from the mountain. Upon hearing that they would be expelled, everyone immediately closed their mouths and began to line up. Lin Tianji took the lead. Greetings, Elder Hitai. I am Lin Tianji from the Lin family of Yunzhou City. My uncle should have greeted you already. Lin Tianji presented the Tianwu order with a flattering smile. Oh, so it's my good nephew. You truly resemble General Wu Wei in talent and demeanor. You are exactly the kind of talent needed in our West Academy. Elder Hitai, who had just had a stern face, suddenly smiled and directly assigned Lin Tianji to the West Academy. Thank you, Elder. I will not let you down. Lin Tianji accepted the disciple token of the West Academy and glanced back at Su Chen and the others, his face filled with pride. Fool! Su Chen scoffed silently, too lazy to bother with him. Disciple Yuan Hong from the Yuan family of Qingzhou, awakened a top-grade human-level bloodline. My cultivation is just a token of respect. Following Lin Tianji, another person presented the Tianwu order along with a storage bag, which Elder Hitai casually accepted. Your talent is good. You can join the West Academy. Elder Hitai glanced at the storage bag filled with spirit stones and showed a hint of a smile. The subsequent few people were similar, all assigned to the West Academy. Su Chen watched, shaking his head. Such blatant bribery, and they act as if it's perfectly normal. No wonder the Martial Arts Academy declines year after year. When it was the turn of a plain-looking boy, he was interrupted before he could finish speaking because he hadn't brought a gift. Enough, your talent is insufficient. You will be assigned to the East Academy. Elder Hitai waved his hand impatiently. Elder, I have a low-grade Earth-level bloodline and have reached the 8th level of the Qi martial realm. Please give me a chance. The plain boy knelt on the ground, pleading. To be honest, this person's talent and cultivation were not weak. He was on par with Yi Xinglong. Unfortunately, he was born to a poor family and had no money for gifts, so he was directly rejected. Nonsense. Your qualifications are insufficient. How can you be assigned to the West Academy? If you dare to speak again, you will be expelled from the mountain. Elder Hitai waved his hand in annoyance, and Yi Xinglong and others immediately stepped forward to pull the plain boy aside. The boy's face was filled with despair and unwillingness, but he could not resist. Disciple awakened a mid-grade, Earth-level bloodline, cultivation. Qualifications insufficient, assigned to the East Academy. Disciple. Cultivation too low, assigned to the East Academy. One by one, the impoverished disciples were assigned to the East Academy because they had no connections and no money for bribery. May I ask, Elder, what kind of qualifications are needed to enter the West Academy if my low-grade, Earth-level bloodline cannot? One of the poor disciples said, extremely dissatisfied. His qualifications already surpassed most of the West Academy disciples, yet he was still rejected. Our West Academy is directly under the royal family, with abundant resources. But for the country's selection of talents, we must be strict. At least a heavenly-level bloodline is required. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Heavenly-level bloodline? The Great Shu Kingdom was said to be a kingdom, but it was poor and had limited resources, ranking at the bottom among the many kingdoms in the Huanglong domain. The neighboring Deluo dynasty, one of the 6 major dynasties in Huanglong domain, was 10 times stronger than the Great Shu Kingdom, but heavenly-level bloodline individuals were also top geniuses. In the Great Shu Kingdom, no one had heard of a heavenly-level bloodline appearing for at least 100 years. Clearly, Elder Hitai was just making excuses. Enough chatter. Next. Elder Hitai looked visibly impatient. He had put a lot of effort into securing this month's division of academies, intending to make a fortune. To his surprise, most of those who came were impoverished disciples from humble backgrounds, almost causing him to lose money. So how could he possibly be in a good mood? Selecting talents for the country? What a load of nonsense. Getting rich is the hard truth. As for the rise and fall of the country, what does it have to do with him? He had long understood a principle while staying in the West Academy, in the Great Shu Kingdom. Having no connections and no money meant that even with talent, it was still worthless. Finally, it was Su Chen's turn. Under the disdainful gazes of Lin, Tianji, and others, Su Chen wasted no words and directly released a powerful surge of blood energy from within, transforming it into a giant dragon coiled in the void. Looking down upon the world, the grand dragons might spread out as if a true giant dragon had descended, shaking the void and resonating between heaven and earth. Even Elder Hitai, of the Xuanwu realm, changed his expression and couldn't help but want to worship. Bloodline phenomenon. This is a heavenly level bloodline. My God, he actually possesses a heavenly level bloodline. He is the first in 100 years. Damn, I witnessed the birth of a legend today. This person will surely achieve great things in the future. At the moment the blood dragons suppressed the heavens and the earth, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Those with heavenly level bloodlines could surely break through to the Tianwu realm in the future, becoming the strongest existence in the nation. There was even a glimmer of hope to break through the limits and enter the legendary realm of martial arts masters. Who wouldn't envy that? This was still Su Chen holding back. Otherwise, if he directly released the holy-level true dragon bloodline, it would have shocked everyone into a stupor. How is this possible? Lin Tianji and the wealthy disciples assigned to the West Academy were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred at this moment. Damn Su Chen, he really rose from the ashes, restoring his heavenly-level bloodline. Yi Xinglong's eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred, his anger rising. But soon, his eyes brightened, and he quickly ran to Elder He Tai's side, whispering a few words, then hurriedly headed towards the West Academy. No wonder he dared to offend the West Academy disciples and cripple Lin Tianji. It turns out his talent is so powerful. Everyone murmured in amazement. But just when they thought Elder He Tai would be overjoyed and invite Su Chen to join the West Academy, he coldly snorted and waved his hand, saying not accepted. Not only was he not invited to the West Academy, but he was even stripped of his Tianwu order and was to be expelled. Everyone was dumbfounded. A super genius that appeared once in 100 years was actually going to be expelled. This was simply a waste. Had Elder He Tai gone mad? Everyone was left speechless. The East Courtyard Master and elders, who were observing from the shadows, frowned at this scene. How could that old man He Tai act so recklessly? Master, should we intervene? An elder from the East Courtyard asked. Not yet. That kid is not one to suffer losses easily. Let's see how he responds. The East Courtyard Master replied, now intrigued by Su Chen. What do you mean? Su Chen said, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Elder He Tai, his tone icy. He has the Tianwu order. Why doesn't the elder take it? That's right. This is a rule set by your martial arts academy. The previously frustrated disciples from the Cold Clan chimed in, now enraged. The elder had just stated that those with heavenly bloodlines could join the West Courtyard. And now he was going back on his word. Isn't he afraid of the world's ridicule? A previously rejected disciple with a high-grade, earthly bloodline also stepped forward, expressing his dissatisfaction. This flip-flopping is unreasonable and bullying. Many could no longer tolerate it. Shut up, all of you. Elder He Tai's face darkened as he furiously reprimanded. Who dares to question my decision? I will confiscate your identity tokens and expel you from the mountain. However, while he could intimidate others, he couldn't scare Su Chen. Don't put on airs with me. Why can't I enter the courtyard? Su Chen retorted, unafraid of the pressure from Xuanwu realm, feeling his authority challenged. Elder He Tai glared back, but when it came to justifying his actions, he found himself at a loss, his face alternating between green and white, looking as if he wanted to kill. At that moment, Yi Xinglong, with a fawning expression, led several disciples of the martial arts academy, hurrying over. Their purple martial arts uniforms represented their status as direct disciples. I'm here to tell you why. One of them, leading the group, was Wang Lin, the eldest son of the Wang family, who had come to seize the Qinglian earth fire from the great wilderness mountains. After narrowly escaping, Wang Lin had frantically sent people to search for Su Chen, vowing to take revenge and seize the Qinglian earth fire. Yi Xinglong, harboring endless resentment, reported him. Su Chen, let's see if you can escape this time. Yi Xinglong believed this scheme would eliminate Su Chen and immediately wore a smug smile. Wang Xiao, this person will be left to you, but please handle it quickly and don't make too much noise. Elder He Tai, who had just been imposing, actually stood to greet Wang Lin. Wow, direct disciples. Are they also here for Su Chen? The one leading was Wang Lin, the son of a high-ranking official and a direct disciple of the West Courtyard's vice master, wielding immense power in the martial arts academy, making him untouchable. Had Su Chen also provoked him? Some recognized Wang Lin and gasped in disbelief. Provoking Lin Tianji and Yi Xinglong was minor. Angering this calamity meant there would be no way out. Don't worry, I have received my master's permission, Wang Lin said with a cold smile. That's good. Elder He Tai also smiled. The West Courtyard Master held an important position in the court and was often away. Everything was decided by the Vice Master. With the Vice Master backing him, Wang Lin could act with impunity, and no one dared to intervene. Su Chen gave a cold glance at the arrogantly striding Wang Lin and immediately understood why the West Courtyard didn't want him. It seemed they not only didn't want him, but also wanted to kill him. It was just too coincidental today, with these defeated subordinates appearing one after another. Kid, do you still remember me? Wang Lin stepped forward, his imposing demeanor filled with a fierce aura. Just a defeated foe, Su Chen replied indifferently. At this, everyone was taken aback. This guy's impressive. No wonder he can remain calm after offending Lin Tianji and Yi Xinglong. It turns out he has a big shot behind him. Wang Lin was notorious throughout the martial arts academy, with high talent, strong power, and a deep background, making him untouchable. Compared to him, Lin Tianji and Yi Xinglong were just minor characters. Although Su Chen had displayed extraordinary talent with his heavenly bloodline, his audacity seemed a bit excessive. Good. I admire your courage. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel and submit to me. Hand over that item. And I want to just spare your life. I can also let you join the West Courtyard. What do you say? Wang Lin said, acting as if he controlled everything. Looking down at Su Chen. Su Chen, Wang Xiao is giving you face. Why not kneel and beg for mercy? Yi Xinglong shouted, having awaited this day eagerly. You're not bad, and since you made the first report, if you follow me, I'll ensure you become a direct disciple. Wang Lin praised Yi Xinglong. Thank you, Wang Xiao, for your promotion. I will definitely be loyal in the future. Yi Xinglong cupped his hands in a bow, a sycophantic expression on his face. Afterward, he smugly glanced at Su Chen, thinking, didn't he expect, did you? You cost me my position as a direct disciple, and now I'll step over you to rise. Su Chen was speechless with anger, not understanding where this group found their confidence. Are you still asleep? Su Chen firmly rejected. Kid, who gave you such boldness? In an instant, those direct disciples around Wang Lin revealed sinister expressions, exuding threats. Wang Xiao, brothers, you don't know? This guy relied on his promiscuous wife to hook up with Master Xianyang, which is why he is so arrogant, even killing Brother Zhang and exterminating the Zhang family. Yi Xinglong added maliciously, hoping to ruin Su Chen. So he is a live-in son-in-law who relies on his wife. And he is willing to be a cuckold, haha. Why not offer up your wife to us for some fun? Maybe we can leave you with a whole corpse. How about that? The direct disciples around Wang Lin burst into loud laughter. Yi Xinglong, and you lot, are you looking to die? Su Chen's anger flared instantly. His golden blood energy enveloping the black funeral sky, true qi, roaring like a magic dragon, causing the heavens and earth to change color. An endless cold, killing intent surged, causing the temperature around them to drop sharply, and everyone couldn't help but change color in fear. Presumptuous. Master Xianyang is a figure. But this is the Martial Arts Academy. He can't protect you. You're the one looking for death. Those direct disciples immediately shouted angrily, releasing powerful, true energy fluctuations. Elder Hitai, did you hear that? This kid has blood on his hands from multiple West Courtyard disciples, and even killed a direct disciple. His crimes are severe. Please, Elder, suppress him and hand him over to the Vice Master for punishment. Wang Lin said coldly. Suppress me? You don't have that qualification. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he took out a blood-red pill, the San Yuan Gui Edan. Initially, he had refined 2 pills from a single batch of herbs, due to his exceptional alchemy skills, specifically for emergencies. With his current strength, taking the San Yuan Gui Dan would significantly boost his vitality, allowing him to contend with the Xuanwu realm, slaughter Wang Lin and the others, and retreat calmly. What a ridiculous martial arts academy. Not joining is just fine. At worst, I'll break into the Great Wilderness Secret Realm next year and go for a mutual destruction. The Martial Arts Academy is my territory. My word is law. How dare you resist? Wang Lin declared arrogantly. I've given you a chance. You didn't cherish it. So you're seeking your own death. With an imposing demeanor, Wang Lin shouted, Elder Hitai, attack. Wang Xiao, rest assured. I was just about to act against this scum. Elder Hitai sneered, his powerful aura from the Xuanwu realm suddenly erupting, pressing down like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Stop. Suddenly, another powerful aura from the Xuanwu realm erupted. Elder Hitai suddenly froze, and upon seeing the 2 figures that appeared, his pupils constricted, revealing an expression of boundless fear. The imposing elder from the eastern courtyard showed no fear, but the plain, unassuming old man in a hemp robe made him extremely wary. Wang Lin, when did the Martial Arts Academy become your territory? I'm still alive. And even your master wouldn't dare to be this arrogant. The hemp-clad elder shot a cold glance at Wang Lin, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. With Wang Lin's background, he could walk all over the Great Chu Kingdom, but there was one person he could not offend, And that was the elder in front of him. Su Chen watched the hemp-clad elder warily, feeling that the man was unfathomable, and even with a 3 yuan return pill, he would be unable to compete. Oddly enough, he felt that the elder's aura was somewhat familiar. You're Su Chen, right? Do you wish to join the Eastern Courtyard? The hemp-clad elder looked at Su Chen with a kind smile, giving off a peaceful vibe. Everyone was taken aback, especially the disciples from the martial arts academy who knew the elder's identity. They were utterly shocked. Su Chen frowned, his vigilance intensifying. The elder's eyes, glinting like those of a hungry wolf spotting prey, made him feel that the man had ulterior motives. You've offended the Western Courtyard. If you don't join the Eastern Courtyard, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to leave today. The elder continued to smile. Joining the Eastern Courtyard will allow me to compete with the Western Courtyard? Su Chen asked, somewhat incredulous. He had heard many descriptions and legends about the Eastern Courtyard upon his arrival, and everyone seemed to avoid it, indicating it was certainly not a good place to be. Haha, if you join the Eastern Courtyard, I can take you as my disciple. With my protection, you can do as you wish, and no one will dare to interfere. The elder persuaded him with kind words. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's expression changed immediately, and he quickly looked at Elder Hitai. Elder Hitai could only harden his resolve and step forward, saying directly, this child has killed many disciples from the Western Courtyard, and his crimes are heinous. As the esteemed director of the Eastern Courtyard, you cannot, before he could finish. The hemp-clad elder suddenly turned his head and glared at him, shouting, impudent. I'm speaking with Su Chen. Do you have any right to interrupt? Get lost. Elder Hitai was taken aback, trembling all over. Wang Lin was also terrified but dared not say a word. He's the director of the Eastern Courtyard, Li Chunfeng? It seemed so. His aura was incredibly domineering, and even elders at the Xuanwu realm seemed like children in front of him. Everyone was astonished. Well, have you considered it? Li Chunfeng turned to Su Chen with a smiling expression again. If I join the Eastern Courtyard, can I do as I wish? Su Chen coldly glanced at Wang Lin and Yi Xinglong before replying to Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng understood Su Chen's meaning and smiled as he stroked his beard. As long as you don't take lives, you can do as you please. Good. I am willing to join the Eastern Courtyard, but there is no need for me to be your disciple. Su Chen said firmly. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Who was Li Chunfeng? The director of the Eastern Courtyard, a powerhouse of the Tianwu realm, one of the most powerful figures in the Great Chu Kingdom. For him to take a disciple was an immense opportunity. Yet Su Chen actually refused. Had he lost his mind? Or did those with high innate talent and bloodlines often become so arrogant? Li Chunfeng's expression changed slightly, surprised by the rejection, but strangely, he did not become angry. Instead, he remained amiable and tossed a token to Su Chen, saying, from now on, you are a disciple of the Eastern Courtyard. Su Chen, possessing a powerful inheritance, naturally did not need to be anyone's disciple. Moreover, the elder seemed too eager, making Su Chen feel that he had ulterior motives. Especially when he received the token and noticed that his identity information had already been recorded on it, he felt somewhat deceived. However, it seemed that the elder did not intend to harm him, at least not for now. With that in mind, Su Chen accepted the identity token, and a strong murderous aura erupted from him as he suddenly fixed his gaze on Yi Xinglong and Wang Lin, filled with killing intent. Are you ready? What? Su Chen, what do you want to do? Wang Lin and Yi Xinglong's expressions changed, feeling as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast, sending chills down their spines. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of the way. Su Chen roared, charging forward like a raging dragon, sending the two Western Courtyard disciples maintaining order flying with a terrifying gust of wind. He surged forward, aiming directly at Wang Lin and Yi Xinglong. Su Chen, how dare you, to act recklessly in the martial arts academy, harming others? Are you seeking death? Elder Hitai was shocked and furious, never expecting Su Chen to be so audacious as to strike without warning. He shouted angrily and was about to take action to suppress Su Chen. Impudent. Li Chunfeng shot him a cold glance and chided. Su Chen is already my disciple of the Eastern Courtyard. If the disciples of the two courtyards spar privately, if you dare to bully the weak, I will first deal with you. At this moment, Li Chunfeng suddenly became incredibly domineering. His powerful aura from the Tianwu realm swept through like a tidal wave, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, instantly pinning Elder Hitai in place. Unable to move, everyone couldn't help but gasp, feeling as though they were mere floating weeds in a furious sea, ready to be destroyed at any moment. The Tianwu realm was terrifying. Just the pressure he released could shake the heavens and earth, if he were to get serious. People had no doubt that Li Chunfeng could flatten the vast martial arts academy with a single hand. Good. Wang Lin's expression hardened, and he steeled himself. Since this is a spar between disciples of the two courtyards, everyone come at me. Whoever can take down Su Chen will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones. Wang Lin declared boldly, putting up a hefty bounty. Su Chen, don't think that just because you have some talent, you can act so arrogantly. With your mere Qi martial realm cultivation, watch me suppress you. A direct disciple from the western courtyard stepped forward, shouting, "Let's talk, get lost." Su Chen glanced at the other and suddenly launched a punch, a massive force erupting like a giant dragon, exuding endless destructive power. Audacious. The direct disciple was both shocked and furious. Facing this punch, he felt his scalp tingle and quickly summoned his full cultivation to unleash a powerful aura to counter Su Chen. Crack! It was as if thunder had exploded. Su Chen's punch was like a dragon, crushing through the opponent's aura in an instant and landing on him. The direct disciple from the western courtyard screamed as he was sent flying. What? Many were witnessing Su Chen's true power for the first time and were taken aback. Especially Lin Tianji, who was filled with dread. He now realized that Su Chen hadn't even used his full strength when he fought him. 200,000 spirit stones. Quickly help me take him down. Wang Lin roared, directly doubling the bounty. Altogether, two direct disciples from the western courtyard exchanged glances, revealing fiery expressions as they leaped towards Su Chen to attack. Both were exceptionally talented and had reached the 6th layer of the true martial realm. Feeling confident they could suppress Su Chen when they attacked together. Blood transformation, demon hand. Little yin yang palm. The two unleashed their most powerful techniques. Secret earth-level martial arts of the Martial Arts Academy that they had cultivated for many years. The blood transformation demon hand emanated a terrifying aura. A massive blood handprint seeming to reach out from the depths of hell, containing a domineering and terrifying power capable of turning everything into blood mist. The little yin-yang palm contained mysterious Tao rhythms, condensing a massive yin-yang grinding disc in the void, resembling a palm aiming to extinguish all vitality. Trivial skills. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he unleashed the domineering burial heaven true energy wrapped around his fist, causing the world to dim. With endless destructive power, surging forward, seemingly infinite. Boom, boom. Two punches, like a dark golden magic dragon soaring across the sky, released a force that transformed the miraculous into decay. Whether it was the blood handprint or the yin-yang grinding disc, the moment they made contact, their true qi dissipated, and the powerful punch force blasted them apart in midair. Boom! The void shook violently, the ground trembled, and endless light erupted. The two direct disciples from the western courtyard, similarly defenseless, flew out like kites with their strings cut, continuously spitting blood. Is the so-called western courtyard really just a bunch of useless people? Su Chen coldly shouted, and the aura he emitted became even more terrifying. Surrounding him were golden qi and black, true qi, sweeping through everything like a demon emerging from hell. 3 million. All of you come at me together and kill him. Wang Lin's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the terrifying killing intent sweeping in, and he anxiously shouted at the disciples of the western courtyard. Su Chen, don't be arrogant. Do you think you can flatten my western courtyard by yourself? As they say, under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. 3 million spirit stones are undoubtedly a huge fortune for these martial arts academy disciples. Instantly lighting up their eyes, more and more disciples from the western courtyard rushed over, quickly gathering dozens of them to launch an attack on Su Chen. What does it matter if a bunch of rabble gets flattened by me today? Su Chen was filled with killing intent, his aura imposing. He leaped into the air like a giant dragon, and the surrounding spiritual energy boiled like a sea of thunder, producing a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. waves of terrifying qi erupted, containing brutal destructive power, like a roaring thunder dragon, pouring down towards the disciples of the western courtyard below. The punch light was dazzling, like the aurora of heaven and earth, leaving everyone dazzled and mesmerized. However, hidden within this brilliant spectacle was a strong sense of death crisis. Bang! A western courtyard disciple who swung his sword was struck by the punch light, and his spirit weapon battle sword immediately exploded, along with his arm, sending him flying and crying out in agony. The cries of despair were endless, as one after another, disciples from the western courtyard were blasted away, suffering severe injuries and completely losing combat ability. Those disciples at the true martial realm were better off, desperately unleashing their techniques to barely fend off the attacks. But those disciples at the Qi martial realm were doomed. Even with Su Chen's massive area attack, they could not withstand it, and being hit meant losing limbs. Su Chen was like a brutal magic dragon crashing into a flock of sheep, rampaging through with unstoppable momentum. Before long, the area before the mountain gate was already a river of blood, with severed limbs everywhere. The sounds of agony rose and fell, making everyone feel as if they were in a hell of slaughter. How is this possible? Is he even human? How can a Qi martial realm have such terrifying power? Does he really intend to single-handedly push down all the disciples of the western courtyard? Everyone was stunned, standing in place, trembling. Those who could join the western courtyard mostly had good talent, and with abundant resources, their cultivation improved rapidly. Yet so many people working together still fell apart in an instant in front of Su Chen, crumbling like paper and fleeing in panic. Block him, someone stop him. Seeing Su Chen charging toward him with unstoppable momentum, Wang Lin was completely terrified. He had already fought Su Chen before and nearly lost his life. Now facing Su Chen, who seemed possessed by a demon god, he had no will to resist left. He could only frantically retreat while raising the bounty, ultimately increasing it to 5 million spirit stones. However, although many disciples of the western courtyard arrived, no one dared to step forward upon witnessing the horrific scene around them. Not to mention them, even Elder He Tai of the Xuanwu realm was left dumbfounded. No wonder they valued him so much and wanted to take him as a disciple. I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. The expression in the eastern courtyard elder's eyes was also filled with shock. What a kid. If you can push down all disciples below the Xuanwu realm in the western courtyard today, I will appoint you as the chief direct disciple of the eastern courtyard, nurturing you with all my resources. Li Chunfeng laughed loudly, exuding an aura of grandeur. To be honest, he did not expect to underestimate Su Chen. The slight dissatisfaction he felt when Su Chen rejected him earlier had completely vanished, and his weathered eyes were now filled with joy. Bold and reckless. How dare you underestimate my western courtyard, seeking death? The veteran disciples of the western courtyard rushed over, furious. A woman at the 8th level of the true martial realm charged forward like a blue comet, her momentum overwhelming. Boom! However, after exchanging a punch with Su Chen, she was violently shaken and retreated several steps before stabilizing herself, her face turning as pale as death. This kid is too strange. Everyone attacked together. A veteran disciple of the western courtyard at the 9th level of the true martial realm appeared, leaping through the air like a great rock, unleashing the 7 stars, transforming moon sword technique, instantly launching 7 beams of cold light towards Su Chen. Following that, waves of powerful auras erupted in succession, enveloping him in a torrent of overwhelming offensive force. 5 veteran disciples of the western courtyard. They were all direct disciples of the elders, having trained in the martial arts academy for over 10 years, with the weakest being at the 7th level of the true martial realm, their combat power unmatched. What does it matter if we all attack together? In my eyes, you're still nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. Su Chen shouted loudly, his aura soaring, radiating an even more violent momentum. The perfect qi sea surged. The body of the flood dragon erupted. The mid-grade spirit sword seized from the Zhang family head also shone brilliantly. Today, no one can stop me. Su Chen seemed to have an ancient true dragon rolling up from the boundless black qi sea, perfectly merging the 2 powers. Whoosh! Su Chen exerted all his strength, slashing out a dazzling sword light that seemed to come from the heavens, tearing through the sky, with the Milky Way cascading down, flashing dazzling cold light. The void and ground began to tremble, the terrifying sword intent crossing the 8 directions, as if to destroy and bury this world. How is this possible? He actually still has strength left? Is this his true combat power? Everyone's expressions changed dramatically, eyes filled with disbelief and fear, their hearts trembling incessantly. Dragon might permeated. Sword energy surged. At this moment, Su Chen, bathed in the black chi sea, transformed into an ancient true dragon, like a death god commanding life and death, exuding a magnificent heavenly might. All the disciples of the Eastern Courtyard were filled with fervent admiration on their faces. At this moment, Su Chen's unparalleled demeanor was forever imprinted in their hearts, never to be erased. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 veteran disciples of the Western Courtyard felt immense pressure and desperately unleashed all their power to resist. However, that beam of light cold enough to chill the heavens, sweeping across the 8 directions, descended, engulfing all 5 in an instant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be swept away, leaving only that unmatched sword light, separating the heavens and the 8 directions, containing a terrifying world-destroying power. Pop, 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 pop. Blood light burst forth, and the attacks of the 5 veteran disciples from the Western Courtyard didn't even clear the way, suffering heavy injuries themselves. Even though they had high cultivation and strong protective chi, they couldn't withstand the terrifying sword light that swept everything, leaving deep gashes on their bodies. They were actually defeated in one strike. Even those at the 9th level of the true martial realm couldn't resist. Is this the power of a heavenly grade bloodline? No. Even a heavenly grade bloodline couldn't fight across so many realms. His black true chi is also unmatched, conservatively estimated to be heavenly grade cultivation techniques. More and more people were stirred. Even those veteran disciples of the Xuanwu realm or elders were shocked by this scene. But under Li Chuanfeng's imposing intimidation, they didn't dare to make a move. They could only watch helplessly as Su Chen single-handedly pushed through all the disciples below the Xuanwu realm in the West Courtyard. Such incredible combat power was simply astounding. Chapter 43. West Courtyard's senior disciple Lin Jianxing. You are unworthy. A giant dragon coiled in the sky, its dragon might spreading, creating an imposing atmosphere and radiating brilliant hues. Inside and outside the mountain gate, countless disciples of the West Courtyard lay in pools of blood, wailing. A figure, shrouded in a black divine sea and exuding overwhelming killing intent, charged forward, sweeping everything aside. Those so-called geniuses of the West Courtyard, the exceptionally well-bred, noble offspring, scattered like sheep in panic. It's your turn. A cold voice rang out, accompanied by an oppressive aura of slaughter. Wang Lin and Yi Xinglong had long been scared silly, but suddenly woke up, trembling all over. They looked around, their pale faces filled with panic and fear, but now no one could save them. Su Chen, don't be too arrogant. If you make an enemy of our West Courtyard, you will definitely have a hard time in the future. As Su Chen was about to charge over, Yi Xinglong suddenly shouted fiercely but weakly. Su Chen glanced coldly at him and reached out to pick him up. Yi Xinglong struggled desperately, but was as helpless as a chick, unable to move at all. Your mouth deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Su Chen was unceremonious, directly slapping him. Slap! The loud slap instantly sent a spray of bright red blood and teeth flying. However, before Yi Xinglong could let out a scream, Su Chen slapped him again. Slap! 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 One slap after another. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Only the sound of loud slaps echoed continuously. Everyone stared blankly at Su Chen, expressionless as he slapped Yi Xinglong, unsure of what to do. Furthermore, Su Chen's control over his strength was meticulous. Each slap sent blood flying from Yi Xinglong, who screamed in agony, yet he managed to keep him conscious, enduring the torment as if he were being cut into 1,000 pieces. After a long time, Yi Xinglong had become a pig's head, lacking even the strength to scream. Only then did Su Chen disdainfully toss him aside. The only one left was Wang Lin. Wang Lin trembled all over, terrified to the extreme. As Li Chunfeng had said, Su Chen didn't kill anyone. His methods were even more brutal than killing. If you were to be picked up and slapped 100 or 80 times like Yi Xinglong, Wang Lin, the son of a high-ranking official, would be completely humiliated and become a laughingstock. Stop! Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, accompanied by the powerful pressure of the Xuanwu realm. A young man dressed in a black python robe strode forward, exuding a fierce aura, his entire being filled with the dignity of a superior. Behind him followed a large number of West Courtyard disciples, all with faces filled with fervent admiration. Upon his appearance, even the elders of the Martial Arts Academy cast respectful glances. Hey, the main character has finally appeared. Li Chunfeng chuckled, looking at Su Chen with a hint of anticipation. Cousin, save me. Quickly help me deal with this little beast. The moment Wang Lin saw the man in the black python robe, an infinite hope ignited in his eyes as he shouted excitedly. Cousin? It is said that Wang Lin's cousin is the chief disciple of the West Courtyard, who awakened a top-grade bloodline at a young age and is a peak expert in the true martial realm. Truly extraordinary. Of course, that python robe is something only royal relatives can wear. The legendary Lin Jianxing, who is said to be the #1 talent in the current martial arts academy. Is he also a royal relative? His sister, Lin Miaoyi, is born with alluring beauty and is the most favored concubine of the current king. So Lin Jianxing naturally became the uncle of the nation. Whenever Lin Jianxing's name is mentioned, whether among those who have just joined the martial arts academy or not, everyone shows a solemn expression. This person is undoubtedly an idol for countless young men and women in the Great Chu Kingdom, the most talented martial arts prodigy. However, now there appears to be someone with even greater talent. Su Chen glanced at the proud Lin Jianxing, seemingly not hearing him, and reached out to pick up Wang Lin. Everyone was taken aback. Su Chen was too bold. Was he trying to provoke a disaster? Su Chen, is it? You need to think carefully. No matter what, Wang Lin is the son of the current high-ranking official. When you slap him, you're not just hitting his face, but also the face of the court and even the great Chu royal family. Lin Jianxing looked down at Su Chen, indifferently stating, You can't bear the consequences. Are you threatening me? Su Chen coldly glanced at him. I'm just stating the facts. If you hit him, there will be no turning back. Not just you, but your family and friends will also suffer for your actions. Your talent is good, but until you grow up, it means nothing. If you let go now, I can pretend nothing happened and let you follow me. And in the future, you can emerge from the Chu kingdom to dominate the world and become a ruler in the Huanglong domain. Lin Jianxing spoke with flair, hands behind his back. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone was also stirred by this grand ambition. Lin Jianxing's gaze had already transcended national borders. Looking at the entire Huanglong domain, what great aspirations. The elders of the East Courtyard looked anxiously at Li Chunfeng. They had finally accepted a super genius with a heavenly grade bloodline. What would they do if the West Courtyard poached him? Li Chunfeng remained relatively calm, only staring intently at Su Chen. Lin Jianxing was not an ordinary person. It would be impossible not to worry at all. Su Chen, you must not be ungrateful. You can only follow my cousin. A proud smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. Slap. Without saying a word, Su Chen directly slapped him. Wang Lin was completely dazed. Su Chen, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Lin Jianxing was also taken aback for a moment, then revealed a fierce gaze and threatened. You think you're worthy? Su Chen laughed in anger. Follow him? What a joke. Not to mention whether Lin Jianxing's qualifications could dominate the Huanglong domain, even if he could. Su Chen wouldn't put him in his eyes at all. What is a mere Huanglong domain? After grasping the Zhongtian ring, Su Chen had already set his sights on the myriad worlds. Are you looking for death? Lin Jianxing was enraged. What kind of person was he? To let others follow him was a tremendous honor and gift. No one had ever been so ungrateful. If there is nothing else, get lost. Don't delay me from beating people. With that, Su Chen didn't even look at Lin Jianxing's twisted face and began to slap the dazed Wang Lin fiercely. Ah, cousin, save me. Wang Lin immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream, continuously begging for help. Lin Jianxing's face, though untouched, was already swollen and darkened. his anger boiling and murderous intent boundless. Haha, I really didn't misjudge him. Li Chunfeng chuckled softly, his eyes fixed on Lin Jianqing, making him hesitate to act rashly. Good. Su Chen, I will remember you. With a cold snort, Lin Jianqing directly waved his sleeve and left. His heart was filled with murderous intent. If not for Li Chunfeng being present, he would have already rushed forward and torn Su Chen to pieces. Slap, slap, slap. Su Chen seemed not to hear, still wildly slapping Wang Lin until his face was severely mangled like a dead pig. Everyone was stunned. How did Su Chen dare? Lin Tianji trembled all over. Each resounding slap seemed to hit deep within his soul. He suddenly regretted why he had provoked a fearless calamity like Su Chen. Soon, Wang Lin fainted and was tossed aside, and this turmoil finally came to an end. The entire martial arts academy was nearly turned upside down. Regardless, Su Chen had finally successfully joined the martial arts academy. East Courtyard Master Li Chunfeng also kept his word, directly appointing Su Chen as the chief direct disciple of the East Courtyard and nurturing him vigorously. However, when he truly arrived at the East Courtyard, Su Chen found it desolate. Compared to the crowded and grand West Courtyard, the East Courtyard not only has a sparse population, but also appears shabby and in disrepair. The West Courtyard is filled with the children of the powerful, with abundant resources, while our East Courtyard is not valued by the court and has limited resources, which is an unavoidable situation. The elder from the East Courtyard sighed. If it weren't for Li Chunfeng, the strong-willed courtyard master supporting us, the East Courtyard would have probably been disbanded long ago. However, rest assured, the courtyard master has instructed that if you have any needs, you can bring them to me, and I will do my best to meet them. My name is Su Chen. Elder Su Chen clearly regarded Su Chen as the savior of the East Courtyard and was very polite. After all, although Li Chunfeng is strong, he has little time left. Su Chen's immediate priority is naturally to break through to the true martial realm. However, his energy sea is too vast, and relying solely on pills cannot fill it up in a short time to break through the bottleneck. Our martial arts academy is built on the Great Chu Dragon Vein. As long as you pass through the underground palace, you can refine the Dragon Vein energy, quickly temper your true chi, and elevate your cultivation. Elder Su Chen said. The Dragon Vein Underground Palace is a sacred training ground built by the Martial Arts Academy at great expense. The rapid growth of the Academy's disciples relies not only on their innate talent, but mainly on the Dragon Vein Underground Palace. This is also the Academy's most important foundation. Thank you, Elder. In addition, I would like to practice some martial art. Although the Burial Heaven True Chi and the Flood Dragon Body are powerful, Su Chen's current methods are still too singular. Practicing martial arts is essential to unleash even greater power. However, ordinary human level or earth level martial arts do not significantly enhance him. Only sky level martial arts would be useful. Our martial arts academy also has sky level martial arts, but they are too profound and obscure, making it difficult for low-tier warriors to cultivate. Therefore, one must pass through the 20th level of the underground palace to qualify for cultivation. And even the courtyard master cannot be an exception. Elder Su Chen frowned slightly. The 20th level of the underground palace corresponds to the Xuanwu realm. Even for Su Chen, it would be quite challenging to get through. No worries, I'm not in a hurry regarding martial arts. After thanking Elder Su Chen, Su Chen arrived at his residence. Ordinary disciples of the Martial Arts Academy can only live in dormitories shared with another person. Only direct disciples can have their own independent lofts. Naturally, Su Chen, as the chief direct disciple, was assigned the best loft, which was fully equipped but had not been cleaned for a long time and was a bit dirty and messy. Senior brother Su Chen, let us handle this small matter. A few disciples from the East Courtyard came in and eagerly helped Su Chen tidy up the courtyard. The leader among them was Wu Tsong, a genius with a high-grade earth bloodline who had previously been rejected by the West Courtyard for not having money to give gifts. Although he had already been accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Su Chen, he still treated Su Chen with great respect and admiration. Chapter 44. Bravely entering the Dragon Vein Underground Palace. Wu Tsong and the others worked diligently and soon cleaned the entire loft and courtyard spotless. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Children from poor families mature early, and it's true. Previously, he had been pampered in the Su family, not lifting a finger. And later at the Yi family, he had others like Qing Zhu and Lan Xiang to serve him, so he wasn't really good at this kind of work. Here are some pills. Please share them with your fellow disciples. Su Chen, feeling relaxed, handed out some pills he had previously refined. After all, he was about to break through to the true martial realm, and these qi refining pills weren't of much use to him anymore. Senior brother Su Chen, we are not doing this for money. We genuinely admire you. Wu Cong, with a fist salute, actually refused, being very straightforward. In fact, when they were initially rejected by the West Courtyard, they were quite upset. Su Chen's explosive and overwhelming methods against the geniuses of the West Courtyard not only vented their frustrations, but also made them feel that following a peerless genius like Su Chen to join the East Courtyard was not a bad thing at all, but rather an honor. There are always those who rely on their seniors and bully the weak. Their coming here can also be considered as paying respects. After all, Su Chen was willing to sweep through the West Courtyard in a fit of rage to uphold his wife's reputation, which shows he is a loyal and righteous person. Those old disciples from the East Courtyard also dared not make things difficult for them. You respect me as your senior brother, so I naturally won't let you suffer. Take them all, Su Chen said with a faint smile. He understood what Wu Cong and the others were thinking and was expressing his agreement. He would take care of Wu Cong and the others, and they could help deal with some daily chores, mutually beneficial, so why not? It's better to obey than to be respectful. Senior brother, if you have any orders in the future, I, Wu Cong, will definitely not refuse. We are also willing to follow senior brother Su Chen and serve you. Wu Cong and the others were delighted and all clasped their fists in response. By the way, senior brother Su Chen, many of the old disciples are quite dissatisfied with you being appointed as the chief disciple of the East Courtyard, especially one named Hong Tiandu, who has already stated he wants to defeat you. After receiving the pills, Wu Cong solemnly reminded him. He had already found out that Hong Tiandu was somewhat of a leader among the old disciples in the East Courtyard and had already reached the Xuanwu realm. He believed that Su Chen had stolen his position as the chief disciple of the East Courtyard and wanted to take revenge. No need to worry about it. Your talents are not inferior to theirs. Just focus on your cultivation and strive to surpass them as soon as possible. Su Chen said with a carefree smile. Wu Cong and the others greatly admired Su Chen's fearless and confident demeanor, which gave them a strong sense of security. At the same time, he would also become a benchmark for their lives in the future. After sending Wu Cong and the others off, Su Chen rested for a night and prepared to go to the Dragon Vein Underground Palace early the next morning. The Dragon Vein Underground Palace can only be challenged once a month. Moreover, the energy of the Dragon Vein is extremely pure and abundant, making it difficult to refine. So many of the disciples who entered the academy at the same time also arrived early. There were also quite a few old disciples, all of whom were looking at Su Chen with curious eyes at this moment. Senior brother Su Chen. Everyone quickly greeted him. Have you already entered? Su Chen asked. Yes. The Dragon Vein energy is indeed magical and has greatly benefited us. Now, senior brother Wu Cong has not yet come out. He has already passed the 10th level, and this time he will surely break through to the true martial realm. Everyone said with excitement. If it weren't for joining the Martial Arts Academy, they might never have the chance to access the precious Dragon Vein energy in their entire lives. Soon, Wu Cong emerged, beaming with joy, and his body was surrounded by a pure Dragon Vein energy. Senior brother Su Chen is here? Unfortunately, I only made it to the 14th level. But refining the residual Dragon Vein energy is enough to break through to the true martial realm. Wu Cong said with a sincere smile. Not bad. Su Chen nodded and began to look forward to the Dragon Vein energy. With senior brother Su Chen's skills, the 18th or 19th levels should pose no problem. It's just uncertain whether he can reach the 20th level. The 19th level already corresponds to the 9th level of the true martial realm, and breaking through is not easy. Perhaps senior brother Su Chen can create another miracle? Wu Cong and the others did not leave, but stayed to watch Su Chen enter the Dragon Vein Underground Palace. Their eyes filled with anticipation. The 20th level? Are you dreaming? Suddenly, a group of old disciples in purple martial outfits walked over. roughly pushing aside Wu Tsong and the others. The leading young man, with an arrogant expression and exuding a powerful aura of the Xuanwu realm, was none other than Hong Tiandu. Upon hearing that Su Chen was coming to challenge the Dragon Vein Underground Palace, he immediately rushed over with his entourage. Was it you who said Su Chen could reach the 20th level? Hong Tiandu, upon arrival, fixed a cold smile at Wu Tsong. Yes, I believe senior brother Su Chen can do it. Wu Tsong did not back down, but spoke earnestly. Humph. A country bumpkin who has never seen the world. There should be limits to bragging, right? Throughout the history of the Martial Arts Academy, no one has ever broken the 10-level limit. The highest record of that Lin Jianqing from the West Courtyard is only surpassing himself by 7 levels. Our courtyard master, a sky-level bloodline bearer, surpassing himself by 8 levels is already the limit. If he can break the 10-layer limit, we might as well eat shit. The few veteran disciples from the East Courtyard who came with him shook their heads disdainfully. They had heard that Su Chen possessed a heavenly bloodline, but being on par with Li Chunfeng was already quite impressive. Then let's wait and see, Wu Tsong said. Humph. I hope this kid doesn't disappoint me. Otherwise, people will think all of us from the East Courtyard are dead, which is why they chose such a chief disciple. Looking in the direction of the Dragon Vein Underground Palace, his eyes filled with doubt and disdain. Inside the Dragon Vein Underground Palace, there was only one elevator, marked with the number of layers, allowing free selection. Let's start from the 14th layer. Su Chen pressed the button for the 14th layer, and the elevator immediately activated, taking him deep underground. Below the palace, the lighting was somewhat dim, but it was extremely spacious, with thick walls made of diamond that could withstand attacks from warriors of the heavenly martial realm. He could fight without holding back. Boom! A stone door opened, and a towering armored warrior emerged, standing over 10 feet tall, wielding a broad sword with extraordinary momentum. This was the Dragon Vein Battle Spirit condensed by the formation. Although it was not a real person, it possessed combat power even stronger than that of a real person. The 14th layer of the underground palace corresponded to the combat power of a top-tier human-level bloodline warrior at the 4th level of the true martial realm, which should not be underestimated. Wu Tsong, who had a top-quality Earth-level bloodline, was stuck at this layer. Bang! The Dragon Vein Battle Spirit awakened, its powerful aura causing the air to explode. It was not human, so it naturally had no words to waste. It instantly leaped into the air and swung its broadsword directly at Su Chen. Good. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with unmatched sharpness, and he instantly sprang up like a giant dragon pouncing forward. A blazing fist print shot up, containing an unmatched wave of power, unstoppable. Crack! The Dragon Vein Battle Spirit exploded, turning into a dense mist that scattered everywhere. This was not like when he swept through the West Courtyard. Su Chen could kill without hesitation then, but a typical warrior at the 4th level of the true martial realm could hardly withstand his strength. The strength is average. Su Chen shook his head and entered the 15th layer. After adapting to the power of the Dragon Vein Battle Spirit, Su Chen no longer hesitated and began to charge fiercely. Inside the 15th layer, Su Chen unleashed a punch that contained the power to shatter everything. Boom! The Dragon Vein Battle Spirit, comparable to a warrior at the 5th level of the true martial realm, still had no resistance and was directly blown apart. In the 16th layer, Su Chen also threw a punch and easily killed the Dragon Vein Battle Spirit. This guy reached the 17th layer so quickly. The people outside, seeing the indicator light for the 17th layer light up, showed a hint of surprise. At that time, Lin Jianqing stopped at the 17th layer when he was at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm. If Su Chen could pass through, it would mean his talent and combat power had already surpassed Lin Jianqing. Of course, that was without a doubt. Boom! In the 17th layer, Su Chen's punch struck like a dragon, carrying unmatched momentum, slamming the Dragon Vein Battle Spirit heavily against the wall. But this time, the Dragon Vein Battle Spirit did not immediately collapse. It held on for a moment before cracking all over. It seems that with my current physical strength, reaching here is my limit, Su Chen murmured. Of course, that was also because his flood dragon body had just been condensed and had not yet reached its peak. Having such power was already impressive. On to the 18th layer. This guy has some skills. he rushed through to the 17th layer in an instant. The heavenly bloodline is indeed powerful. However, the 18th layer is different. The further back you go, the greater the gap. This was the record set by the Lord of the Courtyard, and it should also be his limit. Everyone stared intently at the indicator light. Some were expectant. Some were disdainful, but more were envious and jealous. Boom! The dragon vein battle spirit in the 18th layer was 3 meters tall, like a small mountain. And a single punch made the air tremble and chaos ensue. After colliding with it head-on, Su Chen was actually pushed back a few steps. Good. Now we're talking. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and the funeral heaven true chi within him erupted instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mighty funeral heaven true chi instantly coalesced into over 100 thick dark sword lights, intertwining into a sword net that immediately enveloped the dragon vein battle spirit. Puff, puff, puff. Although the dragon vein battle spirit charged left and right, it could only fend off for a moment before being torn apart by the unmatched dark sword lights. Breaking through the 18th layer did not pose much pressure on Su Chen. I did it. I actually broke the record set by the Lord of the Courtyard. And at such speed, could it be that his bloodline talent is even stronger than the Lord's? Look, he's going to push through to the 19th layer. As the indicator light for the 19th layer lit up, everyone's eyes were once again focused. The dragon vein battle spirit at the 19th layer was comparable to a warrior at the 9th level of the true martial realm. And the dragon vein battle spirit had no weaknesses in terms of power, speed, or defense, making it absolutely more difficult to deal with than a warrior of the same realm. Thus, even Su Chen felt a bit of pressure. Boom! The perfect Chi-Si and Flood Dragon body exploded simultaneously, and blazing divine light burst forth. Su Chen's battle-intense sword, his gaze sharp and unmatched, and he instantly charged forward. Chapter 45. True Dragon Awakens, Breaking Limits. It was said that Su Chen of the Qi martial realm had reached the 19th layer in the Dragon Vein underground palace, which shocked everyone in the East Courtyard. Even many elders stood at a distance to watch. Would the record maintained by the courtyard, Lord Li Chunfeng, be broken today? And would a new legend be born? Everyone wanted to witness it with their own eyes. However, the expressions of Hong Tiandu and others were quite grim. Su Chen's arrival here had already proven that his talent was not inferior to Li Chunfeng's, and it was definitely not by luck. In the dim underground palace, 2 powerful and unmatched auras surged and instantly collided like comets. Boom! The air exploded in an instant, and waves of destructive storms raged, causing the palace to tremble. Come again, Su Chen shouted, launching a fist from mid-air, with an overwhelming force, as if a massive mountain was pressing down. Roar! The dragon vein battle spirit seemed to be enraged and began a fierce attack. In this dragon vein underground palace, the power of the dragon vein battle spirit was essentially limitless. Although it was merely mechanical attacks, each strike could reach its extreme. This was something human warriors could not compare to. But Su Chen's perfect Chi-Si was also the source of his relentless combat power. Boom! Boom! The 2 sides took their positions and launched fierce attacks, one after another, like rivers flowing against each other without end. Crack! The dragon vein battle spirit was pushed back, revealing numerous large cracks on its body, its power rapidly diminishing. Su Chen's eyes sharpened, giving no chance for the dragon vein battle spirit to recover, charging like a giant dragon and directly exploding it. Boom! The dragon vein battle spirit ultimately dissipated into light mist, and in the end, Su Chen was the one who triumphed. Gently landing on the ground, his face was calm and breath steady, and his brand new martial arts outfit was spotless, as if he had not just gone through a fierce battle. The battle spirit was ultimately just a battle spirit, only capable of mechanical attacks. Unlike living beings with varied combat strategies, Su Chen smiled lightly and said, overall, this battle was still quite easy. However, the combat power of the dragon vein at the 19th layer was already comparable to his. The 20th layer, rumored to possess combat power comparable to the Xuanwu realm, exceeded Su Chen's cultivation by a full 10 levels. This was definitely an insurmountable chasm for disciples of the Qi martial realm, just like the order of martial arts rules. Unbreakable, Li Chunfeng, who possessed a heavenly bloodline back then, did not even have the qualifications to break in. Just because no one before has done it, doesn't mean no one will ever do it. I want to see just how terrifying the 20th layer is. As a warrior, pride ran deep in Su Chen's bones, especially in cultivating the burial heaven divine art. He gained a deeper understanding of the vast and mysterious myriad of paths in the universe, as well as the insignificance of human strength. If one wishes to ascend to the heavens, they must practice their own path. Buzz. When the indicator light for the 20th level lit up, the people outside erupted in excitement. Not only had he broken the record of the master of the courtyard, but he also intended to challenge the 20th level. Brother Su Chen's talent and combat power are truly astonishing. Everyone's eyes trembled slightly as they witnessed the birth of a new record. Oomph. An overconfident fool. I see he is seeking death, Hong Tiandu said with a gloomy expression. Brother Hong is right. Fighting beyond the 10th level has never been seen throughout history, let alone the 20th level, which is equivalent to the combat power of the Xuanwu realm. Su Chen's arrogance might lead him to his death inside. Breaking the record isn't enough. If he seeks death, then he deserves it. Many veteran disciples also showed expressions of disdain. Even several elders from the East Courtyard secretly shook their heads, believing Su Chen was too arrogant and truly going against the heavens. Unfortunately, they did not understand Su Chen at all. If he does something, he does it to the best of his ability. From the beginning, Su Chen never thought about breaking the record. What he wanted was to create a legend. While others thought he was seeking death by going against the heavens, he was fearless. When he broke through to the Qi martial realm and opened the Qi Sea, 99 Zhang was also the limit of the heavenly path. Yet he still opened a perfect Qi Sea of 100 Zhang. Fighting beyond the 9th level is the limit. But he was determined to break through to the 10th level. Fearless, he pressed on. Heaven could not stop him, and he was invincible. This is his path. Boom! Upon entering the 20th level, the underground palace trembled violently, and the energy surged. In the darkness ahead, it seemed a divine gate of the heavenly realm opened, and a terrifying figure appeared. Roar! Accompanied by an immense dragon roar, endless dragon energy began to surge violently, tearing through the void, resonating with the heavens and earth. In the next moment, a massive, earth-colored, giant dragon, bathed in brilliant divine light, soared through the air. A giant dragon? Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he felt quite shocked. He sensed the power of the entire dragon vein rushing towards him, pouring into the giant dragon, emanating a vast dragon might, with terrifying waves of energy rampaging like a tide. Su Chen was instantly knocked back, his face turning pale. Within the 20th level, it was the manifestation of the dragon vein's spirit power. Su Chen was overestimating himself and was facing death. Hong Tiandu sneered and said disdainfully, "Just now, that immense dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth, bringing a huge psychological shock to everyone around. As if there were indeed a giant dragon rising from beneath the underground palace, dominating the world. Our great Chu Kingdom's dragon vein is a heavenly level dragon vein that can rival martial arts masters, even if it is just a manifestation of the dragon vein spirit. It is far beyond what warriors of the same level can contend with. Heavenly level dragon vein? Does that mean the dragon vein spirit of the 20th level is already equivalent to a Xuanwu realm warrior with a heavenly level bloodline? With the same heavenly level bloodline and the suppression of the 10th level, how can Brother Su Chen contend? The eyes of Wu Tsang and others were filled with worry. They had just arrived and never expected the challenge of the 20th level to be so terrifying. At this moment, endless underground energy surged, vaguely transforming into a giant dragon pressing down from the 9 heavens, seemingly drawing upon the natural forces of heaven and earth, the aura rapidly escalating, seemingly without end. Such a terrifying phenomenon made those present feel their souls tremble. If a true martial genius at the 9th level entered, they would probably be directly crushed to dust. No genius not at the Xuanwu realm could contend. Master, should we close the formation? Elder Xiuqing came to Li Chuanfeng's side, speaking anxiously. He did not want a heavenly level bloodline prodigy to die inside the dragon vein underground palace. Wait, that kid doesn't give me the impression of being reckless. Let's watch a bit longer, Li Chunfeng said calmly. Inside the underground palace, facing the terrifying aura of the dragon vein spirit, Su Chen showed no fear in his eyes, but rather a high fighting spirit. He instantly leaped into the air, unleashing a burst of supreme power, instantly activating 9 fist seals that fell like 9 stars. Roar! The dragon vein spirit roared, its entire body radiating light, sweeping through the void, and with a massive swipe of its dragon tail, it fell like a heavenly river, instantly obliterating the 9 fist seals while still sweeping towards Su Chen with unrelenting force. Bang! The dragon tail like divine metal, Su Chen hurriedly crossed his arms to block, but was still swept away by a terrifying force. Poof! Su Chen crashed to the ground. All the energy and blood in his body rapidly dissipated like flames. And then he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. So strong. Su Chen sprang back up like a carp leaping from the water. Although his face was pale, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Great. This is what a true opponent looks like. The attack of the dragon vein spirit showed no signs of stopping. It opened its mouth and spewed forth rolling dragon flames, instantly igniting the entire underground palace. Standing in the sea of fire, the energy and blood in Su Chen seemed to be ignited as well, emitting a large amount of golden flames, while the power stored in his eyes broke free from its limits and revived. Roar! The mighty dragon might erupted like a tide, overwhelming and ravaging the universe. Brilliant flames sketching out a chain of order in the void, outlining a true dragon that suppressed the ancient and the eternal. Boom! Suddenly, Su Chen opened his eyes, a cold, noble, and mysterious light radiating from them. The surging energy and blood soared into the sky, drawing the ancient true dragon phantom in the void to come alive, releasing unparalleled power which enveloped him. Break! In the next moment, he raised his hand and struck out. An endless primal force erupted, instantly dispelling the rolling dragon flames that swept toward him. The terrifying palm force extended out, causing the underground palace to shake violently. Growl! The dragon vein spirit emitted a series of low growls, staring at Su Chen in front of it, its massive dragon body trembling slightly, as if it had suffered some terrible force suppression. Finally, I can unleash my full power. Su Chen clenched his fist tightly, and immediately a large expanse of golden divine light exploded, blood energy boiling, as if millions of golden giant dragons appeared around him, swirling about, releasing a series of dragon roars. At this moment, he completely released the suppression on the true dragon bloodline. The unmatched power of the holy level bloodline instantly filled his entire body. Annihilate! He struck out with one palm, like a true dragon extending its claws. The massive dragon claws covered the entire underground palace, carrying incomparable true dragon power, instantly descending. Rumbling, the void roared, as if 100,000 divine mountains were simultaneously pressing down. The dragon vein spirit, which had just been ferocious and unmatched, now curled up and trembled, showing no resistance at all, and was instantly crushed open. What is happening? A massive earthquake occurred outside, the terrifying tremors extending to the wilderness mountains beyond the martial arts academy. Endless underground energy surged, as if it wanted to tear apart the heavens and earth. Dragon vein anomaly? How was this possible? Elder Xiuqing was shocked. The dragon vein seemed to be trembling, encountering some terrifying existence, whether it was a mistake or not. Li Chunfeng discovered that the source of the dragon vein's anomaly was the underground palace, his eyes filled with disbelief. But the dragon vein's anomaly quickly subsided, making it impossible for him to trace it back. He broke through. Su Chen broke through the 20th level. At that moment, a sudden exclamation caused a huge uproar. Chapter 46, Breakthrough to the True Martial Realm, Complete Dragon Body. The 20th level of the Dragon Vein Underground Palace means something that every disciple of the Martial Arts Academy is very clear about. For many years, even those disciples who have broken through to the Xuanwu realm have found it difficult to pass the 20th level, and many true martial realm disciples have died carelessly within. The terror of the spirit of the Dragon Vein has long been deeply imprinted in the souls of all. A new disciple at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm unexpectedly managed to fight against opponents at the 10th level and, in one go, broke through the 20th level. To everyone, it seemed like a fairy tale. However, today each of them became a witness to legend. Senior brother Su Chen truly deserves to be called a peerless genius. Wu Tsong and others exclaimed excitedly. Impossible, this can't be real. I must be dreaming. It's definitely a dream. How could someone at the Qi martial realm fight against 10 levels? Those veteran disciples who had just mocked him were now dumbfounded, many pinching themselves hard, unable to believe that this was real. Even Hong Tian was stunned. A prodigy, a prodigy. My East Courtyard finally has a young genius. Elder Xiuqing was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Although Li Chunfeng remained silent, the joy in his eyes was hard to conceal. In fact, at first, he didn't believe Su Chen could break through the 20th level. He thought it would be good enough for him to protect himself in front of the spirit of the dragon vein, but he didn't expect to underestimate him. My East Courtyard finally has successors. A smile appeared on Li Chunfeng's face, feeling more and more that his choice was wise and heroic. Outside, there was a commotion, and the underground palace was also not calm. After the spirit of the dragon vein dissipated, the earth energy surged, and streams of earthy yellow divine light flowed like small dragons, swirling in the void, filled with a hint of divine brilliance, making it hard to look away. This is the energy of the dragon vein. Feeling the pure energy within, even Su Chen showed a hint of excitement. Streams of dragon vein energy rose, growing larger. A total of 20 streams, which were the rewards for Su Chen breaking through the 20th level. Especially the 20th stream of dragon vein energy, measuring nearly 10 feet long, had fully taken shape, resembling a miniature version of the spirit of the dragon vein, holding a radiant orb in its mouth, similar to a dragon ball. The dragon vein energy within the orb was even more refined, giving Su Chen the feeling akin to true dragon blood. Is this an extra reward from the courtyard master? Su Chen smiled. The reward for breaking through the dragon vein underground palace is only the dragon vein energy. That dragon ball-like existence is something others definitely do not have. Master, that essence of dragon vein energy accumulated over the years was prepared for you to break through to the martial master level. How could you give it all away at once? Elder Xiuqing also noticed the changes in the formation, looking at Li Chunfeng in shock. Li Chunfeng, whose lifespan was already limited, if he couldn't break through to the martial master level, would undoubtedly die in 7 to 8 years at the shortest, or 10 years at the longest. This is equivalent to giving away his life. Breaking through to the martial master level is not that easy. Moreover, I know my body well. Even if I accumulate 10 more years of dragon vein energy essence, the hope of breaking through is very slim. It's better to help Su Chen grow quickly. Then our East Courtyard will have a chance to continue and even grow. Li Chunfeng shook his head and smiled, his tone somewhat melancholic. Elder Xiuqing fell silent. Su Chen did not refuse Li Chunfeng's good intentions. He directly opened his mouth and devoured the streams of dragon vein energy, simultaneously using the burial heaven divine art to refine it. Boom! The majestic energy gradually boiled, instantly penetrating his limbs and bones, like a raging fire burning through deep into his marrow. Soon, Su Chen's skin began to crack. What a domineering energy! The main issue was that the energy within that dragon ball was too pure, like a volcanic eruption, seemingly about to burst Su Chen's body. Su Chen welcomed it all, his body covered in golden radiance, releasing an ancient and mysterious bloodline power, crazily absorbing and refining the energy of the dragon vein. In an instant, his entire meridians, dantian sea of qi, internal organs, and even every inch of skin and flesh seemed to be undergoing a trial by thunder and fire, ready to be shattered and reshaped. It was unclear how long had passed. Su Chen's aura began to surge, abundant vitality transforming into a golden dragon swirling around him. His body appeared crystalline, as if forged from divine gold, radiating a divine brilliance, soaring towards the heavens. Boom! The outside world suddenly changed. Brilliant divine light piercing through the heavens and earth. A terrifying, overwhelming wave of power spread, as if breaking open the gates of heaven, summoning a true dragon into the world. What a terrifying phenomenon. Everyone was taken aback, their bodies involuntarily trembling, feeling a strong bloodline pressure. Unable to help but want to kneel and worship. Is Su Chen really just of the heavenly bloodline? This phenomenon is too exaggerated. Elder Xiu Qing's body trembled slightly. His eyes filled with disbelief. When a heavenly bloodline breaks through, it is accompanied by miraculous phenomena of heaven and earth. However, when Li Chunfeng broke through to the heavenly martial realm back then, the phenomenon he produced was not as sacred and majestic, shaking the heavens and earth. I am merely of the low-grade heavenly bloodline, while Su Chen is likely of the top grade. Or perhaps, Li Chunfeng's gaze changed, and the words he was about to say were ultimately not spoken. He vaguely sensed that Su Chen's bloodline talent was not as simple as just heavenly grade, but couldn't be made public. Otherwise, it would easily attract others' envy. Over the years, there have been many cases of forcibly stripping others' bloodlines, even directly seizing their bodies. In the martial world, interests are always paramount. The true martial realm has finally broken through. The energy of the dragon vein was too overwhelming. The bottleneck of the true martial realm could not hold it back, and was soon shattered. Boom! Within the dantian, it was as if the heavens and earth were opened. Endless chaotic mist enveloping, the sea of qi expanding wildly, suddenly growing tenfold. The originally formless and intangible true qi quickly condensed together, flowing into the sea of qi like water, soon causing waves to surge. True qi transformed from formless and intangible to solid and real. A quantitative change causing a qualitative change. This is the true martial realm. It's like a stream of air eventually converging into a hurricane, capable of overwhelming everything. Just the strength of the true qi was already more than 10 times that of the qi martial realm. But the breakthrough in cultivation was secondary. After being baptized by the dragon vein energy and undergoing repeated bone shattering and reshaping, the power buried deep within the bloodline also began to awaken further, growing stronger. When all the dragon vein energy was completely refined, Su Chen's whole body suddenly radiated brilliance, surrounded by golden mist, like golden thunder exploding, an ancient, mysterious, and vast aura spreading out. The Jiao dragon body has reached great perfection. Su Chen's eyes sparkled, feeling the boundless power surging within him like mighty rivers, as if he had transcended. Bang, bang, bang. Strong heartbeats echoed like war drums, the vigorous blood energy emitting dazzling golden light, covering his body like dragon scales, making Su Chen appear like a true dragon. This power is so strong. Clenching his fists, Su Chen was extremely excited. If he were to fight the spirit of the dragon vein again, he was confident that with just his physical strength, he could crush it with one punch. After the surprise, Su Chen turned inward, carefully sensing the subtle changes, but soon frowned again. This sea of qi is too large. Having absorbed so much energy from the dragon vein, it hasn't even filled 1/10. After breaking through the true martial realm, the sea of qi surged. The true qi solidified, and both its quality and quantity underwent earth-shattering changes, especially since he had opened a perfect sea of qi during the qi martial realm, which was already much larger than that of ordinary martial artists. After multiplying, it would only grow larger. This was originally a good thing. With the improvement in cultivation, Su Chen's strength would also rise accordingly. However, to fill such a massive sea of qi, it would require 10 times, or even dozens or hundreds of times the resources and time that ordinary martial artists would need. This would undoubtedly greatly limit his speed of cultivation improvement. If it were someone else, having absorbed so much energy from the dragon vein, they would probably be able to rush straight to the 9th level of the true martial realm. Yet he was still lingering at the 1st level of the true martial realm. This burial heaven divine art is powerful, but it's also too costly. Although Li Chunfeng had promised to fully support him, Li's courtyard was already resource poor, and even if everything was given to Su Chen, it might not be enough. The burial heaven divine skill was simply a bottomless pit. It seemed that he would have to frequently return to the Pill Alliance to refine pills and earn spirit stones. With a sigh, Su Chen ended his cultivation. He couldn't always occupy the Dragon Vein underground palace, and after breaking through the 20th level, he would qualify to practice heavenly level martial arts. He had been looking forward to heavenly level martial arts for a long time. Stepping out of the underground palace, he was greeted by bright sunshine and a refreshing breeze. Su Chen wore a smile, in a good mood. Overall, this brief cultivation period was a huge gain for him. Not only did he break through to the true martial realm, but he also cultivated the dragon body to the great perfection stage, increasing his combat power by more than 10 times. As for how strong he really was, that would have to be tested in actual combat. PS out. It's senior brother Su Chen. Is that Su Chen? After waiting for half a day, not a single person outside has left, especially those veteran disciples. All wanted to see who had caused such a grand and sacred phenomenon. At this moment, although Su Chen's aura was not apparent and his expression was extremely calm, he gave the impression of an ordinary rich young master with a hint of a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. However, no one dared to underestimate him. There was only one exception. The courtyard master gave you the essence of dragon vein energy accumulated over many years, and you only reached the first layer of the true martial realm? That is simply a waste. What heavenly level bloodline? It's no better than trash. Hong Tiandu's face was extremely gloomy, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. The top disciple of the East Courtyard should be him. He was the one who was supposed to be fully cultivated, and the essence of dragon vein energy accumulated over many years should belong to him. Moreover, he was confident that he could do better than Su Chen and achieve greater accomplishments. He was unwilling and resentful, believing that Su Chen had snatched everything that belonged to him. Trash bloodline? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered. How could a frog at the bottom of a well understand the ambitions of a Kunpeng? Chapter 47. Defeating the Xuanwu realm with one palm. Su Chen had long heard that Hong Tiandu was not a good-natured person, so he naturally did not show any good expression. I am a frog at the bottom of a well, and you are a soaring Kunpeng? Hong Tiandu's eyes narrowed, angrily pointing at Su Chen and shouting, "You've only joined the martial arts academy for a few days, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Yesterday was the first day, and I flattened the Western Courtyard disciples." Su Chen looked at the indignant Hong Tiandu and others with indifference, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth, implying, "Today is the second day." An old disciple was the first to catch on, angrily pointing at Su Chen and saying, "What do you mean? You want to flatten our East Courtyard today?" Under the furious gazes of the crowd, Su Chen clasped his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. "If you all have that hobby, I don't mind." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into dead silence. Who the hell has that kind of hobby? Moreover, how dare a new disciple just enter the academy, say he would flatten them? Even though the East Courtyard was weak, there were still some disciples in the Xuanwu realm. How could they allow him to be so arrogant? Su Chen remained calm and smiling, giving everyone the impression that he had been arrogant for a long time, and they could do nothing about it. So arrogant, it's simply intolerable. Especially those veteran disciples of the East Courtyard, their faces turned as dark as coal. Less nonsense. I came here today to teach you a good lesson, so you know how to respect your senior brothers. Hong Tiandu, unable to contain his anger, released a powerful momentum, stepping forward and glaring at Su Chen, saying, "If you lack the courage, then take the initiative to resign from the position of chief disciple to avoid embarrassment." What do you say, Su Chen? Dare to fight? We are the Martial Arts Academy. The chief disciple should use martial arts to convince the crowd. If you don't even have this courage, then you should admit defeat early. Several veteran disciples spoke furiously. In the end, they just did not accept Su Chen as their senior brother. I think it's too troublesome for each of you to challenge me one by one. Why not all come at once? I'm quite busy, Su Chen said lightly. This made those veteran disciples extremely angry. This arrogant guy really seemed to want to flatten all of them from the East Courtyard as well. Wu Cong and others watched closely, learning well. They had previously only admired Su Chen's talent and strength, but they did not expect his words to be equally formidable. Su Chen, don't be too arrogant. Brother Hong has always been the strongest among all the brothers. He can handle you alone. Yes, if you could defeat Brother Hong, we will accept you. The veteran disciples spoke with excitement. Seeing this scene, Elder Su Chen couldn't sit still and immediately wanted to step forward to dissuade them. However, Li Chunfeng stopped him. What does the courtyard master mean? Didn't you always teach us that the east courtyard is weak and should unite against the outside? Elder Su Chen said, confused. I'm doing this to unite. Li Chunfeng said with his hands behind his back, smiling. Elder Su Chen was completely puzzled and did not understand Li Chunfeng's intentions at all. Rest assured, I have already sent a message to the two of them to keep it within limits. It won't endanger their lives. Li Chunfeng said with a smile. In front of the Dragon Vein underground palace, new and old disciples lined up on both sides, all nervously watching the confrontation between Su Chen and Hong Tiandu in the center. First layer of the true martial realm against the third layer of the Xuanwu realm. I wonder if senior brother Su Chen can win? The gap in cultivation was too great, and moreover, Hong Tiandu's talent and methods were also very strong. It was hard to say. In fact, Wu Cong and others had always found it strange that Su Chen had refined so much Dragon Vein energy. Yet his cultivation had only broken through one layer. If it were someone else, it would be understandable, but Su Chen was, after all, a heavenly level bloodline. Talent has never been the determining factor affecting a martial artist's strength and future. After today, you will understand this principle. Hong Tiandu coldly snorted, full of arrogance. Are you teaching me how to do things? Su Chen glanced at him. As a senior, I have much to teach you. Prepare to receive my move. Hong Tiandu shouted loudly, quickly forming seals, a blaze of light surging within him, and a violent aura spread out, like an ancient volcano awakening. In the next moment, he flicked his fingers, and with a whoosh, a dazzling light streaked across the void, the blazing yang energy scorching the void into a black hole. Here it comes. This is Brother Hong's ultimate move, the heavenly level martial arts. Innate six-yang finger. The veteran disciples of the East Courtyard all brightened their eyes at this moment. Hong Tiandu aimed to defeat the enemy with one move, not planning to give Su Chen a moment to breathe. His hands, entwined with runes, formed strange seals, and he flicked his fingers to unleash 6 terrifying finger energies at once. In an instant, it was as if 6 suns were shooting through the air, attacking. How terrifying! Is this the power of heavenly level martial arts? The innate six-yang finger erupted simultaneously. Even a martial artist of the same rank would absolutely not be able to withstand it. There was no doubt that Su Chen would lose. People clearly saw the 6 finger energies intertwining, distorting the void, and even this piece of heaven and earth was affected and weakened, as if it would explode at any moment, causing their expressions to change drastically. Such terrifying power could not be blocked by an ordinary Xuanwu realm martial artist. They would be instantly obliterated. However, Su Chen remained extremely calm, releasing a powerful 4th-tier spiritual force, instantly predicting the trajectory of the 6 finger energies. Then, he waved his hand, and the vast burial heaven true energy condensed into a dark divine sword in the void, like countless rivers flowing into the sea. The dark divine sword was over 10 feet long, entwined with runes, unmatched in sharpness, exuding a mysterious power that could decay all things in heaven and earth. Annihilate. With a sweep of the dark divine sword, the void was instantly torn apart, creating a massive, unparalleled black crack that stretched for hundreds of miles, terrifying beyond measure. Puff, 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 puff. The 6 finger energies, like solar comets, all disappeared into that massive black crack, vanishing without a trace. What? Hong Tiandu exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm, how powerful could his heavenly level martial arts be? Yet, Su Chen easily extinguished his offensive with just the small means of condensing qi into soldiers, which was simply unbelievable. The sword energy filled the sky, causing everyone below to feel a tremor in their souls. For some reason, under that dark divine sword, they felt that their true energy and even mental power had lost their effect and could not be released. One by one, they felt like decayed wood and stubborn stone. What a domineering true energy! Not only was its quality extremely high, but it was also boundless to condense such formidable true energy warriors. It would likely exhaust all the true energy of a ninth-level true martial realm practitioner. Looking at Su Chen, who was calm and composed as if nothing were happening, Elder Su Chen and the others were amazed. Indeed, the bottomless pit that had devoured so much dragon vein energy did not disappoint me. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. After breaking through to the true martial realm, the solidified and genuine dantian true energy was more than 10 times stronger than before, comparable to a top-quality spiritual weapon. Next, let's try the perfected dragon transformation body. Su Chen retracted his true energy. The power of his bloodline instantly activated, and an endless surge of golden blood energy rose up, as if provoking heavenly thunder and earthly fire permeating the universe. Roar! Thunder and fire filled the sky. The wind and clouds changed color, and a huge golden dragon emerged, releasing its grand dragon might, making people's souls tremble. Hong Tiandu's expression changed drastically, as if he sensed a bloodline suppression in the dark, causing his entire body's true energy to freeze, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Is the heavenly level bloodline really that terrifying? Hong Tiandu found it hard to believe. Even when facing Lin Jianxing, he had never felt such an overwhelming fear. Kill! At that moment, Su Chen charged forward like a storm, raising his hand to strike with a palm, as if a divine dragon was extending its claws. Boom! The massive dragon claw, as if forged from divine gold, contained the power to annihilate everything, crushing all in its path. Block it for me. Sensing the crisis of death, Hong Tiandu quickly bit his tongue, forming a seal, and a rich red light immediately enveloped him, blazing like the sun's divine radiance. Endless runes spread, carrying powerful bloodline energy, transforming into a crimson furnace floating in the void, protecting Hong Tiandu within. That was senior brother Hong's crimson flame furnace bloodline. The crimson furnace was formed from pure bloodline energy, with dense mysterious runes imprinted on it, looking like a divine object of heaven and earth. Although it was still only a top-grade Earth-level bloodline, Hong Tiandu's potential was quite good. If he had the opportunity in the future to further awaken his bloodline, he might have a chance to transform into the legendary sun god furnace bloodline of ancient tales. Elder Su Chen exclaimed. Unfortunately, he lacks the capacity to become a great talent. Before encountering Su Chen, Li Chunfeng had also considered nurturing Hong Tiandu. Boom! The terrifying energy, accompanied by waves of heat, erupted, and a destructive aura filled every inch of space. At that moment, both sides pushed their powers to the limit, colliding fiercely. When the terrifying dragon claw struck the crimson flame furnace, it produced a sound like a great bell, resonating for a long time without ceasing. The sound waves rampaged, and those around felt their eardrums were about to shatter, instinctively covering their heads. Crack! But in an instant, the radiant crimson flame furnace shattered, as if a small sun had exploded in the void, extinguishing the space. Yet the divine gold-like dragon claw remained unaffected by the blazing flames, still crashing down upon Hong Tiandu. Hong Tiandu directly spewed out a mouthful of reverse blood, flying out sideways. His entire aura weakened to the extreme, completely losing his combat power. Everyone was stunned. With one palm, Su Chen actually defeated senior brother Hong. Is this guy even human? How could his power be so terrifying? Everyone looked at Su Chen in disbelief. The fierce and overwhelming aura he exuded brought them immense psychological shock. It was as if they were facing an awakened ancient giant beast, leaving no thought of resistance. Chapter 48. Suppressing everyone, both grace and power. In the square in front of the Dragon Vein Underground Palace, there was dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Su Chen, shocked by his dragon-like powerful strength, almost forgetting to breathe. Su Chen then raised his hand to clench his fist, revealing a satisfied smile. After a long while, a few veteran disciples stepped forward to support the coughing blood Hong Tiandu. Let's go. Hong Tiandu took one last look at Su Chen, his eyes filled with complexity. Wait. Su Chen suddenly called out to them. Who was it that wanted to teach me something just now? Su Chen said lightly, looking at the other party. Defeated by a single palm, He felt extremely unwilling and humiliated, but he could also sense that if Su Chen hadn't held back in time, he would probably be dead by now. The gap is too great. Hong Tiandu, I pay my respect to senior brother. Finally, Hong Tiandu lowered his head, trembling hands clasped in salute to Su Chen. Everyone was taken aback. After joining the martial arts academy for over 10 years, leading the East Courtyard, Hong Tiandu actually bowed to a true martial realm youth who had just entered the academy for 2 days. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the others. Everyone felt a jolt of spirit, seeing a domineering and powerful will in his indifferent gaze. They had no doubt that if they showed even a hint of resistance, he would charge up and beat them up. We pay our respects to senior brother. The crowd exchanged glances, then all bent down, lowering their heads and bowing in salute. Since even Hong Tiandu was defeated with a single palm, how could they dare to oppose Su Chen? In the world of martial arts, power is respected. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Since you all respect me as senior brother, then in the future, if you suffer bullying from the West Courtyard disciples, I will naturally stand up for you. Su Chen smiled lightly and floated away. His words were not just grandiloquent rhetoric to win people's hearts. He had already torn his face with the West Courtyard, and they were in a life-and-death opposition. He would absolutely seize any opportunity to teach those people a lesson. The people on the scene were momentarily stunned. Then all watched Su Chen with great respect and bowed to him again. This time it was heartfelt. This time they were completely convinced. Having such a formidable senior brother might not be a bad thing. How about it? Aren't we united as one now? Li Chunfeng looked at Su Chen's back, stroking his beard and smiling. Elder Xiuqing was taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. If anyone is unconvinced, just beat them into submission. If anyone dares to oppose, then eliminate them. If everyone recognizes you as the boss, then naturally, they are united as one. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. It can't be helped. Li Chunfeng said. This time, Elder Xiuqing finally nodded in agreement and secretly admired Su Chen. Using both grace and power, he managed to have all the disciples obediently submit to him. At such a young age, he truly had the qualities to be the head of the academy. The Martial Arts Academy's Scripture Pavilion nearly encompasses all the martial arts and techniques of the entire Great Shu Kingdom, including various secret arts. It contains the unique skills created or accidentally obtained by powerful figures throughout the ages, second only to the collection of the Great Chu royal family. Newly joined disciples can select one technique and one martial art based on their current cultivation level. This is the only free benefit. After that, to select higher-level techniques, they must contribute to the Martial Arts Academy. For example, taking on dangerous tasks assigned by the Martial Arts Academy, helping the court capture notorious bandits, or venturing into the Dragon Vein underground palace to prove one's talent. The steward here is a disciple from the West Courtyard, responsible for recording work. Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, his eyes were filled with hostility. You can enter the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion to select low-grade, earth-level martial arts. But if you dare to covet martial arts of a higher grade, you might die. The steward disciple cast a cold glance at Su Chen and said disdainfully. In fact, based on the talent Su Chen had previously displayed, he could select mid-grade, earth-level martial arts. However, as a steward here, he naturally wanted to make things difficult for Su Chen. After all, there were elders rotating to guard the Scripture Pavilion, so he wasn't afraid of Su Chen causing trouble. In fact, he wished for it so that Su Chen could be directly suppressed. I want to choose heaven-level martial arts. Su Chen said directly, uninterested in his taunts. The steward disciple was taken aback for a moment. Then suddenly his expression turned cold as he scolded. Kid, with your cultivation, you can only select low-grade, earth-level martial arts. Do you understand the rules? If you don't, get lost. Only those who have broken through the 20th level of the Dragon Vein underground palace in the Qi martial realm can choose heaven-level martial arts. Do you understand this rule? Su Chen coldly glanced at him and said, Of course I understand the rules, but just based on you? Ha ha. The steward disciple laughed recklessly. Su Chen didn't waste any more words and directly took out his disciple token. Although the events of the morning hadn't spread yet, his disciple token was already recorded. However, the steward disciple didn't even look at it and tossed the token aside, sneering at Su Chen. Stop pretending. Do you think you're worthy of heaven-level martial arts? Heaven-level martial arts are incredibly precious. In any force, they're the foundation of the clan, and the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. It's not something you can learn just because you want to. Like Lin Jianqing, with his extremely high talent and family support, or Hong Tiandu who obtained them by chance. Others wouldn't even think about it. Who has bragging? Breaking through the 20th level of the Dragon Vein underground palace in the Qi martial realm? Aren't you afraid of blowing your own horn to death? Oof. I see he just wants to attract attention. They in the East Courtyard love to do such shameless things. Several passing disciples from the West Courtyard were attracted over, and, recognizing Su Chen, all sneered. Everyone knows that there are spirits guarding the 20th level of the Dragon Vein underground palace. For someone in the Qi martial realm to break through is simply a pipe dream. They would be obliterated upon entry. This rule exists, but in the history of the Martial Arts Academy, no one has ever succeeded. Even their senior brother Lin Jianqing couldn't do it, nor could Li Chunfeng, who possesses a heaven-level bloodline. Naturally, they didn't believe Su Chen could do it either. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, calmly retracting his disciple token, and sneered. Oh? Then how do you suggest I prove it? Those familiar with Su Chen knew this was a sign of his impending fury. However, the few West Courtyard disciples who were urging him clearly didn't understand. How about this? You and I exchange a few moves, and if you can win, I will let you go up. The steward disciple thought for a moment and suddenly revealed a mocking smile. If it weren't for fearing Li Chunfeng, he would have already struck Su Chen, both to vent the frustration of the West Courtyard disciples and to curry favor with Wang Lin and Lin Jianqing. Of course, if Su Chen couldn't hold back and agreed to spar, then Li Chunfeng would have nothing to say. Kid, if you don't have the guts, then hurry up and get lost. I've seen through you. You're just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The other West Courtyard disciples all eagerly provoked Su Chen. Su Chen naturally wouldn't be afraid. I just didn't expect you also enjoy getting beaten. Then I must oblige. With a cold laugh, Su Chen's aura began to rise. Huh? The steward disciple froze for a moment, seemingly unable to believe Su Chen would agree. After all, he was a master in the Xuanwu realm. However, Su Chen no longer wasted words with him and directly stepped forward, radiating golden light, enveloped in a mysterious mist that filled the air. A golden fist struck out, forged like divine gold, carrying a vast momentum that seemed to obliterate all. Not good. The steward disciple's face changed drastically, his trembling pupils filled with fear. In his view, what was coming was not a fist, but a giant dragon spanning heaven and earth, instilling a deep sense of terror within him. He unleashed his true energy without hesitation, employing his martial arts. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying destructive force erupted, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The steward disciple was directly sent flying, screaming in agony, his shattered protective true Qi leaving him bloodied and mangled. Just one punch, and his chest caved in, completely losing his combat ability. What? The surrounding West Courtyard disciples were all dumbfounded. They had clearly seen the battle. Su Chen's speed wasn't fast, and the steward disciple had time to react, even unleashing his martial arts. Yet the result was that he couldn't block it and was suppressed by a single punch. This was enough to demonstrate just how terrifying Su Chen's strength had become. Even if he had broken through to the true martial realm through the Dragon Vein underground palace, how could his power be this fearsome? Could it be that he hadn't used all his strength before? Impossible. Breaking through to the 10th level is already a pipe dream. This guy is truly a freak. The pupils of the West Courtyard disciples trembled in shock. Just yesterday, Su Chen had easily defeated their disciples below the Xuanwu realm. And today he actually suppressed even those in the Xuanwu realm. This was simply too shocking. At this moment, Su Chen had already reached out with a massive hand of true energy, grabbing the steward disciple and delivering a series of hard slaps to his face. Could he not see that this guy was intentionally making things difficult for him? He naturally showed no mercy, striking the steward disciple until he cried out in agony. Su Chen, stop it. Don't be too much of a bully. The other West Courtyard disciples could no longer watch. Su Chen's actions were simply slapping the entire West Courtyard in the face. He brought this upon himself. If I don't oblige him, Wouldn't that be inhumane? Who knew you West Courtyard disciples had such hobbies? Su Chen glanced at them, pretending to be innocent. Who the hell has such a hobby? Moreover, you're hitting, so why only slap the face? Slap, slap, slap. Each slap landed on the steward disciple's face, but also struck at their hearts. I really can't stand it any longer. Today I must make him pay tenfold. This guy's power is quite strange. Everyone, let us go together. The few West Courtyard disciples were instantly enraged, shouting in unison as they unleashed their true energy, employing their martial arts, and charged towards Su Chen. Chapter 49. The Great Wilderness Sword Dao. Boom, 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 boom. 4 West Courtyard disciples simultaneously released powerful Xuanwu realm auras to attack. One wielded a sword, piercing through the void, stirring up a wave of sword chi that swept towards Su Chen. One exuded a fiery aura, his fist energy exploding the void, extending towards Su Chen like a blazing sun. Another male and female pair specialized in combined attacks, simultaneously executing the yin-yang palm, releasing a powerful force that twisted the universe and inverted yin and yang. Whoosh! The attacks of the 4 arrived simultaneously, like a surging torrent of energy capable of collapsing everything. Although their cultivation levels were similar to that of the steward disciple, all at the first or second level of the Xuanwu realm, the combined power unleashed was enough to rival Hong Tiandu. Just tricks. Su Chen chuckled coldly, his eyes suddenly shining with a fierce light. Boom! After tossing the steward disciple aside, Su Chen turned and executed a sweeping kick, like a fierce dragon swinging its tail, directly obliterating that torrent of energy. The next moment, Su Chen soared forward, resembling a giant dragon swooping down, his feet like dragon claws, continuously shattering their protective true chi and sending them flying. What? The 4 disciples from the western courtyard let out muffled groans and were almost simultaneously sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. How could this guy be so powerful? He is simply not human. Who would have thought that even with the combined strength of the 4 of them at the Xuanwu realm, they would still be swept away effortlessly, not even able to put up a fight? The most important thing was that Su Chen hadn't even unleashed his true energy or performed any martial arts. He had crushed them solely with his physical strength. If he were to unleash his full power, how terrifying would that be? But they had no time to think further. Su Chen approached with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger, making them feel as though they were facing a rampaging dragon. Sure enough, you in the western courtyard all share a common hobby. Upon hearing this, the 4 who had been terrified just moments ago spat out another mouthful of blood. Just thinking about being slapped like the attendant disciples made them tremble in fear. Su Chen, please don't. Especially the female disciple, whose looks were already average. If she got beaten into a pig's head, how would she ever face anyone again? Someone once told me that when a woman says no, she actually means yes. Su Chen stroked his chin, glanced at the pale-faced female disciple, and suddenly curled his lips into a wicked smile. Then let us start with you. The female disciple let out a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted on the spot. Stop! A bellowing shout, accompanied by a powerful pressure, descended like a tidal wave. Then, with a flash of spiritual light, a stern-looking old man in gray appeared, glaring at Su Chen with a fierce and sinister gaze. Do you dare to cause trouble in the scripture pavilion? Do you not want to live anymore? He was the elder on duty guarding the scripture pavilion, currently unleashing the powerful aura of the 9th layer of the Xuanwu realm, which was soul-shaking. Elder, don't wrongfully accuse people. But they were the ones who asked me to make a move. I was just being helpful. Su Chen replied coldly, unafraid of the elder's pressure. The elder must have sensed everything that had just happened. He didn't come forward earlier, but only showed up after witnessing his disciples being beaten. Yet now he was making a righteous fuss. Su Chen certainly wouldn't let him off easy. Who the hell asked you? You were clearly pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and putting on a show for yourself. The western courtyard disciples cursed in their hearts but didn't dare to speak out. Enough nonsense. The elder shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at Su Chen, but in the end, he still endured and did not strike. Although the eastern courtyard was weaker, the courtyard master, Li Chunfeng, was a ruthless person. If he got angry, he wouldn't care about the occasion or your status. Even if you ran to the ends of the earth, he would seek revenge. Moreover, Li Chunfeng had long made it clear that he didn't dare to bully the weak openly. There was once an elder from the western courtyard who had bullied a disciple from the eastern courtyard and crippled him. As a result, that elder fled into the royal palace, but Li Chunfeng directly stormed in and crippled him. The scripture pavilion is a sacred place. No one is allowed to act recklessly. If you want to select martial arts, go ahead, otherwise leave. In the end, he only sternly reprimanded, I'm certainly here to select martial arts. It's just that some self-righteous individuals are looking for a fight. Su Chen sneered, directly tossing the disciple token to the elder. The elder took it and looked it over, instantly shocked. It clearly recorded that Su Chen, with the cultivation of the Qi martial realm, had passed through the 20th level of the Dragon Vein underground palace. Such a monstrous feat was simply unbelievable. He was the first person in the history of the Martial Arts Academy. How could he end up in the Eastern Courtyard? Now I have the qualifications, right? Su Chen said. Umph. The elder threw the disciple token back to Su Chen and directly waved his sleeve, leaving. No matter how angry he was, it was useless. Who told those disciples from the Western Courtyard to be so useless that they couldn't even handle Su Chen? Su Chen put away the token and then stepped into the scripture pavilion. It wasn't until Su Chen's figure disappeared from their sight that the Western Courtyard disciples, feeling as if they had been pardoned, lifted their companion and quickly fled. On the third floor of the scripture pavilion, there were precious heavenly-grade martial arts and secret techniques stored, each covered by restrictions, floating in the air like brilliant stars. At a glance, there were actually over 100 types. The foundation of the Martial Arts Academy is still quite impressive. Su Chen grinned and stepped forward to summon a light orb, which immediately illuminated a line of text, introducing a martial art. Heavenly Fire Refining Health Technique. Middle grade, heavenly grade, suitable for those with fire attribute talent and bloodlines. Upon seeing that it was a technique, Su Chen directly gave up. 100 Steps Divine Fist. Lower grade, heavenly grade martial arts, when used in conjunction with footwork. 1 step equals 1 punch, with the force of the punch multiplied. After 100 steps, the punch can break the heavens. Su Chen took a glance, feeling it was too flashy, and gave up immediately. Soul-chasing spear technique. Requires extremely high mental strength to cultivate. Upon reaching mastery, it can chase souls for 1,000 miles, killing in 1 strike and hard to defend against. This martial art was somewhat suitable for Su Chen, as his mental strength had already reached the 4th tier, stronger than most Xuanwu realm martial artists. However, having obtained a rare opportunity to select heavenly grade martial arts, he naturally had to be picky. Fire Dragon Empty Refining Fist. Middle grade, heavenly grade martial arts. Heavenly Star Finger. Lower grade, heavenly grade martial arts. Flowing Wind Swirling Sword. Middle grade, heavenly grade martial arts. Su Chen surveyed all the martial arts. There were many types of palm techniques, fist techniques, and sword techniques, but not one satisfied him completely. It was that Su Chen was arrogant. It was mainly because he had seen top-tier techniques like the Burial Heaven Divine Art and the 3 Mystical True Fire Seal, and his perspective was no longer the same as ordinary people. Just as Su Chen frowned and compared his options back and forth, suddenly a voice transmission entered his mind. 1st floor, 5th row, 6th slot of the Scripture Pavilion, Ancient Secret Transmission, Great Wilderness Sword Path. This voice transmission was very abrupt, but the tone was incredibly certain, startling Su Chen. At first, he thought it was the white-clad woman from the Burial Heaven realm guiding him, but upon careful consideration, the voice and tone were different. However, when Su Chen released his mental strength to try to locate the source, he found nothing. This left Su Chen even more shocked. To be able to transmit a message under the nose of that elder from the Western Courtyard and remain undetected, that presence must have a mental strength far beyond his own, at least at the peak of the 4th tier or even higher. Who on earth is it? Filled with curiosity, Su Chen decided to check the 1st floor. The 1st floor of the Scripture Pavilion held human-grade martial arts, geographical texts, and various miscellaneous studies. Few people came here, and there was no need for protective restrictions, just stacks of books and bamboo slips filling the shelves. Could there really be an ancient secret transmission in this place? With doubt in his heart, Su Chen walked to the fifth row of bookshelves and found the sixth slot. After rummaging through a pile of dusty books for a long time, he finally found a leather scroll hidden within one of the books. The gray-brown leather scroll was very thin but incredibly tough. Even Su Chen, whose body was at the perfect stage of the dragon body, couldn't tear it, and he didn't know what kind of bee skin or human skin it was. However, the edges of the scroll were extremely irregular, clearly torn open by someone, which was somewhat sensational. Su Chen couldn't wait to open it, and indeed, there was a profound sword technique recorded on it. God and demon destruction, martial Tao rising. Great wilderness arriving in the world, confirming the Tao with the sword, reopening heaven and earth. This sword technique was only a few hundred words long, with ancient characters and obscure writing. The most important thing was that reading through it, it was entirely a record of the ancient era, the arrival of the great wilderness. A historical document, with no connection to a sword technique at all. No wonder it was left here and ignored. Su Chen felt like he had been tricked. In the ancient era, spiritual energy flourished, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, and refining spirit back to void was the only way to become the strongest in martial arts. The voice transmission echoed again, quickly fading away. Su Chen carefully pondered this sentence, and after a moment, his expression suddenly changed. Essence, qi, and spirit cultivation. Were people in the ancient era this monstrous? Su Chen didn't know how abundant the spiritual energy was in the ancient era. In the current era, martial arts are also flourishing immensely. Yet it is already quite difficult for people to achieve success on any one of the three paths: true qi, body refinement, or mental power, even after exhausting their whole life's effort. For example, in the Great Shu Kingdom, not a single martial arts master has emerged who surpasses the heavenly martial realm. To cultivate all three paths simultaneously is even more of a fantasy. Su Chen is able to advance on all three paths simultaneously due to the fortuitous opportunities from the burial heaven realm, and he feels it is incredibly challenging. However, judging by that person's meaning, it seems that people from ancient times were like this as well. This is too exaggerated. However, when he attempted to concentrate true qi, mental power, and bodily vitality in his eyes, the ancient characters on the scroll suddenly burst forth with brilliant divine light. The ancient characters, surrounded by divine light, intertwined and danced as if a person was practicing swordsmanship. The sword light grew increasingly intense, containing some kind of marvelous artistic conception, as if it could separate heaven and earth and create worlds. Along with this, Su Chen's spiritual consciousness was drawn into the dazzling sword light, transporting him back to the ancient wilderness period, where he gained insight into the birth and death of all things and comprehended the vast changes of heaven and earth. Chapter 50. Comprehending the Sword, Perceiving the Void Calamity Light. In a vast wilderness, the sky is high and the earth is wide, with mountains and seas stretching endlessly. The divine demons holding up the heavens, monstrous beasts raging, can uproot mountains and sever rivers, leading to the silence of the 8 directions. A sword shadow, like the world-ending calamity light descending from the divine realm, instantly penetrates billions of miles of sky, slashing the monstrous beasts and obliterating the divine demons. The scene suddenly halted, and only then did Su Chen return to his senses, rubbing his forehead. With his formidable 4th-tier mental power, after just a brief moment of comprehension, he felt his spirit weaken, as if his head were about to explode. That relentless sword intent, piercing through the blue sky in Yellow Springs, breaking the chaos of heaven and earth, was truly terrifying. Su Chen took a deep breath, still unable to calm down. A martial art like this is beyond mere heavenly level. In Su Chen's eyes, brilliance was shining forth. Although the fragment of the scroll recorded the great wilderness sword Tao incompletely, and even lacked specific sword techniques, only containing powerful sword intent, it still had an immense psychological impact on Su Chen. This was stronger than any martial art he had seen before. A mere fragment could be so miraculous. How powerful would the complete great wilderness sword Tao be? Fortunately, this great wilderness sword Dao requires simultaneous cultivation of true qi, mental power, and vitality to comprehend. Otherwise, ordinary martial artists would be unable to discern its essence, and he wouldn't have had the chance to pick up the bargain. Su Chen immediately decided to choose it. Speaking of which, he had to thank the person who secretly guided him. Unfortunately, that person seemed unwilling to reveal their identity and disappeared after offering guidance. Su Chen was not in a hurry. The other party would not help him for no reason and would surely show up one day. After that, Su Chen quickly made his way to the third floor and chose a heavenly-level secret technique, the 9 Palaces Dragon Walking Steps. Accompanying the Great Wilderness Sword Dao was only a human-level martial art, which did not prevent him from selecting another heavenly-level secret technique. Su Chen also held high hopes for the 9 Palaces Dragon Walking Steps. However, it was not an offensive martial art, but rather a technique related to movement and footwork. By constructing the 9 palaces of heaven and earth with mental power, one could traverse freely within them, like instant teleportation. The key to this technique lies in mental power. The stronger the mental power, the larger the constructed 9 palaces of heaven and earth, and the faster the traversal speed, which could definitely catch opponents off guard during battle. Upon exiting the scripture repository, Su Chen wore a broad smile, feeling quite pleased. After mastering these 2 martial arts secret techniques, his combat power would undoubtedly reach new heights. Once back at the East Courtyard, Su Chen prepared to enter seclusion. "Who are you?" Upon returning to his residence, Su Chen was surprised to find a woman cleaning the courtyard for him. "I have met young Master Su. My name is Lin Yuer, sent by the courtyard master Li to serve you." The woman named Lin Yuer bowed to Su Chen. "Courtyard Master Li?" Su Chen was astonished. As far as he knew, the direct disciples of the Martial Arts Academy had certain privileges, such as having their own separate residences and being able to command servants. As the chief disciple, that was even more so. However, Su Chen did not expect that such a small matter would require the Grand Courtyard Master to personally oversee it. If he wanted servants, wouldn't it be easy? Just call Qing Zhu over. He was not used to strangers. "I appreciate the Courtyard Master's kindness, but you..." Su Chen was about to politely decline when he saw Lin Yuer kneel down directly. "I do not wish to hide it from young master. My cultivation has been crippled, my appearance ruined, and I have nowhere to go. If young master does not want me, I will be driven out and have no way to survive. I beg young master to take me in." Lin Yuer pleaded earnestly. Su Chen took a closer look and found that there was indeed no fluctuation of true qi within her body. Moreover, she appeared to be nearly 50 years old, and her scarred face could not hide her youthful and proper features. It seemed that she was indeed not lying, as only martial artists could maintain their youthful appearance. Her entire meridian system was severed, a symptom of having been stripped of her bloodline power. Her enemies were quite ruthless. Su Chen's eyes shifted, and he nodded in agreement. It was not that he was moved by pity. Rather, Lin Yuer's experience resonated with him. Besides, since she was sent by Li Chunfeng, her background should be quite clean. "You may stay, but you must not disturb me or eavesdrop while I am cultivating. Do you understand?" Su Chen instructed. "Thank you, young master, for your great kindness." Yuer only wishes to live out the rest of her days in peace, with no other intentions. Lin Yuer sincerely expressed her gratitude. Su Chen nodded and, upon entering the room, found that it had been completely refreshed. Not only was it spotless, but it was also arranged very warmly, making it look very comfortable. There was no doubt that in terms of household chores, Lin Yuer was far superior to those rough men like Wu Tsang. "This is a pill for replenishing vitality. Take it. I will be entering seclusion for the next few days, so do not disturb me." After leaving a pill behind, Su Chen went to the underground training room. As the residence of the chief disciple, the training room was naturally quite spacious, extending over 10 zhang, with barriers set up around it, which made Su Chen very satisfied. For the time being, he would cultivate the Great Wilderness Sword Dao and 9 Palaces Dragon Walking Steps here. At this time, news of Su Chen bravely breaking through the Dragon Vein underground palace and surpassing the 10th layer limit had spread throughout the Martial Arts Academy. The people in the East Courtyard revered him like a deity. Even the privileged youths from the West Courtyard were left speechless. Just now, That kid Su Chen injured several of our Xuanwu realm senior brothers in the scripture repository. He was incredibly arrogant. That's normal. I heard that the guy from the East Courtyard, Hong Tiandu, was also defeated by him. How could this guy be so powerful? Heavenly level bloodline. There have been some in the history of the Great Chu Kingdom, but even including their courtyard master Li Chunfeng, none have been this extraordinary. This Su Chen definitely has some extraordinary encounters. He carries great secrets. Many disciples from the West Courtyard felt both angry and envious. Numerous Xuanwu realm experts wanted to challenge Su Chen again to regain face for the West Courtyard. But after waiting at the East Courtyard entrance for a long time, they still did not see Su Chen appear. Soon, a month passed quietly, just as Wang Lin had healed from his injuries. He eagerly arrived at the residence of Lin Jianqing, the chief disciple of the West Courtyard. "Cousin, you must help me this time, no matter what. Moreover, as long as you obtain the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire from that kid, you will definitely surpass your predecessors and enter the realm of martial arts masters, even achieving something greater," Wang Lin said excitedly. He initially did not want to disclose the news about the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. However, Su Chen's strength was so formidable, and his growth rate was too rapid. He could no longer compete with him and had to seek Lin Jianqing's help. Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire? So that's why Su Chen is so arrogant. He possesses such a treasure. Lin Jianqing's eyes instantly lit up. To be able to refine the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth at the Qi martial realm, it seems he has quite a fortune. He was intelligent and quick-witted, and he instantly thought of this. "As long as we kill him, all the treasures and opportunities will belong to you, cousin," Wang Lin said with a sinister expression. "That being said, with that old guy Li Chunfeng around, I can't make a move at the Martial Arts Academy." Although Lin Jianqing is extremely arrogant, he also can't do anything to Li Chunfeng now. Moreover, the head of the West Courtyard is not here, and the deputy head alone is no match for Li Chunfeng. Besides, he has been watching for a month, and Su Chen hasn't even stepped out of the East Courtyard's gate. "Cousin, I've already investigated that kid thoroughly. He has a wife named Yi Qingcheng, who is as beautiful as a celestial being," Wang Lin said with a sneer. "Yi Xinglong and Lin Tianji know her, and I've even seen her in person. She works as a manager in the Deluo Chamber of Commerce, and even her maidservants are stunning. She herself has an extraordinary temperament and an irresistible allure." As Wang Lin spoke, he became more animated, his mouth dry from excitement. Finally, with a mysterious expression, he lowered his voice and said, "And she's a married woman, which is exactly what that person likes." Lin Jianqing's eyes brightened, and he nodded immediately. As long as that person takes a liking to her, even Li Chunfeng can't protect Su Chen. He's doomed. A sinister smile appeared on Lin Jianqing's face. Soon after, he hurriedly left the Martial Arts Academy, heading straight for the Deluo Chamber of Commerce and then towards the Royal Palace. In the East Courtyard, Su Chen had been in closed-door cultivation for a month. In the spacious training room, runes flickered and black energy flowed like a tide, with a golden figure moving swiftly like a dragon. Swish, swish, swish. The golden figure appeared in various positions within the training room, circling around a large stone in the center, leaving behind traces of afterimages. In an instant, it seemed as if there were over 10 golden figures in the training room, moving in a marvelous pattern, like a green dragon emerging from the sea, overwhelming the heavens and earth, gaining momentum and speed. Clang! Suddenly, a sword cry echoed, and a vast sword aura surged upward. The leading golden figure, resembling a giant dragon spitting out pearls, enveloped in an extraordinary sharpness, suddenly thrust into the air like a heavenly calamity. Whoosh! Countless sword energies surged forth, swirling around that extraordinary sharpness, and instantly struck the large stone in the center. Boom! The black stone, brilliant and hard, was instantly riddled with numerous small holes by the countless sword energies. When that extraordinary sharpness descended, the stone exploded, turning into powder. After a long while, the dense afterimages converged into a single figure, Su Chen. What powerful force! Looking at the shattered black stone, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The hardness of the black stone was no less than that of a high-grade defensive spiritual weapon, yet it still couldn't withstand that sword-like sharpness. Even the accompanying sword energy could easily penetrate it. The sword momentum was unstoppable, like a heavenly calamity piercing through the void. The first sword technique he comprehended from the great wilderness sword path would be called void-piercing calamity light. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen gave this sword move a very vivid name. The great wilderness sword path, strictly speaking, was not a specific sword technique, but more like a sword scripture, a comprehensive guide to swordsmanship. There are no fixed moves, only an unmatched sword momentum and realm, which required martial artists to comprehend. The sword techniques understood by each person might differ, but the sword momentum was interconnected. Void-piercing calamity light. This was the first sword technique Su Chen painstakingly honed over the course of a month. Chapter 51. Conspiracy. Anger. After exiting his closed-door cultivation, the loft was still clean and tidy. Lin Yuer was quick to prepare exquisite dishes, filling a large table to celebrate Su Chen's emergence. Martial artists below the heavenly martial realm cannot fully abstain from food. They need to eat at least once a month, and Lin Yuer obviously knew this and prepared early. Did you make all these dishes? And there's dragon beard fish, which seems to be a royal tribute. Su Chen looked at the table full of delicious food and couldn't help but swallow. He was born into a prestigious family of the Deluo dynasty, but after tasting a bite, he couldn't help but praise Lin Yuer's culinary skills. Regardless of the dishes, flavors, or ingredients, they were top-notch, something he had never tasted in the Dechu kingdom. Yuer has no other skills, but I can only thank you this way. These ingredients are all prepared by me. I hope they suit your taste, Lin Yuer said with a slight bow. You've worked hard. Su Chen smiled lightly. After being hungry for a month, he couldn't care about anything else and immediately began to feast. After satisfying his hunger, Su Chen lay back in a chair, letting out a contented sigh. I didn't expect keeping Lin Yuer around would turn out well. This skill is unmatched in the entire North Wilderness City. Young master, there's one more thing I don't know if I should mention, Lin Yuer said, hesitating after tidying up the dishes and brewing a cup of tea for Su Chen. What is it? Just say it. Su Chen's appetite was wide open, and his mood was excellent. The West Courtyard wants to deal with you, but has found no opportunity. It seems they are preparing to trouble your wife, Lin Yuer said, her hair partially covering her eyes, but she was secretly observing Su Chen. What did you say? Su Chen suddenly stood up, his entire aura turning icy and violent, like a ferocious beast about to erupt. This indeed startled Lin Yuer, who quickly took a step back. How do you know? After a moment, Su Chen stared at Lin Yuer with suspicion. It was Headmaster Li who asked her to remind you, Lin Yuer said, her eyes darting before hurriedly explaining. Does a dignified head of the Martial Arts Academy, one of the most powerful martial artists in the Dechu Kingdom, really care about the family situation of his disciples? But at this moment, Su Chen couldn't think too much and immediately rushed out, mounting a fast horse, heading straight for the Deluo Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuer watched Su Chen leave, a glint of color blooming in her delicate pupils. In the West Courtyard, at Lin Jianqing's residence, cousin, Su Chen left the Martial Arts Academy in a hurry. Could someone have leaked information? Wang Lin, who had been watching Su Chen, found Lin Jianqing immediately after receiving the news. Impossible. When I took that person to the Deluo Chamber of Commerce yesterday, it was very discreet. No one should know. Lin Jianqing frowned, unable to think of who could leak the information. After all, Li Chunfeng had repeatedly clashed and lost his foundation, and he was no longer trusted by the current regime. Cousin, since he has already left the Martial Arts Academy, should we? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, making a gesture across his throat. Lin Jianqing understood Wang Lin's meaning, but still confidently shook his head, sneering, it doesn't matter whether he notices or not. Let's just watch the show. Wang Lin suddenly realized, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Cousin is brilliant. Let this kid watch helplessly as his wife is taken and toyed with. Then we can kill him afterward. Hee hee. Let's go. We should also go take a look. Lin Jianqing sneered, taking Wang Lin with him in a carriage to chase after Su Chen. The Deluo Chamber of Commerce in the royal capital was undoubtedly the most luxurious entertainment venue in the entire country. Not only did it have everything for eating, drinking, and playing, but it also offered high-consumption activities that ordinary people could hardly imagine, making it extremely popular among the nobility of the royal capital. Today, A luxurious carriage adorned with a true dragon robe and red gold was parked at the main entrance of the Deluo Chamber of Commerce. Although it blocked the path of pedestrians, no one dared to complain. After all, the true dragon robe and red gold was a high specification only used by the Dechu royal family. Who would dare to say anything? Call your manager out. A man dressed in a python robe, with a pale face and no beard, glanced at the Deluo Chamber of Commerce steward who came forward to greet him and said arrogantly. Behind him were 4 burly men in golden heavy armor, all with profound cultivation levels, clearly of extraordinary origin. The steward of the Deluo Chamber of Commerce vaguely guessed their identity and did not dare to be negligent, quickly inviting the manager over. Not long after, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a blue dress walked out. Despite her cold demeanor, she exuded an irresistibly gentle charm that made people unable to help but look at her a few more times. Look, she is the newly appointed manager of the Daluo Merchant Alliance, Yi Qingsheng. Is she really Yi Qingsheng? Just as the rumor said, she is as beautiful as a fairy. Gentle and captivating, an unparalleled beauty. She looks just like someone out of a painting. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior at all compared to the current favorite concubine, Lin Marin. Her gentle and cool disposition also carries a hint of inherent charm. I didn't expect our great Chu to have such a stunning beauty. How come I never heard of her before? I don't know. But since she took office as the manager, the Daluo Merchant Alliance has been bustling every day, with customer traffic increasing tenfold. If I had known there was such a beauty, I would have come even if it cost a fortune. Your few coins won't even reach the level of the manager. As soon as Yi Qingsheng appeared, all the guests in the hall looked over, exclaiming in admiration, unable to divert their gaze. Even those playboys instinctively released the hands of the beautiful attendants beside them and walked towards Yi Qingsheng. This young lady, I am the son of the Marquis of Wooding. May I invite you for tea? Miss Yi, I am the son of the Duke of Jinghua. I would like to invite you to dinner. One by one, the playboys surrounded her, introducing themselves, all of them being noble and powerful. However, Yi Qingsheng frowned slightly, clearly feeling a bit repulsed. But before she could politely decline, a man dressed in a python robe, with a pale face and no beard, stepped forward and shouted in a sharp voice. Get lost? Are you looking for death? Such an arrogant voice made those noble sons quite angry. But when they saw the python robe on the man, they immediately trembled and stepped aside, not daring to utter a sound. Through the reminders of the attendants and the actions of the noble sons, Yi Qingsheng roughly realized the man's identity. Noble guests, please come in. Yi Qingsheng slightly bowed and gracefully made an inviting gesture. Miss, you need not be polite. I am here on behalf of my master, inviting you to the Daming Lake to enjoy the moon. Hee hee. The python robe man's laughter was sharp and uncomfortable. Daming Lake, the royal garden? It really is that place. Someone recognized the implication in his words and was about to curse when they were covered by someone nearby, who hissed a warning. How despicable. He has already collected all the beauties in the world and still won't let this one go? For many years, anyone with a bit of beauty has not escaped his grasp, and we are only allowed to play with the leftovers. This ethereal beauty has indeed caught his eye. How infuriating. Hush, have you forgotten the fate of Princess Tianyu? As soon as Princess Tianyu was mentioned, everyone, including some noble sons who had their own thoughts, obediently shut their mouths. Yi Qingsheng's gaze also became serious. Since coming to the royal capital, she had heard the name Daming Lake from many distinguished guests. That is the place where the royal family indulges in pleasure. Sorry, I have matters to attend to. I cannot accompany you. Yi Qingsheng rejected directly. Miss Yi, your trivial matters cannot compare to the importance of enjoying the moon with my master. The python-robed man smiled ominously, his eyes suddenly becoming cold, and he threatened with a stern tone, "Do not be unappreciative." Saying this, he intentionally or unintentionally revealed the golden token at his waist, his expression extremely arrogant. In his view, as long as this token with supreme privileges was shown, who in the world would dare to disobey? However, Yi Qingsheng merely narrowed her eyes and said, I will not accompany you. After saying that, she turned to leave. At this, even those noble sons were shocked. No one had ever dared to resist that man's power. Yi Qingsheng was the first, which made them admire her even more. Insolence. The python-robed man was immediately enraged, pointing at Yi Qingsheng and shouting, "What are you? How dare you question my master's orders? Today, you will go whether you want to or not. Under heaven, no one has ever dared to oppose my master." Saying this, he gestured to a few guards behind him, intending to forcibly take Yi Qingsheng away. "Stop. My lady is not only the manager of the Daluo Merchant Alliance, but also a friend of Master Xianyang from the Dan Alliance. Let us see who dares to use force." Qingzhu and Lanxiang rushed forward, drawing their swords in defense. They didn't care about the other party's identity. They could not allow their lady to be forced. "Bold! The Daluo Merchant Alliance is on the territory of our great Shu kingdom and must be respected. As for Master Xianyang, does he dare to oppose our great Shu royal family?" The python-robed man was furious. Since he began working for his master, everywhere he went was met with respect and obedience. No one had ever dared to resist. Boom! Boom! Two guards of the Xuanwu realm immediately acted, unleashing powerful force, instantly sending Qingzhu and Lanxiang flying. The other two guards quickly stepped forward, reaching for Yi Qingsheng. Alas, what a pity! Yi Qingsheng had just arrived and was still unaware of the situation in the royal capital. Otherwise, she would regret coming here. That man's dictatorial power. Who doesn't he know? Who in our great Shu can resist? Everyone sighed in regret, even imagining Yi Qingsheng's miserable state after being violated. But fearing the royal power, people only dare to be angry but not speak out. "Let her go." Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, deep and chilling, echoing through every corner of the hall like thunder. Everyone looked towards the door in unison. A young man dressed in martial arts attire strode in, exuding an imposing aura, especially in his narrow eyes, filled with overwhelming killing intent. He fixed his gaze on the python-robed man and the others, making the air in the room instantly freeze. Chapter 52. Royal Decree? What a load of nonsense. Finally caught up, cousin. The show is about to begin. A horse-drawn carriage stopped on the street outside the Daluo Merchant Alliance, with Wang Lin and Lin Jianqing sitting inside, watching the situation inside the Merchant Alliance, their faces revealing cold smiles. At this moment, the temperature in the Merchant Alliance hall plummeted, making many people feel strange. How could a young man, not yet 20, have such intense killing intent? It was as if he had just walked out of a battlefield. Seeing him dressed in martial arts attire, he should be a direct disciple of the Martial Arts Academy. There are many direct disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. If he wants to be a hero saving the beauty, he should choose his target wisely. Acting so recklessly is like seeking death. The crowd scrutinized Su Chen for a moment, most shaking their heads dismissively. "Who are you? How dare you shout here?" The leading python-robed man glanced at Su Chen, his sinister eyes filled with threats. "I am her man, and who are you?" Su Chen fearlessly countered the threat, his tone resolute. Upon seeing Su Chen, Yi Qingsheng's eyes instantly sparkled with a different light, and her heart became incredibly calm. She knew that Su Chen would never let anyone bully her. "Oh, so you are that Su Chen." The python-robed man's eyes shifted, immediately revealing an arrogant demeanor. Looking down at Su Chen with his nostrils in the air, as a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, "You should dedicate everything to the royal family and unconditionally obey their orders, understand?" Saying this, he once again displayed the golden token at his waist, symbolizing royal authority. "Now my master is inviting her to Daming Lake to enjoy the moon. This is your honor." The python-robed man looked at Su Chen with an air of superiority, a sneer on his face. He could no longer remember how many times he had done such things, and everywhere he went, people would obediently offer everything, with no one ever daring to resist. What a load of nonsense. I don't understand, nor do I want to understand. If you don't want to die, get lost right now. Su Chen. The atmosphere on the scene immediately changed. Everyone looked at Su Chen with astonished eyes, as if they were looking at a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. A direct disciple of the Martial Arts Academy is very impressive in other places. But in the royal capital, isn't that just a handful? Even those noble princes and heirs dare not resist the royal power. Su Chen is simply unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. "Insolent!" The man in the python robe shouted sharply, his gaze suddenly turning cold and sinister. "Dare to defy the royal decree? Do you want to rebel?" If you know what's good for you, let your wife come with me immediately, and I can spare your life." Upon hearing this, Su Chen was immediately filled with rage, handing over his wife. What kind of nonsense royal decree is this? Such a shameless person still dares to demand unconditional submission? Su Chen, you must understand that it is the royal family that established the great Chu kingdom. In this world, the royal family's orders are the laws of heaven. Anyone who dares to defy them will be turned to dust. The python-robed man's tone was forceful and domineering. "Shut your mouth, Su Chen roared. Whoever dares to touch my woman, I will make him turn to ash." Su Chen was furious, his eyes filled with brutal killing intent. "This is rebellion." The python-robed man trembled with anger, having never seen such a hard-headed person, and immediately exploded in rage. "What are you all waiting for? Why aren't you taking him down? Anyone who dares to resist will be executed on the spot." The four attendants, initially shocked, quickly reacted and drew their swords to step forward. Boom, boom, boom. They were all palace guards, their auras thick, having reached the third level of the Xuanwu realm. Moreover, they were clad in heavy armor, wielding spirit weapons, exuding unmatched might. In contrast, Su Chen had only reached the third level of the true martial realm, and that was after a month of sleepless nights, exhausting all his pills and spirit stones to barely reach his limit. Crazy. Although handing over his woman was humiliating, it was better than losing his life. The young man didn't understand the need for subtlety and patience. Being too hard could lead to breaking. Everyone shook their heads, believing Su Chen was doomed. However, Su Chen quickly demonstrated through action that subtlety and compliance were excuses for the weak. The strong never needed these. Arrogance must be eradicated if they use force to oppress. Then shake the heavens. Buzz. At that moment, a mighty spiritual force suddenly erupted from Su Chen, instantly locking onto the surrounding void. Experts could feel an invisible barrier appearing, dividing the space. With a whoosh, Su Chen erupted in an instant. In a flash, he crossed over Tianlong, appearing in front of the first attendant. Bang! A punch shattered the heavy armor. The spirit weapon flew from his hand, and the man rolled away like a cannonball. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, another afterimage passed by, and the second heavily armored attendant was similarly knocked down by a terrifying force, falling unconscious. Following were the third and fourth. In the blink of an eye, the four powerful Xuanwu realm attendants lay on the ground like dead pigs, unaware of their fate. Throughout it all, people only saw a dazzling golden afterimage, like a swimming dragon, sweeping past, and then there was nothing. When people came to their senses, Su Chen had already appeared like a ghost in front of the python-robed man. The contemptuous smile on the python-robed man's face had not yet faded when a powerful hand, like a dragon's claw, seized his head and forcefully pressed it towards the ground. Boom! The floor shattered, and the entire hall shook violently. The python-robed man's bloodied face was flattened, letting out a hysterical scream. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't he at the true martial realm? How could he be so powerful? What just happened? In the blink of an eye, he incapacitated 4 Xuanwu realm attendants. Could it be that he could teleport? Now, things had escalated. Everyone felt their hearts tremble, struggling to breathe. They were not only terrified by Su Chen's unmatched power, but also incredulous at his audacity. Once he made a move, it was a provocation of royal authority. They didn't care about the reasons behind it or whether it was righteous. As long as their authority was provoked, it was a crime worthy of death. Who instructed you? If you want to live, speak. Su Chen lifted the python-robed man's head, blood still gushing. He could tell the python-robed man was a eunuch holding a gold medal symbolizing the royal family. But with so many powerful families, who knew which one he belonged to? What did this mean? And he still wanted to settle accounts with the royal family behind him? Everyone felt Su Chen had gone mad. You lowly commoner. Dare to defy the royal authority, and you will soon be subjected to 1,000 cuts, exterminated along with your 9 clans. The python-robed man screamed hoarsely, his mouth full of blood. He wasn't afraid of death. He just knew that betraying his master would result in a fate 100 times worse than death. Looking for death, Su Chen's eyes narrowed, ready to press the man's head down again. Cousin Su Chen, is he crazy? On the carriage on the street, Wang Lin was stunned. It was only now that he understood how lawless and arrogant Su Chen was. He dared to hit someone from the royal family. Compared to him, the suffering he had endured seemed justified. Lin Jianqing frowned, previously thinking Su Chen was just a naive youth unafraid of tigers. But now it seemed that Su Chen's madness exceeded his imagination. He was about to tear the heavens apart. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a poised woman walking out of the Daluo Merchant Alliance, and his expression changed instantly. She was here too? This place is not suitable for staying long. We should leave, Lin Jianqing said, his expression changing. Who is it? Wang Lin turned to look and was instantly frightened, retracting his head. No matter what, Su Chen was doomed. Lin Jianqing lay back in the carriage, breathing a sigh of relief while revealing a sinister smile. Yes, daring to oppose her. Even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he couldn't escape death. A vicious smile appeared on Wang Lin's face as well. Inside, the Daluo Merchant Alliance, the once arrogant eunuch began to plead for mercy under the threat of death. Spare me, Su Chen. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Please spare me. The python-robed man repeatedly begged for mercy, but never dared to reveal the master behind him. Su Chen no longer wasted words with him and was about to kill him. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared beside Su Chen, extending a slender hand to grasp his wrist. This person appeared silently and moved with frightening speed. Even Su Chen couldn't react in time. Is that Wu Anjuan? My God, this killing god is here too. Wasn't it said that she was at odds with that person? Why would she help that person subordinate? The noble sons present recognized the newcomer and were instantly shaken. Their eyes filled with awe and fear. Wu Anjuan, Mu Jingchen, a founding hero of the Great Chu, gifted since childhood, with a peculiar and arrogant temperament. She rarely respected anyone and would take lives over trivial disagreements. Many young rascals have been crippled or even killed by her, yet no one dared to intervene. After graduating from the Martial Arts Academy, she joined the military and achieved remarkable feats, instilling fear in enemy nations, and even the court had to show her respect, being titled the highest military honor of Wu Anjuan. Her own strength was unmatched, not inferior to Li Chuanfeng, and she was a pillar of the kingdom. Thus, the entitled noble youths were most afraid of her, a heavenly martial realm expert. In an instant, Su Chen felt that the owner of the hand was indeed incredibly powerful. Following the hand upward, Su Chen saw a cold, sharp face, clad in a red robe and soft armor, with hair tied back, exuding an aura of heroism. Let go. Spare him this time. It's for your own good. Mu Jingchen turned his head to look at Su Chen, his cold face showing no signs of emotional change. Chapter 53. General Wu and Mu Jingchen. Su Chen let go of his hand and stared directly at Mu Jingchen, his eyes slightly narrowing. Let him go. Could it be that you're also of royal blood? Su Chen's voice was very cold. A Tianwu realm cultivator could not intimidate him. Mu Jingchen narrowed his phoenix eyes and fixed his gaze on Su Chen, causing the air around them to drop to an icy point. Everyone couldn't help but shiver, but they dare not breathe. The fear of Mu Jingchen was ingrained in their bones. For the sake of Old Li, I won't hold it against you. After a long while, Mu Jingchen finally withdrew his gaze, and the surrounding air gradually eased. With a thought, he could change the world without a trace. Such methods were astonishing and unprecedented. You all can leave. Go back and tell your master to stop while he's ahead. Mu Jingchen glanced at the man in the python robe and said, Thank you, General Wu. The man in the python robe felt as if he had received a great pardon, not daring to make a sound, and with the support of his guards. He trembled and ran away. Seeing this, the young nobles present were all taken aback. While others might not know who the master behind the man in the python robe was, they were all too clear. The fact that Mu Jingchen let that person know when to stop was incredibly imposing. The pillar of the kingdom was indeed different. So General Wu and was helping Su Chen. Did they know each other? Although General Wu and was born into a noble family of the Great Chu Kingdom, he had trained in the Eastern Courtyard and had been taught by Li Chuanfeng, which probably explained it. Everyone suddenly understood. They realized that Mu Jingchen seemed to have saved the lives of the man in the python robe and others, but in reality, he was helping Su Chen. Otherwise, if Su Chen had gone for the kill, there would have been no turning back. General Wu and Mu Jingchen, Su Chen was not unfamiliar with this name, and Master Xianyang had introduced him before, leaving a deep impression. Mu Jingchun, General Wu and of the Great Chu Kingdom, commands 1,000,000 soldiers and is known as the god of killing. He once single-handedly broke through 18 cities of enemy nations and slaughtered tens of thousands of strong warriors, shocking the world with a single battle. She was also the pillar of the Great Chu Kingdom, and the broken blade at her waist was said to be a treasure brought back from the great wilderness by the master of the Western Eastern Courtyard 50 years ago. Is that the blade? Su Chen's gaze instantly fell on the blade at Mu Jingchun's waist. Unfortunately, the sheath was also meticulously crafted, comparable to a spiritual weapon, completely sealing the blade's aura, making it difficult for him to sense. However, the hilt was indeed extremely ancient, with many pits and filled with the marks of time. Miss, look at how the young master as Su Chen was staring intently at Mu Jingchun's waist, and Lan Xiang suddenly felt a bit angry. Although Mu Jingchun had a cold and stern face, it must be said that both his appearance and figure were outstanding, and with that rare heroic spirit, he indeed attracted the attention of the opposite sex more easily. Although Su Chen was not focused on these things, he had been somewhat invested just now, inevitably leading to misunderstandings. At this moment, feeling the gazes from Yi Qingsheng and others, he couldn't help but blush. "Young Master Su, are you all right?" Master Xianyang hurriedly ran in. As soon as he received the news, he rushed over. But there was still some distance between the Dan Alliance and the Great Luo Business Alliance, which inevitably caused some delay. "Thank you, Master, for coming to help. We're fine now." Yi Qingsheng politely stepped forward to greet him. No, it's good that you're all right." Master Xianyang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been worried that Su Chen would become furious and slaughter the royal palace's people, which would have been a huge problem. "Old Xianyang, has the Grand Elder returned?" Mu Jingchun suddenly asked Master Xianyang, a hint of urgency flashing in her cold eyes. "So General Wu is also here." After greeting Master Xianyang, he shook his head and said, "The Grand Elder has been called away by other branches to refine pills and has not returned yet. The precious medicinal material we finally found cannot be preserved for long. Can you notify the Grand Elder to return as soon as possible?" Mu Jingchun said in a deep voice. "The Grand Elder is currently far away in a foreign country, and even if he can return immediately, it will take at least a month to travel," Master Xianyang said with difficulty. Mu Jingchun frowned, disappointment evident on her face. But at that moment, Master Xianyang looked at Su Chen, who was joking with Yi Qingsheng, and his eyes lit up. He walked to Mu Jingchun's side and whispered something. "Him? What I need is a 5th grade high-level pill. Are you joking with me?" Mu Jingchun turned her head to look at Su Chen, her cold eyes filled with distrust. The difficulty of refining 5th grade pills is already extremely high, and that rare medicinal material is something I can only find one of. It cannot fail. Furthermore, even a master alchemist cannot guarantee a 100 success rate. Not to mention Su Chen, a young man who is not even 20 and whose cultivation is only at the true martial realm. Feeling Mu Jingchun's anger, Master Xianyang did not dare to speak further. "General Wu, and do not underestimate young Master Su. He is a top alchemist registered with our Dan Alliance," Master Xianyang said seriously, raising his voice deliberately. His loud declaration was also to protect Su Chen, making those with ulterior motives wary. The power of a top alchemist is not something ordinary people can measure. "What? Su Chen is also an alchemist? Is this for real? A top alchemist? How old is he?" Not only Mu Jingchun, but everyone present found it hard to believe. Even Yi Qingsheng and those close to Su Chen were dumbfounded. It's important to note that only ordinary alchemists can refine 1st or 2nd grade pills. Only those who can refine 3rd grade pills and above can be called alchemists. And a top alchemist is someone who can refine 5th grade pills. Going further, one can become a nationally renowned alchemy master like the Grand Elder of the Dan Alliance. The path of alchemy is complex and vast, requiring much more time than martial arts cultivation and cannot be rushed. However, since this came out of Master Xuanyang's mouth, people had to take it seriously. Moreover, the alchemists registered with the Dan Alliance are all verifiable, and no fakes can be made. "Young Master, you really are." Lan Xiang's mouth dropped open, completely stunned. Yi Qingsheng also wore a face of disbelief. "Don't be so excited. I prefer to keep a low profile. Su Chen smiled and nodded. He wasn't intentionally hiding it, but saying it out loud was too exaggerated and frightening, just like now. Everyone, just now, when you were about to go on a killing spree, where was there any hint of being low-key? Are you sure? Mu Jingchen stared at Master Xianyang again. Let's put it this way. Currently, in the Dan Alliance, apart from young Master Su, there is no one who can refine the pills that General Wuan needs. Master Xianyang said solemnly. Mu Jingchen fell silent, staring at Su Chen for a long time without speaking. She had only one medicinal material and had to consider it carefully. All right, I will trust him this once. In the end, Mu Jingchen slowly nodded. She had no other choice. In the entire Great Chu Kingdom, there was only one alchemy master, the Grand Elder of the Dan Alliance. But the medicinal material she found could not be stored for a month, so she had to take a gamble. Trust me once? Did I agree? Su Chen turned to look at Mu Jingchen and snorted coldly. Mu Jingchen shot him a cold glare, seemingly about to explode on the spot. Fortunately, Master Xianyang hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Haha, it's too noisy here. Let us return to the Dan Alliance first and discuss. After saying that, Master Xianyang invited Su Chen, Yi Qingsheng, and the others onto his carriage. Mu Jingchen huffed and mounted her red-scaled dragon horse, also heading towards the Dan Alliance. People watched from afar, their hearts stirred. My goodness, it turns out Su Chen is a registered alchemist of the Dan Alliance. No wonder he is so confident and dares to challenge the royal family. Not only that, he is also a martial arts genius, and his future achievements might not be weaker than those of the Marquis of Wu. However, everyone knows how narrow-minded that person is. He probably won't let this go easily. If that's the case, it will be quite a spectacle to watch. Everyone sighed, faintly sensing that the seemingly calm waters of the royal capital were about to stir with hidden currents. Dan Alliance, are you going to refine or not? Mu Jingchen, clearly a hot-tempered person, burst in and glared at Su Chen. You say you refine, but why should you? Su Chen remained unafraid and sneered. If you dare not to refine, don't think you can go anywhere in the future. I was just planning to accompany my wife here. If you don't refine, do you believe I will beat you up? I admit I can't beat you right now, but if you hit me, you will never get your hands on any elixirs in this lifetime. Mu Jingchen trembled with anger. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat calmly in the chair, looking as if nothing could be done to him, which only made Mu Jingchen more furious. Well done, my husband. Let her sulk all day and shout orders, and just refuse to refine for her. It's driving her crazy. Outside, Lan Xiang and the arriving Qiu were eavesdropping by the door, covering their mouths and laughing. It's really strange. My husband is young and impulsive, but I heard Mu Jingchen is over 30. Why is she still acting like a child? Arguing with him? Qiu also had a puzzled expression. Immature, Qing Zhu stood beside them, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor. Inside, Master Xianyang quickly served tea and tried to mediate. Both of you should calm down. Let us sit down and talk it out, haha. Mu Jingchen was panting with anger, gulping down the steaming tea, but her cold expression didn't change one bit. Show some mercy. Why bother? Just now they helped us. Yi Qingchang couldn't stand it anymore and gently said to Su Chen, Look at her. Does she look like someone begging for help? Su Chen calmly sipped his tea. Mu Jingchen glared at him again, seemingly about to explode. Yi Qingsheng and Master Xianyang rubbed their foreheads, sighing unsure what to do. Surprisingly, this time Mu Jingchen actually suppressed her anger. Master Su, may I ask how you can help me refine elixirs? Mu Jingchen tried to use a gentle tone, but she was gritting her teeth in frustration. This sudden change took everyone by surprise. It was clear that the elixir was extremely important to her. All right, in light of my wife's status, I can help you once. Su Chen put down his teacup and said casually, However, as long as you can help me refine the elixirs, feel free to state any conditions. Mu Jingchen's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up. Chapter 54. Yuan Essence Refining Divine Elixir. Just as Mu Jingchen eagerly awaited Su Chen to state his conditions, she noticed that he was staring at her waist, and she immediately felt both embarrassed and angry. Have you seen enough? Your wife is still here. Hearing Mu Jingchen's sharp voice, Yi Qingsheng instinctively looked at Su Chen. Mr. Su must be very interested in that knife, right? Master Xianyang quickly cleared his throat and tried to smooth things over. Su Chen nodded appreciatively at Master Xianyang. Just now, Yi Qingqing's gaze made him feel a bit awkward. You can have anything, but that knife is off limits. Mu Jingchen quickly gripped the hilt of the knife, her eyes wary. For many martial artists, a weapon is like a limb, or even life itself, something they cannot part with. Everything else is negotiable. Su Chen studied Mu Jingchen, smiling lightly. Mu Jingchen's heart suddenly sank, wondering if she had encountered a lecherous person. 3 conditions. First, let me borrow that knife for a look. Second, tell me who is behind that dead eunuch. Third, I want spirit stones, a lot of spirit stones. Su Chen stated directly. Upon hearing this, Mu Jingchen was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that simple? While she breathed a sigh of relief, she looked at Su Chen with suspicion. Otherwise, do you really think I'm interested in you? Su Chen shook his head and laughed. What? Am I not good looking? Mu Jingchen's temper flared again. She had always been confident in her looks and figure. Countless young talents in the great Chu kingdom regarded her as a goddess. At first, she really thought Su Chen had those kinds of intentions. But now it seems Su Chen was only interested in the knife. Not really. But compared to my Qingsheng, you're still lacking a bit. Su Chen smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing's face flushed, but she felt sweet in her heart. Oof. Mu Jingchen snorted, no longer retorting, but gazed at Su Chen and said, You can look at the knife. But are you sure you want to know who was behind that dead eunuch? Master Xianyang seemed somewhat worried and advised Su Chen. Sometimes knowing too much can be detrimental. But Su Chen didn't care who it was. Anyone who had designs on his woman would have to pay the price. You really are audacious. Mu Jingchen looked at Su Chen with a hint of admiration. Then, she took down the knife and handed it to Su Chen. After learning the identity of that person, Su Chen showed no signs of panic or fear. His gaze merely turned cold, releasing a hint of chill. Yi Qingsheng quickly covered Su Chen's hand. Upon hearing that person's identity, she was genuinely shocked, fearing that Su Chen would act impulsively. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I'm not foolish. Patting Yi Qingqing's hand, Su Chen comforted her. Then he drew the knife. And instantly a chilling and fierce sword aura surged, as if it wanted to freeze the entire world. Although only a 2-foot blade remained, Su Chen still felt an ancient, mysterious, grand, and vast sword force from it. That feeling was somewhat reminiscent of his comprehension of the great wilderness, Sword Dao, perhaps even more ancient. Subsequently, he asked about the origins of this knife. Master Xianyang only knew a rough outline, while Mu Jingchen must know the details. Old Li said that place is full of terror, a terror that surpasses understanding. Mu Jingchen said solemnly. The old Li she referred to was Li Chunfeng, a gifted yet nearly century-old legendary figure who had exhausted his lifespan. You must know that an average Tianwu realm cultivator can easily live for over 300 years. The murderous aura of that place is incredibly terrifying. This knife only retains a trace of it, yet old Li couldn't suppress it and thus bestowed it upon me. At the end, Mu Jingchen's expression showed a hint of pride. Her talent was also extremely high. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to wield this knife. Most likely, it was taken from another burial heaven realm. After she closed the scabbard, Su Chen's heart was still somewhat unsettled. Hard work pays off. The second burial heaven ring seems to be within reach. This is indeed a matter of life and death. I know what you're thinking, but I still want to warn you. That place is a death trap, not somewhere just anyone can enter. Mu Jingchen said. Then you don't need to worry about that. Let us start refining. Su Chen tossed the knife back to her, speaking nonchalantly. Oof. Good intentions treated as donkey liver and lungs. Mu Jingchen snorted, then carefully took out a jade bottle from her storage bag. A cold chill immediately rushed over, making even the fully realized Su Chen shiver. Is this the legendary Billu Ocean Water Yuan essence? Looking at the crystal-clear, light blue liquid in the jade bottle, Master Xianyang's eyes widened. This is a type of heavenly treasure that can only occasionally be born in places where spiritual energy condenses into rain. It contains an extremely rich and pure power of heaven and earth, possessing miraculous effects for reshaping the body, breaking limits, and cleansing the spirit. The so-called Beihuang Tian Shui refers to the water that descends from the heavens. The so-called Yuan Jing is the essence nurtured by heaven and earth. This is a gift from the rules of heaven and earth, absolutely impossible to be mass-produced artificially. Moreover, such treasures are part of heaven and earth, and they are extremely volatile. Even top-quality spiritual tools cannot be stored for long. You want to refine a Yuan Jing spirit pill? Su Chen frowned slightly. This type of pill, while having some effect on strengthening the physical body and mental strength, primarily serves to heal injuries. Looking at Mu Jingxin's vibrant appearance, he doesn't seem to be injured at all. This is not something for you to worry about. Mu Jingxin seized every opportunity to retort Su Chen. Prepare 10 million spirit stones. After saying that, Su Chen picked up the jade bottle and the auxiliary material from the storage bag, and, under Master Xianyang's lead, walked towards the alchemy room. Money grubber, you better succeed in refining it. Mu Jingxin glared at Su Chen's back, shaking his fist in frustration. 10 million spirit stones is no small sum. Even though her military achievements are remarkable and her wealth is substantial, she still has to tighten her belt. But Su Chen gave her no room for negotiation at all. Upon hearing that Su Chen was going to start alchemy, countless alchemists from the Alchemy Alliance were stirred. Many of them were quite dissatisfied with Master Xianyang's designation of Su Chen as a top alchemist. How can someone under 20 with only true martial realm cultivation be considered an alchemist? I want to see what abilities he has. That old man Xianyang must be getting senile, fooled by this kid. Several elders from the Alchemy Alliance also appeared, some of whom had grievances with Master Xianyang, sneering and eager to see a joke. Our son-in-law is a genius in alchemy, so age and cultivation should not be the criteria. Qiuju defended Su Chen fiercely, looking at everyone with indignation. You, don't speak too confidently, or it will be quite embarrassing. He just joined the Alchemy Alliance a few days ago. What does he know about alchemical talent? I have practiced alchemy for 30 years to become a master alchemist, and I'm already a top genius in alchemy. What is Su Chen? Although alchemists hold a transcendent status, internal competition and comparisons are very intense. The so-called peer rivalry is probably like this. Qiuju, ignore these frogs at the bottom of the well. Just follow me inside later, watch closely, and learn well. Su Chen pulled Qiuju behind him and said, Yes, son-in-law. Qiuju replied excitedly. A bunch of fools. Just watch with your eyes wide open today. Under the gaze of the crowd, Master Xianyang sneered in his heart and led Su Chen into the alchemy room. The alchemy room of the Alchemy Alliance is spacious and luxurious. Master Xianyang's dedicated room is even more so. The top-quality spiritual tool-level alchemy furnace, with the array drawing in a raging fire, greatly assists in alchemy. Young Master Su, may I? Master Xianyang rubbed his hands beside him. Just watch. Su Chen nodded and sat quietly beside the alchemy furnace. Master Xianyang pulled Qiuju to sit at a distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Little Qiuju, make sure to watch closely later. It will definitely benefit you for a lifetime, Master Xianyang said while rubbing his hands. After receiving guidance from Su Chen last time and practicing for some time, he was already able to proficiently refine top-grade 4th-tier pills. This time, learning a few more techniques from Su Chen, he was confident he could attempt to refine 5th-tier pills. He would make a significant leap closer to becoming a master of alchemy. Qiuju nodded solemnly. It was her first time watching her son-in-law refine pills, and she had been wide-eyed, not daring to blink. Boom! As the furnace was ignited, the temperature in the alchemy room instantly soared. As usual, Su Chen quickly mixed the ingredients and then threw all the auxiliary materials into the alchemy furnace. Qiuju watched in astonishment, but soon, under Su Chen's control, flames surged up, obediently refining each type of auxiliary material and then merging the medicinal power. Such exquisite technique is nearly divine. This is something we can't learn. Ordinary people should follow the recipe step by step and slowly refine the auxiliary materials. Master Xianyang continuously explained to Qiuju from the side, as they mainly learned Su Chen's fire control and pill fusion techniques. Even if they could comprehend a hint, they could shine in the future. When all the auxiliary materials were refined, it was time for the Beihuang Tian Shui Yuan Jing to make its appearance. Crackle. A terrifying chill instantly dispelled the high temperature in the alchemy room, plunging everyone into the depths of winter. Even the earth vein fire transformed into blue flames at this moment, losing its usual violent intensity, looking as if it would extinguish at any moment. Watch closely. The critical moment is here. Master Xianyang and Qiu Ju widened their eyes. Su Chen formed a hand seal and drew on the earth vein fire, causing a rolling fire dragon of azure flames to rise, swirling into the alchemy furnace, wrapping around the Beihuang Tian, Shui Yuan Jing, and starting to refine it wildly. Su Chen's hand techniques changed frequently, always precisely controlling the heat, maximizing the preservation of medicinal power while merging with the Beihuang Tian, Shui Yuan Jing. In an instant, it seemed as if a hazy azure lotus was blooming inside the alchemy furnace, when a pill, as blue as the sky and sparkling like stars, slowly condensed like a lotus seed. The entire alchemy room was instantly filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. The pill was successfully formed. Perfect. The quality is perfect. Master Xianyang exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 55. The Fury of King Chu. Inside the royal palace, the buildings were numerous, grand, and majestic. A group of useless fools. You can't even handle this small matter? A young man, dressed messily with a sickly complexion, lay on a golden dragon throne, speaking in a light yet cold tone. But his entire being was filled with an air of supremacy, as if he regarded the world as nothing. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. That Su Chen is too arrogant. Not only did he openly defy the king's orders, but he almost killed his servant. The man in the python robe, who returned to report, trembled and cried on the ground. His master was none other than the ruler of the great Chu kingdom, the supreme King Chu of this land. Su Chen, a mere disciple of the martial arts academy, who gave him the audacity. King Chu squinted his eyes and said disdainfully, "Immediately take troops, raid his house, and bring the Yi Qingcheng back to me." His tone was low and slow, yet filled with an irresistible murderous intent. He was the ruler of this land, wielding the power of life and death, and anyone who dared to defy him would be crushed to pieces. Your Majesty, a small Su Chen is nothing. But there's also the military general present. She not only protects Su Chen, but also spoke arrogantly. The man in the python robe remained prostrate, but his eyes were filled with resentment. King Chu suddenly sat up, his eyes reddening, staring at the man in the python robe like a ferocious beast, coldly asking, "What did she say?" In his eyes, Su Chen was like an ant, but the military general had to be taken seriously by King Chu. She said for your Majesty to know when to stop. The man in the python robe stammered out, then directly lay down on the ground, not daring to move. Insolence. Sure enough, King Chu slammed the table, the terrifying force shattering the pure gold table into dust. Does she have any sense of the hierarchy between ruler and subject? How dare she lecture this king? Who does she think she is? This king only appointed her as military general out of respect for her Mu family's generations of loyalty to the royal family. If she is ungrateful, this king can still crush her. King Chu shouted hysterically, his hair disheveled, and his eyes bloodshot, resembling a ferocious beast. What he valued most was authority. No one could provoke it. Otherwise, it would be seen as disloyalty and unfilial, deserving of 1,000 cuts. Your Majesty, please calm down. The old white-haired eunuch beside him hurriedly advised. Your Majesty, the military general is after all a descendant of the founding heroes, and for many years has led the army to suppress uprisings and hunt down rebels, achieving remarkable merit. It would be unwise to act against her lightly. The old eunuch spoke earnestly, not out of intention to protect the military general, but mainly out of fear of her. After all, the Marquis of Wuhan was a disciple of Li Chunfeng, known as the greatest master of Great Chu, and he was also a notorious madman, basically ignoring anyone's accounts. Mu Jingshen, Li Chunfeng, the expression on the Chu king's face darkened, gritting his teeth. This world is mine. How can I allow them to be so arrogant and unrestrained? All along, he had been extremely arrogant, believing that he was the only one in the world who was great, glorious, and correct, thinking he alone could clear the world and pacify the universe. Therefore, he only needed obedient dogs and did not require loyal ministers who would speak contrary to him. Your Majesty, your Huanhe death-claiming skill has already reached great success. Why not summon the Marquis of Wuhan to the palace? The old eunuch's eyes shifted, and he immediately said with a sly smile, with your methods, conquering a woman is simply a piece of cake, right? The Huanhe death-claiming skill is a technique for collecting yin to supplement yang, sacrificing a cauldron to strengthen oneself. The more cauldrons collected, the stronger one becomes. With almost no bottlenecks to speak of, although such methods, which do not require personal effort but instead deprive others of their bloodline power, are extremely evil and despised by the public. They suit the Chu king's intentions, satisfying lust while gaining strength effortlessly. Could there be anything better than this in the world? As for the lives of those cauldrons, he couldn't care less. It was the duty and honor of those lowly people to sacrifice themselves for him. The ruler of the kingdom. That little wretch, her bloodline is somewhat special. Otherwise, how could I allow her to be so rampant until now? At this point, a hint of resentment flashed in the Chu king's eyes. He had long coveted Mu Jingshun, whose figure and appearance could be described as exquisite, and had even attempted to act on it once, only to end in failure. Such an embarrassing matter was not something he could publicly announce. He could only endure for now. At least Li Chuanfeng's lifespan was nearing its end, and once the Marquis of Wuhan lost this backing, it would not be too late to find a way to deal with her. The old eunuch sighed. Impossible. What this king desires must be obtained. No one could stop me. The Chu king said coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. For him, this was no longer just about a woman, but about face, about the authority of his rule. Moreover, did you not also say that Yi Qingcheng seems unable to cultivate, yet hides an extremely powerful force within her bloodline, which is the key for this king to break through to the martial arts master level and must be obtained? Whispering to the old eunuch, the Chu king suddenly turned his head to look at the man in the python robe kneeling on the ground. Go, gather the dark guards, and order them to deal with Su Chen quickly. Otherwise, bring his head to me. The Chu king shouted angrily and then swept away. If it couldn't be done openly, then he would take underhanded measures. He was already quite experienced in such matters. The dark guards were his secretly trained loyal hounds, specifically tasked with handling some unspeakable matters for him, and they had never failed to this day. Good. If the dark guards take action, that little beast, Su Chen, is doomed. The man in the python robe finally straightened his back, a malicious smile appearing on his face. Dandelions. Buzz. A brilliant azure halo suddenly passed through the barriers and walls, carrying a rich medicinal fragrance that quickly enveloped the entire dandelions. What? Even the barriers cannot isolate it. This is a sign of a top-grade, 5th-grade pill. How is this possible? Didn't the Marquis of Wuhan want a 5th-grade advanced pill? I think that kid knows he can't refine it. So, he had Xianyonghua buy a top-grade 5th-grade pill with a heavy price to fill the gap. As the azure halo enveloped the surroundings, everyone in the Dan Alliance was in an uproar. The rich water attribute power emanating made them feel as if they were submerged in an ocean, their bodies being nourished like soft water, invigorating them greatly. Mu Jingshun, who had been anxiously waiting with sweaty hands on the knife, now had an expression full of surprise. She was not an alchemist and had never witnessed the phenomenon of a top-grade, 5th-grade pill being refined. But she could feel that the azure halo radiating around was indeed very similar to the aura of the Bai, Luo, Tian, Shui, Yuan Jing. Has it really been refined? Not only Mu Jingshun, but everyone was fixated on the door of the pill room, waiting for verification. Creak. After a long time, the door opened. The first to come out was not Su Chen, but Master Xianyang. He held a pill that was azure and radiant, with a rich halo, trembling with excitement. Ha! Perfect, a pill of perfect quality. Even a master can't do better. Master Xianyang laughed maniacally, as if holding the world's greatest treasure. Xianyang, don't fool us. Is this really refined by Su Chen himself? Everyone immediately surrounded him, staring at the pill, peering incessantly. Fool you? Master Xianyang's expression turned cold. Scoffing. I wish I could. Unfortunately, this kind of perfect pill, not to mention I can't refine it, even if you searched all over the great Chu kingdom. You wouldn't find a second one. Saying this, he flaunted the pill in front of everyone. The pill was transparent, as if washed by water, and the medicinal power was condensed and not dispersed. This was truly a pill of perfect quality. My heavens, such a pure pill. Even ordinary alchemists can't refine it, right? Someone exclaimed. A pill without a trace of impurity. What else could it be but perfect? Is it real? Let me take a look. There were still 2 alchemists present who could refine 5th-grade pills, but they could only make beginner or intermediate ones. Everyone move aside. The impatient Mu Jingchun pushed through the crowd, snatching the pill and examining it carefully. The color, fragrance, and shape were indeed as recorded in ancient texts. It was undoubtedly the Yuan Jing Su Chen. As Mu Jingchun spoke, she herself gasped, her face filled with disbelief. My heavens! A pill of perfect quality. Its effects could enhance several times. Su Chen actually had such an alchemical level. It was simply astonishing. Many alchemy masters, after seeing this, were also amazed. Oof. You bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, dared to doubt me before. Don't you feel embarrassed now? Master Xianyang laughed triumphantly. This time, Su Chen refining pills not only solidified his title as a top alchemy master, but also allowed him to make a grand appearance in the Dan Alliance. Young Master Su has come out. Young Master Su, no? Master Su, could you share some experience? Master Su, we are all fellow alchemists in the Dan Alliance. Please do not hesitate to teach us. Seeing Su Chen come out, a group of alchemy masters frantically surrounded him, as if fighting over an unparalleled treasure. However, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. What he truly loved had always been martial arts. Refining pills was merely a means to make money. After all, such a big business was not something one could encounter casually. Refining those 3rd or 4th grade pills would probably take several months just to earn enough for 10 million spirit stones. Everyone move aside. Master Su has other important matters. Master Xianyang signaled Mu Jingchun, and this female killing god stepped in, which finally intimidated the crowd, rescuing Su Chen from the throng. Those alchemy masters were unwilling, quickly signaling their disciples. The young alchemists immediately rushed towards Qiujuan. Junior sister Qiujuan, I've treated you well in the past. Please teach me how Master Su refines pills. Sister Qiujuan, please tell us. Those alchemy masters who had previously looked down on Qiujuan now all wore flattering expressions. However, Qiujuan had yet to recover from her shock and stood there dazed, staring at Su Chen's back, her eyes filled with fervent admiration and pride. Our family's son-in-law is amazing. This was the only thought in her mind. Chapter 56, 3 months of closed-door training, true martial level 9. In the quiet room, Mu Jingchun carefully stored the pill away, secretly glancing at Su Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. The essence of the sky and water is not an ordinary object. Its energy is extremely unstable. Even for a typical alchemist master, refining it into a high-level 5th-grade pill is quite challenging. However, in Su Chen's hands, it miraculously became a top-grade, 5th-grade pill. If it weren't for the limitation of his mental power, wouldn't he be even more powerful than an alchemist master? Mu Jingchun thought to himself. It's not wrong to say that if it weren't for the limitation of mental power, Su Chen could theoretically refine any pill in the world. Although Su Chen's current mental power is only at the 4th level, which is still a considerable distance from an alchemist master. With the power of the true fire seal and the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth, refining pills below the 5th grade is something those alchemist masters would find difficult to match. It's no wonder such a young alchemical genius would catch the attention of the proud Mu Jingchun. Xianyang, do you know Su Chen's background? Mu Jingchun asked privately. His background is quite clear. It's truly an inspiring story. Master Xianyang highly praised. His bloodline was taken, his dantian was destroyed, and he fell to become a son-in-law of a small family, only to rise again and sweep away everything. Although Master Xianyang's introduction was brief, Mu Jingchun could still feel the hardships and the incredible nature of his story. No wonder the bond between this couple who have gone through hardships is so deep. It made her subconsciously recall the past. At this moment, Su Chen, who was counting a large number of spirit stones in his storage bag, seemed less greedy in her eyes. Kid, since you refined pills for me, I will protect you in the royal capital from now on. If you encounter trouble, You can use my name, Mu Jingchun said with great swagger. You protecting me? Su Chen looked at her in surprise and smiled. What kind of expression is that? She thought. Who is she? The Duke of Wuan into Chu. Even the King of Chu must show her respect. Who would dare to offend her? You are exceptionally talented, but your current cultivation is still too weak. The royal capital is very deep, and you won't be able to grasp it. Mu Jingchen glared at Su Chen. Su Chen remained calm and walked away. However, as he passed by Mu Jingchen, he whispered, I want to trouble Duke Wuan. If you could keep an eye on Qingsheng and the others, I would be grateful. Yi Qingsheng has already been targeted, and Su Chen is indeed a bit worried. After all, he is about to enter seclusion, and then he will head to the great wilderness secret realm. He cannot always be by their side. With the powerful Duke Wuan assisting him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Now that sounds like a human being. Mu Jingchun smiled as she watched Su Chen leave. She wasn't incapable of smiling. She just had to choose her audience. With no immediate business at the Martial Arts Academy, Su Chen planned to enter seclusion at the Alchemy Alliance while also spending time with Yi Qingsheng. After easily refining a batch of top-grade, third-grade obstruction pills, Su Chen began to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Over 12 million low-grade spirit stones should be enough. Looking at the mountain of spirit stones in front of him, Su Chen's eyes flickered. Besides the 10 million spirit stones given by Mu Jingchun, there were also the savings accumulated by Yi Qingsheng. Although she could not cultivate, she had never given up on herself. With her business acumen, she thrived within the Deluo Merchant Alliance, working hard to support their family while also providing substantial help to Su Chen. She always gave silently, expecting nothing in return. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Your man will not let you down. After calming his emotions, Su Chen's eyes filled with determination as he began to refine the spirit stones to break through his realm. Boom, boom, boom. After refining a large number of spirit stones, surging energy poured into his body, transforming into pure Zongtian true qi. Although each time it was just a trickle like drops of water entering the sea, it was indeed continuously growing. In the vast dantian qi sea, storms began to rise quickly, with waves of qi surging. At the same time, Su Chen's aura began to slowly climb. True Martial Realm, 3rd layer peak. True Martial Realm, 4th layer. True Martial Realm, 5th layer. True Martial Realm, 8th layer. The new year passed, and before he knew it, spring had arrived. The royal capital seemed to have become calm, as if bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. For 3 whole months, aside from wholeheartedly cultivating, Su Chen spent time accompanying Yi Qingsheng and others. Even so, with the aid of top-grade obstruction pills and a massive amount of spirit stones, he still managed to raise his cultivation to the 9th layer of the true martial realm. In the vast qi sea that spanned over 1,000 feet, rich Zongtian true qi filled it, almost forming a black lake. In that chaotic and hazy dantian, it was like a black hole born at the beginning of creation, continuously devouring everything, strengthening itself, and releasing waves of overwhelming power. This Zongtian divine skill truly is a bottomless pit. It cost me over 15 million spirit stones. During the seclusion period, Su Chen had to refine pills several times to earn 3 million spirit stones, just to finally fill the vast qi sea. To put it in perspective, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones are enough for an ordinary family's expenses for a year. 15 million spirit stones could even cultivate more than 10 true martial realm 9th layer warriors. But for Su Chen, it only raised his cultivation by a few small levels. Unfortunately, the barrier of the Xuanwu realm is too solid. It's not easy to break through in one go. Cultivation is like this. The later stages become increasingly difficult to break through, especially the shackles of large realms, which require not only a solid foundation, but also a deep understanding of the realm. For Su Chen, who is practicing the Zongtian divine skill, it is even more so. To break through the shackles, he needs an opportunity. However, feeling the endless and seemingly inexhaustible powerful source of energy within him, Su Chen was still very satisfied. Everything has not been in vain. In the courtyard, Yi Qingsheng prepared a cup of tea for Su Chen. Are you leaving? Yi Qingsheng appeared calm on the surface, but her eyes revealed a hint of reluctance. Yes. Calculating the time, the great wilderness secret realm will soon open. It's time to return to the martial arts academy to prepare. Su Chen took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Go. A man's ambition lies in the four directions. You don't need to worry about us. I'll take good care of the family." Yi Qingchang said thoughtfully, "When you come back from the great wilderness secret realm, I'll have time to accompany you properly." Su Chen knew he couldn't feel at ease until the great threat buried in the Zhongtian realm was resolved. "Be careful. We will wait for you at home." Yi Qingchang smiled gently. Su Chen smiled back. "Having a home is wonderful. No matter how much I'm hurt outside, I can heal here. No matter how battered my heart is, it can be smoothed out. I will definitely protect all of this." Su Chen and Yi Qingcheng embraced and parted, everything unspoken. In the darkness, a pair of eyes have been watching the Alchemy Alliance. Reporting to the commander, "The person has come out. Finally out, after more than 3 months. We have been waiting a long time. His Majesty has inquired about the progress several times. This time, we must not let him escape. Don't be anxious. This is close to the Alchemy Alliance. We will act when we get to the outskirts near the Martial Arts Academy, aiming for a one-hit kill. The commander is wise. That will also be when he is most relaxed. Do we need to make such a big fuss to deal with a true martial realm warrior? Our shadow guards gain the Emperor's trust by treating every opponent seriously, which is why we never miss. Do you understand?" In the darkness, several shadows exchanged a few words and then pursued Su Chen's trail like ghosts. They moved through the bustling crowd and dense buildings, leaving no one able to detect their presence. The Martial Arts Academy on the outskirts was built on a branch of the Great Wilderness mountain range. Although surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, there were rarely any traces of people besides the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. Swish, swish, swish. Without a sound, a series of black rays suddenly shot towards Su Chen. Those black rays were 3-inch-long black needles, and because they were too thin and swift, the fluctuations they created while cutting through the air were minimal, even invisible to the naked eye. When Su Chen noticed, those black needles were already in front of him, dense and numerous. Like a torrential downpour, they descended, making it impossible for anyone to evade or defend against. In an instant, Su Chen's figure, along with the fierce horse beneath him, was shot to pieces. "Good, got it." Shadows draped in black cloaks appeared not far away in the jungle, their cold eyes shining with a chilling light. They were confident that such a concentrated and rapid attack could not be avoided by anyone, and once hit by a black needle, death was certain. With a sizzling sound, accompanied by a puff of black smoke, the horse, comparable to a third-tier demon beast, didn't even have time to scream before turning into a puddle of black blood. Clearly, the black needles were coated with deadly poison. At the same time, Su Chen's figure also shattered. What? It's a shadow clone. The few black-clad figures who had just stepped forward to clean the battlefield were instantly stunned. Suddenly, a powerful dragon's roar echoed, and the black-clad figures felt the world darken. A massive dragon claw, enveloped in overwhelming blood energy, suddenly appeared above them, as if it had pierced a hole in the sky, crashing down violently. Following that torrent of blood energy, a figure filled with murderous intent soared toward them. It was Su Chen. How is this possible? The black-clad figures were taken aback. The previous ambush was sudden and fierce. Countless black poisonous needles had formed a deadly web, posing an almost fatal threat to Su Chen. If it weren't for his strong mental power, which allowed him to swiftly extend to a distance and employ the 9 Palaces Dragon Walk to evade, he would have undoubtedly faced certain death. Boom! The surrounding air exploded, as if the void itself was being crushed by the dragon claw, rendering everyone unable to move. No, the black-clad figures could not withstand the terrifying power of the dragon claw and were instantly crushed, blood mist filling the air. Su Chen never showed mercy to his enemies. Whoosh! However, before Su Chen could catch his breath, a concealed blade light unexpectedly followed him, taking advantage of the blood mist to swiftly stab toward his vital points. Chapter 57. Assassination by the Dark Guards. There is still someone. Su Chen was genuinely caught off guard, and his gaze hardened. This strike was extremely cunning, aimed precisely when Su Chen had just landed and relaxed his vigilance, clearly the work of a seasoned assassin. This time, even the 9 Palaces Dragon Walk wouldn't be fast enough to execute. Boom! The blood energy around Su Chen erupted like an ocean, as if a giant dragon had awakened, and he unleashed a punch that collided fiercely with the blade light. With a bang, the imprint of the fist and the blade light exploded simultaneously, the sinister sword energy rampaging and tearing the void apart. The overwhelming force pushed Su Chen back. However, the golden blood energy swirling around him managed to block the invasion of the sword energy. In the darkness, a figure observed this scene and couldn't help but frown. He personally struck with a sudden ambush, and even Xuanwu Realm Warrior would struggle to react. Yet, Su Chen not only reacted quickly, but the power he unleashed in such a hurry was also formidable, leaving him almost unscathed. "Come out!" At this moment, Su Chen shouted, his eyes radiating a divine light, illuminating a patch of jungle ahead. At this time, an old man, shrouded in a black cloak, slowly revealed himself. "Your physical and mental strength are impressive. It seems your talent is quite high." The black-clad elder's gaze was cold and sinister, wielding a pitch-black battle sword, exuding an incredibly chilling, killing intent. "Which rat is this? State your name." Su Chen did not underestimate the opponent, his gaze stern. The opponent's stealth technique was exceptionally high level. He had not detected it throughout the journey. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent had just launched a sword strike, even his fourth-tier mental power couldn't have locked onto them. Such an assassin posed a significant threat. Those who are about to die do not need to know so much. The black-clad elder coldly shouted, raising his hand, and immediately, waves of chilling, killing intent surged around them. 6 more black-clad figures appeared, surrounding Su Chen tightly along with the black-clad elder. Unlike the previous black-clad figures who had been killed, they all possessed Xuanwu realm cultivation, especially the leading black-clad elder, who had reached the 7th layer of the Xuanwu realm. Comparable to some elders of the martial arts academy, they not only mastered extremely fierce assassination techniques, but also began to employ combined attack formations, capable of surrounding and killing even 9th layer Xuanwu realm warriors. Such a grand scheme indicated meticulous planning, and they clearly intended to eliminate him. "Kill!" At the elder's command, cold glimmers lit up from all directions. Whoosh! 6 black-clad figures instantly rushed forward, their movements extremely strange, wielding poison battle swords, and simultaneously launch an attack. With dense sword light enveloping the area like a skynet, they were highly experienced and had already determined Su Chen's movement range, executing a sword formation that covered a radius of 100 feet. The highest-ranking black-clad elder remained on the perimeter, his figure erratic, guarding against Su Chen's escape while also preparing to launch a fatal strike at any moment. 6 harmonies, sword formation. A cold glint appeared in Su Chen's eyes as a spirit sword appeared in his hand. Then let us compare swords. A strong sword intent began to surge from his entire body. The 6 harmonies sword formation is a combined attack formation popular among the armies of the Great Shu Kingdom, integrating offense and defense, with unmatched power that has caused enemy generals to spill blood numerous times. Generally, anyone trapped within the formation is basically doomed. Boom! At this moment, the sword intent enveloping Su Chen rapidly intensified, sweeping through the air like a storm. He raised his right hand, and endless sharpness converged on the sword's body, emitting a dazzling brilliance that overshadowed the sun. In that instant, the winds and clouds stirred and the sky darkened. Whoosh! The next moment, Su Chen suddenly leaped into the air, unleashing an unstoppable and overwhelming sword intent. Everything returned to nothingness, and the 4 corners of the earth seemed to plunge into chaotic darkness. In the heavens and earth, it seemed only a brilliant sword light remained, like the first ray of divine light that opened the heavens, containing the power to break all. What sword technique is this? The black-clad figures' expressions changed, revealing hints of horror in their eyes. In their sight, there was only boundless brilliance and swirling runes. That sword was as fierce as the blazing sun, seemingly carrying a divine might that sought to unleash a world-destroying tribulation. Boom! The dense sword light, though grand like raging waves, crumbled under that ultimate sword light as if made of paper. The sword light surged forward, instantly shattering the six harmonies sword formation. The first style of the Great Wilderness Sword Dao, void-shattering light. This sword technique, derived from an ancient sword art secret manual, made its debut and shocked the world. Even Su Chen was exhilarated, as if he held the galaxy in his hand, capable of blocking the sky with a finger. Not good, retreat quickly. Although they were all rigorously trained assassins, under that overwhelming divine might, they still felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Whoosh! The aurora seemed to slice through the sky, instantly piercing the chest of a black-clad figure in front. That figure's chest was instantly pierced through, creating a massive bloody hole. And without a scream, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The unmatched sword intent was simply unstoppable. The remaining black-clad figures were instantly filled with dread, suddenly perceiving the young man before them as a demon god of slaughter, capable of covering the heavens and annihilating the world. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he stepped onto the Xuanbu, his body like a swimming dragon, leaving behind shadowy afterimages in the void, instantly sweeping past the surrounding black-clad figures. Puff, puff, puff. It was as if multiple sword lights had simultaneously lit up. Yet it also seemed like there was only one sword light that pierced through the void of heaven and earth. Any defensive means, even spiritual tools, crumbled before that sword light like dry leaves, instantly turning into nothingness. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 black-clothed men fell to the ground, still maintaining their defensive postures before death. What? The black-clothed elder in the back was completely stunned. He hadn't even found the opportunity for a fatal strike when all his subordinates were annihilated in an instant. Such astonishing swordsmanship was simply unheard of. It's your turn. A cold voice echoed, as if it came from the mouth of the Reaper from Hell. The black-clothed elder, in shock, suddenly pulled out a large amount of black powder from his bosom and scattered it into the air, instantly enveloping everything around. The black powder evidently contained potent poison, corroding even the air. When it fell to the ground, the grass and trees withered, and the rocks were riddled with holes, while the corpses of the black-clothed men turned into blood water at a visible speed. The heavens and earth were filled with a thick black smoke, as if entering a land of desolation. It's actually corpse-breaking powder? Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly, recognizing the origin of this poisonous powder. Corpse-breaking powder is refined from the bodily fluids of thousand-year-old zombies combined with hundreds of toxic substances. Just a trace on the skin or inhaled into the body would cause the entire body to rot and ultimately turn into a puddle of blood. It has always been a lethal weapon for assassination, poisoning, and destroying corpses. These assassins were indeed willing to go to great lengths to kill Su Chen. Su Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks, and a surge of azure divine light rose around him. The corpse-breaking powder was too overbearing, even with his perfected flood dragon body. It would be difficult to resist. The black-clothed elder shouted coldly from a distance, slashing out more than 10 sword lights, intending to completely annihilate Su Chen. However, at that moment, a rich azure divine light surged into the sky, layering upon itself, engulfing a fierce flame, as if a gigantic lotus was blooming in the void. Crackle. After a series of explosive sounds, the freely drifting corpse-breaking powder, along with those sword lights, were instantly incinerated to nothing. Celestial fire. The black-clothed elder was completely dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that a young man in the true martial realm not only had a powerful physical body and exceptional swordsmanship, but also possessed the terrifying celestial fire. The corpse-breaking powder was extremely poisonous. Ordinary flames couldn't extinguish it, except for the celestial fire. Who exactly are you? The black-clothed elder panicked, nearly losing his will to resist. The opponent was too abnormal, simply not human. Whoosh! In the next moment, Su Chen, accompanied by a rolling wave of heat, suddenly appeared in front of the black-clothed elder, severing his sword-wielding arm with one sword and directly grabbing his head with the other hand. Who are you? Who sent you? Su Chen coldly interrogated. The black-clothed elder let out a miserable scream, trembling all over. As a seventh-layer Xuanwu realm, he found himself utterly powerless before Su Chen. You will never know, but the King of Hell wants you dead by midnight. You won't survive until dawn. We will meet again below soon." The black-clothed elder's eyes gradually became frenzied, and his breath began to grow violent as he intended to self-destruct his energy sea. Su Chen deactivated quickly, gripping his hand tightly, and directly crushed his head. Although he had eliminated all these assassin killers, Su Chen could not find any identity information on them. These individuals had strange methods, were ruthless, and showed no fear of death, clearly trained as specialized assassins. The threat level was too high. In the Great Chu Kingdom, the only ones capable of mastering such power and wanting to kill me could only be the Dark Guards. The existence of Dark Guards was extremely secretive. Even Master Xianyang was unaware. If it weren't for Mu Jingxin's earlier warning to Su Chen, he wouldn't have thought that a dignified king would secretly nurture such a group of filthy and malicious assassins. Moreover, as soon as he left the Alchemy Alliance, the other party acted immediately, even disregarding the Martial Arts Academy. Come on, it's best if they all come at me." Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he suddenly looked towards the palace, his killing intent boundless. Let's consider this the beginning. In a way, this assassination also relieved Su Chen. It was best if that foolish monarch's attention was focused on him and did not harm Yi Qingqing. No matter how many assassination traps there were, he would face them all. After hastily incinerating the black-clothed elder's corpse, Su Chen turned and returned to the Martial Arts Academy. Recently, the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy had been practicing hard, clearly having learned about the imminent opening of the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. Everyone was putting forth their utmost effort, hoping to gain opportunities in the Great Wilderness Secret Realm and soar into the sky. Chapter 58. The Storm in the Great Wilderness. Upon hearing that Su Chen had returned alive, Wang Lin was extremely shocked and worried, immediately seeking out Lin Jianqing to discuss countermeasures. He really has a strong fate. A hint of unusual color appeared in Lin Jianqing's eyes. What should we do? Returning to the Martial Arts Academy, with Li Chunfeng present. It will be difficult to take action, Wang Lin said nervously. No witties. Lin Jianqing remained calm, standing up and saying lightly, "Since that one has set his sights on Yi Qingqing, he is undoubtedly doomed, no matter how good his luck is. How many times can he escape? I heard that the Academy Master is about to return. Is it true?" Wang Lin asked again. "Yes. The Master has returned from his training and will surely have taken that step. When he comes back, he will be able to suppress Li Chunfeng. So, there is no need to worry. He is just a small Su Chen. Even if he reaches the Great Wilderness Secret Realm, it will still be easy for me to kill him." Lin Jianqing's eyes were always glowing with confidence. "If the Academy Master or my cousin intervenes, there will definitely be no problem," Wang Lin flattered with a smile. "The urgent matter is still to prepare for the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. The treasures in that strange space must be obtained." Lin Jianqing's tone was sharp and confident. Half a month later, the tranquility of the Great Wilderness was shattered. Rumbling. In the depths of the Great Wilderness, a violent earthquake erupted, causing the surrounding mountains and land to ripple like waves, and the intense tremors quickly spread in all directions. Countless monsters fled in a frenzy, plunging into infinite fear and hiding. The disciples of the Martial Arts Academy responsible for observation hadn't had the chance to rush back to report, and everyone in the Martial Arts Academy was already alerted. The massive tremors even extended to the Martial Arts Academy, causing significant effects. What a massive earthquake! Is the Great Wilderness Secret Realm opening? Everyone in the Martial Arts Academy came out, all looking toward the depths of the Great Wilderness. Some had eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit, while others were filled with fear of the unknown. Something is not right. Master, why is this disturbance in the Great Wilderness so intense that even our Martial Arts Academy feels the tremors? Elder Xiaoqing looked at Li Chunfeng with a somewhat doubtful expression. The Martial Arts Academy was tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Wilderness Secret Realm, so one could imagine the scale of this earthquake, which had never occurred before. Could it be that the last time we intruded into that mysterious space caused an accident in the Great Wilderness Secret Realm? Li Chunfeng also frowned secretly. However, that mysterious space only gave him a feeling of chaos and terror. No one knew how it was produced, or what kind of terrifying existence was there. Inform the disciples below, this disturbance is not trivial, and let them explore as much as possible on the periphery without going too deep, especially. Li Chunfeng's face also rarely showed a serious expression. He could sense that the terrifying aura of military slaughter seemed to have signs of leaking. In the Beihuang Kingdom, Your Majesty, the dragon vein is in turmoil. A major event is bound to occur. Your Majesty, a spatial crack has appeared in the dragon vein, with treasure light flickering within. Could there be some significant treasure emerging? The violent shaking of the dragon vein caused an uproar in the Beihuang court, with people exchanging glances, unsure of what to make of it. Such events had never occurred before. The dragon vein is related to the fate of the great Yan. Regardless of whether there are treasures, someone must be sent to investigate. However, Your Majesty, that spatial crack was just formed and is still too fragile to bear the powerful forces of the heavenly martial realm. If we assign someone from the Xuanwu realm, we have many talented individuals in the Great Yin, and those young geniuses from the Xuanwu realm can handle it on their own, so let us send them. Perhaps it will even be a fortuitous encounter for them. The Northern Yin Kingdom immediately made the decision to dispatch a group of the most elite Xuanwu realm martial artists to explore the spatial crack. The Southern Yu Kingdom, the Eastern Li Kingdom, the Great Luo Dynasty. These countries bordering the Great Chu Kingdom all experienced unusual movements in their dragon veins almost simultaneously, and the massive earthquakes drew everyone's attention. Each country made the same decision to send their most elite Xuanwu realm warriors, especially the Great Luo Dynasty, which not only had a large number of participants, but also many extraordinary cultivators, all prominent young talents within the Great Luo Dynasty. The Su family. The foremost of the four prominent families had three members selected: Su Ming, Su Can, and Su Yang. Before their departure, Su Yud, the head of the Su family, secretly summoned the three. The personnel from the Astral Observation Bureau have already detected the source of the dragon veins disturbance in the Great Chu Kingdom's Great Wilderness mountain range. It is understood that there is a Great Wilderness secret realm there, which is just about to open. That is likely your final destination. Su Yud said with a serious expression. The Great Luo Dynasty truly deserves its reputation as one of the overlords of the Yellow Dragon domain, having many strong individuals who can even monitor the source of the dragon veins disturbance. Su Ming and the others frowned, not understanding Su Yud's meaning. But they did not dare to ask. The family rebel who was sent to the northern wilderness city of the Great Chu has somehow gained some opportunity, managed to rise again, and then join the martial arts academy of the Great Chu, and is sure to enter the Great Wilderness secret realm as well. Su Yud's gaze gradually became sharp. The head of the family means what? Su Ming quickly realized, his eyes turning cold, making a gesture of touching his neck. Such a rebel must be eliminated. Otherwise, it will ultimately be a disaster. Su Yud nodded in appreciation and then said, however, this matter should not be made public, lest that lineage takes any action. Do you understand? Rest assured, head of the family, we will definitely ensure that waste dies. Su Ming said confidently, yes. After the matter is accomplished, this head of the family will surely reward you handsomely. Go. Su Yud said with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy of the Great Chu, hurrying towards the Great Wilderness secret realm, were still unaware that all the countries had already taken action. Many of them were still immersed in dreams of obtaining fortuitous encounters and soaring to great heights. They had no idea that they were about to face a terrifying and bloody melee. One day later, deep within the Great Wilderness mountain range, the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy had gathered. Senior brother, it seems that Lin Jianxing and those people want to make trouble, Wu Tsang said, standing beside Su Chen, glancing at the direction where the disciples of the Western Courtyard were gathering. Lin Jianxing, surrounded by many people, occasionally cast murderous glances at Su Chen and the others. Wang Lin even arrogantly made a gesture of cutting his throat, his eyes filled with resentment. Clearly, they planned to settle scores with Su Chen in the Great Wilderness secret realm. Wu Tsang, let us take care of ourselves first. From the looks of them, they not only want to target senior brother, but also intend to eliminate all of us from the Eastern Courtyard. Some of the veteran disciples had serious expressions in their eyes. The Eastern and Western courtyards had always looked down on each other. and this trip to the great wilderness secret realm could very likely erupt into a fight. However, the Western Courtyard had the advantage in numbers and strength. With several hundred disciples above the true martial realm, not counting experts like Lin Jianxing from the Xuanwu realm. In contrast, the Eastern Courtyard was resource poor, barely able to maintain fewer than 100 disciples, and this time they were outnumbered. The highest cultivation level among them, Hong Tiandu, was only at the 5th layer of the Xuanwu realm, unable to contend with Lin Jianxing and the others at all. Oof. Is it that easy to wipe out my Eastern Courtyard? If it comes to blows, the Western Courtyard may be a tiger, but I could still break a couple of its teeth. This trip to the great wilderness will definitely not be peaceful. Once we enter, I will go deep inside to draw Lin Jianxing and the others away. You all should follow the Academy Master's instructions and explore as much as possible on the periphery. It should be fine, Su Chen said, looking at everyone. Senior brother, Hong Tiandu and Wu Cang looked at Su Chen in shock. The main target of Lin Jianxing and the others from the Western Courtyard is Su Chen. If Su Chen draws them away, the threat to the Eastern Courtyard disciples will be greatly reduced. But this also means that Su Chen will be in danger, no matter how strong his methods are. Facing Lin Jianxing and the experts from the Western Courtyard alone would be impossible to withstand. Your senior brother is no ordinary person. I regard the elites of the Western Courtyard as mere grass. No matter how many they are, I am not afraid. Su Chen laughed freely, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Hong Tiandu and Wu Cang knew they could not dissuade Su Chen and bowed solemnly moved. Suddenly, another earthquake erupted, growing increasingly severe, as if a colossal beast was about to emerge. Boom! The next moment, light burst forth, stars shining brightly, enveloping a valley ahead in a misty glow. Crack! The valley suddenly split open, revealing a deep, bottomless crack, with surging spiritual energy rolling out, radiating millions of brilliant rays, soaring into the sky. The great wilderness secret realm has opened. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to it. The enormous canyon transformed into a terrifying chasm, unfathomable, with streams of mysterious and powerful forces intertwining, as if leading to a legendary celestial paradise. Jianxing, whether to go to the battlefield of soldiers, is irrelevant. The task must be completed, understand? The leading vice president of the Western Courtyard stared at Lin Jianxing. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly die. Lin Jianxing glanced at Su Chen and then led many disciples from the Western Courtyard to leap into the canyon. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Courtyard side, Li Chunfeng nodded to Su Chen and the others, and they followed him in. Academy Master, do you think Su Chen? The cautious elder Xiuqing from the Western Courtyard expressed concern. That kid is very deep. He definitely won't let the Western Courtyard succeed. Li Chunfeng waved his hand and continued. But that kid's ambition is not small. He probably wants to venture into that battlefield of soldiers, and the outcome is unpredictable. Before setting off, Su Chen had approached him to inquire in detail about the situation in that battlefield of soldiers. Li Chunfeng had also solemnly warned Su Chen about how terrifying it was, but he could still see from Su Chen's eyes that he was not intimidated and would not back down. That was what he was most worried about. After all, everyone who entered back then, except for him, had met a tragic end, and he had also damaged his foundation, unable to break through to the martial master realm. And his lifespan was precariously low. Man proposes, God disposes. It all depends on his own fortune. Li Chunfeng sighed toward the sky. Chapter 59, The Great Wilderness Secret Realm. Tempering oneself. The Great Chu Royal Palace. Your Majesty, all disciples of the Martial Arts Academy, including Su Chen, have entered the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. A man in a python robe reported. If Jianxing makes a move, Su Chen will surely die. The Chu King toyed with a luminous cup in his hand, glancing at the eunuch, and said lightly, "What are you waiting for? Why haven't you brought Yi Qingqing to me?" We went, but before we even entered, we were chased back by Lord Wu Anjuan. The man in the python robe said, "Useless." The Chu King was not polite this time, and directly smashed the luminous cup hard onto the head of the man in the python robe. "We are incompetent. We hope your Majesty will forgive us. How about sending the dark guards again?" The man in the python robe hurriedly knelt down, trembling as he spoke, ignoring the blood on his forehead. The dark guards who never miss? If you can't handle a mere Su Chen, how can you deal with Mu Jingchen? The Chu King's expression was extremely gloomy. He was very angry in his heart. As a dignified king of a nation, how could he not deal with just one person? Your Majesty, Su Chen can refine pills for the Marquis of Wu, so the Marquis naturally values him. If Su Chen doesn't die, the Marquis probably won't stop. The old eunuch pondered for a moment and said, "Do we have to wait until the great wilderness secret realm is over?" King Chu was impatient. He had been unable to hold back for some time. Your Majesty doesn't need to be too anxious. The Grand Master is about to return. The old eunuch smiled sinisterly and continued, "When the Grand Master returns, he will surely take that step. Only he can deal with the Marquis of Wu. Once I obtain the furnace and step into the Master Realm, the first to be exterminated will be that Mu Jingchen." King Chu snorted coldly and waved his sleeve to leave. Soon, screams of women echoed from the harem. After passing through the canyon's crevice, everyone felt dizzy, as if they had crossed time and space into another world. Upon entering the secret realm, the light before them was dazzling and intense, and there seemed to be a mysterious power wrapping around them. When the light dissipated, people saw that they had entered a strange world. The sky here was gray, the earth vast, and in the distance, towering mountains rose up, emanating an ancient and grand aura, as if they had come to a primitive wilderness world. Ahead, the peaks were beautiful and filled with spiritual energy. From afar, a waterfall over 1,000 meters long cascaded down from a high mountain, its white curtain like the Milky Way hanging upside down. The rumbling sound like a herd of galloping horses, magnificent and splendid. It was like a legendary fairyland. Hong Tiandu and the others felt incredibly shocked. Wu Cong inhaled deeply, and rich spiritual energy surged into his abdomen like spring water, making him glow all over. The concentration of spiritual energy here is comparable to 10 or even 100 times that of the outside world. People exclaimed, "Look, there's a spiritual spring over there. It's like flowing spiritual stones. There's a fruit tree here. Its fruits are comparable to third-grade medicinal materials. This piece of ore is so transparent. It can be used to forge high-quality spiritual tools." In just a moment, people discovered all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures within their sight. Although none were supreme treasures, there were so many of them. Indeed, this is not just an ordinary martial arts master-esque training ground. After seeing these, Su Chen felt even more that this place must have been influenced by something to become a paradise, and that something was likely the burial heaven ring. Subsequently, Su Chen instructed the disciples from the east courtyard to stay on the periphery to train, while he headed straight into the depths. "Senior brother, be careful on your way. Senior brother has drawn the attention of the west courtyard alone. Let us take this opportunity to improve our cultivation. Perhaps we can help senior brother later." After bidding farewell to Su Chen, people's eyes turned to the heavenly materials and earthly treasures scattered everywhere, all bursting with excitement. For Su Chen, the threat from the west courtyard was secondary. What he needed to do now was to find the opportunity to break through to the Xuanwu realm. The Xuanwu realm was a powerful realm that he had not touched even when he was a top genius of the Luo dynasty, and breaking through was not easy. To connect thoughts, communicate with heaven and earth, and condense the martial Dao Xiandan was to step into the Xuanwu realm. The martial Dao Xiandan was not only a product of extremely refined true energy, but also required the condensation of powerful spiritual power. Only when the two were connected could thoughts be communicated, breaking the barriers between the sea of consciousness and the sea of energy, further developing the potential of the martial artist. Now, Su Chen's true energy and spiritual power were already incredibly refined, with his fourth-tier spiritual power being extraordinarily powerful. However, to connect the two was still lacking. The courtyard master had said that there was a treasure land in the Two Realms mountain that could help him break through, so he should go and take a look. Su Chen carefully stored the simple map drawn by Li Chunfeng and hurried on his way. The Great Wilderness Secret Realm, strictly speaking, was not an independent small world, but existed within folded space. Therefore, although the spiritual energy was rich and not leaking out, the area was still quite large. After exploration by predecessors, it was estimated to be several hundred miles in circumference. Not exaggerated, but certainly not small. It contained numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, perilous lands, and powerful exotic beasts, most of which were ancient species. Su Chen rushed along, collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures while also clashing with powerful exotic beasts. The demon pills of these ancient species contained powerful bloodline power, which was very beneficial to Su Chen, who possessed the true dragon bloodline. For Su Chen, a distance of several hundred miles was nothing. After defeating many ancient species and collecting numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Su Chen still arrived at the Two Realms Mountain the next day. During this time, he did not encounter any disciples from the West Courtyard. However, with thousands of people scattered over an area of several hundred miles, it was not easy to meet. This is the Two Realms Mountain. In front of Su Chen stood a steep mountain peak that shot straight into the sky. It was called the Two Realms Mountain because it was the end of the great wilderness secret realm. Beyond it lay the illusory and complex folded space. Once trapped inside, death was almost certain. Throughout history, only Li Chunfeng had lived to emerge, and he had lost half of his life. The area where the soldiers died was also located within that space. On the Two Realms Mountain, there was a white jade staircase leading straight up. At the end of the staircase stood an ancient stone hall. That was the legendary training ground of the martial arts master, containing various insights and legacies of the master, which had always been highly regarded by the disciples of the Martial Tao Academy. At this time, there were already more than a dozen disciples from the West Courtyard climbing the staircase. They were all at the 9th level of the true martial realm, clearly also there to quickly break through to the Xuanwu realm. As for others who were not in a hurry to break through or had already done so, they naturally sought treasures first. After all, the martial arts master's training ground was right here and could not escape. Other heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be completely gone once taken by someone else. When they saw Su Chen, those West Courtyard disciples were extremely shocked. Su Chen, this guy actually dared to delve directly into the secret realm and come here? Did he calculate that everyone else was busy collecting treasures? So he rushed here to find opportunities? He really took advantage of the situation. Forget about that for now. Everyone hurry up and go up. Don't let him catch up. What are you afraid of? The true energy and spiritual power on the staircase are strongly suppressed. He can't exert his strength. If he dares to come up, I'll kill him and avenge the last arrow incident. Many West Courtyard disciples had different thoughts, but their eyes were filled with resentment and killing intent as they stared at Su Chen. Oh, there are quite a few familiar faces. Su Chen spotted several West Courtyard disciples he had injured last time among the crowd, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Saying this, Su Chen also slowly ascended the staircase. Strictly speaking, the opportunity to break through to the Xuanwu realm was not at the master's training ground at the top of the mountain, but rather on this staircase. This staircase was crafted by that martial arts master. It could adapt to the cultivation level and exert powerful pressure, thereby tempering true energy and spiritual power. The treasure land used by the master shouldn't disappoint me. Su Chen's eyes revealed a hint of expectation. Buzz, upon stepping onto the staircase, Su Chen immediately felt his body become extraordinarily heavy, as if a mountain was pressing down on his head. Damn it, it's not adapting to the cultivation level, but to the true energy and spiritual power. After just a few steps, Su Chen's expression changed. He felt an unmatched, powerful force squeezing in from all directions. The more he urged his true energy and spiritual power to resist, the stronger the pressure became. It felt as if he were being crushed into powder. Su Chen's burial heaven true energy, both in quality and quantity, far exceeded that of ordinary people, and his spiritual power was at the level of a master alchemist. So the pressure he faced naturally far surpassed that of those West Courtyard disciples. This was not Li Chunfeng intentionally setting him up. Mainly, when Li Chunfeng was there, he did not possess the powerful true energy and spiritual power that Su Chen had now, so he naturally could not feel it. This staircase has something special. Su Chen looked up and found that those disciples from the Western Courtyard were also struggling to move. Two unfortunate souls stepped into empty air and were directly blasted away by the overwhelming pressure, crashing heavily to the ground below, spitting blood incessantly. The higher they climbed, the stronger the pressure became, giving the impression that they were resisting the very heavens and earth. The stone steps leading straight to the sky seemed to radiate an imposing celestial might, making one feel as insignificant as an ant. It seemed that this was not only a trial of true qi and mental strength, but also a test of will. Interesting. A sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Perhaps it was the inherent pride within him. The more formidable the challenge, the more excited he became, determined to conquer everything. Come on, with a cold shout. Su Chen suddenly quickened his pace. Although the layers of pressure hindered him, he could feel his true qi and mental strength rapidly merging. Every step he climbed was equivalent to a day's worth of training. This efficiency was astonishing. What was there to hesitate about? Just charge ahead. Boom! The surrounding pressure surged. But in Su Chen's eyes, there was nothing but the endless, long stone steps, as if they were a path leading to the heavens, exuding an ancient and grand aura. Su Chen had a premonition that as long as he broke through, he could shatter his bottleneck and advance to the Xuanwu realm. Chapter 60. Lin Jianxing's Fortune. In a great wilderness secret realm at the 10,000 Sword Cliff, a mountain seemed to have been leveled by swords, forming a massive cliff. Below the cliff stood a decayed, almost petrified iron sword, surrounded by countless sword auras, continuously releasing a tremendous killing force. Hang in there, we're almost there. Dozens of disciples from the western courtyard, holding formation flags and array plates, constructed a powerful formation that actually broke through the layers of sword aura blockade, penetrating beneath the cliff. Be careful. What? Just as they approached that iron sword, a wave of terrifying death spread, causing everyone's faces to change dramatically. On the petrified iron sword, a mysterious power that transcended the limits of heaven and earth erupted. Sizzle. That was a white sword light. No one could describe how unparalleled that sword light was. The white sword light traversed the void, like a galaxy, radiating brilliant divine light, instantly splitting into billions of sword auras, slashing toward everyone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with terrifying sword auras, as if an unrivaled sword king descended, making the heavens tremble and the void began to shatter. At a critical moment, Lin Jianxing and the formation transformed into a streak of flowing light. Rushing to the position of the petrified iron sword, surrounded by swirling blood energy, gradually condensing into an enormous blood-colored sword shadow that surged across the sky. Endless blood-colored sword energy erupted, instantly enveloping the white sword light, starting to crazily absorb its mysterious power. At the same time, those terrifying sword auras struck the formation, erupting with dazzling brilliance. All the disciples from the western courtyard exerted their utmost effort to activate the formation, finally barely managing to hold off the terrifying sword aura attack. However, they only lasted a few breaths. When that terrifying white sword light, unwilling to have its power seized, began to struggle madly, the destructive force it released became even more terrifying. Crack! The formation seemed to be struck by 100,000 thunders, instantly cracking open. Puff! 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 A large amount of sword energy surged into the formation, and the first few disciples from the western courtyard, caught off guard, were shredded by the sword energy, their bones obliterated. What terrifying power! Be careful. That iron sword has emerged from the battlefield of weapons. Even after countless years, its power is still immensely terrifying. The senior brother has already begun to absorb the sword energy. We must hold on. The eyes of the crowd revealed a hint of fear, while also expressing excitement. Lin Jianxing unleashed his bloodline power, crazily absorbing the sword energy, while his eyes were filled with surprise. The white sword light birth from the petrified iron sword felt to him like a divine sword. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into sword energy, intertwining with each other, endless and mysterious, containing a kind of mysterious power that could annihilate everything. Great! If I refine this white sword light, I can evolve into a heavenly level bloodline. At this moment, Lin Jianqing's eyes were solely focused on that white sword light, trembling with excitement. As for the disciples around him who were constantly dying from the sword energy, breaking through their defenses, he was completely unconcerned. A day later, 2/3 of the disciples from the western courtyard who resisted in the formation had perished. Fortunately, that white sword light had also become exceedingly weak, barely able to cause any further massive destruction. Cousin, I just received news that Su Chen has gone to the Two Realms Mountain. Seeing that the sword energy below the cliff had disappeared, Wang Lin cautiously jumped down to report the message. That guy really knows how to exploit opportunities. Lin Jianqing snorted coldly. For the vast majority of the martial arts academy disciples, the Master S dojo in the great wilderness secret realm was the most precious treasure and the ultimate destination for everyone. Lin Jianqing had delayed some time to refine this white sword light, so he hadn't expected Su Chen to directly barge in there. Cousin, there are only a dozen of us at Two Realms Mountain for now, and all of us are in the true martial realm. We probably can't take him down. Wang Lin said, That is fine. In half a day's time, I will completely refine this sword light, and then it will be even easier to eliminate him. Lin Jianqing said with immense confidence. The heavenly sword bloodline is also a heavenly level bloodline. Compared to him, Su Chen has no advantage at all. However, to prevent that kid from hearing rumors and fleeing, gather the other Xuanwu realm disciples and go to the Two Realms Mountain to intercept him. After pondering for a moment, Lin Jianqing said again, Understood. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. In the great wilderness secret realm, at Two Realms Mountain, on the 100th level of the stone steps, Su Chen sat for an entire night. He remained cross-legged on the stone steps, not moving at all. 100 levels? Huh. Is that all Su Chen is capable of? The disciples from the western courtyard, seeing Su Chen lagging far behind, all revealed expressions of glee. Oomph, I knew it. That guy charged in recklessly yesterday, and this is the result. The pressure on the stone steps was omnipresent, and the faster one moved, the greater the pressure became. Not knowing how to conserve energy, reaching the 100th level was already the limit. Sure enough, he is a reckless fool. It seems he has no other abilities besides his high talent. No need to pay him any mind. He probably can't hold on much longer. Let us continue to advance steadily and strive to break through to the Xuanwu realm as soon as possible. Then, we can easily crush him beneath our feet. The disciples from the western courtyard exchanged glances, all showing contempt for Su Chen. However, Su Chen, who was meditating with his eyes closed, couldn't hear them at all. Even if he did, he wouldn't pay them any attention. Buzz. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Su Chen's pores opened up, and a mysterious force gradually infused into his limbs and bones. Slowly, his muscles, bones, meridians, true qi, and even spirit seemed to be undergoing a baptism, receiving a thorough tempering from within. His foundation became even more solid and stable. I knew it. The martial arts masters painstakingly forged these stone steps, not for the convenience of future generations, breaking the limits of martial artists, stimulating one's potential, and seeing the true self is the only way to glimpse the true path of the holy way. A glimmer of realization appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Not moving for an entire night was naturally not due to exhaustion. It was just that after reaching the 100th level, he gradually discovered the secret of the stone steps. Then, he no longer actively resisted the surrounding pressure, but instead attempted to merge with it. At this moment, as he stood up again, a layer of mysterious brilliance gradually enveloped him, as if he had merged perfectly with the surrounding heavens and earth. Just a single night felt comparable to my 3 months of cultivation. Sensing that the bottleneck was about to be broken, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. His steps began to quicken, becoming lighter, as if he were strolling leisurely. What? The disciples from the west courtyard above widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They had originally thought that Su Chen was resting due to exhaustion, but now, seeing him brimming with vitality and glowing as if he were a majestic deity, it seemed as if he was walking on air. How is this possible? Could it be that the stone steps are broken? One disciple from the west courtyard instinctively stepped forward, only to lose his balance and fall down under the sudden surge of pressure. I don't believe he can keep charging up like this. The few disciples at the top of the west courtyard gritted their teeth, remaining in place to watch Su Chen's joke unfold. However, the reality turned out to be completely different for what they expected. 150 layers, 180 layers, 260 layers. At this moment, Su Chen was soaring up the stone steps with incredible speed. In just a quarter of an hour, he reached the 300th layer. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. They had arrived earlier than Su Chen, had deeper foundations, and without wasting a moment, had only climbed to over 300 layers. But in the blink of an eye, they were about to be overtaken by Su Chen, especially as Su Chen's steps carried a mysterious rhythm, perfectly blending with everything around him, creating an exceptionally profound aesthetic. This beauty was not merely physical allure or attractiveness, but an indescribable feeling that was pleasing to the eye. A few female disciples instinctively displayed infatuated expressions. Soon, Su Chen caught up with the first disciple from the west courtyard. Impossible. Why can this guy do this? That disciple gritted his teeth, eyes filled with envy and jealousy. As Su Chen approached, a fierce glint suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a powerful force erupted from within him as he threw a punch at Su Chen. This punch unleashed all the power he had left, sudden and swift. But Su Chen seemed to have anticipated it, gliding away like a dragon. The disciple's punch missed, and he lost his balance, tumbling down the stone steps. As he rolled down, he caught sight of the mocking smile on Su Chen's lips, which made him so furious that he spat blood. "Despicable scoundrel, you won't have a good end," the disciple from the west courtyard shouted in frustration, rolling down like a ball battered and bruised. Su Chen ignored him completely and continued to climb. Soon, he caught up with another disciple from the west courtyard. "Do you want to roll down yourself, or should I help you?" Su Chen glanced at the other person, a wicked smile appearing on his face. "Don't be too arrogant." The disciple from the west courtyard's eyes flashed coldly, drawing his sword to strike. He believed that under the immense pressure of the stone steps, Su Chen couldn't possibly exert much strength. Yet he forgot that besides his true energy and mental power, Su Chen's physical strength was equally unmatched. Boom! Su Chen's fist shattered the sword light, and he grabbed the disciple's collar, tossing him away like garbage. Su Chen Yu. The third person he encountered was a female disciple from the west courtyard, who was already scared pale. Before Su Chen could make a move, she screamed and ran down. Chapter 61. Breakthrough, Xuanwu Realm. The mountain wind howled like a knife. On the stone steps, many disciples from the west courtyard fixed their angry gazes on Su Chen. "Su Chen, this stone step isn't just yours. What right do you have to drive them away?" "Su Chen, don't be so domineering." Several disciples from the west courtyard shouted angrily. "I have no reason. I just find you west courtyard disciples displeasing." Su Chen looked at them with a cold smile and said, "Besides, you were the ones who made the first move, right? You." The disciples from the west courtyard were rendered speechless, their faces turning red with anger and their eyes fierce. "Too arrogant. Let's all attack together and knock him off the mountain. In this cursed place, he can't exert much strength anyway. Attack! Kill!" Whoosh! The remaining dozen or so disciples from the west courtyard gave up on climbing the stone steps and charged down, intent on fighting Su Chen to the death. "Ignorant!" Su Chen shouted coldly, suddenly stepping forward, and an overwhelming, tyrannical aura erupted from him. Boom! His fist shot out like a dragon, striking one of the disciples from the west courtyard, exploding both him and his sword. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, over a dozen sword lights and blade shadows surged in, merging into a terrifying torrent of destruction, rushing down like a mountain flood, aiming to engulf Su Chen. These disciples from the west courtyard, at the 9th level of the true martial realm, unleashed all their power. On these stone steps, if just one attack hit, it could knock Su Chen off the mountain. Overestimating themselves, a sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he released his powerful mental energy, generating a mysterious array around him. With his footwork like a dragon, he ignored the immense pressure on the steps and dashed forward like lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the steps ahead, every layer showcased Su Chen's figure, either punching out like a dragon, sweeping his leg horizontally, or pointing his sword to pierce the void. When those afterimages vanished, Su Chen's true self appeared behind the last disciple from the west courtyard. Over a dozen concentrated attacks failed to even touch the hem of Su Chen's clothes. Bang, 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 bang. Almost simultaneously, the bodies of more than a dozen disciples from the west courtyard exploded. Some were pierced through the chest by fists, some had their heads crushed, and others were bisected by sharp sword lights. In an instant, blood stained the stone steps, and corpses lay everywhere, creating a scene of horror. How is this possible? The few disciples from the west courtyard below were all dumbfounded. It's the nine-palace dragon walk. This heavenly-level secret technique has actually been practiced to perfection by him. His comprehension is too exaggerated. Most importantly, his physical strength is terrifying, able to ignore the pressure on the stone steps. Watching the blood flow down, these disciples from the west courtyard suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. If Su Chen had turned deadly earlier, they would have had no way out. It seems that besides the senior brother, no one else can deal with him. But the senior brother had gone to the 10,000 sword cliff, allowing him to take advantage. How infuriating. At this moment, they suddenly realized how strong Su Chen's talent and methods were, far surpassing what they considered the so-called geniuses of the martial arts academy. Although disciples from the west courtyard with Xuanwu realm cultivation were ordered to arrive, they didn't dare to act rashly, seeing Su Chen's firm steps as if he were about to step onto the heavens. Did he intend to directly ascend the stone steps to the top? As Su Chen stepped onto the 600th layer of the stone steps without any intention of stopping, everyone was shocked. That stone step is a treasure for honing warriors, but since the great wilderness secret realm was discovered, no one had ever reached the top from there. After some training, they could only climb the side to reach the Master S dojo. But seeing Su Chen's momentum showing no signs of slowing down, he had no intention of turning back. The record of 600 layers set by the East Courtyard's master was thus broken by him. Although it had already been proven that Su Chen's talent surpassed Li Chuanfeng in the Dragon Vein Underground Palace, witnessing it firsthand, the disciples from the West Courtyard still couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy. But this was nothing. The 700 layers couldn't stop Su Chen, and soon it was the 800 layers. Boom! When he reached the 900th step, Su Chen finally felt the pressure. The total of 1,000 stone steps represented the limit of that martial arts master, especially the last 100 steps, which are the barriers that the master needed to break through. Enduring tremendous pressure, Su Chen kept moving forward. Everyone has their limits, and even the greatest talent is no exception. But to become a true powerhouse, one must continuously break through their own limits. Crack! By the time he reached the 950 steps, Su Chen's flesh had cracked open. Blood began to spill, quickly staining his clothes. Each subsequent step left a shocking blood footprint. However, his gaze remained sharp, showing no signs of compromise or surrender. Since he had chosen the path of martial arts and had the opportunity to practice the burial sky divine art, he would never yield in the face of any difficulties. Limits, obstacles, shackles, all must be broken. Crack! At the 990 steps, Su Chen's bones were cracking, and his body went soft, seemingly about to collapse. The terrifying momentum of heaven and earth erupted, as if it would crush anyone who dared to resist. Was he finally unable to hold on? More and more disciples from the west courtyard gathered at the foot of the mountain, all staring at Su Chen with anxious eyes. Watching Su Chen, who was teetering on the brink of collapse, their shock turned into gloating. Suddenly, a tremendous roar came from the mountaintop. An infinite momentum erupted, and burning blood ignited like golden flames, vaguely condensing into a gigantic, divine dragon soaring upward. The ancient and mysterious dragon might press down upon heaven and earth. People seemed to see that gigantic divine dragon fighting against the laws of heaven and earth, becoming shattered all over, but refusing to back down. The flames seemed to want to burn Su Chen's flesh to ashes, but he continued to move forward. This guy is really a madman. At this moment, the disciples from the west courtyard, who hated Su Chen to the bone, were also dumbfounded, their trembling pupils filled with shock. Being harsh to others is called bullying the weak. Being harsh to oneself is what makes a true powerhouse. At this moment, Su Chen, in their eyes, was an unparalleled, ruthless person. Bang! When Su Chen stepped over the last stone step and successfully reached the top, the momentum of heaven and earth suddenly dissipated. He really reached the top. Who would have thought that those who came to surround and kill Su Chen became witnesses to his breaking of limits and the creation of a legend? This kind of ruthless person, even the momentum of a martial arts master could not restrain him. His future achievements were limitless. But had he already been reduced to a state of decay? Would he still be alive? People suddenly looked towards the mountaintop. Su Chen's body was not crushed. Instead, he sat cross-legged in place, surrounded by a layer of mysterious and holy radiance. An infinite vitality began to emanate, as if he were a giant dragon about to awaken. If we are going to strike, now is the time. A disciple from the West Courtyard suddenly woke up and shouted to the crowd. Everyone realized that this was a good opportunity to take advantage of his illness to kill him, and they all urged their bodies, leaping towards the mountaintop. As long as they didn't take the stone steps, crossing mountains and ridges was nothing for martial artists of the Xuanwu realm. They all shot up like a violent wind and lightning. It seemed that he had used up most of his life to reach the top, and now he was out of energy. Upon reaching the mountaintop and seeing Su Chen still covered in blood, sitting on the ground, their eyes instantly revealed a fierce light. "Oh, wait, something seems off about him," someone exclaimed in surprise, only to find that Su Chen was enveloped in a divine light, his heartbeat resonating like a giant dragon, in harmony with the rhythm of heaven and earth. Especially within him, the true energy and mental power intertwined, as if yin and yang were merging, while the surrounding spiritual energy and accumulated treasures transformed into energy, swirling around him like a yin-yang diagram. At the same time, a powerful life force began to rise from within him. "Not good. He is breaking through. Quick, stop him." Those who dared to surround and kill Su Chen were all at the Xuanwu realm and naturally recognized his current state at a glance. Whoosh! Suddenly, black flames seemed to rise from Su Chen, piercing directly into the sky. At the same time, a cold, lifeless, mysterious, and terrifying power emanated from him, as if a black sea of death was about to bury this realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than 10 attacks came from all directions, all releasing powerful destructive force, aiming to tear Su Chen apart. But the black sea of death surrounding Su Chen erupted violently, stirring up towering waves, instantly engulfing and disintegrating all the attacks, transforming the miraculous into decay. What? But before people could react, that boundless black sea of death had already coalesced in the void into a giant black sun. The ultimate black could obscure all colors in the world. The blazing sun pressed down from above, causing the surrounding void to twist and shatter, countless runes exploding. Even this realm seemed to fear that black sun, wanting to retreat far away. At this moment, Su Chen slowly stood up, bathed in the black sea, with the sun overhead. He suddenly seemed to transform into a deity of destruction from the depths of hell, his entire being filled with an incredibly powerful, killing aura, as if walking through a sea of blood, making it hard to breathe. Is that his martial arts profound core? Impossible. How could a martial arts profound core be so huge? The Xuanwu realm martial artists present were trembling. The martial arts profound core, as the source of power for Xuanwu realm martial artists, is formed by the intertwining of the Qi Sea and the Consciousness Sea. Generally speaking, even when manifested, it is only a few dozen feet large. However, Su Chen's martial arts profound core was blazing like the sun, deep like a black hole, continuously releasing waves of destructive aura, as if it could swallow heaven and earth. To them, it felt like a sky full of stars, with 100,000 divine mountains pressing down from above. Such a scale was simply earth-shattering. Unfortunately, you arrived a step too late. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze like the light of the sun and moon, making everyone feel as if they were in a realm of ice and fire. Chapter 62. Overwhelming the West Courtyard. Boom! The earth shook, divine light burst forth, as if a small sun had exploded, its brilliant light illuminating heaven and earth, causing countless people to tremble in their hearts. As the martial arts' profound core entered his body, Su Chen's aura suddenly surged. Infinite killing intent boiled. Hiss! Even those disciples from the West Courtyard far down the mountain couldn't help but gasp, their faces turning pale. Su Chen, even if your talent is high, you will surely die today. Along with a few latecomers, a total of more than 20 Xuanwu realm disciples from the west courtyard surrounded Su Chen. Especially with 3 Xuanwu realm 7th layer experts leading the charge, it instantly roused everyone's courage, and their eyes revealed an extremely cold, killing intent. A crowd of rabble dares to speak so boldly? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. In the face of true strength, numbers hold no significance. Everyone was enraged. With so many people attacking, Su Chen not only did not flee, but dared to speak such arrogant words, which was too dismissive of them. However, before they could form a formation, Su Chen had already charged forward with the ferocity of a violent dragon, seeking death. The first 3 disciples from the west courtyard, seeing Su Chen rushing towards them, all narrowed their eyes. They were all veteran disciples who had been training in the martial arts academy for many years with solid foundations, and their cultivation levels were all above the 4th layer of the Xuanwu realm, far beyond ordinary Xuanwu realm practitioners. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, sending chills down their spines. Su Chen's speed was too fast, not giving them any chance to react, suddenly appearing right in front of them. Boom! A palm struck out, like a divine dragon extending its claws. The immense power transformed into a torrent, sweeping in, shaking the void apart. Ah! A scream rang out, as the 3 west courtyard disciples were utterly unable to defend themselves and were immediately killed. What? The sight of 3 experts at the 4th and 5th levels of Xuanwu realm being instantly killed caused everyone's pupils to constrict. Even though Su Chen had broken through, he was only at the 1st level of the Xuanwu realm. How could he possess such a terrifying aura that made them unable to resist? Kill! As Su Chen was about to charge forward, 2 disciples from the west courtyard shouted in unison, unleashing all their strength. Boom! One of them formed a seal with his hands, his true qi surging, as runes traced the heavens and earth, condensing into a giant law seal that pushed forward like a blazing sun. It was a top-tier Earth-level martial art, the Xianyang seal. Although it was an Earth-level martial art, when cultivated to the extreme, it could harness a trace of solar power, possessing the might to obliterate all things. The other person had a rising sword momentum, gripping a broad sword tightly as he swept it out, generating a massive sword wave that tore through the sky and the earth, like a giant demon intent on destroying everything. They were both intimidated by Su Chen's terrifying strength earlier, not daring to let their guard down. Boom! Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 2 attacks came from the left and right, colliding like meteors and erupting with powerful destructive force, enveloping Su Chen. Su Chen's figure directly disintegrated. However, the 2 suddenly gasped, their pupils shrinking, because it was just an afterimage. The real Su Chen, like a ghostly apparition, appeared behind them, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Boom! A terrifying wave of power erupted, awakening like a tyrannosaurus, causing the surrounding void to ripple and vanish. The shadow of death surged like a tide, ready to engulf the 2. Su Chen, stop! They shouted. He's too arrogant. Let's kill him together. Other disciples from the west courtyard rushed over, intending to surround and kill Su Chen to save their comrades. But they were still a step too late. The speed of a 9 palaces dragon step was too fast and too unpredictable. A cold voice rang out, like the decree of heaven, causing the laws to follow. Boom! Unmatched power erupted, and with a single punch, the 2 disciples from the west courtyard were turned into blood mist. Seeing this, the eyes of the many disciples from the west courtyard turned red. Under the siege of so many experts, Su Chen seemed to be in a realm of his own, slaughtering freely, which was a tremendous humiliation for them. The most important thing was that they could not let Su Chen go. They had to take him down one by one. Kill! The true qi of the west courtyard disciples boiled, roaring like enraged beasts. Little Yin palm. Vajra demon suppression seal. 8-armed heaven-piercing palm. 3 disciples at the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm were the first to strike. A torrent of true qi surged forward, triggering a phenomenon that evolved into a yin-yang diagram, with a mighty Vajra and an 8-armed divine ape simultaneously launching their attacks. Seeing this, the other disciples from the west courtyard were invigorated, unleashing powerful attack methods. More than 20 experts from the Xuanwu realm struck simultaneously, waves of terrifying might surged, threatening to overturn the heavens and earth. Such a terrifying force could hardly be resisted unless a master at the Tianwu realm descended. "Come on," Su Chen shouted, his aura erupting. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his fighting spirit became. He clasped his hands together and shot out a flame-law seal, which expanded in the wind, quickly growing as large as a mountain. The blazing flames suddenly burst forth, like layers of lotus leaves blooming, radiating a strong divine light, illuminating the heavens and earth. Whoosh! The massive fire lotus pushed forward, shining like a blue sun over the world. Waves of surging true qi were directly evaporated into nothingness, and all-powerful attacks, including those so-called spiritual weapons, were torn apart by the burning of the blue fire lotus. Once the blue lotus earth fire appeared, it could burn the heavens and boil the seas, evaporating the void. Though it was fleeting, it seemed to erase the space before them from existence, including the torrent of attacks from everyone. Is the true qi ignited? What kind of flame is this? Heavenly fire of earth? It's the heavenly fire of earth. They were witnessing the power of the heavenly fire of earth for the first time, as they saw the raging flames extending along the true qi threads. They quickly severed their true qi and retreated. But many were still a step too slow, entangled by the flames, instantly turning to ashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the raging flames surged, the temperature in the heavens and earth suddenly rose. The blooming blue fire lotus became more magnificent than the sun, unleashing terrifying destructive power that spread wildly in all directions. Everything it touched turned to ash. This guy's strength is unexpectedly so formidable that even the heavenly fire of earth. It seems it will be difficult to kill him. In that case, let's follow what the senior brother said and trap him first. The three leading disciples from the west courtyard quickly distanced themselves from Su Chen, exchanging looks that conveyed their mutual fear and horror. Then let's set up the formation. With determined expressions, they took out formation flags and spat out a large amount of essence blood to form seals. In a moment, a mysterious formation diagram was drawn in the void beneath their feet, seemingly in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! The sky trembled and the earth shook. Suddenly, a terrifying scene of great destruction appeared around them. Mysterious portals opened in the shattered void, connecting heaven and earth, isolating the cosmos. In the next moment, terrifying auras were released from the portals. The 8 gates locking heaven formation. They didn't expect their senior brothers to be so prepared, even deploying such an ancient military formation. Indeed, Su Chen's strength was 2 against the heavens. Otherwise, why would they need to use such a precious heavenly level formation? The disciples from the west courtyard below looked horrified. The heavenly level formation was designed to deal with experts at the Tianwu realm. Each formation flag was meticulously crafted, comparable to high-quality spiritual weapons. Using such a grand formation to deal with a Xuanwu realm expert was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But in Su Chen's case, no one felt it was an exaggeration. In our Chu country, having a senior brother is enough. We will never allow someone as defiant as you to exist. The disciples of the west courtyard fixed their eyes on Su Chen and immediately activated the formation. Boom! From the 8 portals, beams of divine light erupted, like dense and numerous chains of order, completely sealing this space. Each divine chain was as sharp as a heavenly sword. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of chains of order erupted, turning everything in the formation into nothingness, completely isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, everything lost its color, and the heavens and earth fell silent. Even time and space seemed to have come to a halt. It's over. Once trapped in the 8 gates locking heaven formation, even a Tianwu realm expert would find it hard to escape. As Su Chen fell into that void where everything was annihilated, the disciples from the west courtyard revealed sinister smiles. Is that so? The previously motionless Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his powerful fighting spirit awakening, and an endless sword momentum erupted. Boom! Countless sword qi exploded around Su Chen, accompanied by a resurgence of a primal force from ancient times, radiating a vast and brilliant sword light. In that instant, everyone seemed to see an invincible sword god crossing time and space, with boundless power of heaven and earth converging into a shocking divine sword in his hand. The West Courtyard disciples, who had just been arrogant, were now terrified, their pupils filled with fear. Great wilderness, sword Tao, cavern void, calamity light. In the dimness, the invincible sword god seemed to merge with Su Chen, wielding the earth-shattering divine sword as it instantly crossed the void. The unmatched sharpness contained a terrifying killing power capable of piercing and destroying everything, erupting forth. Boom! The chains of order in the sky were instantly shattered by that invincible sword shadow, and the portals, like paper, were pierced through by the sword shadow, causing the entire grand formation to begin to collapse. Bang, bang, bang. Almost at the same time, the first 8 disciples of the West Courtyard, along with the formation flags in their hands, cracked and then exploded into pieces on the spot. A sword intent that could topple time and space surged forth, sending the surrounding West Courtyard disciples, who had not yet reacted, flying. One by one, they knelt on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. The mere aura of the sword had severely injured them all. It was terrifying, like the resurrection of gods and demons. The disciples of the West Courtyard at the foot of the mountain exclaimed in trembling. After a single sword strike, the grand formation was shattered. Everyone was enveloped in a cloud of death. Chapter 63. The Experts of the Luo Dynasty. In the great wilderness secret realm, at the 10,000 sword cliff. Boom! The blazing light of dawn erupted instantly, dazzling like the sun in the 9 heavens, illuminating the 4 directions and 8 wastelands. Many felt as if their eyes would be pierced, as unmatched sword intent burst forth, growing stronger and capable of tearing everything apart. At this moment, Lin Jianqing stood like a sword, his aura like a startled swan, exuding an impressive demeanor. Finally completed, he was bathed in radiant divine light, his piercing gaze looking down over the 8 wastelands like an unparalleled sword king, able to change the heavens and overturn the universe with a mere gesture. This was the heavenly sword bloodline. The senior brother truly deserved to be the #1 prodigy of the Great Chu. Such a monstrous ability had never been seen before. The surrounding disciples of the West Courtyard revealed expressions of immense awe and admiration. Just then, Lin Jianqing suddenly leaped into the air, endless energy converging onto the treasured sword in his hand, as if wielding the sun and the universe, bursting forth with immeasurable light. He pointed into the void, strands of golden sword light coalescing out of thin air, ultimately transforming into a massive golden sword that spanned thousands of feet, instantly piercing through the heavens. Boom! Thunder roared between heaven and earth, and the sword energy surged like a tide. At the same time, a distant mountain was sliced through by the light sword, erupting with millions of fire pillars, as if an entire volcanic region had erupted, causing that massive mountain to collapse in an instant. Hiss! As they gazed at the soaring flames in the distance, everyone's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if the heavens had been pierced by that one sword, sending chills down their spines. The might of a single sword was overwhelming. The senior brother is too strong. He is likely comparable to the heavenly martial realm, right? Indeed, with such talent and means, who in the world could rival him? All the disciples of the West Courtyard were utterly astonished. Su Chen, your time of death has come. Lin Jianqing also let out a long howl, his eyes filled with an overwhelming aura that dominated the 8 wastelands. Who in the world could rival me? A group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Stop boasting so shamelessly. Suddenly, several strange, mocking laughter came, startling everyone. A dazzling stream of light swept by, and 10 young men and women dressed in luxurious attire, exuding extraordinary presence, appeared on the cliff, looking down at everyone. Who are you? How dare you force your way into the great wilderness secret realm? Do you not regard our great Chu Martial Academy? The eyes of the West Courtyard disciples revealed wary expressions. The auras of these individuals were overwhelmingly strong, akin to thunder, mountain fires, rivers, and hurricanes, causing the surrounding void to tremble. They were neither disciples of the West Courtyard nor the East Courtyard. Yet they appeared in the great wilderness secret realm without anyone noticing, which was truly unfathomable. Great Chu! Ha ha ha! One person laughed loudly, looking down arrogantly and disdainfully said, "A tiny West Chu kingdom dares to claim a grand title? Simply overestimating itself." These individuals were extremely arrogant, as if they could not tolerate all things in the world. Bold! A disciple from the West courtyard was enraged, suddenly leaping up, drawing his sword and slashing down. Whoosh! With his strength at the 8th layer of the Xuanwu realm, wielding his treasured sword, he instantly unleashed a massive sword aura over 100 feet long, enveloping those people. A mayfly shaking a tree? The one who had laughed earlier scoffed, not dodging at all, raising a hand to strike. Suddenly mysterious runes exploded, splitting his fierce, true energy into 9, as if 9 blazing suns were simultaneously crushing down. Boom! The 100-foot-long sword aura was directly shattered, and the remaining blazing palm imprints fell, instantly turning that West Courtyard disciple into ashes. What? All the West Courtyard disciples changed color, never expecting that their 8th layer Xuanwu realm senior brother could not even withstand a single palm from the opponent. Heavenly grade, supreme martial art. 9 Sun's great handprint. Could it be that you are from the Deluo dynasty? Lin Jianqing's eyes narrowed, recognizing that it was a legacy martial art of the Deluo dynasty. People from the Deluo dynasty? How is that possible? How'd they get in? All the West Courtyard disciples were shocked again. The entrance to the great wilderness secret realm was guarded by elders from both academies, and that ruthless Li Chunfeng. How could these people possibly break in? You have some insight. The one who had just attacked smiled faintly, still looking down arrogantly. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to kill in front of me, Lin Jianqing, shall accompany the dead. Lin Jianqing's eyes narrowed, angrily huffing. Hee, in the entire West Chu, only Mu Jingchen counts as a figure. Lin Jianqing? Never heard of him. Such a tone. Do you want to seek death? The people from the Deluo dynasty were extremely arrogant, looking down on the entire Chu nation. The one seeking death is you. Lin Jianqing was completely furious, his sword intent surging forth, and he shot towards those people on the cliff like a meteor. Having just seized an opportunity, he was eager to test the sharpness of the heavenly sword bloodline. These people from the Deluo dynasty were just right to become his stepping stone to fame. He was confident that his talent already surpassed the Huanglong region, and even the Deluo dynasty could not overshadow his brilliance. Unfathomable. The people from the Deluo dynasty looked down on him. Boom! The 9 Sun's great handprint erupted again, its might even greater, accompanied by an aura that suppressed the 8 wastelands. Clang, 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 accompanied by intense sword chants. Lin Jianqing also drew his sword and made his move. Endless sword intent surged, the sword light traversing the void, like a startled sun swan, the intense brilliance illuminating heaven and earth, causing those around to temporarily lose their sight. Whoosh! A fierce sound of breaking air rang out, accompanied by a vast sword energy sweeping across. Just as everyone regained their vision, they caught a glimpse of the shattered palm prints, the void collapsing, and the blazing sword energy like a startled sun swan, striking the man from the Deluo dynasty, sending him flying. Puffed. That man fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pale face showing shock and anger. If it weren't for the protective armor he wore, that sword strike would have at least severely injured him. Senior brother is mighty. I never expected that even the genius of the Deluo dynasty could not withstand senior brother's brilliance. Our senior brother truly has extraordinary talent, and in the future, he will surely dominate a region. Many West Courtyard disciples were greatly energized, praising him. In contrast, the people from the Deluo dynasty remained calm. Oh, he was actually able to defeat Wang Ying. Seems like he has some skill. The heavenly sword bloodline? Unfortunately, it's only at the heavenly grade low tier, not worth mentioning. However, daring to underestimate the Deluo dynasty is simply seeking death. Glancing at Lin Jianqing, who was proud and exuding an overwhelming aura, the people from the Deluo dynasty remained disdainful. Let me handle this. A young man in a blue robe stepped forward, and suddenly, the surrounding area erupted with countless bolts of lightning, causing the world to dim. Su Ming is making his move. That kid is definitely done for. The other members of the Luo dynasty exchanged glances, revealing self-satisfied smiles. Su Ming walked forward with his hands behind his back, seemingly stepping down the cliff in the void, as if a thunder dragon was carrying him, making him appear like a king of thunder. Walking through the void is something only a heavenly martial realm warrior can achieve. Su Ming is only at the 9th layer of the Xuanwu realm, yet he can briefly float in the air, demonstrating his profound cultivation and extraordinary means. Just now, you were the one talking about Su Chen, right? Tell me where he is, and I can spare your life. Su Ming looked down at Lin Jianqing, his expression indifferent, exuding an invincible aura as if viewing all things as insignificant. Looking for Su Chen? Could it be that these people from the Luo dynasty were all summoned by Su Chen? Lin Jianqing's gaze suddenly changed. He had investigated Su Chen's background and naturally knew his origins. Recalling Su Chen's earlier confident demeanor, Lin Jianqing began to speculate. Since that was the case, he couldn't hold back anymore. He, Lin Jianqing, was not only the top genius of the Chu kingdom, but would also become the pinnacle talent of the Huanglong domain. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted. Enough nonsense, Dai, for me. Lin Jianqing shouted, gripping his sword and thrusting forward. A blazing sword light pierced through instantly, as if falling from the sun above the 9 heavens, reaching in front of him as soon as it was unleashed. Unconvinced. I will beat you until you are convinced. A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he threw a punch towards Lin Jianqing to suppress him. Crack! Violent thunder raged in the void, and behind Su Ming, a massive sea of thunder seemed to appear. At that moment, his fist was infused with power, transforming into a colossal, thunderous mountain that pressed down. The void shook violently, endless runes exploded, and everyone's faces were illuminated pale by the thunderlight. Giant thunder serpents danced and coiled in the void, seemingly imprisoning this world. The sword light that Lin Jianqing struck out fell onto the thunder. Like a mud cow sinking into the sea, its speed and momentum drastically reduced, its power diminished by more than half. And soon it was shattered by the overwhelming thunderlight. Crack! Thunder serpents rampaged, furiously splitting the heavens and the earth. Lin Jianqing raised his sword to defend, but was still struck by the violent thunderlight, his face turning pale as he was blasted back, crashing heavily down the cliff. What? The disciples from the western courtyard were all shocked. Su Ming, bathed in the sea of thunder, seemed like a king of thunder, exuding a terrifying aura, as if he could crush this world. Lin Jianqing had completely lost his previous grandeur and was heavily injured by a single blow. It wasn't that he was too weak, but that his opponent was too strong. Damn it, damn it! Lin Jianqing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorting in rage. He was the #1 genius of Chu, destined to become a ruler of a domain. How could he be defeated in one move by someone of the same level? Speak or die. Su Ming issued his final ultimatum, the endless thunder light transforming into a heavenly tribulation that locked onto Lin Jianqing. Although they were both at the 9th layer of the Xuanwu realm, in terms of foundation, martial techniques, vision, and combat experience, Su Ming far surpassed Lin Jianqing. Compared to him, calling Lin Jianqing a frog at the bottom of a well was indeed not an exaggeration. Senior brother, hurry and go. We'll hold him off. At this moment, those loyal disciples from the western courtyard rushed up, forming a formation to withstand the terrifying thunder tribulation once more. Heavily injured, Lin Jianqing cast a resentful glance at Su Ming and the others, only able to flee in panic. Chapter 64. Talents from all nations gather. Boom! Thick thunder fell from the sky like a thunder dragon, shaking the earth with a roar. Lin Jianqing fled far away before slowly stopping, his pale face filled with fear. Cousin, how did the people from the Luo dynasty get in? Only a few disciples from the western courtyard came with him, and they all looked terrified as well. The people from the Luo dynasty were simply too terrifying. The weakest among them, Wang Ying, although defeated by Lin Jianqing, had suffered almost no injuries, and that Su Ming had heavily injured Lin Jianqing with a single blow. Such combat power could rival that of the Tianwu realm, not to mention the other 8, who were equally unfathomable. Such extraordinary talents. In the entire Chu kingdom, there was currently only Lin Jianqing. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Deluo dynasty for the first time, everyone finally understood that they were indeed like frogs at the bottom of a well. No matter what, it must be related to Su Chen. That kid is at the Two Realms Mountain, and I will deal with him first. Lin Jianqing, pale-faced, was filled with rage. After finally refining that mysterious sword light and awakening the bloodline of the heavenly sword, he should have been soaring to the heavens, sweeping away all foes, but he was slapped awake by the people of the Deluo dynasty. In front of those talents from the dynasty, he felt as fragile as an ant. This humiliation was something Lin Jianqing could never accept. Moreover, in his eyes, all of this was caused by Su Chen, and he vowed to take revenge on Su Chen 100-fold. Immediately, a group of people rushed towards the Two Realms Mountain. In fact, not only at the 10,000 Sword Cliff, but all over the great wilderness secret realm, warriors from other countries were appearing simultaneously. When they realized they had entered a mysterious treasure land, they were immediately filled with greed. They began a frenzy of killing and plundering. Here, there were no rules. Human desires could swell and vent without restriction. In an instant, a storm of blood and carnage began to ravage everything. The warriors sent by various countries were all elite geniuses selected by their nations, powerful enough that almost no one could resist. The disciples from the western courtyard were doomed, plunging into a state of panic. Moreover, they did not care whether these people were children of nobility or wealthy families. They only knew how to vent their long-suppressed desires. In the face of death and destruction, all beings are equal. In contrast, the eastern courtyard disciples roaming the perimeter were in much better circumstances. In the great wilderness secret realm, at the Two Realms Mountain, at the summit, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. The 8-door locking heaven formation, which those disciples from the western courtyard were so proud of, was broken by Su Chen with the might of the great wilderness sword Dao, and they lost all resistance. A massacre had already concluded early on. Su Chen was seated at the mountaintop, using the genius treasures he had gathered from those disciples to stabilize his cultivation. It must be said that there were indeed many treasures within the great wilderness secret realm, mostly raided by these disciples from the western courtyard, which now benefited Su Chen. In just one day, he had risen to the 3rd layer of the Xuanwu realm, his realm thoroughly stabilized. Within him, after repeated expansions of his qi sea, it resembled the boundless universe, harboring deep and vast energy. A wisp of divine light descended from his sea of consciousness, seemingly surrounded by mysterious chaos. It illuminated a gigantic